The first world is Naruto. The second world is Prince of Tennis. The third world is Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse. The fourth world is One Punch Man. The fifth world is Fate, Four Wars. The sixth world is Bleach. There are no lineage, equipment, or entertainment skills. In summary, it appears you are the best among this group of newcomers, said Xiao Jie, observing the self-proclaimed veteran before him, who seemed to be sweating under his scrutiny. You seem rather weak, Xiao Jie remarked instinctively, without a hint of concern for the fact that the individual before him was an experienced participant. There's nothing I can do. The veteran's face flushed with embarrassment, but fortunately, the other newcomers remained oblivious, sparing him from total humiliation. Xiao Jie felt a twinge of annoyance at the veteran's dismissive demeanor and instinctively narrowed his eyes at him. This action sent a shiver down the veteran's spine. His nerves were on edge, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. After a moment of tense silence, filled with fear in the veteran's eyes, he finally averted his gaze, no longer squinting, and began surveying the surroundings. It was only after Xiao Jie had shifted his attention elsewhere for some time that the veteran finally relaxed, letting out a subconscious sigh of relief. Say, just as the veteran began to feel at ease, a single word from Xiao Jie instantly put him back on high alert. Yes, the veteran could assure that he had never reacted with such speed when called upon by his instructor. This place must be one of those infinite worlds, right? Xiao Jie inquired, his gaze casually sweeping across the void around them. Well, the veteran's eyes drifted towards the 5 individuals still lying down, clearly wishing to wait for them to awaken before elaborating. Stop being so wishy-washy. Xiao Jie's tone turned impatient. This is the main god space, however, unlike others. What's sold here are not bloodlines, skills, items, or weapons, nor any entertainment products. Only passes to various task worlds are available. Each world allows you to choose a system, akin to those found in novels. Except for the novice world, other worlds have time limits, and without a world restriction, it's not guaranteed. Furthermore, the main god will not actively send you to other worlds if you fear for your life. You can linger in the main god space and wait for your demise, the veteran explained cautiously, casting a wary glance at Xiao Jie as he finished. Xiao Jie paid no heed to this and simply replied, continue. The veteran hesitated, having already completed one explanation for the newcomers and earned 50 dimensional points. He pondered whether to continue speaking. Are you deaf? Xiao Jie turned his head, fixing his gaze on the veteran. Before entering the novice world, the main god will ask if you wish to start a new life. If you choose yes, you will select your gender and soul transfer to that world. If you choose no, you will traverse to that world in your current form. Additionally, during the novice world, travelers like us may occasionally interfere, the veteran recounted, swearing that his mind had never worked this quickly before. Continue, Xiao Jie urged in a flat tone. Feeling pressured, the veteran felt rather pitiful and gritted his teeth before continuing. If you opt for the body transfer, your body may not adapt to that world, and you might not be able to cultivate within its system, requiring you to relearn the language. However, if you choose soul transfer, the main god will assist with language comprehension, alleviating communication concerns, and you can allocate points before arriving in that world. Allocate points? Yes, similar to the nun training in Hunter x Hunter. You can allocate points to emphasize specific abilities, allowing you to excel in those areas. Very well. One last question. Xiao Jie nodded, quite pleased with the veteran's explanations. If he could give a rating, he would not hesitate to award a 5-star review. Is the novice world single-player or multiplayer? And how does one enter? Upon hearing this question, the veteran exhaled in relief, thinking, finally, he wouldn't have to cater to this individual any longer. Stepping beyond our visible range is how you enter the novice world. The novice world can be single or multiplayer. If no one else enters within 5 seconds of your entrance, it defaults to single player. Others won't be in the same world as you, except when someone enters your world through a pass. Xiao Jie nodded, choosing not to speak further, and casually walked in a selected direction. Before long, Xiao Jie reached the boundary and, without hesitation, stepped through. As if passing through a watery veil, he felt himself slowly engulfed. At the very moment Xiao Jie fully entered, one of the still-ing newcomers suddenly sprang to his feet and swiftly dashed toward the opposite boundary before the veteran could react. The veteran stared at this turn of events in shock for a moment. Damn, I just lost 50 dimensional points. Transcendence. In Xiao Jie's perception, it felt as though he had merely passed through a curtain of water, emerging from that dark space into a realm beneath a blue sky. However, the only issue was that he seemed to still be suspended in midair. Yet, as he had not yet fallen, it appeared that everything was fine. Xiao Jie mused, gazing at the unchanging scenery below. Hokage building, Hokage office. What is that little girl doing? Jiraiya inquired, though it was evident to all that he was attempting to flirt with Tsunade. Teacher, she's probably just sleeping, replied not Tsunade but her disciple, Minato Namikaze. Boring lesson, Orochimaru remarked coldly, observing the young ninja within the crystal ball, who was narrating the illustrious history of Konoha. This is an importation of the will of fire to the children. The third Hokage, a notorious chain smoker, stated in a matter-of-fact tone as he took a drag from a cigarette. Perhaps, Tsunade, her expression darkened, gazed at the scene within the crystal ball. Then, old man, why did you summon us? Jiraiya noted Tsunade's disinterest in the topic and directly posed the question to the third Hokage. Next year at this time, each of you should bring a small team, the third Hokage said, manipulating the crystal ball to switch to another classroom. I have no time, Tsunade replied. I have no time, Jiraiya echoed. I have no interest, Orochimaru added. Minato remained silent. Chapter 2. The discrepancy in the end, Xiao Jie opted for a rather obscure single-player game system, titled The Journey of Disrobing 2. Due to the author's lack of integrity, I shall refrain from elaborating further to avoid excessive verbosity. In summary, this system is auxiliary in nature rather than one focused on level progression. Although, based on Xiao Jie's current understanding, he finds himself in the midst of World War II, and if his assumptions hold true, he will soon find himself on the battlefield. Logically, he should have chosen a leveling system, such as those found in Devil May Cry, God of War, or Ninja systems. Opting for Prototype could also have been a viable choice, allowing him to devour bloodline limits and gain power akin to ascending through a celestial ladder. Naturally, this scenario applies under normal circumstances. Due to Xiao Jie's reckless decisions, he is currently unable to cultivate chakra. As he has not allocated points to energy, at this moment, he remains stagnant, destined to be nothing more than a commoner, lost among the masses, let alone stepping onto the battlefield. Without slaying monsters, there lies no opportunity for advancement. However, Xiao Jie could indeed enhance his physical capabilities, for if one could single-handedly defeat a shadow, who would still regard him as a commoner for lacking chakra? After much contemplation, Xiao Jie ultimately settled on the Journey of Akihabara 2, a game that assists him in honing his skills. This game eschews leveling up in favor of stripping enemies bare and casting them into the streets, allowing their shame to transform them into ash. In essence, it is a game devoid of morality, where divine artifacts save the world. Lastly, I must emphasize, the first 3 options you presented will result in my figurine's demise. The next day, given the circumstances of World War II, the front lines are strained, and to train individuals who won't succumb to a single strike, orphans are generally not returning to their orphanages. Instead, they reside in dormitories arranged by the school. Meanwhile, the offspring of affluent families and those fortunate enough to have homes are free to return to their respective abodes. Xiao Jie, belonging to the orphan demographic, was unceremoniously roused early in the morning, akin to attending a morning class on Earth. Yet, to his dismay, there was still a morning reading session following the early exercise. Of course, one should not expect too much from such early sessions. They merely consist of running and physical conditioning. In contrast, while the orphans rise to train, those with homes remain ensconced in their beds. It is only natural for the underprivileged to rise against the affluent. The prodigies, however, are not part of this comparison. Xiao Jie hesitated for quite some time in front of a haphazard pile of wooden weapons, ultimately selecting a katana. An inch longer is an inch stronger. An inch shorter is an inch more perilous. In Xiao Jie's eyes, the katana was indeed the longest. After making his choice, he carelessly tucked it into his waistband and joined the large troop that rushed past him. Weapon detected. Inferior wooden katana sharpness. 0 attack power. 5. Blunt. Durability. 510. It appeared to be a flimsy weapon that could break at any moment. Strangely, Xiao Jie began to muse aloud, attributing non-existent qualities to it. Data updating. Weapon detected. Inferior wooden katana sharpness. 0 attack power. 5. Blunt. Durability. 510 description. It appears to be a flimsy object that could break at any moment. Oh, there is such a feature. Xiao Jie squinted, lost in thought. Hurry up, keep up. A cheerful voice pulled Xiao Jie back to reality, prompting him to quicken his pace. The unbeknownst individual. Damn. Where on earth am I? Yumu, the individual who had fled right under the noses of seasoned experts with a mere 50 dimension points, was currently in a precarious situation, evading the pounce of a tiger. Perhaps due to the surrounding environment, this tiger was far more ferocious than any domestic cat on Earth. An ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear at the sight of a tiger's pursuit, but fortunately, Yumu was a retired Special Forces soldier. possessing a modicum of courage, especially with a firearm in hand, which bolstered his confidence considerably. The Type 92 semi-automatic pistol, a 9mm variant, though lacking the power of a Desert Eagle, was adequate for the current predicament. Yumu believed that even a direct hit on this tiger would merely result in a superficial wound. Thus, he had but one chance. With this thought, Yumu rolled to evade the tiger's claws. A dull thud echoed as he distanced himself from the beast. As he regained his footing, he noticed the tiger hesitating, seemingly reluctant to advance. Had it become sentient? Or was it something ethereal like a murderous aura? Yumu could not ascertain the reason for the tiger's indecision, but he understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Xiaojie's perspective. I never expected the system to be so useful, Xiaojie mused. Unlike Yumu, who was struggling to survive in the wilderness, Xiaojie deftly dodged attacks from others, occasionally finding the leisure to counterattack. Of course, in the beginning, Xiaojie was quite clumsy, and his current performance was largely thanks to the system. As noon approached, he was engaged in the final class of the morning, a combat simulation exercise. Utilizing the system as a golden key, Xiaojie effortlessly perceived the trajectory of his opponent's attacks. Likewise, his own strikes were mitigated by the system, causing little more than minor rips in clothing and superficial bruises that were hardly visible. This was what one might call a game mode. Even wielding a real blade would yield the same results. Naturally, this mode could also be switched. Almost there. Feeling confident in his understanding of the opponent's movements, Xiaojie swiftly parried the opponent's wooden sword with great force, crashing into their embrace. Unbeknownst to him, his grip on the wooden sword had tightened, and as his right shoulder pressed against the opponent's chest, the tip of the wooden sword swiftly jabbed into their upper abdomen, delivering unyielding force that sent the opponent flying several meters away. With a sigh of relief, Xiaojie momentarily relaxed. Although he felt relieved, his physical stamina could not keep pace, and fatigue was inevitable. It was lunchtime, and having not eaten all morning, Xiaojie's stomach growled with hunger. Just moments ago, he had noticed a few groups of trainees who had completed their training scurrying off to the dining hall. Initial victory. Reward. Basic mastery of the sword. A sword. Is this not a katana? Xiaojie raised the wooden sword in his hand, a look of confusion on his face. May I inquire if Japan's terminology for the katana is unclear? This is a blade. Distinction mastered. Mastery of the blade achieved. Now that is correct. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, he inadvertently glanced at his training partner still lying on the ground. After observing him with golden eyes for a moment, he spoke. Hey, it's time to eat. Kakashi's perspective. I lost. Kakashi lay on the ground, filled with a sense of frustration, having played with blades since childhood. Kakashi understood that if this were real, he would already be dead. Hey, it's time to eat. The innocent voice of a girl roused Kakashi from his reverie of failure. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he discovered it was his recent opponent. A girl, nonetheless. Chapter 3. To youth in the dining hall, Xiaojie, now fully embracing her identity as a girl, paid no heed to her appearance as she devoured her meal with gusto. In these tumultuous times, those who cared for their looks were typically members of noble families, while the disheveled were often orphans without parents. Children from common households still possessed a modicum of upbringing, in stark contrast to Xiaojie. Kakashi's manner of eating appeared far more refined. Coincidentally, Xiaojie and Kakashi found themselves sharing a table. Following their sparring session, Kakashi was quite intrigued by this girl who had bested him. Moreover, as an orphan, her exceptional abilities raised questions that, of course, a typical child would not ponder such matters, but Kakashi was not an ordinary child. His father was the legendary White Fang, a ninja of remarkable repute. Upon arriving at school and witnessing a group training on the playground, it became evident that they were orphans, Xiaojie included. Despite the large number of participants, Xiaojie stood out with her golden hair, making an impression on Kakashi. Though Kakashi harbored many questions about the girl seated across from him, decorum forbade speaking during meals, leaving him to suppress his curiosity. I've finished eating. Kakashi's genteel manner of eating resulted in a sluggish pace, and his internal inquiries were mounting. Meanwhile, Xiaojie continued her voracious consumption, unabated by the norms of table manners. Fortunately, the dining hall offered unlimited food. Otherwise, Xiaojie would have been in tears. The melodious sound of her eating was unexpectedly moving, evoking a deep sense of emotion. Character Experience 1. Character Experience 1. Character Experience 1. Character Experience 1. Indeed, it is true that whenever Xiaojie consumes a certain amount of food, he gains a modicum of experience, a remarkably convenient method of accruing knowledge that undeniably brings him joy, as evidenced by the satisfaction etched upon his face. However, it is somewhat disheartening to note that experience 10,000 It seems that vanquishing Kakashi did not yield any experience points. Hey, why are you so formidable? Although the young Kakashi believed it improper to disturb others during their meal, particularly when they are so engrossed in it, the restless curiosity within him gradually eroded his sense of decorum. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to his inquisitive nature and inquired, albeit clumsily, beginning with the blunt "Hey to me?" Observing the small, white-haired boy who had been fixating on him, Xiaojia found himself momentarily taken aback, innocently asking, who else could it be? Kakashi was unexpectedly irked by the naive demeanor of the golden-haired boy before him. Your speed is exceedingly slow. Upon being questioned, Xiaojia swallowed the food in his mouth, acquiring yet another point of experience, and paused his actions, replying with utmost seriousness. Slow. If there were flames, Kakashi would likely be ablaze with indignation now. He growled in a suppressed tone. Indeed, it was quite slow. Witnessing Kakashi's near-explosive fury, Xiaojia felt a sense of exasperation akin to encountering a troublesome child. It seemed that unruly children were a universal phenomenon across dimensions. After uttering his final remark, Xiaojia decided to disregard Kakashi. For dealing with such a child was utterly futile. He continued to pile food onto his plate, relishing the gradual accumulation of experience. Fortunately, the food would eventually transform into experience after reaching a certain quantity in his stomach. Otherwise, he would be limited to a mere 2 experience points daily. Yes, 2 experience points, one for lunch and another for dinner. Thankfully, Kakashi was not truly insufferable. He was merely one of the top contenders among his peers, bearing the title of Konoha's White Fang as bestowed by his father. At most, he was a tad arrogant. Yet this arrogance was swiftly shattered, leading to a moment of anger that soon subsided into self-awareness of his own hubris. Zayan, your son is quite the exceptional teacher. The third Hokage, puffing on his cigarette, observed the now-calmed Kakashi reflected in the crystal ball. After speaking, the third felt a twinge of envy, pondering why his own Asuma was so brazenly arrogant and somewhat rebellious, even daring to oppose his father at such a tender age. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Hokage, but I am more curious as to why this little girl possesses such extraordinary talent. White Fang did not regard Xiaojia as a spy. He was simply perplexed, questioning why he had not heard of this remarkably gifted girl before. With a deep inhale and exhale, the third Hokage organized his thoughts, instinctively drawing in a breath of smoke before speaking. She is merely the child of an ordinary genin and a commoner. That genin has already perished on the battlefield. The child's father intends to marry a kunoichi, thus he abandoned his 1-year-old daughter at an orphanage. At that tender age, she has no recollection of this event. White Fang nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After a brief pause, noticing White Fang's silence, the third continued, her name is Sekai, and it is evident that her mother cherished her deeply. Originally, she should have borne her father's surname, it is Sekai, but after her father forsook her, it was verified that she took her mother's surname, becoming Sionji Sekai. White Fang nodded once more. A name not belonging to a prominent clan was indeed more reassuring. Excuse me, what is your name? I cannot possibly keep addressing you as Hey. Once Kakashi regained his composure, he realized that the afternoon class was soon to commence. Observing that the individual across from him also understood the time for the lesson had arrived, he inquired, his tone still carrying a hint of youthful defiance. Upon Kakashi's query, Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. As he himself was unaware of his own name, it would not do to conjure a name at random. Orphans typically had records, and if he were to fabricate a name that was later discovered, what then? Wait, I can check the system. There must be a character panel. With a sudden spark of realization, Xiaojia promptly summoned the system's character panel. Character attributes panel name, none, to be determined, race. Human attributes, strength 10, speed 10, constitution 10 equipment, patched shirt, upper body defense 1, durability 710, patched trousers, lower body defense 1, durability 610, worn out shoes, durability 510, skills. Mastery of the blade, proficiency 0100000. What am I to say? Staring at such a rudimentary panel, Xiaojia felt a wave of reluctance to speak. Yet the issue of a name remained a dilemma, and what of my talents? Despite his complaints about the simplicity of the panel, Xiaojia noted the absence of any displayed talents, and the energy attribute was also missing. In his view, it was improbable that the system would be so miserly as to withhold his talents. The only possibility was that such information was simply not displayed, and the energy attribute might not even exist within the game itself. Nevertheless, the name issue still required resolution. After a moment of careful contemplation, Xiaojia decided against hastily choosing a name. With a resolve in mind, he lifted his head, which had been slightly bowed, a sly smile gracing his lips as he narrowed his eyes, the golden irises shimmering with cunning. Addressing the increasingly impatient white-haired figure, he said, "I will tell you my name once you manage to defeat me." With a dismissive scoff, Kakashi responded, somewhat begrudgingly declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall learn your name." Little did Kakashi realize that this would mark the inception of a lifelong nightmare for him. On that fateful afternoon, after a hearty meal, the young boy and girl made a pact, intertwining their destinies henceforth. How comical. Chapter 4. Flag. Nevertheless, Xiaojie was compelling himself to diligently strive, as he possessed a modicum of self-awareness. Although he had previously been a somewhat capable recluse, he was, at the end of the day, merely a recluse in this post-apocalyptic ninja world. Where annihilation loomed, he feared becoming complacent if no one was there to challenge him. This could be regarded as a healthy competition, as the young lad before him hardly resembled a malevolent character. Unlike a certain curly-haired individual with a scoff, Kakashi expressed his disdain for Xiaojie's words, yet he felt it necessary to retort. Otherwise, he would appear weak. "Tomorrow, our position shall be reversed. From that day forth, you shall pursue me," Kakashi proclaimed, standing tall with his right fist clenched and thumb raised. Swearing an oath upon his heart, "Hey, kid, save the bravado," Xiaojie replied, momentarily taken aback before helplessly rubbing his brow and uttering his resignation. Truthfully, in that fleeting moment, Xiaojie genuinely felt a sense of possibility that Kakashi could indeed achieve his claim. Character experience 35-10,000. So, as the protagonist of a spirited manga, are you prepared to train fervently and then turn the tables tomorrow? Following the morning sparring session, lunch beckoned. As they made their way to the afternoon class, Xiaojie teasingly remarked, "Humph, do not celebrate too soon. At the very least, I shall outshine you in shuriken class." Xiaojie often brought up their prior sparring defeat, and even a clay figurine has its moments of fire, let alone a child. Shuriken, mostly rather useless, Xiaojie mused, inadvertently uttering words that made Kakashi want to weep in frustration. Useless? Are you planning to faceplant into the bushes? He thought, there's no need to be reckless like that. Of course, Kakashi would not voice such sentiments, at present. He genuinely couldn't fathom the shuriken's great utility. Could one really expect them to transform into a railgun? At best, they merely serve a distracting purpose. Even if shurikens were intended to be lethal, one must possess the requisite strength. A thrown shuriken must be capable of piercing through with chilling precision. Otherwise, akin to the Uchiha clan, one might casually toss them with minimal effort, achieving a series of follow-up throws that barely register as impactful in summation. No matter how clever one might employ shurikens and kunai, failing to slay even a cat, meow, renders the effort moot. With that time, one could have unleashed a tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Madara, blackman questioning.jpg. In conclusion, shurikens are rather insignificant. Naturally, Xiaojie would never articulate such thoughts aloud, lest he be summoned for an unsavory tea session. Allow me to share a candid truth. I can effortlessly overpower you with a shuriken at any moment, Xiaojie said with a smile, appearing outwardly honest, yet concealing a dark nature within. Although Xiaojie is a golden retriever, not a pink one, impossible. Kakashi wore a face that suggested disbelief, his expression utterly impassive. Anyone who witnessed Xiaojie's lackluster throwing of shurikens yesterday would find it hard to believe what he had just claimed. Damn, he couldn't even hit his own target, having thrown it to the target 2 lanes over. "A pack of spicy strips," Xiaojie declared, raising a finger and squinting his eyes with a grin. "What on earth are spicy strips?" Kakashi remarked with involuntary sarcasm, yet he tacitly accepted the challenge, though he was perplexed about the nature of spicy strips. "Spicy hot pot." Xiaojie continued to propose another condition. What the heck? Kakashi's stoic facade was beginning to crack. After all, he was still just a child. "Cold dishes." Xiaojie relentlessly continued listing the snacks he was familiar with. "I don't understand." Kakashi was on the verge of losing his mind. Grilled meat. After suggesting several options, Xiaojie finally recalled that the 12 young ninjas always celebrated with grilled meat in the storyline. No, well, this could work. Kakashi, who almost reflexively dismissed the suggestion, suddenly realized that this dish indeed existed and hurriedly affirmed it. "Add spice." By the spice-loving Xiaojie. "That should be acceptable, probably." Kakashi was also somewhat uncertain. "Whatever, as long as it's not sweet." Xiaojie expressed his easy satisfaction. What Xiaojie said was indeed true. Unlike the girls on Earth, who now find a pack of spicy strips or a serving of spicy hot pot insufficient, he was easily pleased. 10 portions. Finally, Xiaojie added a stipulation that made Kakashi feel as though he might just lose it. After hearing Xiaojie's final condition, Kakashi stared at him for a considerable time before responding, "Fine." There was a palpable sense of gritted teeth in his tone. "If you lose, you'll buy me 10 portions." However, Kakashi also set a condition for Xiao Jia. "I have no money." Xiao Jia nonchalantly spread his hands. "Then what will you do if you lose?" "It's not fair that if I lose, I treat you to grilled meat. But if you lose, nothing happens." If Kakashi had lived on Earth, uttering such a line would surely have earned him the label of a forever single man from friends and passers-by alike. "Whatever you say." Xiao Jia waved his hand dismissively, genuinely indifferent, as he believed he could not possibly lose. With the trajectory assured, how could he fail against such odds? In truth, he truly had no chance of losing. Given that Kakashi had hit the bullseye 9 out of 10 times yesterday, with only one shot slightly off, it was precisely because he was confident in his inevitable victory that he boldly proclaimed such things, erecting flags with abandon. "You said it, so I'm certain I'll win this time." With a soft, flowing confidence, Kakashi's silver hair danced in the wind as he shook his head. However, both of them were quite similar, erecting flag after flag. Chapter 5. Asuma. Bullseye. "So, are you afraid now?" The 7th shuriken struck true at the center of the target, and with an air of triumph, Xiao Jia provocatively challenged Kakashi, who stood a short distance away. "How infuriating! Do not let your pride swell too much." This moment, Kakashi felt immense pressure. His first shuriken had veered off course, missing the target, while the subsequent throws, under the weight of Kakashi's mounting stress, all hit their mark. Although his performance was commendable among his peers, the comparison between Xiaoja and Kakashi made the disparity glaringly evident. Indeed, the afternoon's curriculum following a hearty lunch consisted of shuriken throwing. Nowadays, the training regimen at the Ninja Academy was largely standardized. Orphans began their day with running exercises and then transitioned to conventional written tutorials. This often involved rote memorization and analysis, with the first 2 morning classes dedicated to such endeavors, occasionally interspersed with battlefield experiences. The 3rd morning class consisted of practice drills. The first afternoon class focused on shuriken throwing, which was followed by physical training, culminating in chaotic sparring sessions. "I've got my eyes set on your 10 servings of grilled meat," Xiao Jia declared with a grin, as he aimed his shuriken with the assistance of the trajectory. With a resounding clang, the metallic sound abruptly froze Xiao Jia's smile in place. Likewise, Kakashi, who was intently observing his rival, was momentarily taken aback. "My apologies, I misfired," came a voice from the crowd as someone sheepishly admitted fault the moment the shuriken was deflected. "How infuriating!" Regaining his composure, Xiao Jia shot a venomous glare at the offending child. If looks could kill, that boy would have been struck by a fatal arrow. Although Xiao Jia possessed the capability to deliver such a lethal gaze, he was not a reckless child, and thus refrained from crossing that line. "Ha! Let us see how you intend to win now," Xiao Jia remarked, his displeasure contrasting sharply with Kakashi's delight, who wore a rather arrogant expression. Xiao Jia was not truly a child prone to fits of rage. However, he understood that underhanded tactics were essential if one wished to secure victory. With a quick turn of thought, a cunning plan materialized. "Seize!" Kakashi's 8th shuriken struck firmly into the target, creating a scene reminiscent of a dramatic turnaround, rendering the flag of victory almost tangible. "Seize!" Before Kakashi could bask in his triumph, Xiao Jia's 9th shuriken swiftly followed, extinguishing Kakashi's moment of pride. The child who had previously incurred Xiao Jia's ire now comprehended that they were engaged in a contest. Yet he felt troubled, having unwittingly offended someone who appeared quite formidable. School life seemed rather arduous indeed. "Humph! I shall not underestimate my opponents," Kakashi declared, glancing around to ensure there were no apparent disruptors before launching his shuriken. In this crucial moment, he could not afford any carelessness. Kakashi's action, however, placed the young child in an awkward position. "Seize!" As Kakashi's 9th shuriken once again struck the center of the target, the tension in his heart began to ease, and Xiao Jia, who had been fixated on Kakashi's throw, felt a slight relief as well. The shurikens clustered around a single target, almost all hitting the bullseye, creating a striking display of iron flowers. The final throw. Kakashi exclaimed, his spirits high yet his tone laced with a hint of nervousness. "You go first." Xiao Jia intended to strike decisively, and naturally, his first target was Kakashi. Just moments ago, Xiao Jia had already tested his method and found it effective. Kakashi, unsuspecting of any trickery, nodded heavily in agreement. Exhaling deeply, he focused intently on the target, his right hand slowly rising. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the shuriken tore through the air, soaring towards the bullseye like a swallow returning to its nest. After releasing the shuriken, Kakashi closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the moment. He could feel that his throw was exceptionally well executed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this final shot would surely pierce the bullseye, perhaps even penetrate through it entirely. However, just as he indulged in this confidence, a jarring noise shattered his concentration. He hastily opened his eyes, only to see his shuriken veering off course. It was uncertain whether it would hit the target at all. To Kakashi's dismay, the sound of another shuriken struck nearby, further fracturing his confidence. Turning his head, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shuriken had been thrown. Yet, before he could dwell on his regret, a similar noise emanated from his own target. Igniting a flicker of hope within him, he glanced back at his target, only to find that, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. The sorrow was palpable. His shuriken had not landed within the designated circle but had merely grazed the edge of the target, rendering it a miss. Who could it be? Anger surged within Kakashi as he turned to identify the culprit, his gaze fixating on the child who had inadvertently caused Xiao Jia's miss. "It wasn't me," protested the young boy, who had just lit a cigarette and noticed Kakashi's furious glare. Understanding the implication of Kakashi's anger, he quickly raised his hands in denial. Just as Kakashi was about to shift his focus elsewhere, Xiao Jia nonchalantly interjected, "Stop looking around. It was I who knocked your shuriken off course." Upon hearing that familiar childish voice, Kakashi nearly wept. This was no way to play. "Hee, such is the art of deception in battle," Xiao Jia said with a smile, though the cunning glint in his golden eyes was impossible to conceal. "Very well, you have triumphed," Kakashi replied, his head drooping in disappointment. Alas, his pocket money had dwindled to nothing. "Is there a wager involved?" inquired a nearby child, witnessing the unfolding scene. "Indeed, I wager that if he loses, he must treat us," Xiao Jia responded cheerfully, brushing off the earlier incident in a good mood. "And if you lose, what then?" The child, quick-witted, grasped that their stakes were not the same, casually suggesting his own terms. Xiao Jia waved dismissively, "No worries. TSK, how should I put it?" The boy, with a somewhat lewd tone, shot Kakashi a knowing look that only men would understand. How vulgar. Xiao Jia, having been a man himself, understood the implication and nearly rolled his eyes in response. By the way, I'm Saratobi Asuma, MD. Mistakenly typed Azuan Fei Asuma during input. I truly apologize for earlier. During a casual conversation, Asuma took the opportunity to introduce himself, albeit subtly out of course. He refrained from mentioning his privileged background as the son of the third Hokage, preferring not to flaunt it. However, the response from the other two was a profound silence. What is going on? Shouldn't you both be introducing yourselves according to the unfolding narrative? Why is there this unexpected quietude? Asuma found himself in an awkward predicament, yet the silence persisted. Come on, cooperate a little. This is rather uncomfortable. You shouldn't be so in sync at this moment. Point one was oblivious, while the other was reluctant to speak. I'll only reveal my name once I've bested him. Ultimately, it was Xiao Jia who broke the silence first. Hemph. I'll know by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained his usual aloof self. As Asuma faded into the background. Chapter 6. Early graduation. The protagonist is only likely to have a romantic interest, with no possibility of marriage. Time swiftly passes, and people are powerless to delay the fleeting moments. Children, however, remain oblivious to the significance of time. In the blink of an eye, a year slipped by unnoticed by Zyuja. Throughout this period, Kakashi had yet to learn Zyuja's surname, while Zyuja discovered that the boy she had been competing with was destined to become the future Konoha technician, nearly the 6th Hokage. She also learned her own surname in the Naruto universe, Zayuanji. Although the name initially drew her ire, she reluctantly accepted it due to others' persistent references. Xiao Jia silently commended her own caution. "Hey, would you like to graduate with me?" Kakashi asked during class. "Why?" Xiao Jia replied, her expression one of confusion. "Don't you find ninja school rather tedious?" Kakashi seemed to be corrupting the youth, but unfortunately for him, Xiao Jia was not a mere child. "I suppose so," Xiao Jia admitted, finding herself swayed by Kakashi's words. Observing the girl's slight interest, Kakashi, adhering to his father's advice, pressed on with his persuasion. The scenery outside the village must be more appealing. Kakashi intensified his allure, yet it had the opposite effect. Xiao Jia felt like glaring with dead fish eyes. Did I say something wrong? Kakashi, noticing Xiao Jia's sudden disinterest, was perplexed. Why wasn't she following the script? His expression momentarily faltered. Fine, I'll just graduate with you. Seeing Kakashi's somewhat deflated demeanor amused Xiao Jia, but it also presented a valuable opportunity for growth. After careful consideration, she ultimately agreed. All right, Kakashi nodded excitedly. To graduate early. One must submit an application, and for those from ordinary backgrounds with no connections, a labyrinth of procedures must be navigated before achieving early graduation. Although the ninja school primarily trains cannon fodder, necessary formalities remain imperative. At the very least, the visible processes must be duly followed. Although Konoha Village possesses its share of shadowy political machinations, the majority of significant matters must still take into account appearances, particularly concerning the public's perception of the village. Otherwise, the villagers may label the Hokage as someone who does not understand the people's sentiments. Kakashi was momentarily filled with excitement when suddenly, as if recalling something, he remarked, "Tomorrow is the graduation assessment." Tomorrow. Xiaojie was somewhat bewildered. Had it not been agreed that one must apply for graduation at least a week in advance before the assessment could commence? It was my father who suggested I say this. Honestly, I am not entirely sure. Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head while explaining. All right, I see there's someone pulling strings from above, Xiaojie shrugged, indicating her understanding. Kakashi suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, his speech faltering. Xiaojie found this amusing and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Just say what you need to say. After all this time, have you ever seen me throw a tantrum for no reason?" That is indeed true, Kakashi reflected, gazing at the girl who often playfully tussled with him, his mind occasionally drifting to her gentler side, which instantly calmed his heart. Nevertheless, feeling slightly tense, Kakashi took a deep breath before continuing. After the graduation assessment, would it be possible for us to be on the same team? Is this not a confession? This must surely be a confession. I've never confessed to a girl in my life, and now a male is confessing to me. Truly, the children of the neon world are precocious. Kakashi thought to himself, incredulous that he was only 5 years old. Poor me, a solitary soul from the great Middle Kingdom, sure, if that's possible, she replied, all the while internally mocking herself, yet maintaining a gentle demeanor. Absolutely, and I will protect you well, Kakashi replied with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with unspoken promises, almost thumping his chest in resolute assurance. Come back to protect me once you're stronger than I am, Xiaojie replied sincerely, her expression shifting from warmth to sarcasm, fully embodying the archetype of a woman who can change her demeanor in an instant. A common occurrence in their daily interactions, I will undoubtedly become stronger than you. Kakashi nearly channeled the spirit of Konoha's White Fang to bolster his confidence. You've been saying that for nearly a year now, Xiaojie candidly pointed out, exposing a wound that would forever haunt Kakashi, as he had never truly triumphed. This time, I am absolutely serious. Kakashi, self-taught in the art of sweet talk, asserted. Loser treats to barbecue, Xiaojie proposed as per her usual practice. Not a problem, Kakashi readily agreed. Though the discomfort evident on his face could not be concealed. 100 servings, Xiaojie cheerfully suggested, presenting a quantity that left Kakashi feeling somewhat despairing. Not an issue, he replied, though it felt as if he were swallowing his pride along with his tears. By the way, due to Kakashi's contributions over the past year, Xiaojie's experience bar is nearly half full. All thanks to Kakashi's efforts. The only skill, sword, has also reached a considerable level of proficiency, master-level swordsmanship, 452,354,100,000. The reason for such a high level of proficiency is that Kakashi's strength has also significantly increased, allowing him and Xiaojie to engage in a balanced exchange during their sparring sessions, where he shatters dozens of wooden swords in a single day. Consequently, they often find themselves hastily interrupted for lunch, with many matches remaining undecided when they are called to eat. Tisk, 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 what are you all chatting about so merrily? At that moment, Asuma's voice drifted to Kakashi from behind. Kakashi turned to look, and unsurprisingly, the first person he saw was Ui Korone, followed by Asuma. So, are the children of the Hokage precocious? It's nothing. I just made an agreement with her to graduate early. As he spoke, Kakashi suddenly appeared a bit bashful. TSK, TSK, TSK. Asuma said nothing, merely displaying an expression that only men could understand. Thus, Kakashi, you need not dwell on such trivial matters. Names are not something to be shy about. Kurenai was referring to Xiaojie's name, which left both her and Asuma feeling somewhat helpless, as they were reluctant to utter Xiaojie's name in Kakashi's presence. Kakashi remained stubborn in his desire to defeat Xiaojie, compelling her to say his name aloud. While Kakashi wore his signature deadpan expression and said nothing, though Xiaojie, well acquainted with him, sensed his slight displeasure. All right, it's no big deal. Let us go, you still owe me a barbecue. To accommodate Kakashi's feelings, Xiaojie had never mentioned her name in his presence. While Kakashi might not fully understand, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. Kakashi nodded in agreement. And then The two of them elegantly ignored Kurenai and Asuma. Chapter 7. This is luxury after leaving the classroom. Xiaojia led Kakashi straight to the training ground. Aren't we supposed to go for barbecue? Why are we heading to the training ground? This path had been traversed countless times. Kakashi could navigate it with his eyes closed, especially since the school gate was in the opposite direction. Hearing this, Xiaojia felt somewhat speechless and replied helplessly, "We still have class later." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it possible to skip class? He bluntly expressed his thoughts. Xiaojia was rendered speechless. Aren't you a good student? How could you even consider skipping class? You mentioned that the graduation exam is tomorrow. Let us go for barbecue after you graduate. Xiaojia deftly shifted the topic. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The night. At bedtime, lying in bed, Xiaojia found herself unable to sleep, her mind filled with worry about whether she would pass tomorrow's exam. I wonder what the graduation exam will be like. Xiaojia pondered anxiously. If it involves one of the 3 jutsu assessments like Naruto, I can guarantee I won't pass, for until now, I have yet to refine even a trace of chakra. However, in the realm of practical combat, as long as the disparity in strength is not excessively vast, Xiaojia possesses a degree of confidence. After all, masterful swordsmanship is not merely for display. With a sigh, he resolved to engage in some exercise. As sleep eluded him, Xiaojia swiftly rolled over and dismounted from his bed. A year's time is ample for a group of children lacking in resolve to abandon their aspirations of becoming ninjas. Yet, typically, it is only the children of commoners who relinquish such dreams. Orphans are not few, but the scions of noble families do not falter. It is essential to understand that in these families, forsaking the path of a ninja signifies a willingness to embrace mediocrity, a notion that is scorned among their ranks. Thus, within this modest 8-person dormitory, Xiaojia found himself alone, a status afforded to him. Of course, thanks to the influence of Kakashi's father. Standing before a small cabinet, Xiaojia retrieved a somewhat tattered and pallid outfit, his usual attire for training. Discarding his night clothes, his porcelain skin was immediately exposed to the cool air. Illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a gentle glow that reached the innermost corners of the small room, highlighting his complexion. Looking down, he could see his small feet, and his chest was as flat as a plane. After all, one cannot expect much in terms of physique from a 5-year-old. As he lightly brushed his soft skin, he felt a hint of tenderness and couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Xiaojia had a premonition that this place would never remain small. Over the past year, he had observed this body countless times. During baths, he had explored it thoroughly, and now he felt no greater reaction than he had at the start. His current sentiments were merely spontaneous reflections and actions. If one were to employ an adjective, it might be said that he was no longer in a state of excitement. Perhaps that is a bit harsh, yet it is the most fitting description. After allowing his mind to wander for a moment, Xiaojia donned the tattered clothing, opting for a simple pair of open-toed sandals. Seizing a sheathed ordinary iron katana from beside the cabinet, he stepped outside. This sword had been a gift from Kakashi. Otherwise, Xiaojia would have no means to acquire such a luxury. For him, the katana was slightly long, yet with masterful swordsmanship, this minor disadvantage could easily be converted into an advantage. After all, an inch longer means an inch stronger. 18. The Ninja Academy imposed no restrictions on orphans like him. It was inevitable that some diligent children would seize the late hours to train, lest they fall behind. This was commendable, of course. This was the public fade. Whether there were any hidden observers remained uncertain, though given Danzo's tendencies, one could assume there were. Xiaojia sought out an unoccupied area, perfectly bathed in moonlight, with the surrounding illumination remaining quite clear. The sounds of shouts and the thuds of wooden posts being struck occasionally echoed around him. Xiaojia's training was straightforward, not seeking to soar through the skies or explode with brilliance, but rather to slay enemies. He focused on cultivating explosive speed, both in his strikes and in his movements, understanding that a katana is ultimately not meant for a direct clash. A long-awaited reunion on the other side. At this juncture, Yumu found himself amidst a dense forest, within the borders of the Land of Fire. What was once a tranquil and harmonious woodland now lay in utter disarray. On one side, a colossal passageway, while on the other, a raging inferno. Pockmarked with numerous craters of varying sizes, the surroundings were dotted with countless small stone pillars, each identical in stature, totaling over 100, yet all aimed at the singular purpose of slaying one individual, who had now become a mere skewer of charred flesh. The demonic weapon Pandora? What on earth? Yumu gazed at a box he had drawn, perplexed. Although he was aware that the system never provided useless weaponry, the unappealing appearance of this item rendered him doubtful of its potential lethality. Unlike the year of stability he had spent with Xiaojia and Kanahagakure, Yumu had been adrift in the outside world for a year, engaging in bounty hunting to stave off starvation. Nevertheless, his efforts had yielded considerable gains, for he now possessed an array of high-damage weapons of various sizes. Was it permanent? Perhaps that was the crux of the matter. Upon opening the attributes panel and noting the word permanent, Yumu felt a flicker of reassurance towards the unsightly Pandora die in this world for a year. He had possessed no more than 5 permanent weapons, including the initial handgun he had acquired. Among demonic weapons, there exists a unique category known as magic guns, of which Pandora is one. Despite its appearance failing to resemble a firearm, Pandora's capabilities within the realm of magic guns are remarkable. Some magic guns maximize their power against numerous foes, while others are convenient for one-on-one confrontations, yet Pandora defies such classifications. Lacking a fixed method of use, Pandora, though resembling a suitcase, merely represents its basic form. It can transform into various shapes, dictated entirely by the wielder's intent. Pandora is capable of reading its holder's memories and imagination, altering its form accordingly. The suitcase form serves as Pandora's initial attack and is, in fact, the most perilous among all its configurations, as so formidable. It seems my expenditure of so many high-damage weapons was not in vain. Having navigated this world for so long, Yumu found it difficult to trust many things and individuals, yet he held unwavering faith in the panel provided by the system. His chakra reserves were dwindling. After drawing his rewards, Yumu began to worry about his predicament. It was nighttime, and the air reeked of blood. Surrounding him were hundreds of glimmering green eyes, accompanied by intermittent growls. Regrettably, the last of his piercing death spear had already been expended. Yumu could not help but sigh. Having the piercing death spear would have been the optimal solution to this pack of wild wolves. The sword of the Oath of Victory had one shot remaining, but in the face of this situation, it was of little use. The flowing blade of fire was also depleted, otherwise, it would have been quite effective against the current circumstances. As for the shallow strike, it was perplexing how such a seemingly insubstantial weapon could be drawn as permanent. A solitary nuclear warhead remains. But let us not bring destruction upon ourselves. Yumu perused his arsenal, contemplating the situation at hand, yet found no viable solution. For reasons unknown, he lingered in silence before the nuclear device for quite some time. After searching in vain for what he sought, he seemed to suddenly recall something. Directing his gaze quietly towards Pandora. Chapter 8. Preparation for the assessment. Zayan, are you certain you wish to arrange a real combat scenario for the two of them? Inquired the third Hokage, taking a puff from his cigarette. Indeed, Lord Hokage. You may not be aware, but that child from the world is unable to extract chakra. Zayan had contemplated concealing this fact, but upon reflection, decided to speak candidly. After all, it was not something shameful to disclose. Moreover, if it proved too challenging, she could simply withdraw and remain at home as a child bride. Yes, you read that correctly. Our protagonist is currently regarded by Zayan as a designated daughter-in-law, primarily due to the joy that Kakashi exhibits in her presence, which influenced this decision. It is worth noting that Kakashi lost his mother at a young age, while Zayan often embarked on missions, rendering her unable to accompany him consistently. As that so, murmured the third, falling into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he remarked, this should not put her in harm's way, should it? Certainly not. Kakashi has assured me that he will protect her. Zayan responded, her confidence in Kakashi unwavering. Furthermore, Zayan was not one to act recklessly. She had occasionally visited Kakashi and had taken note of the child from the world. The third nodded in agreement, saying, then let us arrange for the practical assessment at noon today. Very well, Zayan affirmed with a nod. You will be responsible for the evaluation. Is that acceptable, Zayan? The third's tone left no room for doubt. Absolutely, Zayan replied, fully aware of the third's concerns, and she answered without hesitation. School. As the first class of the morning concluded, the teacher announced, at noon today, Hatake Kakashi and Nishiyuanji Sekai are to gather at training ground number 1. Instantaneously, the once boisterous classroom fell into a hush. This announcement caught Kakashi off guard, revealing to him the name Sekai held in this world. It was indeed peculiar that Zayan had not paid closer attention to Kakashi's circumstances. Had she done so, she would have been aware of his stubborn vow. The teacher's declaration rendered the students still present in the classroom utterly bewildered, as they turned in unison to gaze at Kakashi and Sekai in the back. After a prolonged silence, a curious student finally inquired, Teacher, what are those two going to do? Yes, teacher, what is their purpose at training ground number 1? Asked a particularly inquisitive girl with crimson eyes. Could it be? He queried a background character. What does he even mean? Asked a genuinely perplexed child. In an instant, The classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. They are going for an examination, the graduation assessment for the Ninja Academy. The teacher harnessed his chakra, his voice rising above the clamor that filled the room. Oh my! The exasperated teacher feels as though this group of mischievous children is about to turn the world upside down. Unbeknownst to the two who have wandered out of the classroom, now you know my name, don't you? Xiaojie said with a grin while walking alongside Kakashi in the corridor. This is not what I desired, Kakashi replied, helplessly rubbing his forehead. You see, do not take these matters too seriously. Otherwise, you will inevitably bring trouble upon yourself, Xiaojie advised. Xiaojie's words bore a semblance of truth. The events concerning Obito and Lin had plunged Kakashi into a prolonged despondency, persisting until he began leading Team 7, however. This does serve as motivation for my growth, Kakashi remarked with a smile, leaving Xiaojie momentarily speechless. Indeed, Kakashi's statement held considerable wisdom. In that case, since you aspire to improve, you shall not utter my name until you have bested me, Xiaojie said playfully, though she did not genuinely expect Kakashi to acquiesce. It was merely a jest. Kakashi fell into silence for a moment, contemplating, and felt that this could indeed be a suitable challenge, a means to restore the promise that had been previously broken. Observing Kakashi's prolonged silence, Xiaojie's cheerful smile faded, and she too halted her steps. Kakashi took a few strides forward, only to realize the absence of her footsteps beside him, and he paused, turning to face the motionless Xiaojie. After a lengthy silence, as if recalling something, he finally said, "All right, that's more like it." Upon hearing Kakashi's response, Xiaojie beamed and, stepping forward, gave him a playful pat on the shoulder before she took the lead in walking ahead. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, watched her retreating figure. For an instant, he felt as if the girl before him were akin to a comrade. "Let us go. We're skipping class today," a youthful voice, laced with laughter, shattered Kakashi's momentary reverie. Kakashi shook his head in self-mockery before jogging to catch up with Xiaojie's pace. As a form of punishment. "You shall treat me to ramen today. 10 servings, please." "All right. Classroom, Asuma. Do you think Kakashi might actually be skipping class?" Hong inquired softly, glancing towards a corner of the classroom where only a single browed, wide-eyed individual sat. Noticeably absent were Kakashi and Xiaojie, a diligent student who never skips class. Shiyu Hong felt a twinge of envy. At that moment, a ninja teacher was passionately expounding on theoretical knowledge and sharing personal experiences at the podium, seemingly unfazed by the absence of two students. Perhaps they have been informed and are simply enjoying their freedom. They ought to have returned by now if that were not the case, Asuma replied quietly as well. "Ichiraka ramen." Kakashi gazed at the bowl of ramen in front of him, pondering whether it was a standard size or an oversized portion, and felt a twinge of discomfort. However, the bowl in his hands was merely of ordinary size, and he had only consumed the greater part of it. Sighing deeply, Kakashi lamented the challenging days that lay ahead. Even as a ninja, it seemed that any future rewards from missions would inevitably be spent on treating others. Why did he feel such an inexplicable sorrow? "Kakashi, why haven't you prepared for the exam yet?" Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a silver-haired uncle ambled down the street towards him. "Ah, father." Kakashi's utterance immediately captured the attention of Xiaojie, who turned to look in Kakashi's direction while still slurping up his ramen. At that moment, Zayan happened to glance over at Xiaojie, their eyes meeting. "Hello, sir." Although Xiaojie had seen images of Konoha's White Fang while watching anime, this was the first time he had encountered him in this world. He appeared to be nothing more than a kind-hearted uncle. "Hello, you must be the Shiji that my son Kakashi often mentions." Zayan nodded in acknowledgement, responding to Xiaojie, thus exchanging pleasantries. "Indeed, you may call me Shiji." Xiaojie finished the remaining soup in his bowl in one gulp, placing the bowl aside to signify he was done. Zayan followed her gaze and noticed several stacks of large bowls nearby. "The exam is about to commence. Shiji, is it all right for you to have eaten so much?" Having met Xiaojie for the first time, Zayan's impression was quite favorable. "No problem, I digest quickly." Casually replying to Zayan, Xiaojie hopped off his chair and turned to Kakashi, who was still seated. "Let us go." Kakashi nodded, retrieving his wallet and addressing the uncle at Ichiraku. "400 ryo, please." Kakashi silently extracted 400 ryo from his wallet. "Huh. Why does this wallet seem somewhat familiar to B.Y. Zayan?" Chapter 9. Graduation Exam. "Father, what will the graduation exam entail at noon?" Kakashi tucked his wallet away, jumping off his chair to face Zayan with a deadpan expression. Zayan observed Kakashi's practiced movements with a knowing look, instinctively reaching for his ninja tool pouch, which remained bulging. Yet, in the presence of his son, Zayan refrained from pulling out his wallet to check his practical combat. Zayan withdrew his gaze, which had made Kakashi somewhat uneasy, and spoke in a calm manner to him. Kakashi showed no outward reaction, though a trickle of cold sweat ran down his back as he hurried after Xiaojia, who had already left. Zayan watched Kakashi sprint away with a hint of exasperation. Once Kakashi was out of sight, he took out his wallet and opened it. That brat. After assessing the contents of the wallet, Zayan shook his head in resignation. Although it felt full, it was nearly stuffed with coins, and the only bill of significance was one he had inserted the previous night. Using my money to chase girls, honestly, he returned the wallet to the ninja tool pouch, a smile mingling with his exasperation. Yes, Kakashi caught up with Xiaojia and walked alongside him, contemplating the unchanged expression on his father's face from earlier, clenching his fists and unable to suppress a cry of excitement. From now on, he could openly receive money. What? Xiaojia looked at the exhilarated Kakashi with curiosity, unsure of what mischief he had committed. It's nothing. Kakashi shook his head, choosing not to indulge Xiaojia's curiosity. However, he informed Xiaojia about the assessment. My father said it would be a practical test. Upon hearing that it was a practical test, Kakashi felt a sense of joy for Xiaojia, as he was well aware of Xiaojia's circumstances. This assessment was perfectly suited to Xiaojia's situation. Well, to be honest, Xiaojia was not particularly surprised. After all, if it were a test of ninjutsu, it would be better to forfeit outright, since Xiaojia's situation was quite different from Xiao Li's. Xiao Li had chakra that he could not utilize, while Xiaojia was completely devoid of chakra. Observing that Xiaojia had little to say, Kakashi refrained from pursuing further conversation. Firstly, he was not that type of person, and secondly, it was quite pleasant to walk alongside her in silence. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Kakashi was idle. He slightly quickened his pace, leading Xiaojia forward. Xiaojia noticed Kakashi's actions but said nothing, allowing him to take the lead. You two are walking so slowly. In training ground number 1, Zayan had already arrived in advance and was waiting. Kakashi and Xiaojia nearly arrived at the training ground right on schedule. Hey, father, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, the third Hokage and Minato Namikaze standing nearby were inadvertently overlooked by Kakashi. The assessment is a practical test. Zayan retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, implying that he was the target of the assessment. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. Then I'll go first. Xiaojia stepped out from behind Kakashi and said to him, Kakashi, may I borrow your sword? All right, Kakashi nodded, drawing the imitation White Fang sword, sheath and all, and handed it to Xiaojia. However, Kakashi's gesture caused Zayan's eyes to twitch in disbelief. This brat has never been so generous with me. In Zayan's incredulous expression, Xiaojia skillfully accepted the sword from Kakashi. With the sword sheath in her left hand, she stepped into the center of the arena, facing Zayan. The third Hokage and Minato stood on the sidelines. While Kakashi leaned against the wall, as both parties raised their opposing hand signs, Xiaojia seemed to recall something, a smile playing on her lips as she said, If you lose, please treat me to barbecue. Zayan stared blankly at the little girl before him, unsure of how to respond. Opening his mouth to reply, Kakashi nodded without hesitation. 10 servings. All right. Zui-Yun's expression was almost one of disbelief, as he realized how his money had been so frivolously spent. However, Zui-Yun showed no inclination to interfere. Observing the blonde girl across from him as she lowered her sign of opposition, Zui-Yun followed suit, adopting a defensive stance, awaiting the opportunity for Xiaojia to make the first move. I can brandish my blade with the resolve to end you, he thought. Yet, Xiaojia did not launch an immediate attack, nor did he even place his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Instead, he posed a question to Zui-Yun, his golden eyes filled with earnestness. Intriguing, no problem, Zui-Yun replied with a smile. Xiaojia silently positioned his right hand on the hilt, gripping the scabbard tightly with his left. His expression stern as he declared, Let the battle commence. The notion of killing Zui-Yun was inherently unrealistic. However, by voicing this question, Xiaojia aimed to convey his intent to exert his utmost effort, thereby offering Watergate a sense of seriousness. Indeed, from Xiaojia's perspective, he and Kakashi were likely to become Watergate's disciples, and it would not hurt to create a favorable impression that, of course, such behavior might also project an air of arrogance to Watergate. Though the likelihood of this was minimal. Meichem? Zui-Yun nodded. The moment Zui-Yun responded, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Xiaojia, exerting psychological pressure on those around him. This manifestation caused Zui-Yun's brow to furrow momentarily, though he quickly relaxed, as he did not perceive the scent of blood, a reaction reminiscent of both the third Hokage and Watergate. However, Kakashi, who had been inadvertently caught in the fray, gritted his teeth against the pressure. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, for in his past encounters against the world, such displays had been non-existent, Zui-Yun's brow furrowed, and then smoothed in rapid succession, Xiao Jie swiftly closed the distance, drawing his blade silently from its sheath, and without hesitation, he swung it towards Wei Yun's knee. Alas, at the tender age of 6, he could only reach such a height. Predictably, Xiao Jie struck a piece of wood. Retracting his blade and turning to face the spot where Zui Yun had reappeared at that moment, Zui Yun was stowing away his shuriken. Drawing forth the white fang blade, it was impractical to expect Zui Yun to bend down and block Xiao Jie's katana with a shuriken. Although the white fang blade was not particularly long, it was certainly more suitable. Upon drawing the white fang, Zui Yun's gaze met Xiao Jie's. Initially, Xiao Jie's golden eyes were entirely consumed by murderous intent, startling Zui Yun. However, upon noticing a hint of clarity amidst the menace, Zui Yun felt reassured. "This is a samurai's duel," Xiao Jie proclaimed, infused with a sense of youthful bravado. The implication was clear. He urged Zui Yun not to evade using ninjutsu. "I am a ninja, after all." Nonetheless, Zui Yun silently nodded. Chapter 10. Qualification. Upon harnessing his abilities, Xiao Jie experienced a remarkable sensation. His powers had manifested while he was still on Earth, an ability to manipulate emotions, amplifying them to a tangible extent, even influencing those around him. During his time on Earth, the reclusive Xiao Jie utilized his ability primarily to enhance his singing, infusing his voice with deeper emotion and resonance. Upon entering the realm of the main deity, he employed this same skill to intimidate the seasoned individual, El Fan, who was neither a special forces operative nor a murderer, but merely an ordinary homebody. Xiao Jie, typically a composed character with a penchant for contemplation, found himself more often drawn to the thrill of gambling, not in the conventional sense, but rather in the wager of control over his own abilities, betting that he would not be driven to madness by them. The surging intent to kill flooded his mind, coursing through his body. With ample training, his physique had developed muscle memory, and each strike embodied the ideal state he aspired to achieve. Each blow executed with ruthless precision aimed at Zhao Yang's vital points. Are today's youths all so deranged? Zhao Yang continuously evaded Xiao Jie's onslaught, occasionally parrying with her own blade when dodging proved insufficient. To Xiao Jie's surprise, the young girl was remarkably elusive, her great sword never making contact with his own. With a gentle leap backward, Xiao Jie created distance between them, exhaling softly, and at that moment, Zhao Yang also released a breath. "Such a fighting style could lead to your demise on the battlefield," she cautioned, reflecting on her responsibility as a prospective daughter-in-law and hoping to prevent her from perishing in combat, though she was uncertain how much of her advice the girl would heed. "I understand. That was merely a warm-up." Xiao Jie's voice emerged, slightly hoarse, stripped of its previous youthful lilt. He sheathed his short sword once more, his right hand resting firmly on the hilt, poised to draw the warm-up. Kakashi felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Xiao Jie's words. Had their previous training not even constituted a warm-up? Drawing in a breath, the third Hokage observed Xiao Jie intently before speaking. "What is it?" Kakashi inquired, a hint of confusion evident as he glanced at the elder beside him. "Are you certain this young one does not utilize chakra?" the third Hokage queried, exhaling a plume of smoke. "No, not at all." Kakashi, realizing that the elder's question stemmed from a noticeable shift in the arena, instinctively dismissed the notion of a girlfriend mentioned by the third Hokage, redirecting his gaze back to the scene before him. Only to be struck dumb, he beheld El Fan, whose great sword was enveloped in an ethereal flame. Though somewhat translucent, its crimson hue was unmistakable. "Lord Hokage, that is not chakra," Minato asserted, having sensed no chakra aside from Zhao Yang's presence. "Is that so?" the third Hokage mused, taking another drag from his cigarette. "Hokage?" Kakashi suddenly comprehended the identity of the elder beside him. In Xiao Jie's memories, the most profound impressions of wielding a great sword were left by Kenshin Himura and Sephiroth. Sephiroth wielded a long katana, an exceptionally elongated blade. Moreover, his swordsmanship is exclusively employed for offensive maneuvers, devoid of any options for defense or retreat. His skills with the blade are exceptionally formidable, yet his sole flaw lies in the fact that Sephiroth frequently soars high above, seldom engaging in combat on solid ground, as he predominantly fights in the air. In contrast, Kenshin Himura is an ordinary individual wielding a katana, an unremarkable person adept in the art of Hiten Mitsurugi. Throughout the myriad of anime and games etched in Xiao Jie's memory, the technique of drawing the sword is often depicted as an extraordinarily stylish and powerful art. However, the reality presented in videos is genuinely disheartening. In truth, the art of drawing the sword involves swiftly extracting the katana from its sheath, followed by a precise grip, a proper grip. From the moment Xiao Jie acquired a wooden katana, he envisioned employing Hitin Mitsurugi to confront his adversaries. Yet, he lacked the requisite skills. Nevertheless, what left the deepest impression on Xiao Jie regarding Hitin Mitsurugi was the act of drawing the sword, particularly the fierce battle between Kenshin and Saito Hajime. As Xiao Jie wielded his katana, the murderous intent within him intensified. Initially, the specter of this intent manifested upon the killing tool, the katana. Once Xiao Jie sheathed his blade, an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere, and the spectral aura of lethal intent began to envelop him in no time. It pervaded his entire being. Observing the act of sheathing, Zhao Yang mistakenly assumed that she had conceded defeat. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she witnessed the frenzied spread of fiery apparitions, leading her to realize that she had not yet surrendered. "Are you all right?" she inquired, concern etched upon her face. "No problem," Xiao Jie replied, instantly dispelling Zhao Yang's worries. As soon as his words fell, he propelled himself towards her, his blade still sheathed. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Zhao Yang felt an enhancement in her physical abilities under the shroud of lethal intent, improvements in dynamic vision, leg muscle strength, and bodily coordination, among others. Would he draw his sword again? Zhao Yang vividly recalled the first strike from this young girl, instinctively preparing herself for what was to come. With a resounding thud, Xiao Jie planted his right foot firmly on the ground, the wooden floorboards groaning under the weight, alerting Zhao Yang to his approach. In an instant, the distance of 4.5 steps was traversed by Xiao Jie, and with a swift motion, his katana was drawn from its sheath, no longer silent, clang. Zhao Yang's katana timely intercepted Xiao Jie's draw. Was it merely speed? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Yang's forehead. She had nearly underestimated him. Indeed, it was imperative to take this seriously. Resolving not to hold back any longer, Zhao Yang prepared to counterattack. Yet, before she could retaliate, Xiao Jie capitalized on her momentum, applying pressure with his right hand and retreating 3 steps. In mid-retreat, he sheathed his katana, poised and ready, as the tip of one foot barely grazed the ground. Xiao Jie propelled himself forward once more, this time aiming for Zhao Yang's unsuspecting thigh. Are children truly this troublesome? Zui Yun's blade had yet to be properly positioned when he swiftly crouched down, causing his weapon to slightly slide as it once again intercepted the inevitable path of Xiao Jie's assault. Unfazed, Xiao Jie quickly drew his great sword, though the blade met Zui Yun's own. This time, Xiao Jie exerted considerable force, and combined with the murderous intent amplifying his strength, he managed to slightly deflect Zui Yun's sword. Subsequently, as Xiao Jie's body twisted mid-air, what had initially been a clash of blades transformed under his control into a glancing strike, with his sword scraping along the edge of Zui Yun's weapon. Unlike the previous slash, this attack was entirely a thrust. However, Zui Yun, known for his title Konoha's White Fang, was no slouch. Being an adult, he was still stronger than Xiao Jie despite the latter's enhanced murderous intent. With a powerful motion of his right hand, Zui Yun sent Xiao Jie flying away. Bang, bang. After being propelled several meters, Xiao Jie landed heavily, his feet crashing into the ground, and the great sword had somehow been sheathed. As he landed, Xiao Jie maintained a resolute stance, poised to draw his weapon once more. "Well done," Zui Yun remarked, noticing a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking down, he saw a tear in his pants, a wound exposing flesh, and then he lifted his gaze. Xiao Jie nodded, relaxing slightly, as the flames of his condensed murderous intent began to dissipate under his control, gradually returning to their original state. Observing Xiao Jie's transformation, Zui Yun nodded in silence, especially captivated by the clarity of Xiao Jie's eyes. As for the sign of reconciliation. What was that? Impressive. In the mere span of 2 seconds, from the moment Xiao Jie initiated his attack to wounding Zui Yun, the rapid exchange left Kakashi awestruck. "It's your turn, Kakashi." While Kakashi was still in shock, Xiao Jie had already approached him, returning the great sword. Awakened by Xiao Jie's voice, Kakashi accepted the sword, giving Xiao Jie a deep nod of acknowledgement. He then jogged to the center of the arena. "That girl is quite formidable." After Xiao Jie took Kakashi's previous position, the third Hokage praised, even forgetting to take a puff from his cigarette. "It's nothing," Xiao Jie replied, shaking his head and choosing to remain silent, quietly observing Kakashi as he raised the sign of confrontation against Zui Yun. Chuckling at Kakashi's mirrored demeanor from before, the third Hokage refrained from further comment, and there was no need to elaborate on his perception of Xiao Jie as a caring young boyfriend. "As you graduate, I will be leading you, so please take good care of me," Minato said with a cheerful smile, embodying the spirit of a sunny youth. "Please take good care of me," Xiao Jie nodded at Minato, bypassing the third Hokage. Chapter 11. A New Home. Ultimately, Kakashi passed under Wei Yun's assessment, but it was clear to discerning eyes that Xiao Jie would undoubtedly receive the highest score. Phew, 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 phew. Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, a hint of reluctance flickering in the depths of his exposed eyes. Why was she in such good condition after the battle, while I am not? Xiao Jie observed that Wei Yun showed no intention of helping Kakashi to his feet, and thus proceeded directly to stand beside the third Hokage. Awaiting orders, Xiao Jie was also concerned that this might be some sort of test of the will of fire or an evaluation of teamwork. Reluctantly, he approached Kakashi, bending down to extend a hand. Rise. Kakashi glanced at Xiao Jie's delicate, fair hand, then at his expression, hesitating before extending his own slightly soiled hand, dust clinging to it. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he refrained from making direct contact with Xiao Jie's hand. As a grown man, he felt somewhat foolish. Xiao Jie, not fully understanding Kakashi's thoughts, grasped his unsteady, grimy hand without hesitation, exerting a gentle pull to lift Kakashi up. With a sudden jolt, Kakashi's shoulder dislocated due to Xiao Jie's excessive force coupled with Kakashi's lack of cooperation. Kakashi was taken aback, realizing that while his father had not harmed him during the battle, it was this girl before him who had inadvertently caused his injury. The third Hokage, Wei Yun, and Minato, upon hearing the sound, exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment, fully aware of the source of the noise. How awkward. Kakashi felt a flush of humiliation. Xiao Jie, unsure how to reposition the dislocated shoulder, turned her pleading gaze towards the three observers. Although she had done some curious research back on Earth, she had never practiced it. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, Wei Yun spoke. On the battlefield, one often must rely on oneself. When comrades are nearby, one can, to some extent, draw upon their strength for mutual assistance. The implication was clear. You must resolve this on your own. It is not my concern. Xiao Jie could only turn her head and look innocently at Kakashi. Please help me. Kakashi, enduring the pain, replied, I have never done this before. Don't blame me if it gets worse. Xiao Jie stepped closer, one hand gripping Kakashi's upper arm while the other pressed against his shoulder. The proximity made Kakashi's face flush, and he was grateful for his mask. Otherwise, Xiao Jie might have seen his embarrassment clearly. The information Xiao Jie had gathered could be succinctly summarized as, return whence you came. Kakashi nodded. However, during Kakashi's nod, Xiao Jie suddenly exerted force with both hands. Crack, in the end, it was Wei Yun who pulled Xiao Jie's overly forceful arm back, using Kakashi's first-hand experience to impart a valuable lesson. Subsequently, as Xiao Jie had officially become a ninja, she was allocated her own residence, and she needed to move her usable belongings from the school dormitory. Thus, he hastily made his way to the dormitory to retrieve his belongings. Just now it seemed to be our first physical contact. Kakashi gazed at his left arm, which appeared somewhat soiled. Perhaps it would be best not to wash it at all. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Kakashi was suddenly beset by this rather peculiar thought. Although he recognized the oddity of his musings, he found himself unable to resist. Silently, he extracted a roll of medical bandages from his ninja tool pouch and proceeded to wrap his left hand thoroughly. Kakashi, what happened to your hand? Why do you need bandages? Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed by his son's actions. He was quite confident in his ability to control his strength and was certain he would not inadvertently injure Kakashi. Nothing, father, it's just that it feels fun. Yes, merely fun, Kakashi stammered, realizing he had momentarily forgotten the presence of others and struggled to articulate his explanation coherently. Fun? Xiaoyang could hardly believe that the term fun would apply to his son. Enough, White Fang Senpai. Kakashi has grown up, so let us refrain from asking too many questions, Watergate interjected, placing a reassuring hand on Xiaoyang's shoulder, emphasizing the words about Kakashi's maturity, which instantly made Xiaoyang comprehend the nature of his son's behavior. Air that you may play as you wish. Xiaoyang could only respond awkwardly upon realizing the situation. Kakashi was no fool, and with Watergate's voice not being particularly quiet, his face flushed crimson. Even the high mask he wore could not conceal the blush. Nevertheless, his hands continued their task, even quickening in pace. Hey, Kakashi, what's wrong with your hand? Xiao Jie asked, draping some relatively intact clothing over his shoulder, a somewhat worn katana hanging from his waist. Nothing, Watergate-sensei mentioned that after a shoulder dislocation is treated, wrapping it with bandages aids in recovery. Kakashi lied, his expression devoid of shame, shifting the blame onto Watergate without an ounce of guilt for his previous remarks. Oh. Xiao Jie had no reason to doubt him, as he was not particularly well versed in matters of recovery. Well then, Watergate, I leave these two children in your care, the third Hokage declared before taking his leave. Understood, Watergate nodded. Once the third Hokage had departed, he turned to Xiaojia and said, You are Zuanzi, correct? Let us go. I shall take you to your new residence, Danamim. Xiaojia nodded, exchanged a brief farewell with Kakashi, and followed Watergate. As Kakashi observed the duo departing together, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within him. Chapter 12. The Bandit Mission. Xiaojia gazed at the grand mansion before him, feeling somewhat lightheaded. When would I also live in such luxurious accommodations? Moreover, the nameplate clearly indicated that someone already resided there. This was a proactive request made by Zhaoyang Senpai, Watergate explained, then opened the door and stepped inside. To think that the door was left unlocked. Xiaojia followed suit. As they approached, Xiaojia discerned the Japanese characters Ha, Tai, Ku, signifying the name Hataki on the doorplate. In Konoha, there exists but one family by that name, and it is more akin to a household than a mere clan. By the way, does Kakashi know that I reside in his home? Suddenly, a wave of curiosity washed over Xiaojia as he posed this question, for it bore significant weight on his decision to stay here. I suspect he is unaware. Minato pondered thoughtfully before breaking into a smile. That is reassuring. Xiaojia nodded, choosing not to dwell on whether Minato might be misleading him. And no sooner had he spoken than Minato halted in his tracks and declared, We have arrived. Indeed, the Hataki residence was merely a touch larger than that of an average dwelling. Complemented by a backyard, a complete circuit around the corridor would take less than a minute. Minato swung open the door and stepped inside, announcing, This is your new abode. Xiaojia nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from saying much as he followed him in. Upon entering the room, Xiaojia instinctively surveyed his surroundings. It was roughly 30 square meters, and the single bedroom felt quite spacious. Well, I'll leave you here. This evening, Senior Zayan or Kakashi will help you acclimate to your new environment. I have a date, so I must take my leave, Minato remarked, making his way towards the exit, appearing entirely unhurried despite the mention of a rendezvous. Goodbye. Once Minato had departed, Xiaojia closed the door behind him and set down his small bundle. Scrutinizing the bedroom with care, it featured a wardrobe, a desk, and a bed. The wallpaper was white, and the floor appeared to be tatami, though it seemed to be covered with something, obscuring its true appearance. Overall, it was a delightful surprise. While somewhat minimalist, Xiaojia's expectations were modest. At the dining table, Hey, sure, what are you doing here? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, nearly uttering Xiaojia's name before quickly recovering. I requested this arrangement from Lord Hokage. As I noticed how well you two get along, Zayan replied with a smile. Xiaojia nodded, silently picking up his chopsticks to serve himself some dishes, taking a mouthful of rice. All right, let us eat and take the time to adjust to your surroundings, Zayan said, recognizing Xiaojia's evident discomfort. Starting tomorrow, you will be undertaking missions with your teacher, Minato. I have learned that your first task will be a D-rank mission to eradicate bandits. Consider it a practice run. Xiaojia nodded, though he was indeed curious as to why the eradication of bandits was classified as a D-rank mission. Could it be that the passage of time has altered the classification of tasks? However, it seemed that ninja missions were shrouded in secrecy, leading him to wonder if such candid discussions were truly appropriate. Xiaojia remained uncertain of Zayan's thoughts, but one thing was clear. He needed to prepare himself for the reality of taking lives come tomorrow. During the intense battle between Xiaojia and Kakashi, Minato also came to understand their formidable prowess. Ultimately, Zhao Yun's actions could be seen as a test of teamwork. In any case, Xiaojia had proven himself worthy of the Will of Fire. Our mission is to eradicate the mountain bandits active within the borders of the Land of Fire. Standing at the gates of Konoha, Minato elucidated this to Kakashi and Xiaojia, who were positioned before him, although they were already aware of it from the previous night. Xiaojia accepted the task of eliminating the bandits, but he could not guarantee whether there were other missions within the mainland. Observing the spirited demeanor of the two, Minato smiled and inquired, Do you have confidence? Yes, they both replied in unison. Then, let us depart. In an instant, the trio leaped onto the branches of the trees, advancing with agility. What was typically an effortless endeavor for ninjas proved to be somewhat arduous for Xiaojia. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of chakra, he found that while the ninja stamina and chakra were only slightly depleted, he, lacking any chakra, had to rely solely on his physical strength. As he leaped from branch to branch, he initially managed well, but as time passed, it felt akin to an untrained individual attempting to sprint 1,000 meters in one breath. His muscles ached incessantly. Nevertheless, Xiaojia gritted his teeth and persevered. Minato and Kakashi noticed his struggle, yet they showed no intention of halting, continuing their relentless pace until they reached their destination, though their speed gradually diminished. Minato-sensei, I'm fine. Xiao Jie remarked upon arriving and taking a moment to rest, catching Minato's concerned gaze. Don't overexert yourself. Otherwise, you might accuse me of winning unfairly, Minato warned. Before he could finish, Kakashi awkwardly interjected with his own concern. Heh, don't let my appearance deceive you. I can still handle you easily, Xiao Jie said, disregarding the dirt as he sat on the ground, his breath coming in slower, more subdued gasps. Barbecue? Kakashi seemed to sense something. 20 servings, Xiao Jie smirked, doubling the usual amount. No problem, Kakashi replied, though he choked slightly, his wallet silently lamenting. Minato observed the scene with a smile. Suddenly, a swift and subtle sound announced the drawing of a blade. Xiao Jie swiftly twisted his waist. With a swift motion, a massive tree behind him was cleaved in two. Are the children of today truly this formidable? As the upper half of the severed tree began to topple backward, it was unexpectedly propelled forward, forcing Xiao Jie to duck just in time as the jagged edge brushed past his hair. An authoritative voice, deep and mature, resonated from behind. As the words faded, the tree soared completely over Xiao Jie's head. With his slightly aching feet, he pushed off the ground, pivoting toward the source of the voice, the blade having mysteriously returned to its sheath. Golden hair was swept by the rushing air, revealing Xiao Jie's cold golden eyes amidst the strands. With a sudden intensification of breath, Xiao Jie's inhalations grew heavier, the sound of his panting overshadowing even the noise of his unsheathing blade. In a swift flash, the blade glimmered, blood gushed forth, and the head was swiftly claimed, the sword returning to its sheath. With a determined push of his foot, Xiao Jie charged towards the band of mountain thieves that had appeared out of nowhere. The slaughter commenced without rival. Chapter 13. Carnage. Wah! The boss is dead. The cry, though perhaps not the most earth-shattering, was certainly loud enough to be heard by anyone within 100 meters. Xiao Jie surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the individual he had just slain, no other lives had been lost. Kakashi and Minato-sensei had yet to engage with the bandits, meaning the man he had just dispatched was indeed the leader of this group. Thus, their morale was shattered, and despair took root. The band of thieves immediately contemplated a retreat. A flash of crimson ignited within his golden eyes, the urge to kill surged anew, and the fatigue that had weighed upon him began to dissipate. In an instant, his katana was drawn once more, slicing through the back of a bandit who had turned away from him. Point 2. Xiao Jie called out in a youthful voice, startling Kakashi. With a swift motion of his right hand, Kakashi unleashed a shuriken that pierced the chest of a fleeing bandit who had been unaware of his presence. Point 1. Kakashi began to count, his feet never ceasing as he pursued the remaining bandits. Minato frowned at the escalating bloodlust surrounding him and briefly turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was also affected by the tumultuous atmosphere. Sighing almost imperceptibly, Minato pondered the situation. Bang! The wooden gates, formed from the arrangement of trees, slammed shut with a deafening sound. 37. Xiao Jie relentlessly pursued the remaining bandits, cutting his way through until he reached their hideout in the mountains. Point 25. After a considerable pause, Kakashi finally arrived. Just as Xiao Jie contemplated whether to break through the door, Minato caught up to him, saying, Xiao Jie, your thirst for blood is overwhelming. They are merely ordinary bandits. Is annihilation truly necessary? With a cold laugh, Xiao Jie retorted, Firstly, they know there are 3 of us. Your Konoha forehead protector and J-Nin vest are clearly visible. Secondly, their leader deliberately concealed himself behind the tree, and in my moment of advantage, he uttered a phrase that unmistakably revealed my gender. Minato was momentarily at a loss for words, having overlooked these details. However, Xiao Jie had not considered such matters while delivering his lethal strikes. His justification was merely an afterthought that fortuitously aligned with the situation. In his mind, the reasoning was simple. Bandits must be dealt with, and the why was of little consequence, akin to the universally acknowledged darkness of crows. Kakashi, forward. Our mission is to eradicate these bandits. With swift strides, Xiao Jie dashed toward the gate, his blade slightly drawn from its sheath. Not a single one shall escape. The golden pupils were simultaneously tainted with murderous intent, and a blood-red mist faintly wafted from Xiao Jie's body. Kakashi nodded, suppressing the slight discomfort that followed taking a life, and together with Xiao Jie, they charged towards the mountain gate. As they approached the wooden door, Xiao Jie's great sword was swiftly drawn, a series of blade flashes cutting through the air, glimmering with hints of crimson under the moonlight. A mere second later, Xiao Jie's sword returned to its sheath, yet the wooden door remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Xiao Jie crashed against the mountain gate. With a loud crash, he burst into the lair of the bandits, pushing through several wooden planks. Gazing at the entrance, he noticed a rectangular opening at the bottom of the door, resembling a small portal. The enemies have invaded. Upon infiltrating the bandits' den, Xiaojie casually swung his sword, claiming a few heads, only to realize he faced a thick mass of people barricading the entrance. The unfortunate souls he had just dispatched were merely the unlucky few at the forefront. Just a little girl, after all. Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a calm figure emerged, evidently of high stature, whose commands were heeded by those around him. 40. Xiaojie leaped back, evading several swinging hoes, his eyes scanning the scene, and soon he spotted the commanding figure gesturing with his hands. Ninjutsu? Standing atop the mountain gate, Xiaojie crouched, his right hand poised on the hilt of his sword. Water release. Water gun. As Xiaojie focused on him, the man returned the gaze, completing his hand seals in just over a second. Taking a deep breath, he spat a stream of saliva towards Xiaojie, defying logic, akin to a projectile launched from 70 yards away. To an average ninja, the speed was merely swift. With preparation, it could be evaded. Moreover, Xiaojie was uncertain of the attack's potency, so he chose not to confront it head-on. Kakashi, their essay ninja. Xiaojie had no intention of endangering Kakashi. With a loud shout, he leaped away from his original position, breaking through into the interior, while simultaneously the glint of his sword flashed, claiming 2 more heads, their expressions frozen in panic. Bang! Hearing the sound, Xiaojie knew that the mountain gate had been breached, as a few wooden splinters lightly struck him. Meanwhile, Xiaojie was not idle. He retrieved a kunai from the pouch at his waist and hurled it towards the man who had just cast the ninjutsu, shouting, "Kakashi, take him down." Once more, his great sword was unsheathed, painting the air with 2 blossoms of blood. After clearing the immediate area, Xiaojie resumed his assault, severing the waists of several more foes, their screams echoing in the chaos. At this moment, having fully captured the attention of everyone present, Kakashi made his entrance just in time. Hearing Xiaojie's words, Kakashi glanced at the kunai soaring through the air. Normally, I refrain from using kunai. If I do and call upon you, then you must deal with the target of my kunai. Kakashi recalled the coordination Xiaojie had explained to him earlier that day. Tish, annoying little brat. Initially, he had intended to launch a surprise attack at some point, but unexpectedly, he found himself the target instead. After deftly evading Xiaojie's shuriken, he cast a glance at Kakashi, only to be met with a gaze brimming with hostility, which immediately soured his mood. 55. Xiaojie called out a number, instantly provoking Kakashi. Chapter 14. Arrival at the battlefield. You two have performed admirably, Minato remarked, observing the blood-soaked stronghold with a sense of nostalgia. He reflected on how, when he first ventured out of the village, he could not have imagined reaching such heights. Had it not been for his mentor Jiraiya by his side, he might well have perished. Xiaojie took a moment to steady his labored breaths, simultaneously reining in his murderous intent. As his bloodlust receded, a vast emptiness filled his mind, and vivid scenes of carnage flooded his consciousness, leaving him pale as a ghost. The acrid scent of blood in the air threatened to trigger his nausea, but he forced it down. Minato, observing Xiaojie's demeanor and the dissipating malice, realized that the world was not merely a place of bloodthirsty individuals. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he reached out, tousling Xiaojie's golden locks, which were now stained with a hint of blood, into disarray. Xiaojie vigorously shook his head, breaking free from Minato's grasp, and voiced his discontent. "Don't mess with my hair." However, it was too late. His hair had already transformed into a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest. Kakashi, eyeing Xiaojie's disheveled hair, which made him resemble a wild woman, raised an eyebrow. Stifling a laugh. "Add 10 more servings, Kakashi," Xiaojie said flatly, noticing Kakashi's expression shift from grim to incredulous. Kakashi's face fell at her words. "Little brat, if I can't handle Minato-sensei, how could I possibly manage you?" Xiaojie scoffed inwardly. "All right, go wash your hair by the stream. Such a beautiful mane is a pity to ruin," Minato suggested as he placed a hand on Xiaojie's head once more, offering gentle encouragement. "Who do you think is to blame?" Xiaojie thought about rolling her eyes, but refrained for fear of damaging her corneas. Kakashi watched Minato's carefree hand on Xiaojie's head with a hint of envy. Xiaojie lowered his head to gaze at his reflection in the water, weariness etched on his face. When did he become so concerned about his hair? Could his physical state truly influence his thoughts? Xiaojie ran his fingers through his long hair, which cascaded down to his waist. During his time in Konoha, he had contemplated cutting his hair into a fresh, shorter style on several occasions. The first time he had no money. The second, he had a bit of change but couldn't bear to spend it on a haircut. The third time, he simply couldn't bring himself to part with his hair. Eventually, he abandoned the idea altogether. The world is about to embark on a journey, and yet you haven't sorted out your hair? As Xiaojia was entangled in her hair, Minato unexpectedly stood silently behind her, pondering whether she should cut her hair upon returning to the village. She ultimately decided to confide in Minato, who was someone she could trust. She thought to herself, if it were Kushina, she would never consider cutting her hair. Minato, stroking his chin in contemplation, remarked, moreover, isn't it the case that for most girls, their hair is deemed more precious than life itself? How could you contemplate cutting it? The mere mention of this made him feel a sense of melancholy, prompting him to wonder why he hadn't cut his hair. After all, he had been a boy just a year prior. Naturally, such thoughts were best kept internal, for expressing them could lead to an unwanted encounter with mysterious figures in the mountains. It simply felt troublesome post-battle. Xiaojia gently splashed a bit of water onto her hair, painstakingly separating the strands matted together with blood. Minato observed her, sensing no intention to cut her hair. He remained silent, honestly perplexed by the thoughts of girls. Many female ninjas on the battlefield sported long hair, holding it as dear as life itself. He pondered why post-battle troubles arose instead of during combat. After some contemplation, he concluded that the world was overly arrogant and decided against lecturing her at that moment, believing it wiser to wait until she faced obstacles to offer guidance. Unaware of the myriad thoughts flitting through Minato's mind, Xiaojia focused intently on her hair. Fortunately, the blood wasn't too excessive, and soon she finished, even managing to wash her hair. Her golden locks were now damp, cascading down to her waist, leaving her back soaked. "Let us go," she said, rising to face Minato, and then she walked towards the designated meeting place. Minato lowered his gaze to Xiaojia, her small frame appearing delicate against her washed-out clothing. Her once rosy cheeks looked even more tender, pressed against her soft, damp hair. There was a peculiar allure to her appearance, but as this thought flashed through Minato's mind, it was swiftly buried. Xiaojia, walking ahead, was oblivious to Minato's fleeting urge and the potential legalities of the world concerning 3-year statutes. I suppose such laws do not exist, she mused. A few days later, phew, so we have indeed arrived at the front lines, Xiaojia thought, catching her breath as she gazed at the Konoha camp ahead. Let us go. You should be able to rest well today, Minato said, having also spotted the camp. After several days of combating bandits, the number of adversaries dispatched by Xiaojia and Kakashi combined was nearly 1,000, if not more. Throughout this journey, only Xiaojia and Kakashi have taken action, while Minato has primarily assumed the role of a lookout. However, during our rest periods in the wilderness, particularly at night when wild beasts pose a threat, the quality of our rest has often been compromised. Nevertheless, neither Xiaojia nor Kakashi has voiced their complaints. They merely found their rest interrupted, not that they were being sent to their doom. The relentless violence has rendered both Kakashi and Xiaojia somewhat taciturn. Adapting to the brutality over the course of just a few days has inevitably taken a toll. Although one should be prepared for bloodshed upon becoming a ninja, the swift transition from initial revulsion to a state of desensitization within such a short span is indeed haunting. Yet, such experiences are crucial for Xiaojia and Kakashi's survival on the battlefield. After all, if one falters at the sight of blood, venturing into combat would not only be suicidal but tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice, given that slaying foes on the battlefield earns one merit. Chapter 15. Casual conversation. Hasn't the war come to an end? Kakashi inquired curiously, observing the steadfast leaf ninjas maintaining their positions within the camp. It is merely a temporary cessation, Minato replied, glancing around vigilantly as he walked along the main path, his destination set for the command tent. We cannot predict when hostilities might reignite. We must remain prepared, for war is no trivial matter. Moreover, Kakashi, take note, there are still several injured personnel nearby, indicative that skirmishes persist along the borders of the Land of Fire, likely probing actions from the enemy. Xiaojia, too, was keenly observing the surroundings. Having had increased exposure to blood over the past few days, his awareness of human conditions had shifted, allowing him to easily discern the injuries among those present. Kakashi noted the fresh bloodstains on the bandages of some individuals, confirming Xiaojia's observations, and fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, your powers of observation are commendable. I can inform you that our recent tasks have been conducted along the border, Minato remarked, pleased with his students' astuteness, which would undoubtedly aid their survival in the ever-changing battlefield. It's simply a heightened sensitivity to the color red. Xiaojia, however, was cautious not to let Minato harbor excessive expectations, for greater hopes often lead to deeper disappointments. Oh, Minato nodded in understanding, showing no signs of disappointment, especially given Xiaojia's commendable performance thus far. After their exchange, Minato ceased to speak. As they had arrived at the command tent, he acknowledged the two sentinels stationed outside before parting the canvas flap and entering. Xiaojia followed closely behind, noting that the guards made no move to impede his entrance. With Kakashi trailing right after him, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato greeted upon entering, finding Jiraiya clad in armor, intently scrutinizing the latest intelligence. His expression a mix of turmoil, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. "Minato, you've arrived," Jiraiya responded, not bothering to lift his gaze, merely nodding at the letter in his hands as a form of acknowledgement. "What developments have arisen from the Sand Shinobi?" As Minato surveyed the map behind Jiraiya, he noted the numerous crosses marking locations, the majority of which lay beyond the borders, while a few were within. Although the war had only recently concluded, the fragility of the treaty was indisputable. A mere scrap of paper, it could be torn asunder in the face of substantial interests. Even the Sand Ninjas, despite their current state of recuperation, could be provoked into action for the sake of profit. It was evident that the Sand Ninjas were likely the ones attacking our supply transport units. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his attention to another letter, yet his expression grew heavier rather than lightened. The prosperity of the Land of Fire was well known. Sighing, Jiraiya discarded the letter onto the table, reclining in his chair and rubbing his temples in frustration. "Minato, what on earth is happening? The war has ended. Shouldn't we be able to enjoy peace? Yet the Cloud and Sand Ninjas incessantly stir up trouble." When Jiraiya broached this topic, Minato fell silent. The leniency in the peace treaty had only emboldened their adversaries. It was a bitter irony, as Konoha was the victor. The treaty's concessions had emboldened the defeated, leading to their audacity. One could only surmise the Hokage's helplessness in this situation. Ultimately, Minato could only express this sentiment, though those in the know understood the implications of his words. Helplessness. What kind of helplessness could lead to such a predicament? Sighing deeply, Jiraiya wished to defend the third Hokage, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. The two of them have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and I am mentoring them. The one with silver hair is Kakashi Hatake, the son of Senju Zaiyun, and the girl is Shiji Shiyuin, who graduated early alongside Kakashi." Minato swiftly redirected the conversation, recognizing that this matter was somewhat confidential, while simultaneously introducing his students to his mentor. "The son of Zaiyun, huh?" Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, contemplating whether he should seek Tsunade to bear a child with him. However, upon locking eyes with Kakashi, he sensed an unusual depth. In Kakashi's gaze lay a chilling indifference towards life, likely a result of the bloodshed he had encountered since graduation. Truly, he was the son of Zaiyun. Jiraiya remarked with a hint of admiration, acknowledging Kakashi's prowess, attributing it to the capable guidance of Zaiyun. Jiraiya's repeated words left the somewhat naive Kakashi bewildered. His excessive focus on Kakashi drew a cold glance from Xiaojia, who, while unfazed, caught Minato's disapproving eye. Approaching Xiaojia, Minato placed a hand on her head, stating, "Shiji, you outperformed Senju Zaiyun in the graduation assessment concerning swordsmanship." Though the words spoken by Minato may seem somewhat exaggerated in the eyes of Jiraiya, in truth, there is not a hint of embellishment. Firstly, it was merely a demonstration of swordsmanship, devoid of any chakra. It is essential to realize that had chakra been employed, Kakashi's imitation of the White Fang would have been severed in an instant. Furthermore, while it is true that at the outset, Zaiyun did not exert his full strength, by the conclusion, he held nothing back. Although Jiraiya harbored some skepticism regarding the veracity of Minato's claims, he could glean from them the significance Minato placed on her prowess, and even discern Minato's awareness of Kakashi's standing in the world of shinobi, which was indeed superior to that of Kakashi. One must note that Minato had just stated, Zaiyun's esteemed son surpasses him in swordsmanship. The comparison between the two is utterly unfounded, but let us set this aside for now. Since you, Minato, have arrived, lend me your assistance. Jiraiya promptly dismissed those abstract thoughts, focusing instead on the pressing matters at hand, narrowing his eyes as a glint of cold determination flashed within them. Help me clear the intruders within our borders. As for who they were, naturally, they were outsiders. Minato nodded in agreement, understanding the implication. Kakashi and Xiaojia were no fools, and given Jiraiya's clarity, the situation was unmistakable. In the 16th chapter, preparing to return to the village, the shattered blade resembled a dagger as it pierced the skull of a ninja pinned to the ground by Xiaojia. The struggle of the Sand Ninja ceased immediately. Xiaojia exhaled deeply as he withdrew and discarded the now broken sword, the crimson hue in his golden eyes swiftly fading, while a sharp pain coursed through his body, muscle injuries, the sting of wounds, and sheer fatigue. Though he changed his attire every few days, it was soon drenched in blood, and the rips in his garments only multiplied with each skirmish. Fortunately, after battle, corpses were plentiful, ensuring that there were always one or two sets of clothing available for use. Sighing, Kakashi slumped onto the blood-soaked earth, a sense of helplessness washing over him. His demeanor tinged with negativity. It had been 30 days since Minato and the others arrived at the camp. During this month, they had faced no fewer than 10 battles, with the assailants targeting the supply convoy being at least of Ch Nin rank, occasionally led by J Nin commanding a team of lower-ranked ninjas. For Kakashi, freshly graduated, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, yet the presence of Minato nearby assured him that should danger arise, Minato would swiftly come to his aid. However, more often than not, it was Kakashi who required Minato's rescue. In one encounter with a J Nin, Xiaojia battled fiercely for an extended period before ultimately slaying the opponent, albeit sustaining grave injuries himself. Surrounded by other ninjas, Xiaojia exhausted every ounce of strength merely to escape, ultimately relying on Minato for salvation. When that J Nin first appeared, Minato had intended to confront the adversary himself, but Xiaojia's stubbornness led to this unfortunate outcome, resulting in Xiaojia lying incapacitated in the camp for 5 days. Why the sigh? Xiaojia approached Kakashi, extending his hand toward him. Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at her bloodied hands and let out a barely perceptible sigh before saying, "It's nothing. I merely feel a bit powerless." At the same time, he extended his small, blood-stained hand toward Xiaojia. Xiaojia grasped his hand gently and then pulled him up, chuckling, "I see you're lamenting your wallet, aren't you?" Kakashi, upon witnessing Xiaojia's radiant smile, momentarily lost his focus, but felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing her words. Up until now, he owed Xiaojia over 200 portions of grilled meat. Judging by his understanding of her, it was likely that once they returned to the village, his wallet would weep, irreparably so. "You two performed admirably, but Kakashi, you still lost this round," Minato remarked as he leapt down from his concealment among the trees, humorously announcing Kakashi's defeat in this contest. "I know," Kakashi replied with a weary, lifeless gaze, evidently still reeling from Xiaojia's earlier blow. "All right, we'll return to the village tomorrow and rest for a month," Minato declared, leading the way as he jumped onto the branches towards the camp. Typically, ninjas would spend a year at the border before being rotated back to the village. After all, changing shifts every month would be excessively frequent, leading to more losses than gains. However, Minato, being the third Hokage's apprentice and Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang, afforded Xiaojia a stroke of good fortune. Under normal circumstances, no one would send a freshly graduated genin to the battlefield at the border during peacetime. Xiaojia acknowledged, then picked up a short blade from the ground, also retrieving a scabbard from the body of a fallen sand ninja, which fit perfectly. Kakashi observed Xiaojia's actions in silence, not following Minato's lead, as he harbored concerns about other ninjas potentially lurking nearby. If he moved first, it could leave Xiaojia vulnerable. Xiaojia exchanged the long sword scabbard at his waist for the one he had just acquired. Additionally, during the intense battle with that sand ninja, Xiaojia's soul skill had successfully leveled up, enabling him to decapitate his opponent. Otherwise, he might have found himself on the losing end, though with Minato present, the stakes were arguably different. "Where did the old wolf go?" Bingjie inquired, noticing the absence of the individual she referred to. "The old wolf went off to play." A small, chubby boy timidly adjusted his glasses as he spoke. "Play? Humph. Just don't get yourself killed in the process," Bingjie scoffed, her disdain unmistakable in her tone. In this context, the term play held a rather different connotation, especially when associated with someone of a more lascivious disposition. That seems unlikely. After all, the old wolf is a reincarnator, a slight, monkey-like man timidly interjected, though his careful demeanor did little to mask the lewd expression on his face. "Heh," Bingjie once again let out a cold laugh. She, too, was a reincarnator. However, no matter how much she distinguished herself from others, she remained merely one among many reincarnators. If misfortune struck and one found themselves in a novice world, even the most formidable reincarnator could meet their demise, particularly when faced with the players inhabiting such worlds. Who among you has not emerged from a novice realm? Are you truly oblivious to the terror certain players can unleash? After all, not everyone possesses a system or is a protagonist. In this domain governed by a supreme deity, systems hold little value. Upon hearing Bingjie's words, the bespectacled chubby fellow's expression shifted dramatically. The world he had traversed was anything but ordinary. Had he not chosen to be reborn upon entering that world, he would have perished in the novice realm long ago. The chubby lad had experienced a world from one of the 3 notorious forbidden tomes, the dark summoner of the apocalypse. One of his contemporaries had even dared to vie with Yang Outyin for Li Jiayu shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. It was during that fierce clash that the chubby fellow fell victim to the aftershocks of their battle. However, as far as he knew, the player who contested with Yang Outyin for Li Jiayu had, shortly after returning to the supreme deity space, foolishly entered the novice world of Prince of Tennis. It was unclear which chapter he had ventured into, but the monument beside the world column indicated that he had met his end. Chapter 17. The Dangers of the Future. Observing the sudden change in the chubby fellow's countenance, Bingjie, although unaware of the world he had first traversed, could ascertain that every novice task realm harbored an anomaly. It was evident what thoughts were swirling in the chubby fellow's mind. Others mirrored similar expressions of concern. Let us head to the taskbar and await his return. How long has Old Wolf been gone? Bingjie concluded, casually inquiring. A quick mental calculation revealed that the time was indeed drawing near. With each experience, the memories in her mind began to fade. Upon hearing Bingjie's question, the chubby fellow's expression gradually returned to normal. Yes, let us wait and see if that fellow Old Wolf has met his demise, he replied. Understanding the importance of not wasting time, Bingjie felt her spirits lift slightly. The three of them nodded in unison. Including Old Wolf, there were 5 individuals in total, 3 males, Old Wolf, the thin one, and the chubby fellow, and 2 females, including Bingjie. Considering various factors, the shop Bingjie had purchased was conveniently located just a few minutes' walk from the world column. As for why she did not acquire a property closer to the world column, it was due to the skyrocketing prices of those establishments. Real estate moguls were unrelenting in any world. This can't be possible. The chubby fellow stared in disbelief at the monument bearing Old Wolf's name. Humph, what is impossible about it? Old Wolf thought that, simply by being a reincarnator, he could act with impunity. How laughable, Bingjie scoffed, a hint of disdain in her smile. As for the sorrow and pity for her fallen comrade, that emotion still lingered within her, albeit in dwindling supply. Sigh. The portly fellow let out a resigned sigh. He possessed some understanding of the captain, Bingjie, who never allowed anyone to glimpse the depths of her inner self. Perhaps, at times, her heart wept silently, though one could never be certain. It was truly perplexing whether to deem the Old Wolf foolish for seeking death or simply misguided. As he ventured into the novice world, the slender individual gazed at the name of the Old Wolf, which was inscribed with the indication of a novice realm, and felt an equal sense of resignation. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed by impulsive desires. Bingjie remarked with a cold smirk, acknowledging that although Kuriko's basketball was merely a sports anime, it nonetheless featured its fair share of handsome characters, with a few beautiful women sprinkled throughout. Well, if death was to be, then let it be. It was time to commence our endeavors. Remember, do not provoke those insufferable newcomers, Bingjie instructed, extending her hand towards the world she had already selected. As she inputted the number of participants, she simultaneously directed, since the Old Wolf has met his demise, Monkey, you shall replace his position. Fat Pig, you remain the assassin. Pink Cat, you will assume the role of the robust healer. Monkey, you shall be the tank, while I take on the marksman and warrior roles. Everyone nodded in agreement. They also accepted Bingjie's invitation. Upon hearing the figure, Kakashi felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. Disregarding some loose change, he had exactly 25,000 ryo in his wallet, thus sparing Xiao Jie from footing the bill. If he had indeed been obliged to ask Xiao Jie to pay, it would have been a matter of considerable embarrassment for Kakashi. During the course of the past month's missions, both the world and Kakashi had performed admirably in the Hokage office of the Hokage building. Minato reported to the third Hokage about the accomplishments of the world and Kakashi. After all, both could be considered geniuses of the Leaf Village. Kakashi's prowess was undeniable, bolstered by the legacy of his father, while the world had demonstrated exceptional skill, having garnered favor from the legendary Konoha White Fang in the art of swordsmanship. Particularly noteworthy was the world's achievement during a mission, where she single-handedly vanquished a Sand Village Jonin. As Minato recounted this remarkable feat, even the composed third Hokage found himself momentarily astonished. Was not the very purpose of the teacher establishing the Ninja Academy to achieve such ends? The third Hokage inhaled deeply on his cigarette, reflecting on the mission to select those with ninja potential from among the common folk, thereby spreading the will of fire. Yet, the most pivotal task was to identify representatives of this will, commonly referred to as geniuses. At this moment, Nishiyuanji Sekai epitomized this category. Chapter 18. Kaiki Mountain. Xiao Jie forcefully flung open the locked door of Kakashi's room. Kakashi, what are you doing? He queried with a tone laced with disappointment. Observing Kakashi kneeling despondently before a black and white photograph of Zayn. I just want some peace and quiet, Kakashi replied after a prolonged silence, his voice devoid of emotion. Then I shall consider you dead. Xiao Jie retorted before turning on his heel and exiting Kakashi's room, slamming the dilapidated door behind him. After Xiao Jie walked away, the door creaked with a distinct, dilapidated sound that echoed throughout Kakashi's entire room. Today marks the second day since the demise of Konoha's White Fang, and it is also the second day of Kakashi's despondency. The tragedy inflicted by Konoha did not merely claim a hero. It obliterated a prodigy as well. Perhaps this was the desire of the third Hokage, and likewise that of Danzo. After all, the renown of Konoha's White Fang was far too formidable. Sighing, Xiao Jie stepped out of Kakashi's room and directly exited the residence. Casting a final glance at the Hatake estate as she walked along the streets, she often overheard individuals disparaging the White Fang. However, Xiao Jie felt no considerable anger. Instead, she was engulfed by a profound sorrow, indeed. Sorrow for the unjust fate that befell the White Fang. Perhaps that I too might react similarly, she mused, suddenly realizing that if she were in White Fang's position, she might have made the same choice. Ambling slowly through the streets, Xiao Jie listened to the myriad tales of the common folk amidst the turmoil of war. Yet, the more she heard and observed, the more she lamented the sacrifice of the White Fang. How could the failure of a classified mission propagate so widely? Xiao Jie could only express her sentiments with a dismissive heh. Although such thoughts lingered in her mind, she concealed them from the world, for no one could guarantee the absence of Umbu or root operatives nearby. Despite this, her footsteps continued to carry her toward the Hokage building, where she merely sought to request a new place of residence, nothing more. As Xiao Jie's actions unfolded, the distance between her and Kakashi grew increasingly pronounced. Her relocation served as a fundamental cause, creating a rift between them. However, the primary reason lay in Kakashi's demeanor, as he adhered strictly to the rules of a ninja, striving to mold himself into a competent task executor, treating all around him with absolute indifference and rationality. During Kakashi's first mission after his recovery, Xiao Jie discerned the trajectory of his life. In that mission, she sustained multiple injuries while Kakashi emerged unscathed. Consequently, she requested a transfer. Thus, the temporary team under Minato was shattered. Xiao Jie chose not to heed Minato's recommendation to reform a team with others, but opted to undertake missions alone. Under the guidance of the world's will, Xiao Jie, this small butterfly, could not stir even the slightest breeze. On the night Kakashi learned of Xiao Jie's departure from the team, he knelt before a photograph of Zhao Yun for the entire evening. 4 years after Zhao Yun's death, the Third Great Ninja War erupted. The disappearance of the Third Kazekage served as the catalyst for this conflict. A mere 6 years of recuperation had left the nation's military strengths diminished, and the new generation had yet to fully acquire combat prowess. At the beginning of that year, Xiao Jie, who had long been entrenched in the battlefield, was summoned back to Konoha and conferred the rank of Jonin, becoming the first 10-year-old in history to achieve such a status in the same year. After Xiao Jie was compelled to take a few months off, he was instructed to lead 3 rookies who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, a command that filled him with resignation. Fortunately, his subordinates were unfamiliar faces, meaning they had not appeared in the future storyline. Upon receiving the 3 youngsters, Xiao Jie did not follow the usual protocol of accepting a mission. Instead, after requesting permission from the Hokage, he made his way to the battlefield. During the journey, he inevitably experienced some delays, for leading a team entailed a responsibility to protect them rather than merely usher them into peril. Thus, he took it upon himself to eradicate bandits along the way. After vanquishing the first wave of brigands, Xiao Jie furrowed his brow, glancing at the 3 who were retching, feeling somewhat speechless. "Teacher, why must we eliminate bandits? Wouldn't it be better to go straight to the battlefield?" After a bout of nausea, a pale-faced boy voiced his concern, with the other 2 nodding in reluctant agreement. Truth be told, upon first encountering this female instructor during class division, he had felt a sense of hopelessness, considering Xiao Jie their peer in age. However, to his astonishment, this class leader was actually taking them to the battlefield, revealing her prowess, especially since others from their graduating class were still toiling in the village. "With your current state, heading to the battlefield is merely delivering supplies to the enemy," Xiao Jie remarked, her voice crisp yet laced with a sting. This was undoubtedly a misstep on her part. Reflecting on his earlier performance, the other 2 fell into silence. "All right, you've rested sufficiently. Try to witness a bit more blood before we reach Jegging Mountain," Xiao Jie declared, leading the way as she leapt into the trees. Although their legs still felt somewhat unsteady, they knew they had to heed her command. Mission: eliminate a small butterfly. Yumu regarded the rather whimsical title of the mission with bemusement. Mission details: kill another newcomer from the main god space. Target location: Jegging Mountain. Completion reward: Choose one weapon to become a permanent armament. To be frank, upon seeing the enticing reward, Yumu felt a surge of excitement. However, the greater the reward, the more arduous the task. Yet, he realized he had no clue what the other individual looked like. Suddenly, Yumu recognized that the most crucial information had been omitted. What should I do? Am I to hurl 10 victory swords towards Jegging Mountain? Yumu mused, acknowledging that he had sufficient stock. Yet his chakra could only sustain 3 shots at most on him. I must carefully consider my options, Yumu thought, rubbing his temples as he exited the public restroom. Prior to this, he had intended to accept a mission, but the System S task had arrived unexpectedly. How about launching a nuclear bomb at Jegging Mountain? Yumu suddenly deemed this plan absolutely brilliant, yet the pressing question remained. How would he make his escape? After all, his system was a weapon system, not an item system, nor an escape system. However, the most pressing issue at hand was, where is Kaiki Mountain? Chapter 19. An unfathomable sense of familiarity. A few days later, we arrived at our destination, Kaiki Mountain. To be frank, Shiaji felt genuinely exhausted from leading these novices. When compared to seasoned veterans who frequently faced battle, it became evident that these fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy were indeed pampered. Upon reaching our destination, Shiaji first presented the mission credentials to the gatekeeper, and after verification, he guided the other 3 into the city. In the coming years, we were to be active around Kaiki Mountain, and it was essential to familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment. As we entered the city, Shiaji spoke while walking, completely oblivious to the astonished expressions of his teammates. Years? Their primary concern was the prospect of staying at the border for an extended period. Does this imply we cannot return home for a long time? The boy, seemingly regarded as the leader by the other 2, spoke again. Are you still not weaned? Shiaji replied, his impatience evident. He had never wished to lead the team. Yet the 3rd generation had burdened him with this responsibility. But the boy faltered, unsure of what to say. Had they not witnessed the capabilities of their captain, who was of similar age, they might have rebelled by now. My squad operates this way. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave and return to Konoha to suckle at your mother's breast. His golden eyes bore down on the boy, a hint of anger simmering within. With that, Shiaji turned and strode towards the conspicuous main tent. The boy, wanting to stop Shiaji, extended his right hand but found himself at a loss for words, simply staring at her golden silhouette in a daze. After Shiaji had walked far enough away, the other 2 boys dared to speak, one of them saying, All right, sure Sway, should we head back to the village? The other boy chimed in, Yes, sure Sway, let's return to the village. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, dismissing the suggestions of the 2 boys. It is worth noting that Shiaji had not once inquired about the names of the 3 members of his team, nor had he introduced himself. Otherwise, he would have known that one of his teammates belonged to the Uchiha clan and was, in fact, a renowned figure, the wielder of the most potent genjutsu, Kotoeme Tsukumi. After a prolonged silence, Shursui resolved to pursue Shiaji, although she had already disappeared from sight. At the very least, he was aware that she was headed towards the main tent. The other 2 boys exchanged glances before reluctantly following suit. Newly formed Minato class. Minato-sensei, why must I also partake in picking up garbage? Kakashi said with his deadpan eyes, devoid of any tone of complaint. However, Minato would have preferred Kakashi to express discontent, yet he was left disappointed. Honestly, a genius like me should be on the battlefield undertaking missions, Minato-sensei. Obito echoed Kakashi's sentiments, albeit with a lively demeanor. Even Rin, typically gentle in nature, displayed a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. Haha, I am still on vacation, so I can only delegate such tasks to you. If I were to venture out of the village to undertake a mission, I would have to wait until next month. With a hint of apology in his tone, Minato chuckled, knowing that he had been active on the battlefield for many years, while Kushina had grown somewhat dissatisfied. This opportunity allowed him to spend quality time with her. By the way, Kakashi, Sekai has already become a jonin. After expressing his apologies, it seemed that Minato recalled something and addressed Kakashi. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kakashi's actions of picking up trash froze momentarily, as if a ripple stirred within his otherwise stagnant gaze. After a brief silence, he placed the garbage into the basket behind him and nodded in acknowledgement. The previously lively and boisterous atmosphere had thus become somewhat subdued. Although Rin and Obito were unaware of the reasons behind Kakashi's mood, they at least knew that a girl named Sionji Sekai had graduated early alongside Hatake Kakashi from the Ninja Academy. While there were rumors circulating in school about their romantic involvement, Rin and Obito had not anticipated that it might be true. However, it now appeared likely that they had parted ways. Sekai became a jonin shortly after their graduation, and she even led a class. Observing the curious yet hesitant expressions on Obito and Rin's faces, Minato chuckled and explained. Though Obito and Rin had never encountered Sekai, they imagined her stature was comparable to Kakashi's. Having a teacher of the same age would indeed be quite awkward. Is this Kaiki Mountain? From a distance, Yumu spotted the towering walls of the castle established atop the mountain. Noticing the patrolling ninjas above, Yumu attempted to conceal himself as much as possible, for he did not believe he would be unfortunate enough to encounter sensory-type ninjas on patrol. In reality, sensory ninjas were a rare resource. Such patrol tasks typically did not fall to them. Their role was primarily to detect any unfamiliar ninjas infiltrating the castle and to deploy shielding barriers. Yumu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, contemplating that perhaps his sword of victory could carve a substantial opening in the city walls. While that was indeed feasible, his foremost priority was to locate the butterfly. Otherwise, what if he startled it away without striking? Due to the presence of a newcomer, they had been assigned to a reconnaissance patrol mission. Unlike Minato, who had once led so-called geniuses, he was now accompanied by a burden lacking any combat experience. Hence the addition of reconnaissance in their task, a light and low-risk mission naturally implied meager rewards. Ever since moving away from the Hatake household and distancing himself from Kakashi, his once reliable source of funds, Xiao Jie's food standards had plummeted drastically. The notion of a hearty meal now relied on the accumulation of several task rewards, while on ordinary days, he merely subsisted on inexpensive rations. The nutritional value of the items was so meager that even the system regarded it with disdain. As calculated by Xiao Jie, who determined that nearly 100 pieces would yield a mere point of experience. Consequently, as of now, Xiao Jie has yet to level up. However, it is nearly time, as a barbecue for approximately 200 people would suffice. This individual seems remarkably familiar. While patrolling with 3 students, Xiao Jie inadvertently noticed the figure of Yumu perched upon a tree. Chapter 20, Engagement Him? As Xiao Jie became aware of Yumu, the latter also sensed his presence. Shifting his head, he glanced at the 4 individuals standing on the ground, a trio of males and 1 female. His attention was particularly drawn to Xiao Jie, whose golden hair and captivating golden eyes commanded notice, though his expressionless face was a notable deficiency. When Yumu turned to look, Xiao Jie also caught a glimpse of his full visage, instantly recalling the identity of this familiar figure, the very person who had lain on the ground upon entering the main god space. But why is he in the same world as me? Could it be that he was pretending to be asleep at that time? This was a question that puzzled Xiao Jie, yet it did not deter him from regarding him as an adversary. Although neither the main god nor the system had issued any tasks, Xiao Jie preferred to approach the situation with a degree of caution. This person was indeed a threat to him. After all, it was evident that he was surveying the terrain of Jeking Mountain, and thus could easily be treated as an enemy. Retreat. Despite the task being one of reconnaissance, Xiao Jie had the discretion to alter the mission's focus based on circumstances. Yes, Zhishui nodded in agreement, signaling the other 2 to withdraw along their original path, ensuring they maintained a safe distance while remaining able to observe the unfolding battle and ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. At this juncture, Xiao Jie resolved to eliminate the individual before him. Intriguing. Having navigated this ninja world for several years, Yumu was well aware of its hierarchical structure. Observing the green vest worn by the young girl, Yumu, despite her youth, dared not underestimate her, especially upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from her. Nonetheless, a test was inevitable. With this thought, Yumu withdrew his favored weapon, Pandora, from his arsenal. However, to Xiao Jie and his companions, it appeared as though he extracted an incongruous dark box from his sleeve. The crimson patterns adorning the box, along with its occasionally shimmering glow, indicated its extraordinary nature. Pandora, as previously noted, Xiao Jie was a reclusive individual during his time on Earth and had played the Devil May Cry series to some extent. Though he recognized the weapon, he did not betray any outward signs of alarm, instead remaining vigilant against Yumu. Yumu crouched on the tree, hefting the box and striking it forcefully against the trunk, effortlessly creating a significant breach in the seemingly fragile wood. As a result of this impact, Pandora swiftly transformed within half a second, taking the shape of a handgun. Xiao Jie, lacking military expertise, did not know the specific model of the firearm Yumu wielded. However, this did not prevent him from maintaining his wariness. With a flick of his wrist, Yumu aimed the weapon, pulling the trigger even before the barrel was aligned with Xiao Jie. The bullet emerged from the muzzle, arcing slightly as it aimed for Xiao Jie's temple. Bang! As Xiao Jie dashed towards Yumu at the very instant the trigger was pulled, a speeding bullet narrowly grazed the back of his head, missing him by a mere 10 centimeters, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Yet, the earth remained eternally wounded. The bullet, propelled with tremendous kinetic energy, struck the ground with ferocity, sending a spray of mud into the air and creating a gaping hole the size of a wash basin. nearly 50 centimeters deep. Xiao Jie moved with remarkable swiftness, perhaps not faster than the bullet, but he traversed the 30-meter distance in a single second. This was the pinnacle of his speed, achieved solely through the sheer force of his muscular energy, devoid of chakra, despite his lack of chakra being a notable fact. As he neared the tree where Yumu lay in wait, Xiao Jie bent his legs and leaped towards him, his right hand poised on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Seeking death, he mused. Had he just entered this world, even a mere lower-ranked ninja could have claimed his life. Yet, after all these years, he had taken the lives of no fewer than 20 upper-ranked shinobi, including 2 shadow-level warriors. The destruction caused by this trivial matter was merely enough for Yumu's magnum revolver to fire a single shot. Thus, he was left with no option but to destroy something else to reload. But in this life-and-death scenario, extraneous movements were not an option. In the throes of this life-and-death struggle, Yumu hurled the transformed magnum revolver, imbued with chakra to enhance its speed and force. Observing the weapon being cast, Xiao Jie instantly drew his katana, deftly deflecting the revolver away, deliberately sending it flying into the distance instead of back towards Yumu. The impact of the thrown handgun caused Xiao Jie to be knocked back to the ground. As he prepared to launch another attack, he noticed that Yumu had, at some point, unsheathed a sword. A golden blade with a hint of blue, its spine adorned with faint, intricate patterns. The moment Xiao Jie laid eyes on the sword, his eyes widened in recognition. Its form was eerily familiar. However, Yumu was too preoccupied to notice Xiao Jie's expression, or he would surely have perceived something amiss. With a swift motion, Yumu raised the sword high above his head, positioning it vertically at the center of his being, and seemingly as a necessary formality, took a deep breath. He proclaimed loudly, declaring the true name of the Sword of Oath. Victory, as if fearing that others might not grasp the significance of his impending grand move. In an instant, the entire blade erupted in a golden radiance, light swirling around its length. Curry stick, upon uttering this exclamation, the Sword of Oath. Victory blazed with brilliance, and in that moment, Yumu swung the sword down towards Xiao Jie. In an instant, a torrent of gold surged forth from the blade, shimmering like hope itself. Where the king's sword points, there too lies the heart of the people. Yet, you are not the king. As Xiao Jie beheld this flowing brilliance, a singular thought surged within him, providing a compelling reason for his potential demise. Though entranced by the spectacle, Xiao Jie remained acutely aware that this was a battle. With a quick shift of his feet, he narrowly evaded the devastating arc of the Oath Cannon's attack. Fortunately, this artillery strike was air-to-ground rather than ground-to-ground. Had it been the latter, those 3 inexperienced individuals in the distance would have perished by now. The beam of light lasted merely 2 seconds before vanishing, and the sword of victory in Yumu's hand shattered instantaneously, its fragments disintegrating into dust, which then inexplicably disappeared. A one-time use? Xiao Jie squinted. Taken aback, however, before Xiao Jie could ponder this for long, he witnessed Yumu draw another weapon from his sleeve. Upon seeing this weapon, an odd expression crossed Xiao Jie's face. Uncertain at how fortunate am I. Chapter 21. Harvest. I truly cannot ascertain whether you are lucky EX or merely lucky F. Xiao Jie taunted, pulling out the sword of victory lodged at his feet. Yet, Yumu, who had already departed to meet his fate, could not respond to Xiao Jie's words. The designation of lucky EX was attributed to the formidable system he wielded, which boasted an array of weapons. Xiao Jie had even observed him employing the mirage technique, albeit with fleeting results. Every attack that followed the initial deception was deftly evaded by Xiao Jie, guided by an instinct sharpened by his murderous intent. In truth, the primary reason for this was that Yumu loudly announced each of his attacks. Throughout the encounter, none of Yumu's weapon techniques landed a blow on Xiao Jie, as he consistently anticipated and dodged them, fully aware of the skills associated with Yumu's weaponry. Moreover, Xiao Jie enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, successfully avoiding even the ultimate strike without sustaining a scratch. However, one cannot attribute all success to luck. Xiao Jie possessed commendable strength. Had he not been capable, he would have met his demise on the battlefield before Yumu could even approach him. As for being lucky F, that had already been established. Yet, it is indeed peculiar that these weapons did not vanish after his death. Xiao Jie pondered aloud, tilting the sword of victory in his hand with curiosity. The primary reason for Xiao Jie's victory was his inadvertent severing of Yumu's right hand, the one that had been concealed within his sleeve, subsequently resulting in a shower of equipment. It was truly a spectacle. He had never witnessed a boss dropping loot before being defeated. In that moment, Yumu was left in stunned disbelief, having never encountered such an occurrence. However, Yumu's astonishment did not impede Xiao Jie. Aided by his murderous intent, he swiftly executed a decapitation maneuver, simultaneously surpassing his previous limits. As the enemy's head separated from the body, the sound of the blade being drawn resonated, a piercing noise that echoed throughout. With this sound, the katana that had accompanied Xiao Jie for half a month finally met its end. "Teacher, are you all right?" After the battle concluded, Zhishui hurried over with the others. "I am fine. Gather these items. They are strategic weapons indeed," Xiao Jie remarked, gazing at the assortment of weapons scattered about, particularly noting a certain nuclear warhead, which made him acutely aware of the fortune of the individual who had fallen beneath his blade. With such a system that continuously supplied various weapons, it was undeniably not of domestic origin. This was not merely because Xiao Jie had suddenly transformed into a military enthusiast capable of recognizing a nuclear warhead, but rather due to the unmistakable insignia emblazoned upon it, well known to all. Very well. Although Zhishui was unaware of the peculiar purpose of these extraordinary blades, he deemed it wise to comply with instructions. Had he not observed the captain emerge unscathed from the chaos of bombardment? Thus, Zhishui ventured into the forest to gather some vines, while his two companions busied themselves organizing the weapons for the impending binding. "Oh, by the way, could you also search the forest for any dark red boxes or firearms resembling muskets?" Suddenly, Xiao Jie, having reached the weapon that he had inadvertently sent flying, called out to Zhishui. Up until now, Xiao Jie remained oblivious to Zhishui's name, a rather lamentable situation indeed. "All right," Zhishui responded, stretching his tone as he ran. Having delegated tasks to the others, Xiao Jie began perusing the assortment of weapons, primarily in search of a suitable katana. Observing the vast array of armaments, he hoped to find one that would suit him perfectly. Among the dozens of weapons, the katana constituted a significant portion. If one included the disguised blade, flowing blade Ruohuo, it would nearly account for half. There were also several swords named the Sword of Oath and even a handgun, alongside some rather peculiar weaponry, including Lucky F. Skipping over the scattered katanas, Xiao Jie quickly discerned that their unique appearances were not to his liking. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a standard katana, sheathed and seemingly mass-produced, ordinary in appearance. It was the permanent katana, Shallow Strike, that Yu Mu had deemed lacking. Xiao Jie set down the Sword of Oath in his right hand and picked up the Shallow Strike with his left, examining it closely for a moment before accessing the system's attributes panel. Aside from the Shallow Strike retained by Xiao Jie, all other weapons were surrendered to Guojia. Naturally, Xiao Jie generously shared its usage instructions, which amounted to merely shouting its true name. Due to Xiao Jie's status as a Genin, despite her youth, her words were taken seriously by Jiraiya, with the influence of Sasuke, Kakashi, and Minato also in play. In a reckless display, Jiraiya brandished a Sword of Oath and, in an open area outside the city, bellowed, "EX Curry Stick." The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, rendering me unable to face the curry stick directly. This reckless act was due to the fact that, after unleashing the Sword of Oath, Jiraiya was left nearly drained of chakra. Tsk. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's visibly exhausted demeanor, Xiao Jie couldn't help but express her disdain. "No wonder Tsunade doesn't want you." Her words incited a wave of irritation in Jiraiya, while those nearby stifled their laughter. In any case, this could be considered an illustration of S-rank ninjutsu's might. Though the chakra expended was indeed excessive, Jiraiya's chakra, by any measure, was at least of mid-level among Kage. Observing the broad avenue capable of accommodating 3 horse-drawn carriages, some could not help but marvel. The power unleashed must correlate with the chakra you unrestrictedly released, Xiao Jie remarked, recalling how she had seen Yu Mu wield the Sword of Oath, which was only a third of Jiraiya's size. Perhaps, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Chapter 22, Death. Following the incident at Kamikaze-Kuin Bridge. The incident at the Kamakumo Bridge has indeed transpired. As Xiao Jie listened to Jiraiya recount matters concerning Kakashi, he found himself somewhat bored. The reason for this ennui was not due to Xiao Jie's indifference, but rather because the developments were inextricably aligned with the original narrative. Despite having endured a Cold War, the underlying emotions remained intact. It was merely a question of when they would be restored. Observing Xiao Jie's unchanged expression, Jiraiya could not help but let out a sigh. He had previously heard from Minato that the intention behind relaying the situation regarding Kakashi to the world was to mend their relationship. However, judging by the countenance of the world, it seemed rather hopeless. The primary culprit in this scenario was Minato himself, who had once trained both Kakashi and the world, having witnessed their once strong bond, and had always hoped for its revival. "Lord Jiraiya, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Xiao Jie remarked, refraining from inquiring about Kakashi's situation. If one were to adhere strictly to the course of the original plot, it would appear that there was nothing amiss. If her mere presence as a butterfly had altered the narrative, then it had already changed. Any further concern would bear little significance, go be frank. The 2 fleeting years had brought about numerous transformations, at the very least. The shallow blade he had obtained from Yumuku had now evolved into a Zanpakuto. However, he was unable to wield the techniques of the Zanpakuto. The reason was quite simple. Xiaojie lacked spiritual pressure, or rather, he could not extract the energy within him. The crux of the matter lay in the allocation of points during Xiaojie's rebirth. However, true to the trope of transmigrators, Xiaojie's Zanpakuto was in a state of permanent shurikai, albeit he could not employ its techniques. Nevertheless, the transformation of the shallow blade into a Zanpakuto had brought Xiaojie some distress. The size of the sword in relation to Xiaojie's physique was a source of amusement, yet it left him speechless, a katana measuring 2.5 meters in length, while Xiaojie stood at a mere 1.4 meters. Moreover, since the shallow blade had transformed into a Zanpakuto and entered a permanent shurikai state, it lacked a sheath, which further vexed Xiaojie. Currently, he had no time to commission a custom sheath, as he had never returned to the village. And tell me, have you ever seen a long sword that comes with a proper sheath? I certainly have not. As time passed, shortly after the Kamikumo battle, Minato arrived at the Kaiki Mountain with Kakashi. Not long after losing Obito, Rin had also met her demise, and tragically, it was at Kakashi's hands. Observing that there were no other members in Minato's team aside from Kakashi, Xiaojie understood that Rin had perished and thus, Madara was not far from death either. Xiaojie merely cast a casual glance, choosing not to dwell on it further, before proceeding with his routine patrol duties. In recent months, the patrol assignments had become increasingly rigorous, and the number of reconnaissance personnel from neighboring countries had surged. Each time he patrolled, Xiaojie had dispatched several adversaries. Of course, not every patrol task was undertaken by Xiaojie, leading to a considerable amount of disappointment among the Leaf Ninjas due to the repetitive nature of the patrols. As the years have passed, the class led by Xiaojie has also endured its fair share of wounds. One unnamed lower ninja tragically lost both arms in a fierce battle. Although timely medical attention prevented his demise from excessive blood loss, he could no longer serve as a ninja, relegated instead to a life of retirement in Konoha, with the village providing for him, recognizing his contributions on the battlefield. The remaining 2 members have since been promoted to Nin this year, yet they still remain under Xiaojie's command, who has not contemplated replenishing their ranks. What troubles you, Kakashi? After a fleeting glance, Xiaojie failed to notice that Kakashi had turned to watch her receding figure. Minato, however, took note of this but chose not to reveal his awareness, as their relationship was complicated. Kakashi shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from Xiaojie's vanishing silhouette. This year had brought Kakashi a tumult of experiences, witnessing familiar faces fade away, a bitter ordeal for anyone. It's time to allocate tasks, Minato stated as the supply transport mission reached completion. After enduring a series of intense battles, their manpower had become somewhat strained. Haven't you noticed that Xiaojie has been stationed at the borders for these past few years? Indeed, Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, the outcome of the battle at Kaiki Mountain was assuredly in favor of Konoha. Initially, the 3 nations, Earth, Lightning, and Wind, had united against the village, but now, both the Earth and Lightning nations had retreated, leaving only the Wind nation, which lacked the resolve to continue. With the war concluding, it was time to draft a treaty. Before this, Minato had successfully assumed the position of Hokage, the 4th, while the 3rd Hokage enjoyed a well-deserved retirement, embracing the tranquility of old age. However, this serenity was shattered by the attack of the Nine Tails. The assault had severely diminished Konoha's active forces, resulting in the 4th's untimely demise. The village, once victorious, now found itself under threat from various nations. In the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, Konoha could no longer endure the toll of war and was forced to sign a humiliating treaty, an undeniable reality. After the Nine Tails incident, in the Konoha Cemetery, a designated area for fallen heroes had been established. They are all gone. I am the only one left. Kakashi sat despondently against a tree, gazing at 3 gravestones before him, murmuring in a daze. The graves of Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Nishi Inji Sekaida. Memories. When did you become so timid, Kakashi? This was the first and last remark made to Kakashi after the Cold War following Obito's death. For the first time, Kakashi exhibited a visage of fear, provoked by the proximity to the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails. Beneath the ominous glow of the colossal crimson beast, everything surrounding him appeared drenched in scarlet, as if the very essence of blood permeated the atmosphere. Shortly after the world uttered those fateful words, she rushed forth to assist the 3rd Hokage in repelling the Nine Tails assault, striving earnestly to expel the beast from the confines of Konoha. Kakashi could only stand transfixed, observing the world dance amidst the flickering blades, utterly incapable of a single reaction. With unwavering resolve, step by step, they drove the Ninetales out of the village, emerging unscathed in the process. After a considerable interval, Kakashi regained his senses, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes to reveal his blood-red Sharingan, mirroring the ranged ninjutsu of the surrounding shinobi. His hands began to move in concert with his companions, collectively subduing the Ninetales. Everything unfolded seamlessly, when suddenly a strange sound pierced the air, accompanied by several black feathers drifting ominously from behind. Kakashi felt a sticky warmth spreading across his back, and the sight of the world suppressing the Ninetales had vanished. An ominous premonition surged within him, and he turned his head slowly, his body following suit with a hesitant motion. World, who permitted you to utter my name? Hey, what is your name? I cannot possibly keep calling you Hey. Once you defeat me, I shall reveal it to you. TCH, by tomorrow, I will know your name. I still owe you 100 portions. Chapter 23. The Mission. Xiao Jie surveyed the pitch-black expanse around him, letting out a resigned sigh. So, this is how it ends. All it took was a fleeting glance at a masked man appearing behind Kakashi. To his dismay, his body refused to obey his commands. As Xiao Jie gazed into the surrounding void, he felt bewildered. Yet, perhaps death was not entirely unwelcome, for in countless infinite novels, the realm of the master deity is notorious for devouring souls without leaving a trace. He attempted to manipulate the girl before him, only to discover his efforts were in vain. Receiving an answer, Xiao Jie nodded, dismissing the earlier sensations of spiritual upheaval. A cursory glance revealed his weapons still resting within the coffin from which he had emerged. Overjoyed, he dashed inside to retrieve his katana. Mission. Eliminate Nishiyama Sekai. What the hell? Nishiyama Sekai? The chubby figure exclaimed upon the abrupt appearance of the mission, drawing the attention of those nearby. Ice and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Nishiyama, why are you here instead of peacefully residing in the school? Where did you hear that name? As the surrounding ninjas remained inquisitive, Kakashi suddenly appeared before the portly individual using the body flicker technique. Seizing his collar with his right hand, the rotund man was momentarily bewildered, pondering when Kakashi had become entangled with the world of Saiyanji. Observing Kakashi's reaction, even the more obtuse among them began to comprehend who Saiyanji was. Consequently, several seasoned ninjas from Konoha began to murmur among themselves. Bingjia also realized that Saiyanji was likely a newcomer to this realm. It seemed that Saiyanji had been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. To prevent the portly man from inadvertently revealing the plot and incurring penalties, Bingjia hastily remarked. Kakashi's body stiffened for an instant, his fury igniting like wildfire. How dare they toy with her soul? Since Kakashi had his back to Bingjia, she could not perceive his expression. However, the portly man, gripped by the collar, clearly witnessed Kakashi's countenance. With his right hand clenched tightly, the portly man could feel Kakashi's wrath even through the fabric of his collar. The ferocity etched on Kakashi's face, along with his blood-red Sharingan, which had somehow transformed into the Manjiki, radiated an aura of murderous intent. Even though Kakashi was not targeting him, the portly man felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He was a battle-hardened warrior who had seen countless horrors, yet he was now utterly intimidated by Kakashi-sensei. Sakura observed a stark contrast in Kakashi's demeanor and felt a twinge of concern. After all, this was a battlefield, and emotions could easily disrupt combat. I'm fine, Kakashi replied, releasing his grip on the portly man's collar and exhaling slowly, his left eye's Sharingan reverting to its three-tomo form. After relinquishing the collar, Kakashi sought a secluded spot away from the main force to sit down, refraining from inquiring about the source of their information. Watching Kakashi distance himself from the main troops, Sakura couldn't help but sigh. If the captain was in such a state, how could the unit possibly function? After a moment's hesitation, Sakura decided against approaching the group that had brought the news. Recognizing from their dazed expressions that they had merely stumbled upon this information by chance, though she remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding that chance. Who is Saiyanji? One of those questioned discreetly glanced at Kakashi, ensuring he would not overhear before responding. I've heard she and Kakashi were childhood friends. During the Ninetales assault on Konoha, she sacrificed herself to protect Kakashi. There had been quite a few witnesses at that time. Such vagueness. What I wish to know is her strength, Sakura lamented, pressing for a more precise answer. Well, the ninja hesitated, then abruptly turned to walk away. Sakura was left bewildered. Why had he ceased speaking when he had clearly intended to say something? Allow me to enlighten you. She is stronger than I am. During the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, she served as a key player in driving the beast out of the village, Kakashi stated, pulling down his forehead protector to conceal his left eye and covering the area with his hand. In that year, Obito perished, Rin met her demise, she left this world, as did Kakashi's mentor, Minato, and Kushina, the wife of his teacher. Through Kakashi's words, Sakura became acutely aware that Kakashi never uttered her name. Your relationship with her not amicable. Teacher, Sakura inquired cautiously. Why do you say that? Kakashi replied, seemingly at a loss. It's just that you have never directly called her by her name. After all, you were childhood friends. How could you not even address each other by name? Kakashi fell silent, a hint of melancholy washing over him as he gazed at the sky for a considerable while. After a moment, he lowered his head to meet Sakura's gaze and remarked, that was a promise between her and me. I can only call her by name if I win. Chapter 24. Confrontation. It seemed that he was somewhat distracted. From a distance, Shao Jie observed Kakashi, who had successfully captured Zabuza and Haku, and remarked, it's still Kakashi, but he always appears a bit unfocused during battle. Quietly watching the sealing team confine the two, Shao Jie stepped forward into their line of sight. His appearance remained unchanged from the time Kakashi first met him, clad in garments that appeared faded from many washes, without a forehead protector, and wielding an excessively long katana, seemingly unchanged in age and height since his death. That katana had been kept by Kakashi as a memento after Shao Jie's passing. Kakashi looked up at Shao Jie, whose sudden reappearance stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Standing at the edge of the pit, Shao Jie looked down at Kakashi, while those around them instinctively retreated, creating a wide berth between the two. It has been a long time. Kakashi, Shao Jie spoke, his lips parting to release a voice that Kakashi recognized, youthful and tender, imbued with emotion. Yet, they now stood opposed, necessitating a confrontation. Kakashi silently regarded her, rendered speechless. The words he had rehearsed prior to their meeting evaporated, leaving him unsure of how to articulate them. Suddenly, Shao Jie stepped forward, causing dust to swirl around them. In an instant, he appeared on the ground not far from Kakashi, his katana slicing horizontally toward him. Clang! Kakashi positioned his kunai defensively to block Shao Jie's strike, though Shao Jie had not exerted much force. With a swift push off the ground, he surged forward, the blade of his katana scraping against Kakashi's kunai, threatening to cut through. Kakashi, refusing to falter, infused his kunai with chakra to avert the embarrassment of it being severed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the advance, Shao Jie, nearly pressing against Kakashi with the distance between them, remarked with intrigue, I have been selecting a gift for our reunion. Kakashi recalled how this girl often spoke in ways he could not comprehend, and this memory deepened his silence. A gift for you. Shao Jie's eyes widened, her beautiful golden irises nearly exposed in their entirety beneath her eyelids. How does despair feel? Just as Shao Jie's words fell, she exerted force, swiftly severing Kakashi's kunai. With a swift motion, the blade severed Kakashi at the waist, blood erupting in a trajectory that was all too precise. Fortunately, Kakashi was well prepared. In less than half a second after the moment of impact, the bisected Kakashi transformed into a mere piece of cutwood, the surface of the cut remarkably smooth. Xiao Jie paid no heed to when Kakashi had executed his substitution technique. Instead, he turned to glance at the spot where he had previously appeared. Kakashi, clutching his side, felt a trickle of blood mischievously escape between his fingers. A life. Good. This was the first utterance exchanged between Kakashi and Xiao Jie after their meeting. Teacher Kakashi seems utterly outmatched. Sakura remarked anxiously from her concealment in the trees, her gaze fixated on Kakashi battling Xiao Jie. Not necessarily. Sensei doesn't employ ninjutsu, only kenjutsu, commented AJ Nin, who had never appeared in the narrative before. Teacher? While Sakura was deeply concerned about her instructor's predicament, a particular term in the man's words caught her attention. Yes, teacher. A direct slash aimed at Kakashi's head was deftly evaded as Kakashi leaned back, the blade merely grazing his throat and leaving a faint trace of blood. Too weak to eye in that fleeting moment when Kakashi leaned back, Xiao Jie closed the distance with a burst of speed, his sword, Zhangzong, twirling gracefully in his hand. Releasing the hilt momentarily, the unrestrained sword spun in midair, executing a perfect 180 before Xiao Jie grasped it firmly once more. As the blade's direction shifted, Zhangzong was drawn back, as though cutting toward himself. Caught off guard, Kakashi was suddenly decapitated, blood splattering towards Xiao Jie's visage. Yet, before the blood could reach him, it, along with Kakashi's severed form, dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Once the smoke cleared, there stood a mere wooden post. This substitution technique is truly bothersome, Xiaojie squinted slightly, a hint of irritation in his expression. Just as Kakashi, having evaded this time successfully, reappeared behind Xiaojie, he launched a kunai aimed at Xiaojie's back. Clang! In a timely manner, Xiaojie brought Zhengzong to his back, the slender blade perfectly intercepting Kakashi's kunai. At that instant, Xiaojie released his grip on the hilt with his right hand and pivoted, grasping the hilt with his left, raising Zhengzong to slash at Kakashi. However, Kakashi had already leaped back the moment Xiaojie blocked his kunai, the edge of Zhengzong narrowly missing Kakashi's chest. Upon witnessing Kakashi's timely retreat, Xiaojie ceased his pursuit. Kakashi, taking a slow breath, felt relief wash over him. Each time he utilized the substitution technique, he narrowly evaded Xiaojie's attacks, primarily focusing on evasion. Otherwise, he would have been struck down long ago. Had he not noticed that Kakashi had yet to unleash a single ninjutsu? Just a moment ago, it was Xiaojie who was speaking, while Kakashi exhibited no intention of uttering a word. This clearly indicated that Xiaojie had been conserving her strength, whereas Kakashi did not wish to be distracted by conversation. It seemed as though you did not experience a sense of despair earlier, so. Xiaojie, observing Kakashi's sigh of relief, found it somewhat amusing, and with a touch of wickedness yet a serious tone, remarked. Upon hearing Xiaojie's words, Kakashi instantly tensed up, for her earnest tone held no semblance of deceit. Let me truly grant you despair. The moment Xiaojie's words fell, Kakashi sensed chakra emanating from her. How could this be? She was not supposed to possess chakra. Kakashi's astonishment was no less than when he learned of the world's resurrection. Damn it. If she could do this without chakra, just how formidable would she be with it? Kakashi clenched his teeth, reluctantly pondering. Just then, as Kakashi wrestled with his thoughts, the sound of wings flapping suddenly reached his ears, and he beheld the familiar black feathers from his memories. However, Xiaojie's appearance had also transformed. Her silver-gray hair cascaded down to her calves, and her gray eyes bore black slit pupils, devoid of any emotion. Bankai. The coldness in Xiaojie's voice resonated, accompanied by a palpable aura of murderous intent. Seraphim. This marked Xiaojie's second Bankai. The first had occurred when she met her demise. Had it not been for the attribute enhancements brought about by the system upgrade, it was likely that Kakashi would have been the one to perish that time. Chapter 25. Confronting a kindred spirit under Kakashi's watchful gaze. Xiaojie slowly ascended, her wings stirring the air and sweeping away a cloud of dust. Kakashi discerned that the ability to fly did not solely rely on those wings, thus he merely glanced at them without harboring any intention to attack. It begins. Xiaojie tilted her head, and as the three words escaped her lips, her figure became a blur before instantly materializing before Kakashi. Her right hand glided forward, conjuring a gust of air as she aimed to strike at him. Kakashi, showing wisdom beyond arrogance, chose not to attempt a defense, instead leaping to the side, retrieving a kunai from who knows where to shield himself, all while infusing it with chakra. The reason he did not retreat was that Kakashi lacked confidence in successfully escaping the attack range of over 2.5 meters. After all, this was not a slow or half-hearted strike, but a genuine assault meant to instill despair. Clang. The kunai, which Kakashi had placed his hopes upon, did not fail him, managing to withstand the blow long enough to buy him a moment before it was severed. Kakashi was propelled backward by Xiaojie's immense force, crashing into the earth with a thunderous sound, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A mere parlor trick, he sneered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing Kakashi, Akira intuitively deduced his scheme and boldly followed him inside. However, Akira was not one to recklessly venture into the grass. Instead, he witnessed the authentic blade poised before him, its tip piercing through the swirling dust that obscured his vision. Trusting his instincts, Akira thrust in a chosen direction. In an instant, he sensed the blade making contact with something, encountering a slight resistance. Raising an eyebrow, he disregarded whether he had struck Kakashi and, with a flick of his wrist, lifted the blade. To his astonishment, he realized he had indeed landed a hit, and a critical one at that. There, hanging from the blade, was Kakashi, the weapon having penetrated his chest. Kakashi grasped the blade with both hands, blood spurting forth and staining its surface. Despite his grievous injuries, he managed to open his left eye, only to find it transformed into the Sharingan's kaleidoscopic form. Kimui. Is that the world of Saionji? Meanwhile, during the clash between Kakashi and Akira, Ice Crystal and the others had unknowingly arrived at the hiding place of Sakura and her companions. Observing Akira, Ice Crystal silently mused, just as I thought. MD, who doesn't recognize Sephiroth? Sakura nodded solemnly, though it didn't appear that Akira was a product of the Edo Tensei. Suddenly, Ice Crystal's attention was drawn to Akira's skin. It truly seems to be the case. Upon hearing this, Sakura also scrutinized Akira's complexion, noting it bore no resemblance to those reanimated by the Edo Tensei. No cracks, nor the pallid hue. The whites of her eyes remained pristine. Regardless, it was evident she was doomed. The hefty figure observed the battle scene and suddenly remarked, "That girl is definitely finished." His words. Sakura's focus shifted away from Akira, only to see Kakashi being lifted by the blade in the world of Saionji. Just as she was about to scream, Akira's form distorted once more. Before Sakura could regain her composure, Akira surged forward again. Bang! Kakashi's body collided violently with a tree, the blade piercing through him and pinning him against the trunk, the metal scraping against his flesh, delivering a searing pain. Both Akira and Kakashi emerged from the crater, yet their circumstances differed. Akira moved with intention, while Kakashi was merely a passive recipient of the assault. Thud! The blade struck Kakashi's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto Akira's silver-gray hair and face. Unflinching, Akira bore the brunt of Kakashi's blood. "You still haven't grown?" "Kakashi," Akira remarked, her gray eyes fixed intently on him for a prolonged moment before speaking. Coughing softly, Kakashi opened his mouth as if to speak. However, before any words could escape, a fit of coughs constricted his voice within his throat. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow at a critical moment, he merely evaded the aorta. He appeared to be on the brink of collapse. "Release Kakashi-sensei." Just as Xiaojia prepared to say more, a delicate shout echoed from a distance. Upon glancing over, he saw Sakura leaping mid-air, her right hand enveloped in a visible aura of chakra. Superhuman strength? A hint of derision graced Xiaojia's face as he released his grip on the hilt of his genuine blade. Swiftly grasping Sakura's incoming punch with his left hand, while his right hand caught her powerful strike. Bang! Sakura's fist collided with Xiaojia's palm, generating a shockwave but yielding no further effect. Simultaneously, Kakashi lost his support and began to topple forward. Should fate remain unchanged, he would land upon Xiaojia. After catching Sakura's blow, Xiaojia gently closed his hand around hers and then hurled her aside. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kakashi falling. And without flinching or dodging, he braced himself to catch Kakashi, whose head rested against Xiaojia's shoulder due to their height and proximity at up. Bingjia and others evaded the thrown Sakura and moved towards Xiaojia, who had caught Kakashi. Roar. A monkey leaped dramatically in front of everyone, letting out a thunderous roar, its body swelling as it sprouted red fur. Honor of King's system Zhang Fei. The moment the monkey transformed, the sound waves it emitted enveloped Xiaojia and Kakashi. Although many years had passed, the events of the novice world remained etched in her memory, especially the recent near transport back to that realm. With a soft chuckle, Xiaojia transferred the genuine blade from his left hand to his right, and then executed a swift horizontal slash. In an instant, the air was stirred into a whirlwind, transforming into a blade of wind that swiftly sliced through the sound waves. Rip! The easily recognizable sound of tearing reached his ears as the cutting force continued unabated towards the monkey. Roar! It seemed that upon transformation, the monkey had lost its capacity for coherent speech as it roared once more, slamming its furry hands onto the ground. Chapter 26. Method. The monkey's furry hand struck the ground forcefully, activating a skill, and a seemingly flimsy earthen wall rose up. Magic Earth Wall. This was a talent skill the monkey had purchased at a high price from the main god Space. Despite the wall's lack of substantial thickness, its quality rivaled that of a 50-centimeter steel plate. However, to the monkey's dismay, Xiaojia's casually unleashed wind blade effortlessly bisected his prize skill, even slicing into the transformed monkey. Fortunately, by the time the gust passed through layers of defense, its power had diminished significantly, yet it still carved a lengthy gash across the monkey's robust form, flesh and blood erupting forth. Meow! As Bingjia passed by the monkey, she casually glanced at its physique. After all, she was not blind. Such a colossal blade of air could hardly go unnoticed. The moment she caught sight of that scar, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, followed by a resounding shout. The pink-haired figure affectionately referred to as Cat by Bingjia was petite, exuding a certain lowly charm, yet those familiar with her past knew that she had once been a plump pig, and a male at that. The reason Bingjia dared to call her Cat and maintain such a close relationship was that she was a Yuri, indeed, merely a Yuri, not a double-headed dragon in a realm where women were either sycophants or promiscuous. The rare few who stood independently were often formidable women. Thus, Pink Cat extracted a massive log from her system-provided backpack, hoisting it with ease. She sprinted a few steps towards the monkey and, with a delicate shout, drove it into the earth beside the creature. Instantly, the ordinary log transformed. Its wood suffused with a verdant luminescence that surged upwards, coalescing into numerous characters. As the characters formed, a wave of green ripples radiated outward, swiftly healing the wounds upon the monkey's body. I was reminiscing with Kakashi. Why have you come to intrude? Xiaojia squinted slightly, wearing an expression of displeasure. While she could let slide the earlier intrusion by Sakura, Kakashi's student, her annoyance was piqued by the presence of these new individuals. The result of her irritation was a swift series of movements. With Kakashi still resting upon her shoulder, Xiaojia refrained from making any drastic motions, yet her right hand executed several precise air blades in rapid succession. Though these were but a few, sparsely distributed, their speed was unrelenting, and given the length of her authentic blade, evading them was no simple feat for Bingjie. Fortunately, she was no novice. Illusionist mode. Just as the wind blades were about to connect, a crimson magic circle abruptly manifested beneath Bingjie's feet, and in an instant, she vanished from her position, reappearing behind the wind blades. Meanwhile, the rotund companion who should have followed Bingjie had already sensed the danger and found a place to conceal himself. Both Pink Cat and the monkey, realizing the situation had escalated, also sought refuge, leaving Bingjie to face the battle alone. However, Bingjie held her silence. After all, this had been prearranged. The strength of their adversaries was genuinely formidable, and the tank was of little use now. Should she sustain a direct hit, she likely would not endure a second. Thus, she relied solely on her ever-adaptive mode, for in terms of evasion, nothing could truly compare to the illusionist. Not even the mention of Izanagi. What a chaotic mess! Sakura exclaimed, her irritation boiling over upon witnessing the monkey's sound wave attack, which was indiscriminate and uncontrollable. Yet, before the situation could spiral in the direction she feared, Xiaojia did not mercilessly hurl Kakashi into the path of that sound wave. Instead, she severed and destroyed it. You need not worry. Under the guidance of our teacher, no one can harm Kakashi. The esteemed Jonin consoled Sakura, reminding her that he was present when the world helped Kakashi fend off danger. Listening to his words, Sakura felt a sense of reassurance, albeit slight. Regardless of the truth, the priority now was to remain patient and seek an opportunity to rescue Kakashi. Observing Sakura's ambivalent demeanor, the Jonin's temper flared. He asserted that had it not been for his mentor's intervention, Kakashi would not be alive today. It would have been his teacher instead. His mentor, even while fending off the Ninetales, had the presence of mind to pay attention to Kakashi. In an instant, she had traversed nearly half of Konoha to shield Kakashi from an ambush. The Jonin's indignation grew with each word, increasingly convinced that the sacrifice of Zayuanji Shiji was unjustified. His rising anger caused his voice to elevate, drawing the attention of surrounding ninjas. However, while the speaker was unintentional, the listener was perceptive. A rotund figure concealed among the ninjas caught wind of the conversation. Having experienced the trials of 5 worlds, he was quick to devise a cunning plan in times of crisis. After a moment's contemplation, he composed a message in the team chat, utilizing an urgent signal. Captain, that Zayuanji Shiji once risked her life to protect Kakashi. We could attack Kakashi, compelling her to assist in defending him against the assault, thus ensuring she makes a mistake. The rotund ninja transmitted his scheme, knowing that one must test methods to ascertain their efficacy. After all, prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. Meanwhile, Bingshan, who was deftly evading Akatsuki's assaults, was startled by a sudden pop-up window that obstructed her view. Attempting to close the window proved futile. Fortunately, her memory served her well, allowing her to navigate through the onslaught based on her recollection of attack patterns. After successfully avoiding a barrage of strikes, Bingshan redirected her focus to the pop-up window. Their team was generally disciplined, rarely resorting to urgent messages for trivial matters, thus she paid close attention. After reading the message, she frowned and dismissed the window. The approach could be deemed either clever or foolish. After all, they were in Konoha, where Kakashi was nearly a candidate for the 6th Hokage. To lay hands on him would surely incite the ire of Konoha's denizens, regardless of the justification's strength. Chapter 27, Rest assured, I shall not marry. Kakashi's affection with a swift thrust, the rebellious great sword pierced through Akatsuki's chest, causing him to involuntarily expel a spurt of blood that splattered onto Kakashi's face, staining his silver hair with crimson droplets. The sword's tip halted just at the edge of Kakashi's nostrils, refusing to advance any further. In the next moment, the sword was withdrawn, leaving a veil of black feathers enveloping the world. Akin to the previous encounter, blood dripped into Kakashi's eyes, tinting his vision red and obstructing his gaze toward Akatsuki. Fortunately, he still possessed his right eye, granting him the ability to clearly perceive her. Once more. After the graduation assessment concludes, Might I join you in the same team? Kakashi spoke with a hint of anxiety, his anticipation rivaling his nervousness. Yet, in response to Kakashi, there was only an overwhelming silence. Disheartened, Kakashi lowered his head, on the verge of surrendering when suddenly, a soft, bashful voice replied, "Of course, if that is possible." Her gentle words filled Kakashi with unbridled joy. He abruptly lifted his gaze to behold her flushed, delicate visage. The sight of her shy demeanor continually captivated the young Kakashi's heart. "Absolutely no problem, and I shall protect you diligently." Fortunately, Kakashi did not allow this matter to distract him from the pivotal narrative within the novel. He promptly patted his chest, pledging his promise, his gaze fixed intently upon the girl before him, awaiting her response. "Only when you surpass me in strength will you be able to protect me. I will undoubtedly become stronger than you. You've been saying that for nearly a year now. This time is for real. I am serious. If I lose, I shall prepare barbecue. No problem. 100 portions, no problem. I will definitely protect you for a lifetime." 200 portions. No. Kakashi, with his head bowed, staggered to his feet. Tick-tock 300. Kakashi wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, murmuring softly. When he raised his head, he was met with her golden eyes, filled with mirth, though dimmed slightly, and her golden hair, dusted with a hint of dirt, danced gently against Kakashi's face in the breeze, as if caressing him. Suddenly, Kakashi felt an inexplicable surge from within his eyes, instinctively wiping again with the back of his hand. Tick-tock whirled. His voice was hoarse, his throat constricted. "Kakashi, thankfully you are unharmed." A mature female voice gently reached Kakashi's ears, prompting him to glance over. Initially, he noticed not her physical state or injury, ignoring her severed arm, his gaze fixated instead on the intact hand wielding the rebellious greatsword. Could it be her? Main divine space? What the hell? Accessory, Kakashi Hataki's affection. Attribute, none. Skill, Kakashi's possessiveness. Anyone harboring intentions towards you will encounter misfortune for various reasons. Luck F. Skill, Kakashi's sharing with his beloved. All attributes 1. Enhanced dynamic vision. Skill, Kakashi's promise to his beloved. When in the same dimension as Kakashi, damage is shared unilaterally. Zaiwanzi World Hataki Kakashi. Skill, to be triggered. Non-tradable, non-destructible, non-removable, non-damageable, non-enhanceable, non-takeable, soulbound. Inscription. World, I shall protect you for a lifetime. Kakashi, I regard you as a brother, yet you dare to harbor such intentions towards me. Xiao Jie could guarantee that had it not been for the forehead protector around her neck, which was impossible to remove, she would have surely thrown it to the ground and stomped on it several times. After a considerable time of anger, Xiao Jie finally calmed down and began to survey her surroundings. An inky blackness enveloped the area, leaving no room for evaluation. Beginner task? Exit the world, return to the main god space. It turned out that she had yet to revisit the main god's space. It was a pity that her blade had not been brought along. Upon this thought, Xiao Jie felt a tinge of regret. Her Zanpakuto, the authentic one, the weapon of the Sadao. As Xiao Jie fervently shouted in her heart, she found herself back in the main god space, devoid of any spatial tunnels. Just a swift flash. Without even a whoosh, she was transported to the main god space, where people bustled about. Individuals appeared and disappeared intermittently, and Xiao Jie turned around to gaze at what resembled a bulletin board behind her. With a hint of curiosity, she observed what seemed to be sticky notes affixed to the board. World of Attack on Titan, Beginner Task World, Beginner, 5 individuals, Entry point, Beginning of the plot, End point, Elimination of the Titans. Goodness, how formidable. World of One Piece, Beginner Task World, Beginner, 1 individual. Entry point, when Luffy and the others reach Water 7, End point, Conclusion of the Marineford War. I really want to go. To save Ace. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Jie instinctively reached out to remove the sticky note. However, to her disappointment, it did not budge in the slightest. Task end time has not yet reached 1 day. Just as Xiao Jie contemplated exerting more effort, a warning window suddenly popped up, causing her to hesitate and release her grip. World of Qin's Moon. World of Fox Spirit Matchmaker. World of Dopo Tsangqiong, Novel. World of Avengers. World of Chinese Paladin 3. Upon seeing these notes, Xiao Jie suddenly felt immensely grateful to have arrived in this main god space. This realm offered her the chance to rectify what she perceived as regrets. Even if one day she were to take lives as she did with those few individuals, she would still harbor no regrets. Since the main god had granted her a day of rest, she decided to embrace it. However, Xiao Jie remained unaware that entering these worlds would subject her to mandatory tasks issued by the Great Egg, leaving certain regrets forever unfulfilled. Yet, she was oblivious to this reality for now. She would likely come to understand it after experiencing her first world. At present, her primary concern was to find a place to stay. While searching for a hotel, Xiao Jie was not oblivious to her surroundings. This vigilance was honed on the battlefield at the border, for a ninja's actions cannot be judged by ordinary reasoning. The minutiae often determine life or death. Chapter 28. A Dog's Life. The Fourth War concluded. Apologies, Sekai, for failing to avenge you. Kakashi gazed mournfully at Sekai, who lay within the coffin, still bearing that familiar visage. It was, after all, Sekai's second burial. Originally resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, Sekai remained unchanged following the conclusion of the technique due to the effect of the symbol of breaking 10,000 laws. I shall remain by your side eternally. However, for now, let it serve as my proxy. Kakashi pondered as he tied his forehead protector around Sekai's neck. He then pushed the coffin lid down, watching slowly as her features were enveloped by darkness. Sekai, I will protect you for a lifetime. The world longed for by someone. Xiao Jie surveyed her surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that her current abode spans over 100 square meters, and she pays no monetary rent, only a modest fee of 50 dimensional points. While some may deem dimensional points as hard-earned currency, often a single point can mean the difference between life and death. The notion of much is relative. After all, she currently possesses 3,000 dimensional points. Labor for a decade or two on Earth might not yield a residence of 50 square meters. Yet here, with diligent effort, one can secure a spacious home of over 100 square meters, albeit with daily rent. Xiao Jie inquired about her earnings. The newcomer from her world was valued at 1,000 points, and the two she had slain contributed an additional 2,000, totaling 3,000. As for whether the ninjas she defeated on the battlefield possessed any points, Xiao Jie was uncertain. However, judging by the acquisition of dimensional points, this divine space differed significantly from previous realms. Each life here bore equal value. Xiao Jie remained unclear about the purchasing power of dimensional points, yet the street vendors seemed to offer a fair exchange. For instance, she noticed a robust young man selling martial arts manuals. Book 9 Young Divine Skill, Quick Mastery, Description. He is strong as he pleases. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is as reckless as he desires. The bright moon illuminates the great river. He is merciless and wicked. I possess a single breath of true energy, priced at 1,000 dimensional points. It initially appeared quite appealing. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the content of the description can be self-authored. In any case, throughout her journey, Xiao Jie encountered numerous stalls boasting grandiose and ostentatious claims. Whether they were genuine or not remained to be seen, but it was evident that newcomers could easily be deceived. Thus, the purchasing power of dimensional points remained a tantalizing enigma for Xiao Jie. Do not forget that this great egg deity does not provide lineage, skills, items, or entertainment for sale. It only offers the rental of the system. However, thus far, Xiao Jie has been unable to locate the rental system, which indeed suggests a lack of guidance. In this vast expanse of darkness, there is not a single star, let alone the great egg itself. Now, a question arises. How does Xiao Jie know that this pitch-black space spans 100 square meters? Moreover, without any source of light, how is he able to survey his surroundings? As for the issue of illumination, the great egg possesses its own ingenious solutions. As for how Xiao Jie ascertained the dimensions of this space without a measuring tool, he naturally resorted to primitive methods. Point 1 can certainly gauge the distance covered with each step, cannot they? Perspective shift. How unfortunate, everyone is dead. After exiting the world of Naruto, Bingjie was teleported by the deity to stand before the world column, rubbing her temples in perplexity. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the task, an old wolf had perished, leaving only 4 remaining. Well, before entering the Naruto world, everyone was aware of the terrifying nature of certain newcomers, yet they were still caught off guard by the Great Egg's inexplicable schemes, forcing them to confront a newcomer. After the unfortunate demise of the monkey and the pink cat, they wasted the precious item, breaking 10,000 laws talisman, to eliminate that newcomer. The task was completed, and all seemed well, but unexpectedly, the death of that newcomer incited Kakashi's wrath. Following a fierce battle, Bingjie decisively betrayed the Fat One. Originally, the Fat One possessed the strongest Hasen system, making him not so easily vanquished, yet little did they know that his true self lay on the battlefield where Uchiha Madara faced the Ninja Alliance, and he was innocently crushed to death by Madara's Tenpinki Eye. What a terrifying turn of events. In any case, the intricacies of the situation left Bingjie feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, the dimensional points acquired were roughly equivalent to a single, breaking 10,000 laws talisman. Initially, that was intended for Madara, as it would at least yield a Rinnegan, which, if sold, could easily procure not just one, but two, breaking 10,000 laws talismans, thus covering the cost of the passage permit. She wondered whether that newcomer had perished. If so, it would save her effort, but if not, she would certainly ensure he faced her wrath. Bingjia muttered fiercely in her heart. After venting her frustrations, she managed to calm her turbulent emotions after a considerable time. Unbeknownst to her, the person she had cursed was peacefully sleeping in the vastness of his personal space. It seems there is no distinction between day and night here either. After enjoying a restful slumber, Xiaojia attempted to alter the appearance of this dark space, yet found himself incapable of affecting even the slightest change. He tried calling out to the great egg, but there was no response. After toying with the situation for a while without success, Xiaojia decided to venture out for a stroll, wandering about like a country bumpkin visiting the city, taking in his surroundings. He also wondered if he could traverse to another realm after having had a good night's rest. Fortunately, there exists but a single street that stretches to its very end. At one terminus lies the bustling inn, while the world column is situated at the midpoint of the thoroughfare. After nearly half an hour of walking, Xiaojia finally arrived at her destination. The place adorned with sticky notes, known as the world column as for the monument beside it. Xiaojia merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing it. Too many words to absorb. In truth, she had glanced enough to ascertain its purpose. Upon reading the topmost line, which detailed who perished in which world, Xiaojia understood that this was akin to a monument commemorating heroes. She pondered which world to venture into next. Rubbing her smooth chin, she scrutinized the sticky notes inscribed with the names of various worlds. Just yesterday, in a moment of impulsive fervor, she had wished to enter the realm of One Piece to rescue Ace. Yet after a night's rest, that fervor had waned. The worlds that lay ahead would require careful consideration. However, Xiaojia found her thoughts drifting to other worlds as she observed others around her selecting their destinations. Some were accompanied by teams. Chapter 29. The unapproachable realm of the Master God. Xiaojia noticed that individuals who plucked a sticky note alone would vanish instantaneously, leaving the note behind. It took some time for a few more individuals to disappear after choosing their notes. Conversely, those who arrived in groups would only vanish collectively after one of them selected a note, and then the note would vanish in tandem with them. It seemed prudent to seek out a team. While the solitary path may appear romantic, a lone wanderer would find no refuge from malicious pursuers in any world, unless one could eradicate the threat entirely. With a resigned sigh, Xiaojia contemplated her future direction. Truth be told, had it not been for the peril of being hunted down as a lone traveler, she would have undoubtedly chosen the solitary route. Yet, who among them could guarantee the absence of enemies? After all, love seldom arises without cause, but hatred often does. Having come to this realization, Xiaojia resolved to refrain from engaging in the violent worlds for the time being and instead sought solace in more mundane realms. While such worlds existed, they were quite rare. For instance, Daily World, not a novice task world. Entrance, none. Entry time. Beginning of the plot. Conclusion time. End of the entertainment event hosted by the Kingdom of Phase airship. Upon reading this particular daily note, Xiaojia felt a wave of resentment. Who would dare to enter such a world? Today, as she approached the world column, she had specifically paid attention to this sticky note, only to find nothing amiss. She wondered if the Master God's space had refreshed this concept, or if perhaps the note had been taken by some brave soul. The mere thought was daunting. It was a world that could easily rival that of Aral and Suk, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. It seemed that caution might prove futile. And what of the world of Haruai Suzumiya? In summary, these were realms she wished to avoid. After much deliberation, Xiaojia ultimately chose a rather ordinary world, which, by all accounts, should pose little danger. Prince of Tennis World, Novice Task World, Novices, 3. At the moment the plot commenced, and with the conclusion marked by the end of the regional preliminaries, Xiaojia was taken aback upon realizing that entry also required the expenditure of dimensional points for a pass. He promptly muttered yes in his mind. The instant he agreed, he vanished without a trace. Shortly after Xiaojia entered the world of Prince of Tennis, another individual, clutching the same piece of paper, crossed into that realm as well. It was at the very moment of his arrival that the note disappeared. As Xiaojia opened his eyes, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, silently reflecting. The other 4 individuals exhibited similar behaviors, and Xiaojia found himself counted among them. What on earth? Why is there a woman here? As he scanned the vicinity, a rather arrogant male voice suddenly rang out. Xiaojia focused his gaze and saw a young man with strikingly yellow hair. appearing to be in his 20s. What on earth? Why is there an old man too? Xiao Jie retorted defiantly at that moment. They had yet to truly enter the world of Prince of Tennis. They were still enveloped in a pitch-black void. It should be noted that the characters in Prince of Tennis are primarily adolescents around 14 to 16 years of age. Thus, the presence of a man in his mid-20s certainly gave the impression of an elder. While the protagonists appeared slightly older than their actual ages, they were undeniably middle school students. The other three individuals looked somewhat better, appearing to be around 17 or 18, with one resembling Xiao Jie closely in age. You damn brat, I'm a reincarnator. I'm not like you mere players. The yellow-haired youth nearly shouted, as if to grab Xiao Jie by the collar. Upon hearing the term reincarnator, the expressions of two of the other three shifted dramatically, while the youngest among them appeared to be a child with chestnut-colored hair, resembling a young girl with his ear-length bob, making it difficult to discern his true gender. This ambiguity led the yellow-haired youth to instinctively exclude him from the female category. Are you also a reincarnator? He inquired, casting a peculiar look at the chestnut-haired child. Yes, the child nodded in affirmation, his voice carrying a somewhat androgynous tone. The yellow-haired youth had intended to assert his dominance in this temporary group by revealing his identity as a reincarnator. Yet he was taken aback to discover that among the five of them, there were two reincarnators. Oh, is being a reincarnator impressive? Xiao Jie, the newcomer, was oblivious to the distinction between reincarnators and players, unable to ascertain his own classification, but this did not deter him from engaging in conversation. The yellow-haired youth regarded the golden-haired child with exasperation, ready to speak when he was met with her golden eyes, which sent him spiraling into a chilling abyss, leaving him breathless and feeling as if his very soul had been frozen. Xiao Jie fixed her gaze intently upon the youth with yellow hair for quite some time, rendering him utterly incapable of movement. Only after Xiao Jie averted her eyes did the boy exhale a long, chilly breath. Goodness, could they truly be three reincarnators? How on earth is one to navigate this situation? The elderly man with yellow hair lamented inwardly. If these two children were indeed reincarnators, they were not to be trifled with. The realm of the Master God has 5 categories that one must avoid: women, children, cross-dressers, the deranged, and those afflicted with Shinibu. Naturally, the former two primarily refer to reincarnators. Startled, the man refrained from seeking trouble. A prolonged silence ensued, with no one daring to speak. The boy with tea-colored hair, however, seemed somewhat intrigued by Xiao Jie, but was at a loss for how to initiate conversation. At that moment, the interface of the Master God materialized. Select System, entering the world of Prince of Tennis in 1 minute. Xiao Jie was unaware if others had encountered this panel, as she could not see what was before anyone else, yet she perceived someone manipulating the air with their fingers. Prototype System, 2,000 dimensional points. Random Hero System from Honor of Kings, 100 dimensional points. Designated Hero System from Honor of Kings, 500 dimensional points. Refresh Options, 100 dimensional points. Goodness, it turns out that dimensional points are primarily expended here. Xiao Jie mused, pondering why there was no designated system available. She found herself reminiscing about the Disrobing Journey, Akihabara Journey, system used in the Naruto world. Chapter 30. Entering the mission world. After examining the 3 systems, Xiao Jie contemplated briefly. Given the nature of the prototype system, it was evident that killing would be necessary for upgrades. If she were to venture into combat-oriented worlds, the leveling process would undoubtedly be rapid, and her battle prowess would increase the quickest. As for the remaining 2 systems, they appear to belong to Honor of Kings, a mobile game known for its tower-pushing mechanics. Xiao Jie recalled that, despite the plethora of heroes, none seemed suitable for playing tennis. As they were primarily engaged in combat, in fact, the prototype system seemed more advantageous, as it allowed one to devour others to enhance physical abilities, according to the conventions of certain prototype narratives. The Honor of Kings systems were self-explanatory. Leveling would unequivocally require bloodshed. Thus, after a swift 3-second contemplation, Xiao Jie decisively opted to refresh her options. What an absurd sensation it was, reminiscent of a pay-to-win game. Circumstances left Xiao Jie little time for reflection, as the transition to the mission world was imminent. Just as she regretted her oversight in missing an exceptional system, the transmission from the Master God occurred. The scenery shifted in an instant, and her gaze adjusted to reveal that she was in a train, where individuals were playfully tussling. Truth be told, Xiao Jie struggled to recall the plot clearly. She only remembered a group of middle school students engaged in tennis, with the starting point of the story eluding her comprehension. Hello, my name is Shirai Kuriko. Just as Xiao Jie was lost in thought, a youthful, androgynous voice interrupted her reverie. Huh? Shirai. Kuriko? Kuriko? As in Kuriko's basketball? She scrutinized the child before her, who stood at a similar height, with chestnut-colored hair. Wait a moment, Chaz. Upon closer inspection, Xiaojia noticed a badge on her left breast, a dark red shield emblazoned with a yellow, rounded cross. The primary hue of her attire was brown. Looking further down, she saw that it was not a skirt but rather a pair of trousers. It seemed to be a uniform from a rather popular anime. Xiaojia rubbed her temples, striving to jog her memory, and casually remarked, "My name is Zaiwanzi Shiji. Pleased to meet you." Her voice was not loud, just sufficient for Shirai Kuriko to hear. Upon learning her name, Kuriko smirked and thought, "Are you kidding me? Zaiwanzi Shiji? Why are you out here playing instead of staying in your own world? Just because I may appear young doesn't mean I lack experience with H-games. If you count my mental age, I'm at least 35. If you're going to deceive, at least choose a proper subject. A blonde with golden eyes hardly embodies Zaiwanzi Shiji. Even if you dyed your hair and wore colored contacts, it wouldn't be that long, Dado. I remember now. Shirai Kuriko is that Yuri obsessive from the Magical Index, ISNT she." As Kuriko inwardly ranted, Xiaojia suddenly had an epiphany, dramatically hammering one hand into the palm of the other. "Please, don't bring that up. I've turned over a new leaf." Kuriko sighed in exasperation, appearing as if recalling painful memories. "Oh, right. What is the deal with reincarnators and gamers?" Intrigued by Kuriko, who seemed knowledgeable about the matter, Xiaojia sought clarification. "Oh my. I thought so. So you're not a reincarnator." Although the blonde brute had not overheard Xiaojia's introduction, he had certainly caught wind of her rookie-like inquiries. However, he showed no inclination to stir up trouble. After all, they were already in a mission world, a modern society governed by law. Committing a crime could jeopardize the entire mission. There was no need to risk everything over trivial matters, especially considering how terrifying that little girl's gaze was. After Kuriko's explanation, Xiaojia felt enlightened and decided not to press further. Asking too many questions was akin to borrowing favors. While favors might be easy to obtain, repaying them could prove challenging. So, what kind of world is your novice realm? After Xiaojia posed her question, Kuriko retorted, "In truth." Kuriko had already formed a hypothesis upon seeing the headband around Xiaojia's neck. Her inquiry was merely a means of collecting on a favor, devoid of any ulterior motive. Xiaojia narrowed her eyes at Kuriko, having noticed the earlier glance directed at her neck. She doubted anyone could be unaware of one of the 3 major labor-themed manga. She felt no hesitation in sharing her world, as the headband was a clear indicator. Damn Kakashi? The world of Naruto, participating in the 3rd and 4th Shinobi Wars. While Xiaojia couldn't decipher Kuriko's intentions, she was unperturbed about divulging more information. It seemed harmless enough. Kuriko nodded, recognizing that the extent of survival indicated one's potential, a universal truth among gamers. However, for the reincarnators, the very fact that you can continue to exist proves that you still possess potential. By the way, what is your identity and mission? Perhaps we may have an opportunity for collaboration. It seemed that Heizi had recalled something as he spoke, his gaze fixated on her headband, undoubtedly a prized possession. And as for identity and mission, Xiaojia was taken aback, having noticed Heizi's avaricious eyes. Yet, this was of little concern. Everyone was aware of the prowess of the lucky E, though few knew of the even more formidable F. To be honest, Xiaojia was genuinely unaware of the existence of an identity and mission. Speaking of which, she was still oblivious to the random character system in King of Glory. Chapter 31. Embarrassment. Xiaojia summoned the system panel, which retained its distinctly sci-fi aesthetic. Flower butterfly fan. Niji Huowu throws her fan, dealing magical damage to the first target hit and causing a brief slow effect. Skill hits restore 25 energy. Cooldown, 3 seconds, energy cost, 40. Ultimate. Ninja B. Niji Huowu dashes forward, inflicting substantial magical damage and a knockback effect on the enemy's hit. Reduces their attack power for 2.5 seconds. Skill hits restore 25 energy. Cooldown, 20 seconds, energy cost, 110. Xiaojia scrutinized the skill descriptions, pondering slightly. She first allocated a point to the passive skill, Ninja Peak. However, when she attempted to invest another point in the flower butterfly fan, she was informed of insufficient skill points. Heida, where is the Kishi no Mizu High School tennis tournament? As Xiaojia contemplated the system, a boy stood before her and inquired. Xiaojia, slightly bewildered, raised her gaze to meet the eyes of the taller Yuqin Longma. Noticing the confusion on Xiaojia's face, Yuqin Longma felt a moment of awkwardness, lowered his hat, and asked again. Where is the Kishi no Mizu High School tennis tournament? I have no idea. After a brief moment of confusion, Xiaojia replied without hesitation, though the person before her seemed somewhat familiar. Yuqin Longma, speechless, turned and walked away without a second thought, addressing others. Heida, where is the Kishi no Mizu High School tennis tournament? Goodness, what an impolite brat. Watching Yuqin Longma leave without uttering a word, Xiao Jie felt somewhat exasperated. Coincidentally, the person Yuqin Longma approached was Ryazaki Sakuno, the character he inquired about in the original story. Ryazaki Sakuno, taken aback by the sudden question, noticed Yuqin Longma's impatience and responded nervously. I'm also heading there to watch the match. Are you here to participate? This is my first time watching a tennis match. Sakuno's words came out in a flurry, clearly anxious. Where? Yuqin Longma replied, slightly irritated. The interruption left Ryazaki Sakuno momentarily stunned, and she quickly blushed, bowing in a flustered apology. I'm sorry. If you go straight through the south gate, you will see it.is at the south gate. Thank you. Yuqin Longma turned and headed towards the south gate, casually expressing his gratitude. The Kishi no Mizu High School tennis tournament? Huh? Xiao Jie suddenly recalled that this seemed to be the location of her mission. With that thought, she hurriedly followed suit. However, the other lifeless souls had long since vanished into the ether. Wasn't it said that if one proceeded straight from Nanku, they would see it? After walking for quite a while, Xiao Jie found nothing in sight, only a long, straight road. Meanwhile, the stoic Yuqin Longma, who walked ahead, wore a glum expression. He then seized a passerby and inquired, "Where is the venue for the Shikinamizaka tennis tournament?" His tone was far from polite, and the passerby, initially impatient, felt a flicker of irritation upon hearing Longma's brusque manner. However, upon glancing back and meeting Yuqin Longma's ominously dark gaze, he promptly wilted and replied, "Just proceed straight from the north exit of the station." In that instant, Xiao Jie felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She still had to compete against this person named Yuqin Longma. Similarly, Yuqin Longma wore an expression of exasperation, yet he recalled that the match was about to commence, and failure to arrive at the venue before the start would result in disqualification. With that in mind, he swiftly turned and dashed towards the north exit, neglecting to acknowledge Xiao Jie as he passed by. What a misfortune! Xiao Jie helplessly patted her forehead and followed closely behind Yuqin Longma. Ultimately, they still couldn't make it in time. Xiao Jie watched with a resigned expression as Yuqin Longma was denied entry. Speaking of which, what would happen if the mission remained unfulfilled? This left her in a state of bewilderment. Hey, why have you been trailing behind me all this while? Xiao Jie had followed him for quite a distance, and Yuqin Longma was no fool. Even if his mind was preoccupied with the tennis tournament, he could still discern the footsteps behind him. I know a formidable competitor is coming to participate, and I wish to face him in a match, at the very least. Xiao Jie was aware that the protagonist was Yuqin Longma. After all, how could one call someone a protagonist if they weren't exceptional? Oh, who is it? Longma inquired, his curiosity piqued. Challenging strong opponents and pushing his limits was something he had always embraced, and the reason was simple. He was passionate about tennis. It's someone named Yuqin Longma. As soon as Xiao Jie uttered the name, she noticed the peculiar expression on the face of the person before her. I am Yuqin Longma. No wonder he looked so strange. Xiao Jie felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chapter 32. Embarrassment too. As she beheld the girl's perplexed expression, Longma found it somewhat amusing. She claimed she wished to engage in a match, yet she didn't even know what her opponent looked like. Wasn't that rather comical? Xiao Jie, observing his teasing demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation in her hands. If you truly are the Yuqin Longma, that would be splendid. I wouldn't have to search high and low. Xiao Jie shrugged, brushing aside the strands of hair that were irritating her face. I am Yuqin Longma. Although Ryoma's demeanor exuded confidence, the moment he caught sight of her doubtful gaze, he suddenly realized he lacked substantial evidence. In truth, when Ekizan Ryoma introduced himself, Xiao Jie had already compared him to his animated counterpart and readily accepted it. The cap, the swagger, and ultimately, his stature. There was no escaping the fact that she had not indulged in anime for many years. She could barely recall the fundamental characteristics. If she were to remember his face clearly, she genuinely found it difficult. Then let us engage in a match, Xiao Jie proposed, as Ryoma seemed intent on uncovering proof of his identity. All right, Ryoma replied, a confident smirk gracing his lips. When it came to tennis, he was assured he would not be defeated by anyone in this world. Tennis courts were in no short supply. While many utilized the facilities, it was still feasible to assert one's prowess based on skill. Thus, Xiao Jie observed as Ryoma, with his tennis racket in hand, sought to claim a court for their duel. As for why Xiao Jie was not permitted to claim the court herself, Ryoma's emotional intelligence was not negligible. At the very least, he understood that Xiao Jie was a girl. It was during this moment that Xiao Jie witnessed Ryoma's tennis skills firsthand. Truth be told, Xiao Jie had never held a tennis racket in her life, let alone played the sport. Seizing this opportunity to learn was quite fortuitous. However, she had played badminton before, so she felt confident she would not embarrass herself. though badminton and tennis belong to different leagues. A misstep in tennis could lead to serious consequences. All right, we can begin at any time, Ryoma remarked, his breath slightly labored, considering this as a warm-up exercise. Regardless of the opponent's strength, physical activity was essential. For at that moment, Ekizan Ryoma was not yet the formidable player destined for national competitions. He was merely a 13-year-old boy. However, even with their ages aligned, Ryoma's height surpassed Xiaojie's by a considerable margin. Grasping the racket Ryoma had lent her, she swung it to acclimate to its feel as she approached the court. Xiaojie maintained her belief that her extraordinary physique would easily outmatch Ryoma, a mere ordinary boy. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. The physical prowess she had painstakingly cultivated was instantaneously diminished the moment she stepped onto the court, severely weakened, one might say to the point of being nearly obliterated. At best, she possessed the physique of an adequately trained average person. Xiaojie's expression shifted abruptly, but she remained composed. After all, mental fortitude is cultivated over time. Testing her body, she acknowledged her diminished strength, slightly weakened constitution, yet higher agility and flexibility, characteristics typical of an ordinary girl. However, Xiaojie distinctly recalled that aside from expending energy, he had allocated points for balance. How could such an uneven situation arise? Yet, before Xiaojie could ponder further, Ryoma Ekizan, observing Xiaojie's contemplation for a considerable time, grew impatient. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Do you still want to play? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Xiaojie replied as he spoke. He also opened his panel. Kakashi's so-called dynamic vision was indeed the vision of the Sharingan. Nevertheless, even so, Xiaojie found Ryoma's tennis serve somewhat swift. This implied that the attributes diminished by the big egg were not merely those visible on the surface, but rather encompassed others as well. It is essential to recognize that high-speed combat still exists in the ninja world. Had she not trained her dynamic vision, she would have perished long ago, either in battle or at the hands of that rain ninja back then. The illusory three-tomo in her left eye slowly rotated, replicating Ryoma's grip and swing. The grip of her right hand subtly adjusted as well. Xiaojie squinted, observing the tennis ball as she gripped her racket and moved. Even if those attributes were weakened, there was one element that the big egg could not diminish: intuition. Reaching the spot where the tennis ball was propelled, Xiaojie swung her racket fiercely. Instantly, the strings of the racket dipped, and in the next moment, the tennis ball was sent flying directly towards the wire fence. The fence emitted a mournful sound, displaying its innocence as it was struck by the ball. Ryoma Ekizan lowered the brim of his cap, wanting to laugh but refraining. Witnessing this scene, Xiaojie's expression darkened to an alarming degree. Chapter 33. Off to school. Xiaojie gritted her teeth, staring at the tennis ball that had rolled to Ryoma's feet. This is illogical. 0-15. Observing the girl across from him, who was visibly vexed, Ryoma found it somewhat amusing, though he also discerned that she had evidently never played tennis before, leaving him puzzled as to why she would challenge him. Give me the ball, Xiaojie suddenly exclaimed as she watched Ryoma pick up the tennis ball. Hearing her words, Ryoma was momentarily taken aback. This was against the rules, after all. This was his service game. However, finding her defiant expression somewhat amusing, he tossed the ball over. Fine, let us treat this as a game, was Ryoma's thought at that moment, a sentiment typical of an ordinary person confronted with such a scenario. The force with which he threw the ball was substantial and accurate. Xiaojie merely extended her hand to catch it. As she grasped the tennis ball, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over her. She gently tossed the ball above her head, stretching her body in a relaxed manner, her right hand naturally raising the racket. Ryoma squinted at the girl across from him, sensing that her service motion seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not recall when he had seen it before. The tennis ball, originally destined to fall vertically due to gravity, was intercepted mid-flight by Xiaojie, who struck it outward, sending it firmly onto the front half of Ryoma's court, where it bounced. Ryoma promptly dashed to where the ball was rebounding, positioning himself to wait. When the ball ascended to an optimal height, he swung his right hand forcefully, sending the ball soaring. However, Longma remained oblivious to the fact that as he executed this series of movements, a ring of ethereal black magatama re-emerged in Xiaojie's left eye, with 3 magatama swirling around her pupil in a mesmerizing dance. This was not a competition. In Longma's mind, it was merely a playful engagement with his opponent. Consequently, he deliberately eased up, allowing the tennis ball to sail directly towards Xiaojie, landing on the ground to her right. All she needed to do was to swing her racket horizontally, and she would make contact effortlessly. Observing this scene, Xiaojie's racket, which she intended to raise, fell instead, and the unobstructed tennis ball collided once more with the wire netting. Moments later, The ball rolled to her feet, prompting her to pick it up and address Ryoma across the court. Focus. Initially puzzled by the girl's refusal to return the ball, Ryoma swiftly understood her intention upon hearing her words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded, a smile gracing his face as he replied. Understood. 30-30 After Xiaojia urged him to take the game seriously, Ryoma found it impossible to genuinely engage. Having been neglectful for a while, he allowed Xiaojia to claim 2 points, compelling him to adopt a more earnest demeanor. After all, the girl had made remarkable strides in such a short time. Failing to demonstrate his own prowess would be to underestimate her. Ryoma moved to the other side to retrieve the tennis ball. Casting a glance at the imprint left on the ground by the ball, it was powerful and swift. This was Ryoma's assessment of Xiaojia's shot, which had caught him off guard due to its suddenness. I need to focus, he declared, tilting his cap slightly as he regarded the girl across the court, now viewing Xiaojia as a worthy opponent. Will I be too late? Longzaki Sakuno pondered as she observed Ryoma, leisurely playing tennis. A twinge of guilt washed over her. Such a beautiful stance. Just like her father's, she heard her grandmother, Longzaki Dong, remark beside her. The he she referred to was none other than Ryoma's father. Ekizan Nanjiru. Dong's sudden interjection startled Sakuno, causing her to exclaim, Grandma, haha, surprised, aren't you? I didn't expect both Sakuno and Ryoma to be here. But who is Ryoma's opponent? Longzaki Dong chuckled at Sakuno's startled expression, though her gaze shifted to Xiaojia, filled with curiosity. Their movements bore an uncanny resemblance, be it serving or returning. Could she possibly be Nanjiru's illegitimate daughter? The thought flitted through Dong's mind before she dismissed it, knowing well that Nanjiru suffered from bronchitis. Could she be the child of your apprentice you mentioned, Grandma? Sakuno expressed her astonishment. Indeed, Longzaki Dong replied with a smile, watching the lively figure of Ryoma on the court. A few weeks later, I never expected that I would still have to attend school. Xiaojia gazed at the exquisite features of this youthful academy, a look of helplessness etched upon her face. Nevertheless, she took solace in the fact that, despite her defeat, she had managed to complete the task. Albeit through some underhanded means, Big Egg still acknowledged her efforts. However, Xiaojia discovered that the number of times she could utilize the ninja's attack was limited to a single serve, meaning that after the serve, if she could not sustain her swings until the third strike, her attack count would reset to 0, unable to carry over to the next serve. She strolled through the corridors of the academy. Xiaojia held her briefcase and surveyed her surroundings. The short skirt she wore made her feel somewhat awkward, partly due to her identity as a boy, and partly because she had never donned such attire before. Even in the world of Naruto, practicality during wartime took precedence over aesthetics. She was clad in the school's uniform, yet the ninja headband around her neck rendered her appearance somewhat incongruous, given its antiquated condition. Nevertheless, the metallic surface still emitted a brilliant sheen, indicating that its owner cherished it dearly. No. It should be said that Kakashi held it in high regard. Chapter 34. Following the original plot development. As Xiaojia walked through the school's corridor, she glanced at the various class signs that passed by. Class 1-2. Class 1-2. Her golden eyes swept over the signs until, at last, she found her target in the second-to-last classroom on this floor. I should have known to approach from the other side. Xiaojia silently berated herself, yet her feet unconsciously stepped into the classroom. Instinctively, her eyes scanned the room and quickly landed on her classmate. Yuqian Longma. That moment, Yuqian Longma, having nothing to occupy him, happened to glance over, and after a brief pause, nodded at Xiaojia without uttering a word. In response, Xiaojia nodded back, seemingly indifferent to whether he had truly seen her as she searched for her seat. However, engrossed in finding her place, Xiaojia was oblivious to the attention of the boys around her, drawn to her golden hair that inevitably attracted gazes, especially with her long locks and striking beauty, albeit with a youthful appearance and somewhat shorter stature. Individuals who stood out in such a manner would invariably capture others' interest, though this was never Xiaojia's intention. Could she be blamed for her height? Hardly had Xiaojia settled into her seat when class began, the teacher entering the room just as the bell rang. The entire morning passed with Xiaojia in a state of daydreaming, hardly stepping out during breaks unless nature called. In short, she spent the entire morning in a daze, and when the lunch bell rang, Xiaojia rose to head to the cafeteria for some bread to quell her hunger, for she had not developed the habit of preparing bento. As for the housing situation, Big Egg was taking care of it, leaving her with little to worry about. They resided in an apartment near the school, modest in size but adequate, for Japanese schools did not provide accommodations. The matter of currency was resolved by Xiaojia using dimensional points, with the exchange channel provided by the Big Egg. A single dimensional point could be exchanged for 10,000 yen, a truly pitifully small amount. Ekizan Ryoma? Upon reaching the first floor, Xiaojia noticed Ekaz and Ryoma inquiring about directions. Excuse me, where is the tennis court? What struck Xiaojia as peculiar was that Ryoma actually used the word please. Tachibana Wu wore a slight smile on his face. Huh? The tennis team? It's over there. Tachibana Wu gestured with his thumb towards the direction behind him, then proceeded to walk towards the entrance, heading in the opposite direction of where he indicated. Thank you. Ryoma expressed his gratitude while carrying his tennis bag, proceeding towards the direction pointed out by the esteemed Tachibana Wu. Tachibana Wu waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it's nothing. Isn't it the tennis court over there? Xiaojia looked toward the direction Tachibana Wu was walking and felt a twinge of confusion. She had a modicum of confidence in her memory and distinctly recalled that Ekaz and Ryoma was heading towards the sumo club. Perhaps it was a prank. Shrugging her shoulders, Xiaojia decided to trust her memory and followed the path Tachibana Wu had taken. There were hardly any people around. Throughout her journey, Xiaojia noticed that the tennis courts were nearly deserted. Those present were merely lounging against the wire fence, chatting idly, with tennis rackets at their feet. Truly worthy of Saishin Academy. The facilities are truly top-notch. Just as Xiaojia was about to leave, Ekaz and Ryoma's rather familiar companion, Juitu, exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a country bumpkin. Today, the third and second-year players have all gone to compete. If you wish to join, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. A first-year student with a bowl haircut suddenly chimed in as Juitu passed by. Most of the first years have returned as well. The bowl-haired boy observed Juitu's look of realization and then explained the reason for the sparse attendance. Afterward, he turned to his companions and said, "Let us go play some tennis outside." The bespectacled boy beside him nodded in agreement. Juitu appeared somewhat regretful about not being able to join today. "Hey, are you all planning to join the tennis club?" "We are second years," Alan and Ikeda. A second-year student with tousled hair suddenly inquired as he stood at the entrance of the tennis court. "Please take care of us." It was perplexing to Xiaojia what thoughts those three children held, as one self-introduction was met with a bow in response. Alan, with a slightly grim expression, smiled and asked, "Would you like to try a really fun game?" It was the so-called newbie trap can hitting game. Designed to humiliate Ryoma. Unsurprisingly, the three children failed to hit the target 10 times in a row. However, if the can were empty, it would have toppled several times. Unfortunately, the can was filled with stones, and without a certain degree of strength and precision, it was nearly impossible to knock it down. Then Alan, resembling a villain, baited the small boy standing outside the wire fence, saying, "Hey there, just watching one do you any good. Come in and give it a try." Well, it didn't matter much. Ekaz and Ryoma shrugged nonchalantly, disregarding the words of his less competent teammate as he pushed open the door and entered the tennis court. Following closely behind him was Xiaojia, while Ah Ling cast a glance, noticing a beautiful girl and choosing to say nothing, for he possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence. "Ah, are you the Sayuji Shiji from our class?" Ah Ling's indifference did not deter the overly familiar Juewei from expressing his surprise. After a moment of speechlessness, Xiaojia merely nodded in response. Ryoma turned back with curiosity, catching a glimpse of Xiaojia, and at that moment, he recognized that the girl who had challenged him a few weeks prior was indeed Sayuji Shiji. "Hello, Ryoma." "Hello, Xiaojia." Juewei was momentarily flabbergasted. What a stark contrast in treatment. After exchanging greetings, Xiaojia positioned herself so as not to obstruct Ryoma's performance, keenly observing him. With a casual approach, Ryoma strolled to the net, picked up a tennis ball, and muttered, "Even if I hit it, that can one topple, right? Surely, it is filled with stones." As he spoke, he tossed the ball into the air with his left hand while raising his racket with his right. In an instant, the tennis ball soared across the court, striking the can with a resounding impact. He landed squarely on the lid, sending it flying and toppling the can to the ground. "You seniors are too cunning, filling the can with stones." Ah Ling and Ikeda wore expressions of indignation, though they dared not voice their grievances. Before they could utter a word, Ryoma had already seized another ball and struck the fallen can once more, sending it soaring high into the air. "Let us have some fun with the can." Chapter 35. On what grounds? After the can was propelled into the air, Ryoma tossed another tennis ball overhead and swiftly struck it with his racket. As the can reached its apex, it was struck down, colliding with the wire netting. "If I hit 100 balls, will I win 1,000,000 yen?" Ryoma paused his exhilarating serves and faced the two second-year seniors, posing his question. Their astonished expressions were the only response. "Incredible!" Juewei exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He had never imagined that a casual conversation with a classmate would lead to such prowess. While Ryoma was still basking in his own glory, Xiaojia seized the racket from his grasp, declaring, "It's my turn now." The incredulous look on Ryoma's face conveyed his dismay. Could she not interrupt him while he was showing off? Observing Xiaojia's actions, the initially eager Tachibana also halted, choosing instead to quietly watch her. However, Ryoma was not one to begrudge others, especially since the girl before him seemed to align with his temperament. He nodded, conceding his position so Xiaojia could showcase her skills. Your tennis skills are truly impressive. As Ryoma moved to stand beside Juewei, the latter exclaimed with excitement, "How remarkable!" "It's nothing," Xiaojia replied modestly. Longma casually inserted his hands into his pockets and spoke with an air of indifference, seemingly devoid of any pride in the matter, which he deemed insignificant. Xiaojia bent slightly at the waist to retrieve a tennis ball from the hoop, tossing it gently in her left hand before launching it a bit higher with a swift motion of her right hand, which gripped the racket firmly. Her movements were somewhat restrained, a consequence of her school uniform. After all, she was clad in a short skirt, devoid of any anti-gravity properties. Eager to avoid any unintended exposure, Xiaojia exercised caution, for she still possessed a sense of modesty. There was an undeniable familiarity in her actions. Longma furrowed his brow as he observed Xiaojia gracefully stretching her body. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the tennis ball struck another can intended for the flamboyant Takanobu. The force of the impact transformed the can, which was filled with stones, into a contorted shape, sending it soaring through the air. Seizing the moment, Xiaojia swiftly retrieved another tennis ball from the hoop, this time opting for a direct throw instead of a toss, as the ball reached its apex and began its descent. A glimmer of red light flickered in her eyes, and she swung her racket once more, sending the ball hurtling forward. The accelerated tennis ball collided fiercely with the airborne can, ultimately propelling it out of the court. A scene witnessed by Juewei, two first-year students, Longma, Aaron, Ikeda, Takanobu, Sakura, and her close friend. "Thank you for your racket," Xiaojia remarked, tossing it back to Longma before making her way towards the exit. She had noticed Takanobu standing by the door but chose not to engage in conversation. Aware that Longma and Takanobu shared a close friendship, Longma extended his hand to catch the thrown racket, tucking it under his arm and nodding in acknowledgement. "Your skill has significantly improved since the beginning," was the only assessment Longma could offer. Xiaojia's prowess excited him, for tennis was not a solitary endeavor. The presence of a worthy opponent was what infused the game with joy, particularly one capable of matching his abilities. Impressive strength, he mused, realizing that Takanobu could not rival such power, especially when witnessing the can soar so far, laden with a considerable amount of stones. Observing Xiaojia's delicate, fair arms, he could discern no trace of muscle. It's merely a matter of technique. Xiaojia replied with a modest smile. "You're the one who was with Longma-kun that day?" Sakura exclaimed suddenly as Xiaojia opened the wire mesh gate. "Longma? Yuichiro Longma?" Takanobu raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name, well aware of the genius associated with it, and couldn't help but feel intrigued by the revelation. "Yes," Sakura nodded obediently, pointing to the figure in a black school uniform who was none other than Yuichiro Longma. "So it's true, you are Yuichiro Longma?" Upon realizing that he was indeed Ekizan Ryoma, the prowess that Xiaojia had just displayed was immediately cast aside from her thoughts. With a somewhat audacious tone, she addressed Ryoma, "Be wary of drawing attention to yourself. I am Takanu Takashi, a second-year student." In the ensuing match, upon witnessing Ryoma execute a reverse spin serve, Xiaojia decided to depart. She was not oblivious. It was evident that the individual named Takanu Takashi bore an injury on his foot, suggesting that the match would likely be brief. Nevertheless, her objective was achieved, as she had successfully learned Ryoma's reverse spin serve. During their previous encounter, Ryoma had refrained from utilizing the serve, likely due to his concern over Xiaojia's gender, which had left her somewhat disheartened. Although her memories had faded considerably, the iconic reverse spin serve of Ekizan Ryoma remained etched in her mind. Upon returning to her apartment, she used the key bestowed upon her by Daji Dan to unlock the door. Once inside, she made sure to close the door behind her, for this was no longer an era akin to that of Naruto, where the act of closing doors was inconsequential. Sighing, she tossed aside her backpack and reclined on the sofa in a relaxed manner, adopting a posture reminiscent of Guyu, devoid of any semblance of decorum. Her long hair was pinned down by her body, leaving no room for escape. "Are you not coming out yet?" After lying there for a while, Xiaojia suddenly called out. "You certainly live a carefree life." The figure of Shirai Kuriko unexpectedly appeared on the sofa opposite Xiaojia, taking a seat. "Likewise," Xiaojia replied lazily, without opening her eyes. "Your current demeanor does not quite align with your appearance," Kuriko remarked with a hint of amusement. "Just state your purpose for visiting without any pretense," Xiaojia said bluntly, devoid of any subtlety. Then I shall be direct. I hope you will join my team. Xiaojie's forthrightness momentarily caught Kuriko off guard. On what grounds? Chapter 36. Analysis. Hearing Xiaojie's candid retort, Kuriko surprisingly did not take offense. As a newcomer, you may be unaware of Dajidan's regulations. With her hands folded and resting on her lips, she regarded Xiaojie with an authoritative demeanor. Under Dajidan's governance, a lone wolf may enjoy a degree of freedom, yet they are also susceptible to vendettas. Although, in the presence of a robust system, retaliating against adversaries is not insurmountable, and even a 1v5 scenario can be manageable. Such occurrences remain rare. Kuriko calmly elucidated the reasons for inviting Xiaojie to join the team. Xiaojie, unperturbed by verbal sparring, continued to listen attentively while nodding in encouragement for Kuriko to proceed. Perhaps you are unaware, but forming a team prior to entering the world grants a certain buff enhancement. While it is random, there are occasional beneficial outcomes, akin to a loot system. Kuriko explained with composure, providing Xiaojie with valuable information, though the veracity of such intelligence remained to be scrutinized. Xiaojie nodded thoughtfully with his eyes closed and remarked, having discussed the advantages, it is only fitting to address the disadvantages as well. He was not one to believe that forming a team came without its drawbacks. Although it was true that the various benefits would be diminished and shared among the members, it was still preferable to the solitary path of a lone wolf. After hearing Xiaojie's words, Hazy hesitated for a moment before articulating the downsides, yet he still wished for Xiaojie to join his ranks. As a lone wolf, your potential rating in each world will be significantly elevated by the Great Egg, and once it reaches a certain threshold, you will be thrust into the realm of nightmares. Potential rating? Xiaojie opened one eye to regard Hazy, who continued to maintain his posture, somewhat perplexed. Well, I'm not entirely sure how it's calculated. I merely heard it from others, Hazy clarified, acknowledging that this was only his second world, aside from the novice realm. Oh, Xiaojie replied, closing that eye once more to continue his meditative state, lost in thoughts unknown. The information he had received, unverified, left uncertainty lingering in his mind. After all this discussion, it seems you possess no concrete evidence. Perhaps I shall forego joining this team. He waved his hand to halt Hazy's attempts to elaborate further. Xiaojie had grasped that much of what Hazy spoke was riddled with ambiguity. He was merely spouting off without a clear understanding. Hazy, having been interrupted, narrowed his eyes and regarded Xiaojie for a prolonged moment, a murderous intent brewing within his gaze. After a brief interval, that malice dissipated. He was unwilling to gamble on his ability to defeat Xiaojie. The disparity in power between the Academy City and the world of Naruto was significant. Although Hazy was a level 4 Esper, he still hesitated to make a wager, as he was merely level 4. Had he been level 5, he might have dared to take action. After all, possessing an item that could be carried at all times was undeniably valuable. As he pondered this, Hazy's greedy eyes lingered on the headband around Xiaojie's neck. The uniform he wore from Tokiwadai was also a piece of equipment that augmented his computational abilities by 5%. While it was indeed a modest enhancement, it was better than nothing. Yet, it was merely a garment, easily damaged. At that moment, he was clad in the black uniform of Seishin Academy, devoid of any attribute bonuses. According to the information he had gathered, equipment could only be acquired from the novice world, and the quality of such gear depended on the changes one had made to that world, as well as the people and events they had influenced. Hazy had not accomplished much. In the novice world, he had only assisted Railgun in resolving the electromagnetic cannon cloning incident. Due to a soul swap, his relationship with Railgun was merely amicable, and he was certainly no devoted admirer. As for how Hazy, originally female, had transformed into a male, that tale required a deeper exploration of another world. Once the murderous intent faded and the greed subsided, Hazy addressed Xiaojie, saying, "Then I shall await the moment you have a change of heart." With that, his figure vanished from the sofa in an instant. After Hazy's disappearance, Xiaojie slightly opened his eyes, which, once golden, were now suffused with a deep crimson hue, tainted by the scent of blood. It took some time before that intensity gradually subsided. Xiaojie is inherently not a careless individual. Had it been Hazy who acted just now, one could only wonder who would be left kneeling. The vanished Hazy, in the very moment Hazy disappeared from Xiaojie's sight, his figure simultaneously materialized outside the apartment where Xiaojie resided. Truly, one lacks awareness of their own folly. Detached from Xiaojie's gaze, Hazy could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, mindful to keep his voice low lest it be overheard, for if it were, the positive image he had painstakingly constructed would be utterly obliterated. Yet, unbeknownst to Hazy, in Xiaojie's eyes, that image had long since been tarnished. After venting his frustration, Hazy felt his ire diminish slightly as he prepared to depart. However, just a few steps away, he felt something soft beneath his feet. Whose dog is so ill-mannered? Hearing Hazy's exclamation, Xiao Jie slightly opened his eyes before promptly closing them again. Now, he needed to meticulously sift through the information he had just acquired, setting aside its veracity for the moment. If taken as truth, the life of a lone wolf is not without its advantages. At the very least, one does not have to share any potential benefits with others. Although Xiao Jie was uncertain what benefits there were to share, aside from dimensional points, which are merely dimensional points, unlike in Ace Evolution where defeating plot characters yields items. The issue of being pursued remains, but with a well-chosen system, that problem is undoubtedly manageable. The concept of retaliation is tailor-made for individuals endowed with unique abilities like him. While Xiao Jie frequently employs his skills to intimidate others, their practicality cannot be denied. Concerns regarding increased difficulty need not be overly daunting. In Xiao Jie's estimation, the worst outcome would merely be a change in the time invested in the plot. However, this conflicts with the notepads available in the world column, a conundrum Xiao Jie could not quite fathom. As for the notion that safety in numbers would prevent one from being hunted, Xiao Jie regarded this with skepticism. How could one be certain that no world of team battles awaited? Perhaps the Great Egg is deliberately withholding such information. Chapter 37. Greed. What a nuisance. Upon seeing yet another task pop up, Xiao Jie instinctively scratched his head. Moments later, he was transported from the small black room, designed for teleportation, back to the bustling main God Street. Turning around, Xiao Jie casually selected a sticky note from the world column, not even bothering to glance at its contents before twisting it between his fingers. As anticipated, yet another warning promptly appeared. Task completion deadline not yet reached within 1 day. Xiao Jie shrugged, feeling somewhat exasperated. Only then did he look at the innocent sticky note he held, reading the text inscribed upon it. Midnight Bell World, Novice Task World, Novice, None, Total Annihilation. Upon comprehending the content, Xiao Jie was instantly taken aback. Although her memories were somewhat hazy, she was still well aware of the infamous reputation of Sadako. Presently, Xiao Jie lacked any effective means to confront supernatural entities. Fortunately, this divine space allowed her the freedom to choose the world she wished to explore. Should Xiao Jie be unwilling, she would undoubtedly avoid worlds inhabited by ghosts and monsters. However, she could not shake the concern that this divine space might possess coercive methods for recruitment akin to those found in certain protagonist-driven novels, which was her sole source of apprehension. With no immediate way to enter the task world, Xiao Jie found herself at a loss. After meandering through the streets of the divine space, she retired to an inn for the night. To be frank, Xiao Jie felt that while this divine space had much to offer, the stipulation that one could not immediately re-enter the task world after its conclusion was a significant flaw. It was well understood that characters in other narratives, such as Ace or the infinite horror versions of divine spaces, refrained from immediately seeking re-entry due to the intense pace and perilous nature of the task worlds, which afforded no respite. In contrast, this divine space seemed different. As long as one avoided worlds rife with epic battles or large-scale conflicts, one would not face undue hardships. Tasks were triggered only after events had unfolded, allowing one to languish in the task world until its conclusion, even to the extent of treating it like a vacation. Xiao Jie found herself pondering her desire to rescue those in tragic circumstances and to experience every world. Many within this space longed to return to their original worlds, while a select few shared Xiao Jie's inclination to linger within this realm. An even smaller number, however, suddenly wished to settle in a specific world and establish a home. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jie, her aimless wandering on the streets of the divine space had caught the attention of someone. The next day, "What are you doing, Kuriko?" Upon awakening the following day and stepping out of the inn, Xiao Jie discovered herself besieged by a group. It was Kuriko, whom she had encountered in the previous world, leading the charge. The unexpected confrontation put Xiao Jie in a foul mood. "To be frank, I covet that ninja headband around your neck," Kuriko declared, pointing at the headband adorning Xiao Jie's neck. Given the misfortunes Kuriko had faced in the last world, her luck had been far worse than that of Kamiju Toma. At least he did not find himself constantly stepping in dog excrement, tripping on flat ground, or having bird droppings fall from the sky to land squarely on his head. Kuriko was no fool. She could surmise that Xiao Jie was the one who had orchestrated the events. However, as a mere player, it was implausible for her to possess such capabilities, indicating that it was the effect of the equipment in question. Upon comprehending the intricacies of the situation, Hazy felt an intensified desire to acquire the protective talisman around Xiao Jie's neck. Whether or not Xiao Jie possessed any additional equipment was no longer within Hazy's purview of concern. After all, among 10 players, only half a person could secure equipment from the novice task world. Chapter 38. Targeted. You seem to be overthinking it, Xiaojie remarked with a hint of exasperation, pondering why Haizi, who appeared so astute in the realm of Prince of Tennis, now seemed rather dim-witted. A faint smirk graced Haizi's youthful visage. It is you who thinks too little, naturally, under the dominion of the Master God. Engaging in combat within the Master God's space was prohibited. There wasn't even a duel arena, leading one to suspect that this domain was merely a vacation spot. You merely wish to act in the task world. It is not a matter of great consequence, Xiaojie shrugged nonchalantly, which only served to darken Haizi's expression further. Indeed, this was the sole avenue for exercising violence within the Master God's space, as actions were restricted outside the task world. Xiaojie shook his head and sighed, reflecting on why individuals with such concerning levels of intelligence managed to survive until now. Step aside. If you wish to engage in combat, resolve your issues within the task world. Having lingered here for quite some time, the absence of patrons emerging from the inn did not imply the absence of others. Blocking the path would undoubtedly invite scorn. With that, Xiaojie maneuvered through the gap they had created, his smaller stature allowing him to slip past unimpeded, as they were unwilling to obstruct him. After all, to do so at this juncture would be a sign of diminished intellect and truth. Xiaojie's solitary advance, with 5 others, including Haizi, marching in parallel behind him, exuded an air of authority. It was enough to deter others from their path. Thus, the 6 of them traversed the narrow street, reaching the world selection area without obstruction. Upon arriving at the world selection, Xiaojie pushed through the crowd gathered around the task world selection, engrossed in his own choices. Those who were jostled aside, upon noticing a young girl, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, upon glimpsing the row of imposing figures behind her, they silently bowed their heads and resumed their task selection. Biohazard world. Injuries leading to death? I think not. I have no desire for mutual destruction. Apocalyptic Dark Summoner world. Dark Summon? This could work. Thus, he selected Novice Task World, Novice, 4 individuals, entry time, beginning of the apocalypse, end time, arrival at Yong City. In Xiaojie's view, this was the optimal world, though other viable options existed. Nevertheless, this sufficed for him. The duration of the task world was sufficiently lengthy. Should they act prematurely, exclusion was inevitable, as the road to Yong City was fraught with legends. However, since the end time coincided with their arrival in Yong City, it was certain that the journey would commence from the city where Li Jiayu resided. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, his thumb and forefinger toyed with the sticky note. Would you like to pay 500 dimensional points as a pass to enter? In his heart, Xiaojie silently affirmed his decision. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of Haizi and the others, leaving behind the attention-grabbing sticky note. Haizi swiftly approached, not bothering to glance at the note's contents, and similarly grasped it, opting for a solitary entry rather than utilizing the team functionality. After Haizi disappeared, a burly man stepped forward, also fading away, along with the sticky note. The remaining 3 individuals, witnessing this, sought out another task world. Had Haizi chosen to form a team, he could have transported the other 4 individuals alongside him. However, he did not. This decision pertained to a stipulation set by the main deity, serving as a protective measure for lone wanderers. If a lone wanderer were to enter a team in a given world, the team's entry point would inevitably diverge from that of the lone wanderer. The precise location of the team remained uncertain, varying in proximity, yet 2 aspects remained immutable. The progression of the mission would not alter, and the entry point would invariably be within a reasonable distance from the protagonist. This was knowledge beyond Xiaojie's grasp, yet familiar to Haizi nonetheless. This did not impede the execution of Xiaojie's plans. As the scene shifted, Xiaojie found himself enveloped in a pitch-black expanse, surrounded by 4 individuals, making a total of 5. Disregarding Haizi's increasingly avaricious gaze, Xiaojie closed his eyes, contemplating his strategy in silence. At this moment, no one, unlike the boisterous yellow-haired man during their entrance into the Prince of Tennis world, uttered a word. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil. After a brief moment, the main deity finally responded. Selecting system, entering the world of Dark Summoner in the Apocalypse in 1 minute. A familiar panel materialized before him. Ultimate Sniper System, 200 dimensional points. Random Hero System from League of Legends, 100 dimensional points. Random Hero System from 300 Heroes, 500 dimensional points. Switch Batch, 100 dimensional points. Xiaojie cast a cursory glance before opting to switch batches. 3,075 dimensional points. Ultimate Heroic Spirit System, 1,500 dimensional points. League of Legends, Frost Archer System, 150 dimensional points. Designated Hero System from Honor of Kings, 500 dimensional points. Switch Batch, 200 dimensional points. Xiao Jie slightly furrowed his brow. The Heroic Spirit System was acceptable, albeit not entirely to his liking. However, if no other options were available, he could acquiesce to it. The other three systems, however, were decidedly unsatisfactory. Thus, Xiao Jie silently selected another batch. 2,875 dimensional points. At this juncture, Xiao Jie felt an internal pang of regret. Ultimate Boundary Demon System, 2,500 dimensional points. Ultimate Sword Sect System, 1,500 dimensional points. Ultimate Miao King System, 1,500 dimensional points. Switch Batch, 400 dimensional points. Upon seeing this batch of systems, Xiao Jie's eyes brightened with excitement. All three systems aligned perfectly with his ambitions, particularly the first two, which could effectively counteract by Jing Heizi's spatial abilities. The final opportunity presented itself for Xiao Jie to establish a legion in this apocalyptic world, ensuring her own safety. Chapter 39. The affluent Heizi. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's words, the two individuals reacted swiftly, following her in a hurried dash. Heizi, too, discerned the gravity of the situation and ran alongside the burly man who accompanied him. Boom. Just as Heizi entered the small building and secured the iron door, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, compelling them instinctively to cover their ears. The apocalypse had commenced. For reasons unknown, Xiao Jie found herself uttering the words aloud, her golden eyes glinting with an eerie crimson light. After the thunderous roar subsided, the man with the rectangular glasses rubbed his brow and introduced himself, saying, "I am Fang Sheng, and my system is the strongest Beastman system." As he spoke, it was evident that Fang Sheng sought an alliance, though whether this was a spur-of-the-moment decision or premeditated remained unclear. He chose this moment to reveal it. With mere minutes left before the true onset of the apocalypse, he continued, "I am known as World, but my system is a secret, and I do not intend to engage in activities with you." Xiao Jie chuckled lightly, responding with a degree of brusqueness. However, given the current circumstances, it was indeed more advantageous for Xiao Jie to remain with them, as it provided a measure of protection. Furthermore, upon her arrival in this world, she realized that her attributes had been significantly diminished. When she attempted to access her system to check her attributes, she discovered that none were displayed. Consequently, Xiao Jie was left to speculate about the remnants of her abilities. She surmised that her strength, constitution, and agility were all below 5. Yet, she could sense a latent energy within her, likely what was referred to as demon power, albeit in limited quantity. Xiao Jie pondered that without the protective talisman around her neck, she might have been devoid of any energy at all. Contemplating this, she unconsciously touched the talisman she wore around her neck. This ornament proved invaluable, assisting her greatly, even in the world of Prince of Tennis. Without the dynamic vision enhancement bestowed by the Sharingan ability, she doubted she could have completed the tasks within that realm. Certainly, the initial challenges were manageable due to their simplicity, but the final task against Ryoma Ekizan would have been insurmountable without the talisman. Fang Sheng furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, perhaps anticipating future collaboration. A rational individual would not sever ties over such trivial matters. Having spoken his piece, Xiao Jie took the lead in departing. Fang Sheng's revelation of his system was merely an attempt to convey goodwill and propose an alliance, which Xiao Jie had no interest in. For others wishing to form alliances, revealing their systems was essential as a demonstration of sincerity. Xiao Jie considered herself above the indignity of standing idly by to eavesdrop on other systems for strategic advantage. Observing Xiao Jie's actions, Heizi frowned, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to take action. Thus, he chose to bide his time, knowing that this restraint was merely a strategy for future assurance. Watching Xiao Jie leave, the round-faced boy hesitated, glancing at the somewhat diminutive Heizi and the robust figure standing beside him. "You may call me Heizi, and my system is the Ultimate Master System." Observing the expression of the boy with the round frame as he gazed at himself, Heizi pondered and remarked, "Truly affluent." Indeed. Fang Sheng smirked slightly. He had previously encountered this system, which was priced at a staggering 1,500 dimension points. Heizi shrugged. "It is a necessity for something specific." Fang Sheng chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. As he had noticed that neither Heizi nor Xiao Jie exhibited any semblance of animosity, leading him to assume that Heizi's objective pertained to a certain item within this world. "My name is Shi Fang Cheng," the boy with the round glasses timidly stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. "The system is the Ultimate Executioner System." Fang Sheng immediately appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Given the boy's seemingly delicate demeanor, it was unexpected that he harbored a more assertive side within. Chapter 40. Untitled. What to do if I forget the plot? Xiao Jie lamented softly, tapping her head lightly. Although she had previously read the book Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse, it had been many years since. She could still vividly recall the explosive sounds from before the apocalypse, as it coincided with her adolescent fantasies of world destruction, thus rendering her particularly attentive to the descriptions of the impending doom, contemplating how she might prepare in advance based on such insights. Simultaneously, Xiao Jie felt as though she had overlooked something significant. As she moved down the staircase, she inadvertently opened her attributes panel and suddenly remembered what she had forgotten. Oh no, I actually forgot the most crucial task. Realizing her oversight, Xiao Jie promptly accessed her tasks. However, this matter did not concern her at the moment. In her current state of confusion, she could only descend the staircase, making her way to the lowest level. Where is the promised apocalypse? Yet, Xiao Jie's errant thoughts did not linger for long. Before she could reach the ground, what was it called? Cosmic storm or something of the sort, swept eye in the sky. Beyond Xiao Jie's view, dark clouds had already gathered, obscuring the once radiant sun. The sensation was akin to having endured a sauna for over an hour. The discomfort was simply indescribable. Fortunately, Xiao Jie did not react as some girls tend to do in such situations, avoiding any embarrassing mishaps. In the plot, some girls in Li Jiayu's class indeed experienced such incidents. Besides the overwhelming sensation, Xiao Jie also felt as though her soul had undergone a cleansing. The impact and purifying force of the cosmic storm seemed to expunge some impurities from her essence. Simultaneously, she sensed something had attached to her soul, seemingly empowering her ever so slightly. Following the purging of the cosmic storm, Xiao Jie recalled that this was the true beginning of the apocalypse. The thunderous sound she had just heard was merely a harbinger. Ah, help me! I do not wish to perish yet. Run! Quick! Run! Damn it! Let go of me! Xiao Li! Don't leave! Hurry and pull me out! Go! Move quickly! I intercepted them. Shortly after the tempest descended, as Xiao Jie descended the staircase, a cacophony of panicked cries echoed in her ears, and of course, there were many who sacrificed their own lives to buy time for others, yet the fates of such individuals were often tragically grim. To call it tragic might be somewhat misleading. Perhaps it would be more accurate to deem them fortunate, for soon enough, they might no longer possess such a mindset. The environment reshapes one's essence, as it incessantly alters the innermost thoughts of those within it. Perhaps survival might lead to a loss of humanity, causing one to become unrecognizable to oneself in the future. Yet, such occurrences remain unpredictable. Whether divine or demonic, they affect all. As Xiao Jie navigated her surroundings, passers-by occasionally brushed against her, and a few errant insects pursued from behind. With a swift motion, she granted those senseless creatures an eternal slumber. However, due to the dormant state of her powers, she could not inflict harm through the rifts, leaving her to handle the situation manually. Although her physical prowess had waned considerably, it sufficed for dealing with these insects. After all, these creatures were merely practice for the average person. With a modicum of courage and strategy, a few individuals could easily dispatch one, commonly referred to as a novice monster, which could also serve as sustenance. What were they called again? The crimson beetles, perhaps? With an infusion of murderous intent and a suppression of the insect's acute sensitivity, Xiao Jie effortlessly vanquished the few that had dared to pursue her. However, her nonchalant extermination resulted in the few she had rescued insisting she lead them away from this hell. Why should I? Xiao Jie responded with a bemused tone. Her assertive retort left the individual momentarily speechless, for her display of prowess in rending insects asunder had instilled a sense of dread. The inquiry had merely stemmed from their assumption that Xiao Jie, appearing as a mere child, would be easily intimidated. Following her insecticide exploits, Xiao Jie discovered that she had gained experience in extermination, further fueling her enthusiasm for the task. Experience, 50-10,000, Chapter 41. Level up in the span of a single day. What was once a beautiful ivory tower of a university had transformed into a blood-soaked hell, with Xiao Jie playing no small part in this metamorphosis. Just moments ago, she had ascended to the next level, activating the previously dormant skill, Realm. However, the experience required to reach the subsequent level left her gazing into the distance in disbelief. My goodness, the requirement had surged tenfold. If the increase had merely been tenfold, it would not have been so disheartening. The true blow was that each insect, once worth 10 experience points, had plummeted to a mere 1. Was it even possible to continue enjoying this endeavor? In summary, the difficulty of advancing to the second level had escalated 100-fold. Nevertheless, amidst her insect-clearing efforts, Xiao Jie had yet to catch sight of Li Jiayu, the fair-haired beauty. However, many within the campus sought her protection. primarily drawn by the display of power she had exhibited in her extermination of the pests. Xiao Jia, however, seemed indifferent. If you wish to follow, then do so, for your fate is of no concern to me. Xiao Jia had conveyed to them her sentiments, articulating, if you wish to accompany me, then by all means, I am neither a caretaker nor a bodyguard. That little girl's skills are quite impressive. Ran Hongxiao remarked in astonishment to those beside her, while observing Xiao Jia, who was diligently clearing away the insects on the playground from the shattered window. Chu Xiang nodded in agreement, believing that they only dared to tackle those insects in batches and could never match the audacity of that little girl, who fearlessly plunged into the swarm to fight. Of course, mindset played a significant role in this regard, and it constituted a considerable part of their hesitance. As for skills, Chu Xiang and his companions felt they could not compete. After all, this group of awakened individuals consisted of either students or teachers, not professional assassins or retired special forces, but merely ordinary individuals navigating a mundane world. Nevertheless, regarding physical prowess, Chu Xiang held absolute confidence that he could easily overpower that little girl. Let us proceed and clear this floor of insects, Ran Hongxia declared after their brief respite. Agreed. Even though Xiao Jia's memories were somewhat hazy, she sensed that something was amiss. However, upon entering this world, she had spent most of her time engaged in battle, leaving little room for idle thoughts. Yet, during this period of rest, she could not help but ponder. Could it be that Haizi and the others have killed Li Jiayu? This was the only conclusion Xiao Jia could draw, yet it no longer concerned her. If they had indeed taken her life, then so be it. Seeking trouble now would not resurrect her. Conversely, if she were still alive, it implied that she held some value. Reflecting on the circumstances, Xiao Jia ceased her moment of rest and resumed her task of exterminating insects, having now reached the cafeteria. Despite it not being mealtime, the area was teeming with insects, and the tables and chairs lay in disarray, most of which were beyond salvage. Not a single shard of glass remained intact among the serving windows. One could only conclude that these insects were nothing short of destructive maniacs. I recalled there seems to be a boss near the girls' dormitory. As Xiao Jia pushed open the large door, she instantly attracted the attention of numerous insects. The collective gaze of the approaching creatures startled the group of students hiding behind Xiao Jia. Little sister, perhaps we should refrain from proceeding here, one girl stammered, swallowing hard under the scrutiny of the insect horde. However, silence only exacerbated the situation, igniting a frenzy among the insects, which, despite their near hairless appearance, reacted as if they had encountered their greatest nemesis. In an instant, they surged towards the doorway, where Xiao Jia and her companions stood, with Xiao Jia at the forefront. Alas, you truly delight in complicating my life, she sighed. Although this situation has occurred numerous times before, she indeed still dislikes carrying a burden. This sentiment has been expressed on many occasions. I apologize. The girl let out a muffled sound, instinctively retreating, and she was not alone. Others followed suit, stepping back as well. It was not an act of evasion, but rather a response to the repeated occurrences of such events. Xiao Jia was also not inclined to bear the burden indefinitely, so it was imperative to involve them in the fray. During the process of exterminating the insects, Xiao Jia would deliberately allow a few to slip through, enabling them to confront the pests. This was an agreement they had established among themselves. Close to 7 or 8 individuals formed a semicircle at the entrance of the cafeteria, gripping iron rods and fire axes, ready to strike at any moment should an opportunity arise beside Xiao Jia. Originally, there had been over 20 people trailing behind him, but only these few remained. Some had departed, while others had perished. Well then, let us commence. With his back turned to them, Xiao Jia subtly curled his lips into a smirk, and as he spoke, a phantom 3-tomo appeared in his left eye. First and foremost, was to find them a plaything. With a shift in thought, his gaze swept over the insects, as if he were assessing their worth. However, before Xiao Jia could make a move, several insects nearby lunged at his waist and thigh, biting down. The sound of crunching echoed as they clamped down, but Xiao Jia had already positioned gaps in those areas. The insects' mandibles pierced through, but the openings led directly to their rear, from which the anguished cries of the insects emanated from within the cafeteria. Once the insect assault concluded, the gaps promptly sealed, and with a crack, those aggressive insects were severed in two. Xiao Jia retreated just in time. Otherwise, his clothing would have been stained with blood. Speaking of clothing, it was a mystery why Xiao Jia preferred to wear faded garments, and he could not fathom why the main deity would provide such attire. As he stepped back, he seized a few of the lunging insects by their sharp teeth and hurled them away. Good heavens! For at once, the sudden appearance of 4 insects left the remaining individuals in a state of heightened tension. It was worth noting that in the previous encounter, they had faced only 2 insects, resulting in the demise of 2 out of 10 participants. Regardless of gender, those who had their eyes on the incoming insects swung their weapons with fervor, uncertain if they struck true, but they were content with simply making contact. Listening to the commotion behind him, Xiaojie found it amusing. He aligned his fingers like a blade and swiftly sliced through the heads of several insects that dared to attack, severing them instantly. Chapter 42. Assault on the girls' dormitory. Most plants possess the ability of photosynthesis, and it can be assumed that plant-like monsters have maximized this skill, suffering losses during daylight engagements. Of course, Xiaojie was unaware that some peculiar plants performed photosynthesis at night. Even if daytime photosynthesis did not rival the rapid regeneration found in the realm of the Reaper, it was still quite formidable. Note: rapid regeneration, not super rapid. Alright, I shall set forth now. Whether you choose to follow is entirely up to you. After a considerable amount of time had passed, and upon observing that everyone had satisfied their hunger, Xiaojie finally spoke up. So soon? A male student, having set down his chopsticks, appeared somewhat taken aback by Xiaojie's remark. Early death leads to early rebirth. Xiaojie shrugged nonchalantly, though it was unclear to whom he was referring, as he made his way towards the cafeteria entrance. The others, upon hearing Xiaojie's words, also laid down their chopsticks, gradually rising to their feet. After all, having just eaten, engaging in vigorous activity could lead to indigestion and even gastric ailments. Naturally, the subsequent activities might indeed be somewhat intense, yet such concerns were not theirs to ponder. Their primary focus should be on survival rather than health preservation. Let us go, Sun Weiwei said as she and the others stood up, retrieving their weapons that lay nearby. She tightened her grip on the slightly bent steel pipe in her hand, remarking on its warm feel. Sun Weiwei took the lead, and the others mirrored her actions, nodding in agreement with her words. Hey, Jiayu, are you scared? As they followed Xiaojie, the male student who had previously asked the question was gently nudged in the arm by a companion a bit. But I believe our lives should be safeguarded, Li Jiayu responded softly. After all, that little girl was remarkably strong. As she thought this, Li Jiayu unconsciously gripped the fire axe more tightly, her heart beginning to race as she sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. Perhaps it was the sudden cessation of the little girl's footsteps ahead, even though she remained present. Chapter 43. Untitled. Have we not yet reached the girls' dormitory? Observing the eerie silence around them, devoid even of the usual insects, Li Jiayu murmured anxiously. Unbeknownst to him, even his whisper pierced the stillness, as if a pin had dropped. His words were indeed a stark truth. They were still several hundred meters away from the girls' dormitory. It merely feels somewhat oppressive, Xiaojie replied softly, offering an explanation. Yet, he felt it was merely a sense of discomfort rather than imminent danger, indicating that while the situation was troublesome, it was not life-threatening. Xiaojie had an unwavering trust in this instinct, particularly after experiencing the cosmic storm. He believed that if his intuition had once been at a level B, it had now ascended to an A. Oh, Li Jiayu said, enlightened, nodding in understanding while once again tightening her grip on the fire axe. The others mirrored her actions, realizing that in such circumstances, only the cold weapon in their hands could offer them any semblance of safety. After a considerable wait without any signs of activity, Sun Weiwei and the others became increasingly tense. Originally, Xiaojie had intended to take a proactive approach, but seeing the lack of any peculiar creatures began to instill a sense of impatience in her. In the world of novice missions, Xiaojie had often operated as a ninja, and it was not uncommon for her to hide in one location for 10 days, or even half a month during reconnaissance tasks. However, the 7 or 8 individuals behind her were unlikely to endure such pressure for long. After all, Li Jiayu and the others were merely ordinary people before the apocalypse, lacking even the basic skills of freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy in the Naruto universe. Specifically, those who graduated during wartime, as Xiaojie firmly refused to acknowledge the 12 young ninjas from the original storyline of Naruto as true ninjas. Xiaojie glanced around, and after careful observation, she noticed some anomalies emanating from the nearby gymnasium. After surveying the surrounding bushes, she deliberated for a moment before deciding to proceed along the main road rather than through the underbrush. If her memory served her correctly, the boss concealed within the gymnasium was none other than the plant demon, which might possess the ability to manipulate flora. Similarly, the girls' dormitory, not far ahead, was also notable in her recollection. Ultimately, Xiaojie was certain that a formidable boss lurked within this university, though the specifics were less pertinent. Let us proceed, she declared, leading Li Jiayu and the others along the main thoroughfare, making several turns until they stood before the gymnasium's grand entrance. Be cautious, she advised after pausing near the entrance for a moment, gradually stepping closer with her footsteps deliberately soft and measured. Sun Weiwei swallowed hard, hesitating slightly before nodding, feeling an unsettling dread emanating from the gymnasium in the stillness of the night. It should not be fine, right? Li Jiayu asked, his voice trembling, overwhelmed by the eerie silence that enveloped them. It was as if even the tiniest of insects had been silenced, intimidated into submission. Should keep your voices down, Sun Weiwei whispered, raising a finger to her lips and turning to face them. The oppressive quiet magnified even the faintest of sounds, heightening their senses. Xiao Jia, however, paid little heed to the unease of those behind her. Upon reaching the gymnasium's entrance, she placed her hand gently against the door and pushed it open with a delicate force. Due to the night, even peering through the crack provided little insight into the interior of the gymnasium. After creating a small opening, Xiao Jia paused, listening intently. After a prolonged moment of silence, emboldened by the absence of immediate danger, she exerted a bit more strength, widening the gap further. Her primary concern was for Sun Weiwei and the others, as the range of the tentacle creature was never negligible. Many depictions of such creatures in various narratives often involve them being represented by plant vines. However, as the crack in the door widened just slightly, a tendril suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring Xiao Jia's wrist. Just as he was about to struggle, an overwhelming force emanated from the vine, yanking the unsuspecting Xiao Jia into the gymnasium. Li Jiayu and the others were momentarily stunned, left with no choice but to watch helplessly as Xiao Jia was drawn into the gym. Even if they had the presence of mind to react, they were far too distant to intervene, and it was unreasonable to expect them to rescue someone they had only known for a mere 2 days. Xiao Jia's negligence played a significant role in this predicament. It is worth noting that prior to entering this world, Xiao Jia possessed remarkable physical prowess, his bodily strength akin to that of a legend in the dark summoner of the apocalypse. In an instant, he was severely weakened upon entering this realm. Although he had been here for a day, he subconsciously believed that his physical attributes remained at their previous level. The combat experience Xiao Jia had honed on the battlefield was not to be underestimated. The moment he was pulled into the gymnasium, Xiao Jia swiftly twisted his wrist, harnessing the power of his realm as he murmured, "The realm of sharpness and bluntness." With a graceful sweep of his hand, his fingers aligned as a blade, and as he uttered those words, his nails sliced through the vine that bound his wrist. The outcome was evident. The vine was severed with a single stroke. While the vine boasted flexibility, it could not match the hardness necessary to withstand Xiao Jia's nails. As he was drawn in, the door that Xiao Jia had intended to open slowly was instead burst open by his body. Yet, even so, the interior of the gym remained shrouded in darkness. This, however, posed no challenge for Xiao Jia. The realm of light and darkness. The moment those words left his lips, the previously pitch-black gymnasium was suddenly illuminated, akin to lights flickering on in a fully functioning electrical system. In an instant, Xiao Jia beheld the scene within the gym. It was a veritable paradise of plants, teeming with verdant life, and the entire space was entwined with vines. At the very center stood a striking figure. Chapter 44. The dance. However, the enchanting form of the beauty was ensnared by layers of vines, giving her an appearance of bulkiness, with only a stunning head and long, dark green hair cascading down to her waist visible. Her complexion was somewhat pale green, unmistakably indicating her non-human nature. One might wonder why Hua Ma, also a plant-based creature, had such a rosy complexion. Could it be a matter of differing species? Her eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any sign of life. The female rattan? The moment Xiao Jia laid eyes on her, he immediately recalled what she was. She seemed to be some abyssal creature, though the specifics eluded him. Xiao Jia remembered that when the protagonist, Li Jiayu, first encountered her, his instinct was to flee. After Xiao Jia severed the vine, a moment later, a large eyeball rose from behind the female rattan. Under Xiao Jia's gaze, the layers of vines below that began to envelop the beauty. Was this a means of protection for vital areas? Observing its behavior, Xiao Jia felt a flicker of understanding. After watching its actions, he gradually shifted his gaze upward, fixating on its large, expressive eyes. He pondered whether this might be yet another critical point. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him, though it dissipated almost immediately, and Xiao Jia dismissed it, attributing the sensation merely to the stark contrast between darkness and light. As Xiao Jia was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Turning his head, he was unsurprised to see Sun Weiwei and her companions. Of course, Xiao Jia was unfamiliar with their names, having never bothered to inquire. "Are you all right?" Sun Weiwei asked, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld Xiao Jia's unscathed form after entering the gymnasium. "Certainly, I'm fine, but I suspect you may not be," Xiao Jia replied with a shrug. His words devoid of ulterior motive, simply stating a fact. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's response, Sun Weiwei fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you mean, Just as she sought clarification, a vine unexpectedly ensnared her weapon-bearing hand, startling her. Before she could react or resist, the vine exerted an overwhelming force that lifted her off the ground. Simultaneously, another girl from their group was also attacked. By the time Li Jiayu and the others reacted. Both girls had been hoisted up, their limbs bound by the vines, resembling prisoners in a grotesque display, as if they were ensnared by tentacles. Sun Weiwei, Xiaoli. The remaining boys shouted in alarm upon witnessing the abduction of their two female companions. Sun Weiwei? That name rings a bell, Xiao Jie mused, momentarily lost in thought at the sound of their cries. However, before he could dwell further, a vine from the female vine monster seized his ankle. The moment he sensed the unusual grip, the vine retracted swiftly, causing Xiao Jie to stumble and fall. Before he could hit the ground, the vine jerked him upward, leaving him suspended in midair. His long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Fortunately, Xiao Jie had no penchant for skirts, thus avoiding any potential embarrassment. In stark contrast, Sun Weiwei and her companions were not so fortunate, their pristine garments exposed for all to see. They could only scream in panic, their hands immobilized by the binding vines. The last remaining girl who had not been captured felt a twinge of relief. Seizing the moment before the remaining vines could ensnare her completely, Xiao Jie executed a swift maneuver, slicing through the vine that clutched his ankle, causing a few drops of viscous nectar to splatter. Freed from the vine's grasp, Xiao Jie plummeted headfirst toward the ground, but just before impact, he executed a graceful somersault, landing safely. However, his hair inevitably swept across the ground, picking up the sticky substance. Yet, as he focused intently, Xiao Jie paid little heed to such trivialities. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, charging towards the imposing eye that loomed before him. Xiao Jie sprinted. Her right hand remained in constant motion, slicing through the air like a blade. With each stride, she deftly glided her hand, creating a slender gap in her wake, perfectly accommodating her fingernails. In a rapid succession of 8 seamless strokes. Within less than a second, 2 muffled thuds echoed. Bang, bang. Turning her gaze, she witnessed Sun Weiwei and the innocent girl being rescued, albeit ensnared by tendrils that wrapped around their limbs. Fortunately, their condition was not dire. But even Li Jiayu winced at the sound of those impacts. Observing this scene, Xiao Jie smirked subtly, reaffirming her thoughts. Even when one considers using others as mere punching bags, it is imperative to establish an escape route or identify their fatal weaknesses to avoid a potential counterattack that could lead to one's downfall. Such misfortunes are not uncommon in the world of Naruto. You all step back, she commanded, simultaneously executing a swift sidestep to evade a lash from the vines. Sun Weiwei and the others, disregarding whether Xiao Jie had noticed, nodded rapidly before retreating from the gymnasium, leaving Xiao Jie to confront the carnivorous vine alone. Chapter 45. Self-introduction. Indeed, the gratitude for saving them had already been expressed a day prior, when they were just rescued, echoing similar sentiments. However, when it came time for introductions, Xiao Jie interrupted them with a wave of her hand, stating, "Do not act so familiar." Yet, the situation had shifted. Upon their entrance into the gymnasium, they wore expressions of concern for her. Although their presence had not been particularly beneficial and had, in fact, become a burden, this display of worry had softened Xiao Jie's stance towards them. "I am Sun Weiwei." She introduced herself at that moment. "I am Yonghua.iam.li Jiayu. Pleased to meet you." Chapter 46. Entangled Li Jiayu. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. She scrutinized him closely, making Li Jiayu feel somewhat uncomfortable. He appeared rather ordinary, possessing a somewhat delicate visage, but the bloodied fire axe he held lent him an air of menace. After assessing Li Jiayu, Xiao Jie shifted her gaze to Sun Weiwei, contemplating. No wonder this name sounds familiar. She is one of the significant supporting characters. Sun Weiwei and the others, bewildered by Xiao Jie's actions, were momentarily at a loss. Greetings. Now that she had clarified the situation, Xiao Jie resolved to stop overthinking and focused her gaze back on them, stating, "The issue is resolved. Should we repair the girls' dormitory or return to the cafeteria to regroup?" With the principal antagonist of Xizheng University dealt with, the remaining adversaries were merely insignificant pests, and eliminating them posed no challenge. The decision of whether to rescue anyone else was left to them. As Xiao Jie posed the question, Sun Weiwei and her companions were momentarily stunned, but fortunately, they were not foolish. They quickly replied, "Let us go save them first." Sun Weiwei remained convinced that the young girl before them would not bring them harm, and thus she led the way towards the girls' dormitory. Xiaojia, motivated by a desire to strengthen their resolve, followed closely behind, ready to provide assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Initially, Xiaojia had no such intention. However, upon realizing the presence of Li Jiayu, the central figure in this unfolding narrative, her perspective shifted. Observing her companions wielding their weapons to collectively battle the isolated insect, Xiaojia appeared to recall something significant, standing still in contemplation for a considerable time. Noticing Xiaojia lost in thought, Sun Weiwei, after vanquishing the insect, halted her advance to await her. The others, too, paused in their steps, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. In her reverie, Xiaojia inadvertently glanced at the translucent green crystal core in her hand, triggering a recollection of what she had overlooked. Abruptly lifting her head, she addressed her companions. Some insects possess a gem-like substance within their brains. It seems that this material can enhance one's physical capabilities. At that moment, Li Jiayu produced a crystal core from her pocket, inquiring, "Is this what you mean?" The red, translucent gem was indeed a crystal core from the brain of a red beetle, which seemed to be referred to as a bug core. Well, never mind the name. Precisely, Xiaojia affirmed with Anodi so that S the product of the insect's brain. I had mistaken it for a gem. I even kissed a few of them. Now that I think about it, it's rather revolting. In any case, each of the 8 individuals had collected a couple of these crystal cores, believing them to be precious gems, now tucked away in their pockets. Xiaojia found herself at a loss for words, realizing she was the last to acquire a crystal core. Just then, Sun Weiwei unexpectedly asked, "So how do we use it? We're not supposed to eat it, are we?" At her words, those surrounding her instinctively glanced at the crystal cores in their hands, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea. Xiaojia pondered deeply, recalling her lack of memory regarding this matter. That should be the case. She nodded, almost as if hypnotizing herself into acceptance. The faces of Sun Weiwei and the others turned ashen. Had they remained unaware that these cores were products of the insect's brains, swallowing them might have been bearable, akin to taking medicine, perhaps a slight unease at most. However, knowing this and recalling the grotesque appearance of the insects, academic building, that girl Vine actually managed to kill it. She is truly a player, not a reincarnator. Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses, observing Xiaojia conversing with Sun Weiwei below. She is indeed a player. I can confirm that. Haizi nodded in affirmation. That moment, they found themselves on the 13th floor by the window, a vantage point perfectly situated to view the gymnasium and the girls' dormitory. With a well-placed telescope, one could even glimpse the bathing arrangements of the girls through the frosted glass. Additionally, when Haizi and the others arrived, they discovered an office desk in the spacious room, which contained nothing but that solitary desk. "What do you wish to obtain?" Haizi shifted his gaze from Xiaojia and inquired of Fang Sheng, who was beside him. Upon hearing Haizi's question, Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses and replied, "I have heard that there exists a means in this world by which gamers can become reincarnators. I happen to know about that as well," Haizi remarked with a smile. Fang Sheng, pushing up his glasses again, asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Hearing this, the corners of Haizi's mouth slightly curled upwards. There happens to be something that requires your assistance. Cleaning the girls' dormitory. In this instance, Xiaojia did not intervene at all. It was not that he was disinterested in gaining experience points, but rather that the meager experience yielded by a single bug was inconsequential. Instead, it was more beneficial to allow Li Jiayu and the others to hone their skills, as the results were markedly more effective. This operation resulted in Li Jiayu and his companions rescuing 7 or 8 girls from the dormitory, all of whom were, regrettably, mere decorative figures, unable to contribute and more of a burden. The rescued girls dared not engage and remained hidden behind the boys, who, in turn, somewhat reveled in the sensation of being needed. Upon their return to the cafeteria, it was no surprise that they were met with yet another flurry of activity, as over 10 bugs had respawned within the premises. After exterminating the pests, Li Jiayu, panting, found a spot to sit and retrieved a crystal core from his pocket. Gazing at its exquisite form, he became conflicted as he recalled its origins. "Just swallow it. Don't overthink it," he chided himself. Li Jiayu wrestled with his thoughts. A boy seated beside him offered counsel. Though the mischievous grin on his face betrayed his true intentions, Li Jiayu, feeling somewhat exasperated by the suggestion, was interrupted by Sun Weiwei, who spoke up. "Why not do it together?" Under normal circumstances, such a proposition from Sun Weiwei would lead to wild speculation. But given the apocalyptic context, and their awareness of what she meant, only the recently rescued girls remained oblivious to the specifics. Chapter 47. Transformation of the Magical Girl. I am aware that it is referred to as a bug crystal or brain core. and that it can be absorbed when held in the palm, and I also understand that the attributes of bugs of the same type are identical. However, the protagonist is unaware or has simply forgotten this. Indeed. Together, the other 7 exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in unison. The 5 men then took a deep breath, held their breaths, and with eyes closed, they stuffed the crystal cores into their mouths. The 8 girls who had just emerged from the dormitory stared in astonishment at this spectacle, for to their unknowing eyes, these boys appeared utterly deranged. Such beautiful gems, instead of being sold for profit or gifted to women, were consumed by them. The phrase wasteful extravagance could only begin to encapsulate this scene. Li Jiayu, seemingly indifferent to this particular detail, swallowed the crystal core with a momentary flicker of thought. In an instant, the core seemed to dissolve, akin to a surge of warmth cascading down her throat, leaving her momentarily hollow. After that fleeting emptiness, it felt as though a torrent of heat surged within her, permeating her entire being, enveloping her in a languid warmth. Yet, this sensation was but ephemeral, vanishing without a trace, leaving Li Jiayu with a tinge of nostalgia. This yearning lasted only a brief moment before she redirected her focus inward. Heidi felt as if her arms were brimming with strength. She exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I too feel an exhilarating power coursing through my legs, as if I could leap 3 meters high, remarked the boy named Yanghua. How marvelous! Sun Weiwei and the other 2 girls observed their awestruck expressions, equally intrigued, and soon ceased to doubt the authenticity of the gem-like crystal core they held. Imitating the boys, they closed their eyes tightly, recklessly popping the crystalline cores into their mouths as if swallowing medicine. I can't believe it's actually edible, murmured Xiao Jia, who had merely jested. After brushing aside her golden hair that clung to her face, she placed the translucent green crystal core into her mouth, ensuring it was thoroughly cleaned beforehand, though she worried about potential parasites, despite knowing there were none. Due to the forced enhancement, this crystal core was of a slightly lower grade than it should have been, but that was of little consequence, originally mid-level 2, now low-level 2. The moment the crystal core entered her mouth, it transformed into a wave of heat that flowed down. Xiao Jie smacked her lips but discerned no particular flavor. The peculiar sensations within her faded quickly, and soon she felt her mental acuity more than double, alongside a slight enhancement in her physical condition. She was uncertain if there were any other enhancements. However, she was already quite satisfied with this degree of augmentation. Little did Xiao Jie know that if she were aware that Li Jiayu ingested a mid-level 2 core, her mental prowess would have surged 5 or 6 times. She would surely have been astounded. After experiencing her own enhancement, Xiao Jie heard the gasps of the other 3 girls, initially thinking they were marveling at the effects of the crystal core. She turned to find them staring at her. Following their exclamations, Li Jiayu and the others assumed something was amiss. When they turned to look, they found the 3 girls' faces marked with astonishment rather than panic. Following their gaze, they too displayed expressions of surprise. The other 8 girls mirrored this reaction. Wah! Xiao Jie began to utter, but instinctively pressed her lips together before completing the word. Her voice had changed. It had matured slightly, though not to the extent of an older sister, yet it now resonated with a youthful elegance. Moreover, her height seemed to have altered as well. Xiao Jie, comparing her current perspective with that of the past, instinctively thought to herself, I have grown taller, or rather, I have matured. After a moment of surprise, Sun Weiwei cast a somewhat envious glance at Xiao Jie's chest. It seems that other girls are similar, given that it is common for Chinese girls to be of a cup size. Fortunately, the fabric of Xiao Jie's garments was somewhat thicker, appearing to be linen, though it was not. The intentionally bleached look of the clothing gave off a certain aesthetic, thus rendering any awkwardness regarding her figure imperceptible. However, Xiao Jie felt a twinge of embarrassment, as her attire, originally tailored to her previous height, now transformed into a crop top, leaving a considerable portion of her delicate, fair abdomen exposed to the cool air. This indicated that her growth was not merely slight. Her pants, too, had morphed into shorts. Thankfully, both her top and bottom were slightly oversized, sparing her from an even more revealing predicament, in every conceivable sense. Nevertheless, the length of her golden hair remained unchanged, still cascading down to her knee. As Xiao Jie lowered her gaze to observe her body's transformation, she felt somewhat speechless. Now, when she looked down, she could barely see her toes. Moreover, the chill against her exposed midriff was rather uncomfortable. Almost immediately, she opened her system panel. Race: Realm Demon, Juvenile, Level 2, 2674 100000. Talent: Realm Interstice. Skill: Forever 17. Goodness, she had upgraded directly. A significant portion of the core's energy had been absorbed by the system as experience. After reviewing her level, Xiao Jie glanced further down and discovered that she had acquired a skill. However, this skill left her somewhat at a loss for words. Was this a joke? Although years had passed since Naruto, Xiao Jie still vividly remembered the concept of Forever 17. Otherwise, she would not have chosen this system. It was no wonder that her physical capabilities had improved upon reaching the age of 17. Perhaps you should change your clothes. After staring at Xiao Jie's chest for a while, Sun Weiwei quietly diverted her gaze and suggested this to her. But there are no clothes to change into here. The girls' dormitory has some. In an instant, Xiao Jie fell silent, realizing she would have to rummage through them. Then, an important question struck her. Right? What is my current height? I would estimate it to be around 1.70 meters, Sun Weiwei replied, somewhat uncertainly. Chapter 48. The choice. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jie ultimately decided to head to the girls' dormitory in search of clothing. Initially, she intended to go alone, but for reasons unknown, Sun Weiwei insisted on accompanying her. Xiao Jie didn't mind and casually agreed. Li Jiayu and the others seemed to have no objections either. What's the matter? Are we still going to the girls' dormitory to fetch something? Xiao Jie suddenly inquired as they made their way towards the dormitory. In response, Sun Weiwei gently nodded. I need to get some blankets. The weather has turned quite chilly lately. Speaking of which, Xiao Jie recalled the recent fluctuations in weather. It had been sunny and warm upon their arrival in this world, but since the apocalypse, the temperature had gradually dropped. I apologize. I hadn't been attentive to these changes, he remarked. Oddly enough, it seemed as though Xiao Jie's body was rather impervious to the shifts in climate, despite the fact that creatures like him were typically sensitive to such metaphysical phenomena. It's nothing. Sun Weiwei softly shook her head, then, seemingly eager to engage in conversation, asked, by the way, where are you from in this world? Xiao Jie pondered for a moment before jokingly replying, I suppose I'm from Earth. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's jest, Sun Weiwei was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, can't you cooperate properly? Just then, as Sun Weiwei was grappling with her thoughts, Xiao Jie's voice, filled with surprise, broke through. What is it? Sun Weiwei questioned, glancing at Xiao Jie, who was frowning as he stared into the distance. Following his gaze, Sun Weiwei squinted into the dim light, managing to discern a group of people seemingly transporting something. That area only has the girls' dormitory. There are no other buildings, Xiao Jie stated clearly. Indeed, Sun Weiwei replied, furrowing her brow as she strained to see what they were carrying. How unfortunate. Although Sun Weiwei could not make out the details, Xiao Jie certainly could, and he muttered a curse under his breath. After uttering those words, he turned and walked away. Hey, what's wrong? Sun Weiwei, somewhat bewildered, quickened her pace to follow him. Her voice, slightly louder than intended in the stillness of the surroundings, carried over to the transport team nearby. Who's there? However, Sun Weiwei remained oblivious to this exclamation, and even if she had heard it, she likely wouldn't have paid it any mind. President, what's the matter? A boy beside Ran Hongxia inquired after she called out, but received no response. It's nothing. I just thought I heard someone else's voice, Ran Hongxia replied, shaking her head. She then turned her attention to the sluggish group and urged, hurry up with the moving. Yes, the boy nearly saluted, clutching several large bundles of cotton blankets under his arm as he urged the others, quickly. The president is getting impatient. Standing beside him, Ran Hongxia felt a wave of exasperation wash over her as she overheard his words. Nonetheless, there exists a certain degree of efficacy. The scattered and uneven responses that arose hastened the actions of those conveying supplies. Once the individuals burdened with the materials reached their capacity, they began to move forward. What was transpiring in the world? It was only when Sun Weiwei and Xiao Jie returned to the cafeteria that Sun Weiwei finally voiced the question she had been holding back for some time. If I am not mistaken, it appeared to be individuals from your school, transporting supplies from the female dormitory, items such as quilts and snacks. After some contemplation, Xiao Jie chose to elucidate, as this matter was not particularly grave. However, this situation did cast a shadow of gloom over Xiao Jie. What? The belongings from the female dormitory have been taken. Although Xiao Jie's voice was not particularly loud, they had already positioned themselves at the entrance of the cafeteria, and the content of the conversation was overheard by the guards stationed behind the door. The door was immediately flung open, and two individuals rushed out, one of whom was Li Jiayu. Indeed, it was Yang Guo who proposed the idea of guarding the entrance, as the world was in a state of chaos. Furthermore, assigning one or two individuals to this task would significantly enhance their safety. Sun Weiwei, feeling somewhat troubled, rubbed her temples. By the way, why don't we go to the male dormitory to retrieve those quilts and such? Suddenly, Li Jiayu posed a question that hung in the air. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into silence. It seemed he had a point. However, having to conduct another sweep would be quite troublesome, Xiao Jie lamented. All right, let us not dwell on that too much. It's likely that items from the male dormitory may have been taken as well, Xiao Jie interjected, cutting off their burgeoning argument. So, what do we do now? Li Jiayu inquired. Xiao Jie glanced at the wide-open cafeteria door and stepped inside, stating, All right, let us go in and talk. Don't let the cold wind in. Are you all cold? Xiao Jie asked them, referring to the 8 individuals, 3 females and 5 males, who were not the 8 girls rescued from the female dormitory. We're all right, Sun Weiwei replied after some thought, considering her body had been fortified by the crystal core, allowing her to resist some of the chill. The other 2 girls gave similar responses. While the boys needed no further mentions, oh, it seems you are the only ones feeling cold, Xiao Jie remarked, directing his gaze towards the 8 girls. The girls looked into Xiao Jie's golden eyes, and upon hearing his words, they timidly nodded in unison, their synchronized movement akin to a rehearsed performance. Li Jiayu observed the obedient demeanor of the 8 girls with a sense of disbelief, noting that 1 or 2 of them were strikingly beautiful, on par with the class or school flower. What do you intend to do? Sun Weiwei inquired with a hint of curiosity. Xiao Jie shrugged and replied, Send them to the main group. However, Xiao Jie remained unaware of just how perilous that seemingly innocuous gesture of his truly was. Did you not notice the gazes of the other boys around? Sun Weiwei, however, was oblivious to this detail, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded slightly. This is also quite good. At the very least, there are many of them. The presence of a crowd signifies strength. The notion that there is strength in numbers is not merely an empty phrase. Yet, Sun Weiwei remained unaware of the darker aspects, only recognizing the superficial advantages. Well, it's settled then. Yanghua, you and Sheng will escort them, Xiao Jie concluded, feeling satisfied. By the way, if any of you wish to join the main group, feel free. The last statement was directed towards the 8 individuals, including Sun Weiwei and Li Jiayu. Chapter 49. New mission. I think I'll pass, Li Jiayu said, scratching his head. In this school, he had no close friends, and his primary concern was for his family. In this city, he had only 2 relatives, yet he couldn't even ensure his own safety. For now, he could only offer them his blessings if possible. Li Jiayu still hoped that the girl he had known for just over a day could assist him in finding his brother and sister-in-law. I suppose I will take my leave from the world, Sun Weiwei remarked with a smile toward Xiao Jie, though what occupied her thoughts remained unclear to everyone else. Xiao Jie could not deny this. I think I'll pass as well. A boy said with an apologetic demeanor. Me too. Sorry, a girl added, equally apologetic. I want to go over there. Ultimately, only 4 individuals remained. Sheng, male, Yanghua, Li Jiayu, and Sun Weiwei, while the others opted to join the main group. However, Xiao Jie showed no particular reaction. He did not compel anyone to stay with him, leaving the choice in their hands. With fewer people, Xiao Jie felt a sense of relief, as Li Jiayu and the others were more of a burden than an asset. Well then, the 12 of you may proceed. We shall not accompany you. To be honest, Xiao Jie had initially intended to send 2 people to escort them, but unexpectedly, 4 would now undertake the task, and they would also benefit from the ride. Gazing at the once lively cafeteria that now appeared so desolate, Li Jiayu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Tomorrow, let us venture outside, Xiao Jie suggested. Outside? Sun Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Are we leaving this university? Indeed, Xiao Jie nodded. Leveling up always follows this pattern. This implied that the university was merely a beginner's village, and Li Jiayu and the others soon realized this, left speechless. And then what? Li Jiayu inquired with a hint of anticipation. Xiao Jie observed his expression, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. What about you all? Li Jiayu gazed at the handsome visage of Xiao Jie, hesitating for a moment before gritting her teeth and declaring, I wish to visit my cousin. What about you all? Xiao Jie turned to the others and inquired, in this city, are there no individuals of significance to you? None, Sheng shrugged, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. My parents are not here. I am but an orphan, Yanghua replied with a resigned smile. You see, there's a target right here, Xiao Jie chuckled, directing his words toward Li Jiayu. As expected. Li Jiayu appeared quite exhilarated. In truth, Xiao Jie's intention to leave the university was not baseless. Just moments ago, a notification had suddenly emerged, indicating that her first task had been completed, awaiting subsequent assignments. Since the novice task had been accomplished, it was time to depart from the novice village and await the commencement of new quests. Tell me, why has the protagonist, Li Jiayu, yet to make an appearance? Feng Shang remarked with a hint of frustration as he adjusted his glasses. He Zi also expressed concern over the matter, For what Fang Sheng sought depended heavily on Li Jiayu's involvement. It seems the plot might have been altered by those newcomers, he pondered, ultimately dismissing the suspicion against their own group, given that they had manifested during the apocalypse. Oh, you think? Fang Sheng hesitated, stuttering as he began to voice his thoughts. Just say it outright, Hazy urged, rubbing his temples. Do you think we might have appeared before Li Jiayu's reincarnation during the apocalypse? Fang Sheng clenched his teeth, uncertain of this notion. Upon hearing Fang Sheng's words, Hazy's hand froze mid-rub. Noticing the subtle shift in Hazy's demeanor, Fang Sheng realized that his companion was somewhat inclined to agree with his hypothesis. After a brief nap in the cafeteria, Xiao Jie and the others stepped through the entrance. Xiao Jie lifted his gaze to the sun, obscured by dark clouds. Rays of light filtered through the gaps, illuminating the clouds with a faint glow. This glimmering cloud served as the city's beacon of light. Li Jiayu. Lead the way, Xiao Jie remarked, reflecting on the dim sunlight with a sense of nostalgia. Though soon he shifted his focus to business. All right, Li Jiayu nodded, the smile on her face impossible to conceal. How remarkably naive she is, Xiao Jie mused, touched by the innocence reflected in Li Jiayu's expression. It was only natural that she, unlike her counterpart in the original narrative who had endured much darkness, retained some innocence. Let us go. As he watched Li Jiayu stride ahead, Xiao Jie beckoned to Sun Weiwei and the others trailing behind. How far do we still have to go? As she strolled down the bustling street. Sun Weiwei waved her slightly sore arm and expressed her mild grievances. It wasn't just her arms. Her legs ached as well. I apologize, Li Jiayu said with an apologetic expression. However, this was an immutable fact. The university was situated on one side of the city, while Li Jiayu's cousin resided on the opposite side. Although it wasn't an extreme distance, it was still considerable. Let us hasten our pace. We should strive to arrive within 2 days. Xiao Jie vaguely recalled that there would be another significant upheaval at some unknown time, though the specifics eluded him. All right, Shengv and the others nodded in agreement, uncertain of the urgency but acknowledging that it was better to be early than late, hastening their steps to avoid unnecessary complications. Thank you, Li Jiayu expressed his gratitude to Xiao Jie, feeling at a loss for any other way to convey his emotions. I am merely assisting myself, Xiao Jie replied, not speaking falsely. After he mentioned the need to hurry, De Jiden assigned them the task: protect Li Jiayu and Sun Weiwei until the arrival of the supernatural era. After much contemplation, Xiao Jie finally recalled that this task seemed to involve enabling ordinary individuals to possess the means of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. It entailed imbuing certain souls with memories or simple skills, attaching them to individual spirits. These souls were categorized as good or evil, some capable of influencing a person's character, while others merely conferred skills. The former could rapidly enhance a person's strength, whereas the latter allowed for gradual improvement based on inherent talent. There were even souls that could directly usurp a person's form. Note: Yin souls and Yang souls. In summary, it was an era that prioritized appearances. Chapter 50. Signs of Change, Deep Night. Is this what they call a soul? In the tranquility of a peaceful neighborhood during the night, Xiao Jie, who had been peacefully slumbering in bed, suddenly sat upright, murmuring to himself. His tone carried a hint of disbelief, as he felt he had entirely absorbed the knowledge contained within, even sensing that he could seamlessly utilize this knowledge in another body if necessary. It was a direct endowment rather than a mere grant. However, one must possess energy within their body to facilitate this. With this thought, a subtle smile played on Xiao Jie's lips. He gestured with his right hand, and a multitude of memories swiftly flickered through his mind, while the demonic energy within him surged and converged towards his right hand. Creative concepts, basic framework, constitutive materials, production, techniques, possession, experience, accumulated years, projection commences. A knife hilt swiftly manifested in the right hand of Xiao Jie, who tightened her grip and firmly grasped it. From the hilt, a blade rapidly coalesced, followed by the emergence of the sword body. The purple-black demonic energy proliferated rapidly, and before long, a 2-meter-long blade flickered into existence amidst the dissipating energy. The long knife, Zhengzong. The pure white and slender blade sparkled with its unique radiance even in the dim confines of the room, captivating Xiao Jie. Upon their reunion, she found herself entranced by the Zhengzong. However, the hollow space within her heart reminded her that this Zhengzong was not the Zanpakuto she longed for, but merely an ordinary iron weapon. Nonetheless, Xiao Jie could not help but regard it as a substitute for her Zanpakuto. Perhaps, at some point in the future, she might successfully project her true Zanpakuto. After admiring the Zhengzong for a while, she placed it beside her bed, then lay down, shutting her eyes, with a hint of regret flickering in her mind. What a pity it was merely a residual soul. This meant that what Xiao Jie had obtained was only a projection of magic. By the way, the soul she had acquired belonged to Kuro, not to Red A or Amiya, but to the residual spirit of Kuro who became Archer in Fate Kaliad Liner Prisma Ilia. Fortunately, it was merely a Yang soul. Had it been a Yin soul, Xiao Jie's character would inevitably be influenced. The thought of Kuro's personality sent a chill down her spine. The next morning, as Xiao Jie descended the stairs, she encountered 4 individuals animatedly discussing matters around a table. According to the game's dialogue, I could serve as the priest. If any of you were injured, I could heal you. Li Jiayu sat upright in her chair, a hand splayed on the table glowing with white magical energy. Isn't that why you 2 brothers need to protect her? Priests lack combat power, Sheng teased with a playful smile, poking fun at Li Jiayu. However, the lack of any unusual reaction from him made it difficult to discern if he had undergone any changes. Seriously, Yanghua observed the bickering duo, slightly exasperated. Yet, the weariness in his eyes suggested he too had been graced by a soul, and a Yin one at that. Nevertheless, the glint of joy in his gaze indicated that this Yin soul possessed a benevolent nature. Hey, I'm a mage, you can't leave me out of the protection. Sun Weiwei chimed in, seemingly unfazed by the tumult. It had been over a week since they had left university, and amidst the ever-present danger to life, entrusting one's back to others could only foster harmonious coexistence. Moreover, Sun Weiwei was not of a cold demeanor, making her easily compatible with them. Seems you all have made quite remarkable gains, Xiao Jie remarked as she descended the staircase, a smile that could not be concealed illuminating her face. As the saying goes, humans are not wood or stone. Who can be without feelings? Having spent so much time together, there was a bond formed. Ultimately, Xiao Jie would depart this world, and witnessing their ability to protect themselves in such a dire era brought her a measure of joy. Indeed, I never expected what you said about the world to be true. Li Jiayu turned to gaze at Xiao Jie, who was descending the staircase, and remarked, upon lifting her head, she noticed Xiao Jie clad in slender jeans, with a glimmer of disappointment lurking in her smiling eyes. When have I ever deceived you? Xiao Jie, oblivious to the hint of disappointment reflected on Jiayu's face, might have reacted differently had she perceived it. Haha, that is true, Jiayu said, absent-mindedly scratching the back of her head before redirecting her attention to the 3 individuals once more. By the way, this outfit is quite uncomfortable. It pales in comparison to the one I initially wore. With that jest, Xiao Jie commenced her complaints anew, tugging at the fabric of her top, which felt somewhat constraining. The initial garment was the one Xiao Jie had donned upon entering this task-laden world. But don't you think it's a tad too revealing? Let's just make do, Sun Weiwei chuckled awkwardly, secretly critiquing in her mind. Is it truly the Everest of discomfort? Yet, Xiao Jie was not merely a flat surface, but rather a small hill back then. You always say that, if we engage in any vigorous activity. Xiao Jie sighed, ultimately at a loss for words, yet the smile playing at the corners of her mouth hinted at her deeper meaning. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's words, Sun Weiwei's face instantly flushed crimson. Li Jiayu, witnessing Weiwei's sudden blush, felt quite perplexed, while the other 2 exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with a hint of mischievous amusement. The sight of their lewd expressions caused Xiao Jie's composure to falter, ahem. After a considerable pause, the playful banter subsided, for the migration was about to commence. Originally, Xiao Jie had forgotten, but it was only after the military sent word that she recalled the impending event. Make sure to conceal your abilities, she instructed Li Jiayu and the others, her expression grave and devoid of pretense. Why? Li Jiayu, puzzled, was the first to inquire. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Jie explained, though her clarification lacked detail. However, if trouble does arise, do not hold back. Retaliate fiercely. The rationale behind her caution stemmed from the presence of 2 attractive females in their group, as she wished to prevent them from being excessively compliant, which might lead to unforeseen complications. The primary concern was that if the military became aware of their abilities, they would be forcibly conscripted, a scenario fraught with complications and myriad bureaucratic headaches. Mine is a system that should be fine, right? At this moment, Xingnu timidly raised her hand to pose her question. What system? Xiao Jie squinted slightly and, after a moment of silence, asked, It's a shop system. Chapter 51. Rising Tides. Does it truly function like a shop where one can purchase items? What can you buy? Upon hearing the term shop system, Li Jiayu was immediately astonished. She had perused numerous novels and was aware of what such a system entailed. However, Sun Weiwei appeared somewhat befuddled. While she had heard some gaming terminology from classmates and grasped the modicum of it, the conventions of novels eluded her comprehension. What shop? What on earth is a system? As long as there is energy, Purchases can be made at any time. Sheng smiled and nodded at Li Jiayu. However, she remained oblivious to Yang Guo's skeptical gaze. Energy? Could it be? Upon mentioning energy, Li Jiayu pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled a trope from a novel, which left her somewhat astonished. She then pulled a crystal core from her pocket. Is this it? I didn't expect you to know. Jiayu. Sheng's tone carried a hint of surprise. Feeling somewhat bashful from the compliment, Li Jiayu shyly scratched the back of her head. Isn't that how it's written in novels? Then we shall entrust our supplies to you, Xiaojia said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Sheng nodded vigorously. The following morning, the migration organized by the military commenced, and Xiaojia and her companions blended in among the ordinary people. Accompanied by Yin Zixu and Li Jiamin. It should be noted that Xiaojia left school earlier than Li Jiayu did in the original narrative, having extracted him before he was cast out to feed the wolves. Moreover, that group of assailants was dealt with by Xiaojia, rather overtly in front of Li Jiayu and the others. Initially, they exhibited little more than mild nausea. This was due to Xiaojia's careful orchestration, allowing them to reveal their true natures. Yin Zixu's sole inheritance mirrored that of the storyline, marking her as a water mage, while Li Jimin possessed no such legacy. However, his physical strength grew increasingly formidable, albeit subtly. A throng of people jostled together, nearly resulting in a crush. Fortunately, the boys, including Li Jiayu, displayed a degree of self-awareness, with 3 of them actively surrounding Xiaojia and her companions to prevent any unwelcome advances. Exuding an air reminiscent of esteemed family scions, though few noticed this distinction, as they moved, they spotted the procession from Shijiang University and recognized their former comrades who had fought alongside them. Yet, unlike their former selves at the onset of the apocalypse, these individuals now appeared gaunt and haggard, brandishing weapons at the forefront of the university's ranks. In stark contrast, Li Jiayu and his companions exhibited vibrant energy and slightly flushed complexions, creating a striking juxtaposition. Amidst this scene, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, though a few women surrounding the others seemed to be faring quite well. After all, different choices lead to different paths, and the criteria for personal satisfaction vary among individuals. Their glances barely grazed the others, lacking any significant focus or engagement. However, Xiaojia was unaware that 3 individuals within the Shijiang University group were discreetly observing them. The hidden scrutiny elicited a slight frown from Xiaojia, as she sensed being watched but could not ascertain the exact source of the gaze. It appears that this truly is the apocalyptic world from Li Jiayu's past life. Upon seeing Li Jiayu among Xiaojia's team, Haizi was finally able to confirm his suspicions. As for the changes in Xiaojia, Haizi was somewhat aware. After all, Xiaojia was among the group of individuals who had personally witnessed her growth and subsequently delivered her into Haizi's hands. The trajectory of the narrative has also been altered. Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses and remarked. Although Fang Sheng had only conducted an analytical overview of the plot surrounding the reborn Li Jiayu, he still possessed a modicum of understanding regarding her previous life. However, by the time they intervened in this world, the plot had already begun to shift. It seems that your desired object is unattainable. Observing the situation, Haizi took a moment to contemplate before deciding to be forthright. Upon hearing Haizi's words, Fang Sheng's brow furrowed immediately. Fortunately, Fang Sheng was a rather composed individual. He did not erupt in anger but rather calmed himself down, turning to gaze at Haizi beside him and inquired, "Why?" This question was imbued with curiosity rather than fury, as his intellect allowed him to surmise the underlying reasons. His current inquiry was merely a means of confirmation. That object is scientifically referred to as the goddess of light. As Haizi rubbed his temples, maintaining a perfectly composed demeanor. At that moment, Fang Sheng understood instantly. He then let out a sigh and stated, "Very well. I suppose this misfortune is mine to bear. The matter we previously discussed remains valid, but you must provide compensation." Without a moment's hesitation, Haizi agreed. "Of course. What do you desire?" Fang Sheng's desires were not entirely unfathomable to Haizi. Consequently, Fang Sheng's response was unsurprising. "I wish to obtain information regarding other items capable of facilitating identity transformation." Haizi narrowed his eyes and consented. "That can be arranged. The Nyanyan spring within the Rama universe can achieve such an effect." "Is it only the Nyanyan spring? Are there no alternatives?" Fang Sheng was familiar with the Nyanyan spring, which, for a man of his standing, was rather undesirable. Other options, such as the Nico spring or Panda spring, would suffice. Yet he could not accept the Nyanyan spring. In response, Haizi shrugged. "My knowledge on the matter is rather limited." Haizi's stance was unequivocal. Only the Nyanyan spring was available. Beyond that, he was unaware of any additional items. Fang Sheng discerned the implications in his words, though the truth remained uncertain for the time being. As the conversation reached this juncture, Haizi noted that Fang Shang's resistance was not particularly strong. Thus the matter was settled. He then dispelled the soundproof barrier and concealment enchantment that had enveloped both individuals. They were, unbeknownst to Haizi and Fang Shang, a narrow fissure lay behind them, filled with innumerable watchful eyes. Upon observing their lack of conversation, Xiaojia also sealed the gap. Under ordinary circumstances, Haizi would undoubtedly have noticed this narrow gap. However, today marked a time of spatial upheaval, rendering the current environment exceedingly chaotic. Sighing, Xiaojia rubbed his temples, contemplating the likelihood of having to confront 4 individuals. Chapter 52. An unexpected visitor. During their migration, Xiaojia beheld a crimson meteor plummeting from the sky, suddenly recalling the devil fruit that Li Jiayu acquired in the original narrative. It is well known among all that the devil fruit possesses a significant weakness: its aversion to water. This elucidates why Xiaojia comprehends the fruit's immense power yet remains respectfully disinterested. An irrational individual would intentionally create a vulnerability for themselves. Of course, Xiaojia was somewhat unclear whether the devil fruits in this world shared that same flaw. Though his dismay. It was raining. How frustrating! Xiaojia held an umbrella, gazing at the overcast sky with exasperation. Occasional flickers of purple lightning danced among the dark clouds. Consider yourself fortunate. Thankfully, Yanghua brought an umbrella, or else you would be preparing for a rather embarrassing situation, remarked Sun Weiwei, rolling her eyes at Xiaojia's complaints. By the way, wasn't Yanghua always empty-handed? Where did he procure that umbrella? And what on earth does running naked mean? Xiaojia instinctively glanced at his chest, feeling a bit chilly. It seemed his clothing was rather thin. According to Yanghua, he had also acquired a system, which conveniently included a spatial element, Sun Weiwei elucidated. What a coincidence, 2 individuals within the same team possessing systems, Xiaojia pondered with a hint of skepticism. Never mind, they harbored no ill intent. After all, after walking for more than 2 hours, the group finally arrived at their destination, the hot spring resort. Within those 2 hours, nearly 20 individuals had perished indirectly due to Xiaojia and his companions, merely some short-sighted souls. Sigh, it seems we forgot to bring tents. They ultimately halted at the foot of the resort, not out of desire to linger, but because entry was prohibited. No, we simply did not anticipate the rain. Sun Weiwei shrugged. In truth, the existence of Sheng's system also contributed to their laxity regarding supplies and equipment, considering they could purchase necessities at any time. As for tents, Yanghua had prepared some. Just as Xiaojia intended to suggest that Sheng procure a tent from the system store, Li Jiayu approached to speak. Goodness, a devoted family man. He has thought of everything, Xiaojia mused. Turning back, he noticed Yang was setting up a tent. Seemingly waterproof, Li Jiayu's cousin and sister-in-law were also assisting, busily engaged in the task. However, it appeared that the tent was rather large. Precisely, Shengnu stepped forward to voice her inquiry. Are we all residing in this tent? Indeed, that way we can look after one another. Yanghua nodded in affirmation, his hands continuing their task undeterred by Shengnu's question. TSK Major. The one setting up the tent, that individual is the one with abilities. A soldier, observing Yanghua conjuring a neatly folded tent from thin air, hurried to report to his superior. The soldier pointed directly at Yanghua, who was on the verge of completing the tent. Zhang Qian, adjusting his collar with one hand, approached with an umbrella in the other. Greetings, young man. You are... Yanghua frowned as he watched Zhang Qian inadvertently splash some mud onto the tent, relieved that the tent's zipper remained securely fastened, preventing any mess from entering. The sight of Zhang Qian's soiled attire only deepened Yanghua's frown. Yes, I am with the military, holding the rank of major. Zhang Qian offered a slight smile. He had heard from his subordinates that this young man possessed spatial abilities, a rarity among the numerous recruits they had gathered. Moreover, he was aware that this spatial ability pertained to storage, which was indispensable for the secure and efficient transportation of supplies. The only uncertainty lay in the capacity of his storage. I understand you are with the military. Please state your business directly. Yanghua's brow remained furrowed, diverting his gaze from Zhang Qian and resuming his tent assembly. Our military is in the process of recruiting civilian ability users. The benefits are substantial, and should you agree, you need not dwell in this tent. We shall provide you with a suitable residence. I apologize, but I must decline, Yanghua replied coldly, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Before Zhang Qian could utter another word, an individual approached him and whispered discreetly, Major Zhang. This person is indeed an ability user with impressive combat prowess exceeding 500.500. Zhang Qian's eyes brightened instantly. It was known that only one individual within the entire military had reached such a combat level. Furthermore, the other 2 tent assemblers were also ability users. The woman was a water mage with a combat strength of over 100, while the man's abilities were less discernible. yet he boasted a formidable strength of over 300. As Zhang Qian listened to the seer's words, his gaze shifted to Yan Zixu and Li Jimin. Yet lacking any extraordinary perceptive talent, he could not discern their true capabilities at that moment. Moreover, not far behind you, Major, there are 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. The dark-haired woman is also a capable individual, a fire mage with a combat power exceeding 200. The blonde woman, however, is not a wielder of powers. The man's lineage is indiscernible, yet he emanates a potent aura of light energy, likely indicating a heritage above that of the red robe leader, possessing a combat power of around 300. Fire magic, indeed. Zhang Qian did not turn to look, instead fixating on the raindrops cascading from the umbrella. My goodness, Yanghua, could you please hurry? My arm is about to cramp. Just as Zhang Qian was lost in thought, a male voice unexpectedly emerged from the tent constructed by Yanghua. A man should not act too hastily, nor should he dismiss the matter. Yanghua did not directly respond to Sheng's words, adopting a mocking demeanor instead. My goodness. Hurry up. What is going on? When did capable individuals start clustering together? Hey, Yanghua. Sheng, could you please expedite the process? Can't you see it's getting colder? Upon hearing Sun Weiwei's call, Yanghua retracted his head slightly and murmured, I truly didn't notice that. It appears they are together, Zhang Qian thought as his eyes gradually narrowed. He then set his sights on Sun Weiwei. Didn't you see how obedient even the strongest, Yanghua, is? One must strike at the vital points to ensure a clean catch. Chapter 53. The onslaught. Ultimately, the negotiations fell through, primarily due to Xiao Jia's refusal. Zhang Qian could not fathom why this golden-haired maiden wielded such authority. If the reasoning stemmed from a blind affection, then why did the other fire mage, a young woman, also comply without protest? In any case, Zhang Qian was utterly perplexed and left in a dejected manner. Although he was recruiting capable individuals, it was unrealistic to expect every civilian wielder to comply obediently, even with generous incentives, as many sought treasures far more precious than mere benefits. Zhang Qian had long been psychologically prepared, yet he had not anticipated such an inauspicious start. His arrival also reminded Xiao Jia that a significant battle awaited that night. Turning to the erected tent, Xiao Jia hesitated momentarily before deciding to await the impending tide of insects, ready to adapt as needed. He distinctly recalled that this foothill should be regarded as one of the safest locations. However, a confrontation was inevitable because, Sheng, Yanghua, you two retreat. The reason for the diversion of the insects was the arrival of the formidable blue-eyed giant ant at the front lines. Otherwise, sustaining the defense would have been manageable. Damn it, retreat? Behind you lies the entirety of the populace of West City. Before Sheng and Yanghua could heed Xiao Jia's command, a nearby officer, having overheard Xiao Jia's words, erupted in exasperation. For heaven's sake, we never agreed to join your military, Xiao Jia replied languidly. This was precisely why Xiao Jia was reluctant to enlist. The mindless commands were exceedingly vexatious, of course, to Xiao Jia. This was the essence of mindlessness. Yet, Xiao Jia's argument held merit. Have I ever benefited from your provisions? Why should I risk my life for your obligations? The officer harbored no such thoughts. In his mind, there was an unwavering belief that one must contribute to the greater good if one possesses the capability. I tell you, do not entertain even a fleeting thought of retreat, or I shall not hesitate to end you with a single bullet. The figure of Xiao Jia, who had just ordered them to withdraw, was not insignificant. Those around could hear it clearly. The officer's threats were well-founded, and the sight of the dark muzzle pointed at him extinguished any lingering doubts within as the situation began to stabilize. The officer directed the barrel of his handgun towards Xiao Jia. Whether in ancient times or modernity, sowing discord among the ranks is a grave offense. Although Xiao Jia was strikingly beautiful, there were many who would not hesitate to crush such delicate flowers, and this officer was among them. I advise you to retract your weapon, lest I cannot guarantee the safety of your hand. Xiao Jia did not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, she focused on Shengnu and Yanghua as they slowly retreated. Furthermore, I am but a commoner. Upon saying this, Xiao Jia turned her head and winked at him with a mischievous smile. Fortunately, Xiao Jia encountered an officer of integrity. Under the weight of her words, he lowered his handgun. Yet, even if this officer lacked integrity, it mattered little, for Xiao Jia had already positioned herself to exploit any opening should he dare to pull the trigger. If he fired, she would ensure that it was he who met a fatal end. Humph! Observing the two boys who had withdrawn, the officer exhaled in dissatisfaction. Very well, it is my turn to take the stage. Xiao Jia patted Shengnu and Yanghua on the shoulders with a smile and, without waiting for their response, dashed past them towards the front. The officer opened his mouth, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 54. The The invitation Major Zhang, oh you see that woman. Zhang Qian, commanding from another battlefield, was flanked by a Celestial Eye practitioner, ready to alert him of any reinforcements that might aid the insects. As Zhang Qian surveyed the situation, the Celestial Eye practitioner tapped his shoulder and inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Qian frowned, somewhat irked. The line was gradually being compressed due to a shortage of capable individuals. Though irritated, Zhang Qian turned his gaze to where the Celestial Eye practitioner pointed. Suddenly, he was rendered speechless. Did you not say she was not an ability user? As Zhang Qian observed, Xiaojia wielded a genuine weapon over 2 meters long, effortlessly cleaving through the swarm as if slicing through vegetables. However, due to the weapon's length, Xiaojia began to tire from the exertion of swinging her arms. While the expanded range of attack was advantageous, it also demanded greater effort. The lengthy blade often allowed her to slice through 2 or 3 foes with a single sweep, which rapidly drained her stamina. Xiaojia has also forgotten that his physical prowess is no longer as formidable as it was in the world of Naruto. Just a few minutes of exertion has left him in this state. It is worth noting that even Ultraman's combat duration surpasses his own. However, within Xiaojia still resides a reservoir of demonic energy. Utilizing this demonic power as a means to enhance his physicality is certainly a commendable strategy, one that many demons have employed before. Take, for instance, a certain sunflower demon. With a thought, the demonic energy surged through his limbs, invigorating his previously weakened strikes into powerful blows. This is indeed a source of reliance for Xiaojia. After all, should fatigue set in during battle, leaving him vulnerable to a black piece claiming his head, what could he possibly do? As Xiaojia harvested the insects, chaos reigned at Shijiang University. Though their team included high-caliber fighters like Ran Hongxia, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Shortly after the insects were lured over, the defensive line of Shijiang University was breached, and the relentless swarm surged into the defenseless crowd, unleashing a massacre. Damn it! Did you not say she was a player? How does she seem more like a reincarnator than you? A reincarnator yourself? Fang Shang grumbled with dissatisfaction while observing the figure effortlessly cutting through enemies in the distance, his own actions not faltering as he wielded his weapon, a large axe, harvesting the low-level insects that had breached the defenses. If they were of a higher caliber, he might very well find himself in peril. After all, is it not common knowledge that orcs wield axes? Moreover, where did that authentic weapon in her hand come from? I have underestimated her, Black Z remarked as he swung his steel sword. Although his physical abilities were unrestrained, his body had not been honed through rigorous training, and his powers were rendered unstable in this unpredictable realm. When shall we strike? Fang Sheng's axe cleaved through a second-tier insect, eviscerating it. Once that horde of zombies, Black Z squinted slightly, contemplating. This evening, 2 individuals shone the brightest. One was Ran Hongxia from Shijiang University, and the other was the civilian ability user, Zuanzi Shiji. Their common trait was their femininity. The distinction lay in the fact that while the name of Ran Hongxia was known, few recognized Shiji. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the military, Xiaojia's brilliance eclipsed that of Ran Hongxia, for he single-handedly held off the majority of the insects. One must remember that the blue-eyed giant ants were not solitary creatures. However, do not be misled into thinking Xiaojia was dispatching them with ease. Harvesting pests is a skillful endeavor. It is important to note that Xiaojia's demonic energy was merely employed to sustain his stamina, with neither strength nor agility augmented by the demonic power. Occasionally, some avoidable attacks result in unfortunate injuries due to insufficient speed. Fortunately, the presence of Li Jiayu, the healer, mitigated the situation, as she swiftly cast a healing spell the moment Xiaojia was wounded. Once the swarm dissipated, a somber atmosphere enveloped the foot of the mountain where the manor stood. It is worth noting that the casualties were significant. Those who perished were not merely solitary figures. The safest haven remained within the manor itself, defended by numerous capable individuals, ensuring that not a single insect could breach its sanctum. Of course, the sparse population within the manor, along with the absence of visible inhabitants, contributed to this sense of security, especially with the throngs of people gathered at the mountain's base. The distinction between safety and peril was apparent even to the creatures, which possessed a modicum of intelligence. You are the valiant female swordsman who shone brightly in last night's battle. Are you not? Our army extends a sincere invitation for you to join us. Shortly after the conclusion of the skirmish, as the migration convoy was preparing to depart, the so-called commander of the legion approached. That was a dagger, not a sword. Xiaojia promptly corrected his verbal blunder, leaving the commander momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, the commander spoke again. Young lady, the restoration of order requires your assistance. Guojia needs you. Xiaojia shook her head in response. These are the duties of soldiers, not mine. Ultimately, Xiaojia had no desire to entangle herself in this matter, especially since she was soon to depart from this world. What if her enlistment led to her disappearance and provoked the ire of the higher-ups? She might be indifferent to such repercussions, but Li Jiayu and the others could not afford to be. Hence, I am inviting you to collaboratively establish order. The commander would not relinquish his pursuit of her formidable combat prowess due to Xiaojia's feeble excuses. He had heard the celestial seers analyze her capabilities. If the young lady before him truly possessed the prowess she exhibited last night, her combat potential would be no less than 1,000. The commander was not convinced that this was her limit. He believed she would undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. To be candid, I have no interest in this, Xiaojia declared, turning her back on the commander's awkward expression, and instead joined Xingnu and the others in packing the tents. Truly, one cannot refuse a toast and expect to avoid punishment. A flicker of danger gleamed in the commander's narrowed eyes. Hey, Commander, watch out, move aside. With a resounding crash, a cacophony erupted from a short distance behind Xiaojia, prompting her to instinctively turn her head. To her astonishment, the commander, who had just been discussing matters with her, was now pinned to the ground by a heap of debris. Atop his back lay an overturned cart, its wheels still spinning. Chapter 55. Guardian passing through Pingnan County for encampment. No unexpected events transpired. Of course, the term unexpected pertains to the matter of the blood demon, as no one ventured to rescue the so-called mayor's granddaughter. Certainly, during the period of encampment, it is not uncommon for individuals to fall victim to insects, and even more so to the various means by which people meet their demise. Why do these insects persist in their self-destructive ways? Yang Guo exerted an immense effort, akin to the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, to finally crush a large earthworm, leaving the place he inhabited in utter disarray. Goodness! How many tents has Yang Guo gone through now? The victorious woman lamented, gazing at the utterly ruined tent. Upon hearing this, Yang Guo discarded the head of the worm he had been holding, revealing a gruesome mass of flesh at the severed end. With the detached body lying motionless, I did not do it intentionally, Yang Guo replied, furrowing his brow. Why is it that nothing happens over there in the world? The victorious woman pointed towards a distant pink tent. How would I know? Yang Guo shrugged, then wandered over to the riverbank to wash his hands. Roar! In the very moment Yang Guo bent down to cleanse his hands, the ground beneath him suddenly fractured. Damn it! Another worm! Days later, the troops once again broke camp. The direction of their march was predetermined, with the objective set for whose city. Along the way, countless ordinary citizens had perished. Those who fell behind were never seen again. Some women were dragged into the woods by groups of men and were never heard from again. Often, the apocalypse obliterates not only order but also humanity itself. Halt! Everyone halt! 20 kilometers ahead, a massive swarm of insects has been detected, estimated to number nearly 10,000. Hearing the reports from the front line and gazing at the endless mountain ranges, Xiaojia felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that we are to engage the insects atop the mountains? Certainly, 20 kilometers is a considerable distance, and at the current visibility, it would likely require many multiples to truly encompass that span. While Xiaojia fretted over the potential battleground, the surrounding ordinary people were engulfed in panic, howling in terror at the thought of 10,000 insects. What does that even mean? The first night of their flight, the insects that attacked the hot spring villa numbered merely over 2,000. That night alone resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties, with hundreds to nearly 1,000 capable individuals left lifeless in the wilderness. Now, suddenly facing a swarm nearly 3 times that number, how many lives would be lost here? Their earlier days of encampment in Pingnan County had been to evade a wave of insects. Little did they expect that they now had no choice but to fight in an instant. A somber atmosphere enveloped the entire convoy. Everyone, do not panic. Calm down. Those insects are not as formidable as we imagine. The vast majority among them are exceedingly low-level creatures. They are merely fodder. Our experts can easily crush dozens of these worthless insects with a single blow. There is no need for fear. Though numerous, they pose no real threat to us. But why must we fight at all? Can't we simply avoid them? Sun Weiwei quietly inquired of Xiaojia. This is a common awareness among the majority. However, before Xiaojia could respond to Sun Weiwei's words, the army's explanation arrived, informing many unwilling to fight that this battle was unavoidable. Over 10,000 insects were advancing towards us, and it was feared that within 10 minutes, they would traverse 20 kilometers and reach us. The concept of covering 20 kilometers in less than 10 minutes is astonishing. Those with a semblance of reasoning understand that such a rapid traversal implies extraordinary speed. An ordinary person takes over 10 minutes to walk just 1 kilometer. Even if one were to run the entire distance at full speed, without any physical limitations, it would still take at least 3 to 4 minutes. In summary, the speed of the insects is approximately 120 kilometers per hour, if not slightly more. Anyone confident enough to outrun the insects is welcome to try. Following the assessment of the situation, numerous capable individuals and hundreds of thousands of citizens resignedly accepted their fate. The next step was to follow the arrangements. Most combat personnel were summoned together by the military, including Xiao Jie and his companions, who still possessed a shred of conscience. Thank you for your presence. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. There are 450 second-tier insects, while we have only around 400 second-tier fighters, creating a significant numerical disparity. Our advantage lies in our coordination. Although the insects possess high agility and employ cunning and bizarre attack methods, humanity is far more versatile. We have countless classes such as light priests, battle bard shamans, dark priests, wind whisperers, light knights, rangers, and windwalkers. With their assistance in enhancing our capabilities, we can unleash 120% of our combat potential and have no need to fear those insects. In the spirit of collaboration and mutual understanding, we will not insist that members of various civilian organizations integrate into the military ranks. You are free to act as you see fit. However, should you feel inadequate and wish to work more closely with the military, we wholeheartedly welcome you. Now, I will outline the deployment of our defensive lines. The right flank will be managed by the left flank by Dot, and the heavily pressured central gate will be defended jointly by our military and the remaining civilian organizations. The words flowed rapidly, completed in less than half a minute, and the over 5,000 capable individuals present had little time for idle chatter, fully aware that the insects would soon arrive. A dark mass loomed in the distance, and the ominous sounds heralded the imminent outbreak of battle, creating an instant atmosphere of tension. The group of over 5,000 swiftly dispersed into 3 divisions: left flank, central gate, and right flank. Xiao Jie and his companions were included among the civilian organizations. Thus stationed at the central gate, be cautious and do your utmost to preserve your lives, Xiao Jie quietly instructed Sheng Nu and the others. Although his voice was soft, it was noticed and heard amidst the surrounding tension. Yet no one spoke up. It is human nature to harbor selfish thoughts, which is entirely normal. They too shared the desire to survive. Yes, Yanghua and Sheng Nu nodded solemnly, and then there was Sun Weiwei. As for Li Jiayu, she was merely relegated to the back row. After all, Li Jiayu is a priest. Have you ever seen a priest on the battlefield? In the midst of the dialogue, the army of insects had also reached the forefront of their group of capable individuals. Chapter 56. Internal strife. When the swarm arrived, Xiao Jie charged to the forefront. It was not out of a desire to appear particularly valiant, but rather a matter of necessity. What kind of equipment was that protective gear? It warranted a considerable exertion of effort, as the bodyguards were quite formidable. Who could possibly remember that burly man? That man had long since been dispatched to the Great Egg by Fang Sheng. The bodyguards themselves posed little threat. It was primarily the equipment from that world which was of 4 attributes. A glimmer of greed flickered in the darkness of Haizi's eye. Instantly, the hand that Fang Sheng used to adjust his glasses became rigid. A twinge of regret washed over him. Fang Sheng removed his glasses and retrieved a piece of cloth from his pocket, wiping the dusty lenses. Yet, despite his words of regret, there was no trace of remorse on his face. Haizi showed no surprise. He had anticipated this outcome long before he spoke. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, "In the world of magic soldier legend, traversing through the clown gate can transform one into a reincarnator. It's exceedingly difficult." Fang Sheng scrutinized the lenses, ensuring they were free of dust before resting them on his nose. Iron journey to the west. Enduring the 81 trials alongside Tang Sang and his disciples can lead to becoming a reincarnator. Fang Sheng squinted. Are you jesting with me? Do not overreach. Killing her does not necessarily require your assistance. Haizi, equally narrowing his eyes, retorted, Can you employ theft during battle? A cold smirk played at the corner of Fang Sheng's mouth. After death, it is of no use in demigods and semi-devils. Being infused with power by Wu Yazi, Haizi gritted his teeth, articulating each word deliberately, before adding, Do not push your luck. Insufficient. You are demanding far too much. Competing for fortune with the protagonist was not a venture he intended to undertake. In the apocalyptic segment of 100,000 Cold Jokes, the character was transformed by the trolling star. Deal. Some might argue that one could re-enter this world without the need to traverse to another realm, as this pertains to an alternate setting. Xiao Jie remained oblivious to the internal strife her enemies were experiencing due to her actions. She was fully engrossed in combat, and with a casual swing of her blade, she accrued a modicum of experience. This was not a loss at all. Although she garnered some experience, the journey to leveling up remained a formidable challenge. Fortunately, with the increased slaughter of insects, the military would reward her with some crystal cores, which were the primary source of experience, of course. Xiao Jia could also mine for them herself, but that would be excessively laborious, especially since she lacked spatial equipment. Having plunged into the battlefield for less than 20 minutes, Xiao Jia had already fulfilled her mission, and she now felt a twinge of fatigue. The others were in a similar state. It is time for a change. Chapter 57 Explanation. The Holy Armored Centipede emerged due to Li Jiayu's reincarnation. It does not exist here. Soon, at the command of the officer, the somewhat fatigued group was swiftly replaced. This time, the ones taking the stage were the military's ability users. Perhaps it was due to the absence of Xiao Jia, but it seemed they had slain fewer insects than the civilian organization. After retreating to Li Jiayu's side, she employed a healing spell on Xiao Jia. After all, injuries were inevitable in a group battle. All Xiao Jia could do was minimize the damage without hindering her movements. Fortunately, Li Jiayu's healing magic was quite effective. Otherwise, one would be left with unsightly scars. Sun Weiwei remarked somewhat reproachfully. Xiao Jia found it rather absurd. Was it not normal to have scars? Of course, she understood that most women would prefer to avoid such marks, as they held great regard for their skin. This was precisely why female ninjas were so few in the world of Naruto. Even Tsunade's medical techniques could not guarantee the absence of scars. Only someone like Xiao Jia, a woman with a male soul, could dismiss such concerns. After spending an additional half an hour, they finally cleared the insects from the central gate. However, their task was not yet complete, as the insects on the left and right flanks remained unvanquished. Thus, after finishing, they would need to lend support on both sides. Heizi was initially engaged in combat with a high-level insect when suddenly a sense of danger washed over him, prompting an instinctive leap backward. Swoosh! The high-level insect he was battling was suddenly illuminated by a flash of white light that sliced past the tip of his nose. Had Heizi not evaded, he would have surely been cleaved in two. Such an extensive attack range. Heizi felt a slight sting at the tip of his nose and glanced down to see a trace of red. It was not a sword's energy, but rather the blade itself. Realizing this, Heizi understood that the earlier flash of light was no accident, but rather deliberate, for such a long blade was possessed by only one individual within the crowd. The voice that followed confirmed Heizi's suspicion. "Oh, my apologies. I did not expect there to be someone hiding behind the insect." This voice was somewhat familiar yet also slightly foreign. Familiar in its recognition, yet foreign in its maturity, as it lacked the youthful timbre it once had. "No matter. I have suffered no loss." Heizi replied with a grin. It was indeed their first direct confrontation. As soon as he finished speaking, the insect that had been cleaved also split in two, revealing Xiao Jia's silhouette to Heizi. "Let us go." Just as Xiao Jia was about to utter something, a male voice interrupted her. "All right," Xiao Jia nodded in response. After replying to Li Jiayu, she redirected her gaze back to Heizi. "I look forward to your performance." Her demeanor was reminiscent of a villain, and after speaking, she turned on her heel without a glance at Kuriko's reaction. Kuriko's expression remained unremarkable, though it was evident that he was completely unguarded against the back of Akira. Yet, he refrained from launching any surprise attack. After all, seizing the moment for such an ambush would be the act of a fool. How arrogant indeed! Kuriko's lips subtly moved, his voice barely audible, only for his ears. Not far from Kuriko, the composed Fong, who was exterminating the insects, unobtrusively adjusted his glasses. "You toot. Is that person your friend?" asked Li Jiayu, who noticed Shiji approaching. Upon hearing her words, a look of confusion washed over Shiji's face. "Why do you say that?" Li Jiayu herself was uncertain of the reason behind her statement, merely expressing an instinctive feeling. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "It's because I saw you smiling so joyfully." "Smiling? Did I?" Shiji unconsciously touched his face, wondering if he possessed any latent sadistic tendencies. Li Jiayu shook her head. "It's just a feeling." That moment, Shiji lost interest in Li Jiayu's musings, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I thought I was genuinely smiling. NTM is just teasing me. Let us go. We need to continue exterminating the insects," he said. Li Jiayu nodded in agreement. After a considerable period of extermination efforts, the insects had been thoroughly eradicated. Among the citizens at the rear, aside from a few unfortunate individuals who fell prey to underground earthworms, the primary losses were among the combat personnel. The survivors were either particularly fortunate or exceptionally skilled. Those fortunate enough to emerge victorious would see their prowess enhanced, while the already strong would only grow stronger. This could be viewed as a manifestation of nature's ruthless selection. With the battle concluded, there were no further complications like those encountered by Li Jiayu after her rebirth. This was largely due to Shiji's formidable strength. Even the formidable blue-eyed giant ants, which others struggled against for over 20 minutes, were no match for him, falling effortlessly in half with a single strike. This achievement also owed much to the system's influence. The power of realms is never to be underestimated. Even Li Jiayu, as a reborn individual, found herself compelled to unleash her strength during this confrontation, summoning several familiars in a perilous endeavor. I estimate that the system she has chosen is worth at least 2,000 points. Heisey remarked with a somewhat stern expression. By this time, night had nearly fallen, and traveling by night posed numerous dangers, hence it was prudent to set up camp at this juncture. Is she not a player? How could she possess so many dimensional points? Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses and inquired. According to common understanding, players generally do not accrue additional income in other worlds besides slaying rogue players or reincarnators in the novice realm. Even if tasks yield points, the maximum one could earn is 5 tasks, and even upon completing all of them, one could only obtain a mere 1,500 dimensional points. Moreover, the difficulty of the tasks escalates, and an average individual could manage to complete at most 3. Even if one were to succeed in the 4th task, the 5th would be exceedingly challenging, akin to the task triggered when Xiao Jie encountered Ekizan Ryoma in the world of Prince of Tennis. Without the fortunate effect brought by Kakashi's affection, it is likely that Xiao Jie would have faced insurmountable odds, even with half a Sharingan and that emotion-enhancing ability. Chapter 58. Handcrafting. So, are you contemplating giving up? Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses once more, noting that a system valued over 2,000 points was far beyond his own, which was worth merely 500 dimensional points. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even Heisey's system, valued at 1,500 points, could not compare. We can surmise that her system is likely the Sephiroth cultivation system, worth around 3,000 dimensional points. Heisey mimicked Commander Ikari's chin-resting gesture, though regrettably there was no table or light before him. Perhaps it is the Sim system, valued at 5,000 points. Fang Sheng suggested another possibility. However, such a system was evidently improbable, not to mention whether she possessed that many points. If she had indeed rented that system, there would be no need for us to engage in battle. Heisey shook his head. The likelihood of a system worth 5,000 points manifesting is akin to winning the lottery. That is indeed a valid point. Fang Sheng nodded. If she had truly switched to that system, she could simply simulate a Super Saiyan, allowing Beerus to unleash an attack that would obliterate us. There would be no reason to continue this struggle. Perhaps you could seek a truce. Fang Sheng jested. It may seem incredulous that one could achieve such a feat due to a single system, yet that is the reality. Impossible. You are aware of the value of equipment with 4 attributes? Heisey waved his hand dismissively. Fang Sheng, is your life not more valuable? I intend to join a team with this equipment. Suddenly, Fang's eyes narrowed in surprise. He did not expect your ambition to be so grand. Perhaps it cannot be merely described as ambition. Rather, it is the fervor of a rather audacious idea, driven by the pursuit of a goal whose authenticity remains uncertain. It is simply a desire to avoid being controlled by the whims of a formidable force for a lifetime. After the conclusion of this skirmish, the journey ahead was fraught with various obstacles, both large and small. Fortunately, these did not significantly impede progress. It was merely that the numbers had dwindled considerably, from tens of thousands of individuals to a much lesser count. However, most of those who remained were merely powerless civilians. Perhaps at this juncture, death could be considered a stroke of fortune, for it was merely a matter of surviving in a state of despair. Even reaching whose city would only serve to render existence more wretched. The state of being was utterly unrecognizable as human. As the journey continued, they finally arrived at a location deemed pivotal within the narrative, Linchuan. Here, in this very place, the reborn Li Jiayu had also emerged as the goddess of light. Although this goddess appeared quite disheveled and lacked the grace typically associated with divinity, her flaws did not overshadow her brilliance. Indeed, this was the true inception of Li Jiayu's extraordinary path. Observing the sinister black smoke that unfurled before them, Xiao Jie could not help but furrow her brow. She sensed a chaotic spatial energy emanating from it, which could indeed be described as malevolent power. However, the military personnel indicated that this was the path leading to the abyss, rendering Xiao Jie's analysis somewhat futile. The gray mist that enveloped Linchuan was also a byproduct of the black smoke. All that remained for them was to await developments, Xiao Jie remarked softly, ensuring only Li Jiayu and the others could hear her, while the officers conversing ahead remained oblivious. Each day, a new contingent of approximately 500 personnel would rotate for guard duty, and the military would deploy soundwave warriors. Should any situation arise, an alarm would be sounded to summon reinforcements. Following a heated discussion, the officer reached a relatively sound arrangement with those of considerable influence. It should allow for a safe passage, Xiao Jie mused, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. She feared the issuance of yet another mission, particularly since the 5th task was notoriously arduous. Should the 5th mission be announced? It would likely entail either a massacre of thousands or the elimination of legendary or sacred beings. The only memory that lingered in Xiao Jia's mind was of the inherent danger of Linchuan. Although the specifics of that peril eluded her grasp, of course, she recalled that danger only in the context of the presence of the goddess of light in her previous life. When Li Jiayu traversed this place, the most formidable adversaries were only third-tier high-level zombies. However, the predominant type was indeed the third-tier zombies, which could certainly pose a considerable nuisance. Nevertheless, Xiao Jia was still capable of dispatching them with a single strike, albeit it would likely entail a significant drain on her stamina, for the bodies of zombies are inherently robust. A single cut would merely exist as an ideal scenario. Zombies are not the rudimentary creatures akin to insects. They possess intelligence and combat experience. With the assurance of safety measures in place, time passed day by day. Almost everyone was on edge, as the emergence of the undead began on the following day. Initially, the Soundwave warriors, in a fit of rage, summoned an army of nearly 5,000 capable individuals. However, upon their arrival, before engaging in battle, the zombies had already vanished, leaving the Soundwave warriors in an awkward silence. Yet, it was not long before the strength of the undead escalated, prompting another furious outcry from the Soundwave warriors. In summary, there was scarcely any opportunity for rest. This should not result in confrontation, Fang Sheng remarked with a furrowed brow, as he vividly recalled that the highest-tier zombies would not exceed the third level, and of course, if Li Jiayu were to transform into the goddess of light, that would be an entirely different matter. However, such a transformation was implausible. I understand. Haizi nodded in agreement. Fang Sheng adjusted his glasses and inquired about Haizi's current activity. What are you working on? A sniper rifle, Haizi replied nonchalantly. Although his system, rated at 1500, paled in comparison to Xiao Jia's 2500, it was nonetheless versatile. Given the time, Haizi could single-handedly create a nuclear weapon. Fang Sheng raised an eyebrow, realizing Haizi was aware of this. He observed as flames flickered around Haizi's hands, fusing into a lengthy gun barrel. This was a handcrafted sniper rifle. All that remained was the barrel, for the other components had long been completed. Chapter 59. Sniper Xiao Jia furrowed her brow as she wielded her authentic blade against the enemy. During the skirmish, she felt an unsettling gaze directed at her, making her wonder if Haizi was contemplating intervention. Curiosity gnawed at her regarding Haizi's potential methods. As Xiao Jia pondered, her distraction allowed the zombie she was attacking to evade her strike and retaliate against her. Xiao Jia furrowed his brow once more, slightly twisting the knife in his right hand so that the blade faced inward, preparing to strike the zombie again. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot erupted before Xiao Jia could land his blow. In an instant, the zombie's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, dark blood splattering in all directions. Xiao Jia's nerves instantaneously tightened, and a translucent three-tomo Sharingan materialized in his left eye. Spinning rapidly, time seemed to slow to an agonizing crawl, allowing him to perceive a dark, greenish bullet emerging from the zombie's forehead, adorned with peculiar patterns. As the bullet was discharged, the head of the zombie, serving as an obstruction, was obliterated, leaving the assailant behind unscathed. He Zi's heart raced. This attack was the culmination of He Zi's patient planning, aimed at achieving a decisive kill. Alas, it was indeed not such an effortless feat. He Zi's heart tightened slightly, his focus sharpening. After missing the first shot, hitting the target again would prove considerably more challenging. Crouched atop a tall building, He Zi held a specially crafted sniper rifle, inscribed with numerous runes, many designed for acceleration, while others enhanced elemental damage, such as infusing bullets with fire or ice attributes. The runes etched onto the bullets were specifically for penetration, alongside runes that reduced air resistance, thereby augmenting the bullet's power and velocity. Ultimately, all these preparations were intended to ensure that the enemies He Zi aimed to eliminate could not evade him. However, he had not anticipated the initial setback, which not only revealed his intentions, allowing Xiao Jia to brace himself, but also exposed his firing position. Fortunately, He Zi was no fool. He had set various concealment formations at his sniping location before the attack. Of course, if Xiao Jia were astute, he would be able to deduce He Zi's position based on the trajectory of the attack. A fleeting thought crossed He Zi's mind as he concealed his custom-made sniper rifle within his self-crafted space ring and proceeded towards a rope he had left behind at the rear of the building. In the instant the Sharingan activated, Xiao Jia's thoughts flickered briefly, and he swiftly opened a gap, allowing the bullet to penetrate in the blink of an eye. The other side of the gap led to the ground beneath Xiao Jia. Bang! A deep, resounding thud echoed immediately. Xiao Jia turned his head and beheld a crater the size of a bowl appearing on the ground. Without even considering the extent of the destruction, The mere depth of the hole convinced Xiao Jie that he could not afford to confront the sniper's bullet head-on. His gaze failed to reach the bottom of the cavity. Realizing this, a slight dizziness washed over him, a clear indication of mental fatigue. However, in comparison to the value of his own life, this depletion of mental energy was trivial. While Xiao Jie was 100% certain that the assailant was He Zi, what use was that knowledge? Reporting to the military would yield no tangible results. The people around him stared in astonishment at the gaping hole in the ground. The sound they had just heard was somewhat familiar. After all, they collaborated with the military almost daily and had grown accustomed to the sound of gunfire. Their immediate thought was, what the hell? Zombies can snipe? Moreover, the power of this sniper rifle was extraordinary, of course. He Zi was oblivious to their thoughts. At that moment, he was crouched atop a nearby building, unaware that if he comprehended their assumptions, he would refrain from taking such a position. Firing from behind would reveal that the sniper was not one of the zombies, but rather a human intent on murder. Yet, this was merely hypothetical and would remain unrealized. Before revealing himself, He Zi had meticulously arranged various concealed formations. Once he had set the formations, he retrieved his sniper rifle from his spatial ring and positioned it on the wall. "World, what was that just now?" asked Li Jiayu, who had rushed forward from a short distance behind, visibly anxious upon witnessing Xiao Jie's ambush. "It's nothing. I just need to be more cautious," Xiao Jie replied, shaking his head to indicate that Li Jiayu should not worry. Sun Weiwei, however, was not convinced that it was truly nothing. The sight of the hole sent a shiver down her spine. "Be careful," she said, her concern distilled into those 3 simple words that escaped her lips. "Mm." Xiao Jie nodded gently. In truth, if He Zi's bullet had been slower than usual, he could easily have directed his aim at Li Jiayu and the others, leaving Xiao Jie in a frantic struggle. Emotions had always been Xiao Jie's Achilles' heel. Unfortunately, He Zi remained unaware of this, as he believed that most individuals would not sacrifice their lives to protect others. This notion of most people encompassed a vast majority. Yet there existed a small minority that was significant in its rarity. Chapter 60. The sound of gunfire. It was indeed Xiao Jie's fault for not revealing his true self before others, leaving He Zi unaware that he belonged to that small minority. Li Jiayu and the others did not overly concern Xiao Jie either, primarily due to their training as ninjas, which emphasized the importance of keeping one's weaknesses hidden from the gaze of others. This was fundamental ninja instruction. "Please exercise caution," Xiao Jie advised. In truth, even if they were careful, if He Zi truly intended to target them, evasion would be futile, for the speed of the bullet was simply too swift. Li Jiayu and the others nodded earnestly. It was imperative to remain vigilant, for a single bullet wound would surely spell their demise. After speaking, Xiao Jie redirected his focus to the zombies before them. While his own life was of utmost importance, the zombies at hand also required attention. Specifically, they needed to be eradicated. Xiao Jie could not afford to reveal his acute awareness of the sniper's position. Thus, while concentrating on the zombies, he remained discreetly alert to his surroundings, once again plunging into the throng of corpses to engage in a grim reaping of the undead. On the surface, he feigned unwavering concentration. This was likely but a facade. Through the sniper scope, He Zi discerned Xiao Jie's demeanor, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the zombies that were supposed to entangle Xiao Jie for some time. Even the higher-tier zombies faltered before Xiao Jie, unable to withstand even a minute against him. More often than not, they fell victim to Xiao Jie's stealthy strikes as he dispatched them while they battled others. This illustrated the razor-sharp efficacy of Xiao Jie's blade. Earlier displays of prowess had extinguished He Zi's hopes of confronting Xiao Jie head-on, compelling him to adopt a more strategic approach. Thus, in various respects, Xiao Jie, as a ninja, exhibited considerable shortcomings. He Zi's observation of Xiao Jie's actions through the sniper scope sent a chill down Xiao Jie's spine. This sensation felt particularly ominous, as if it were emanating from behind him. Xiao Jie gradually narrowed his eyes, contemplating the discomforting feeling. Driven by the instinct to retaliate, he created a gap before his own eyes, while the other end of the gap wandered aimlessly, attempting to locate He Zi's hiding spot. And of course, even if he found it, Xiao Jie would not immediately strike. Her intent mirrored He Zi's initial thoughts. She aimed for a decisive blow. Thus, their war commenced from the shadows. He Zi remained composed, biding his time for the right moment to act, while Xiao Jie distractedly sought He Zi's concealed position. Generally speaking, those in the open were perilous, as the chance for a counterattack was negligible. The sensation of a needle pricking at one's back was profoundly unsettling, a constant reminder to its owner. You are endangered. At present, Xiao Jie's only recourse was to locate the hidden adversary, transforming the concealed into the visible. He was confident that the gap he had just created, which swallowed the bullet, remained concealed from He Zi's sight. This was crucial for Xiaojia's counteroffensive. As the minutes ticked away under the patience of Xiaojia and Haizi, the zombies were swiftly nearing annihilation. The abyssal passage had ceased functioning after expelling around 100 level 3 zombies, leaving only the ever-churning black mist. However, news from the military front had begun to materialize. The issues regarding the spatial barriers and the abyssal passage were on the verge of resolution, likely to be settled by the day's end. Throughout this unfolding narrative, much had transpired in Linchuan, particularly concerning the innocence of Li Jiayu. Yet, the spotlight was currently occupied by the reincarnated Li Jiayu, while the more modest figures of Ran Hongxia and Xiaojia stood out during battles, maintaining a low profile otherwise. Under Xiaojia's directive, Li Jiayu and the others remained sequestered within the tent, especially Yin Zixu and Sun Weiwei, who had hardly ventured outside during their encampment. Even during routine hunts for crystal cores, the issues were resolved amid the usual skirmishes. How long would it take to procure 6 people's worth of crystal cores? The answer was merely around 20 cores. Thus, they had managed to avoid any significant trouble. Originally, an incident concerning a change in military leadership was expected, but for reasons unknown, it had not occurred. Xiaojia's speculation leaned towards the infiltration of some exceptionally skilled newcomers into the higher echelons. With the abyssal passage no longer producing any more zombies, the last one fell to Xiaojia's blade. As he released his grip, the authentic katana disintegrated into mere dust. Haizi, witnessing this scene, slightly relaxed the finger that had been poised on the trigger, sensing an intuition that any attack now would surely be evaded. However, with the zombies fully eradicated, Xiaojia found himself with little to occupy his time aside from overseeing the abyssal passage. Haizi's concealment array was remarkably potent. Even now, Xiaojia had yet to discern Haizi's position, marking the only awkwardness between the two. Should Haizi choose to attack, Xiaojia would undoubtedly pinpoint his location. Yet, even with the desire to strike, Haizi refrained from doing so. Xiaojia presented no vulnerabilities through which Haizi could exploit an opportunity for an attack. Nevertheless, ancient wisdom reminds us that in the absence of opportunity, one must create it. The strong forge their chances, while the weak wait for them. Contemplating this, Haizi resolved to initiate his final plan, one that posed no risk to himself, for those who would bring him harm were destined to perish. With a subtle flick of his finger, a magical message was instantaneously dispatched. Fang Sheng, standing amidst the crowd, momentarily froze, followed by a frown of reluctance adorning his features. However, there was no other recourse. This was a prior agreement, one that had been signed. Fang Sheng began to move slowly, his head slightly bowed to avoid drawing Xiaojia's attention. With each step, he inched closer to Xiaojia, while the fingers of the dark-clad man rested upon the trigger. The opportunity was fleeting. Boom. Chapter 61. 4K Untitled Chapter. Within the transference space of the Great Egg, due to Xiaojia's lack of energy within, this was a genuine absence of power. Having never cultivated chakra, he possessed none of the requisite energy. As for the energy associated with the Shiranui system, it was an adjunct of the system itself and could not be accounted for. The same applied to the realm of the boundary demon S system. Thus, even if one were to consider Xiaojia possessing energy as a trait, there was none within him. Nevertheless, Xiaojia sincerely felt a flicker of potential. The projection magic seemed within reach. Speaking of the boundary demon system, Xiaojia had not observed that even after the system had detached and returned to the main divine space, the vertical pupils in her golden eyes had not faded. After reclining on the bed for quite some time, Xiaojia finally rose, dismissing the habit of lingering in bed as unworthy. After completing his morning routine and consuming the breakfast specially provided by the main divine space, Xiaojia exited the INN. It was inconceivable for him to spend an entire day in slumber. This outing held purpose. Primarily, Xiaojia had not encountered any indication that the buff was non-enhanceable. Upon comparing it with the properties of the forehead protector he wore around his neck, he confirmed that this main divine space indeed possessed enhancements. Xiaojia had a specific aim in mind. Adjacent to the world column, there was a house. That was his primary destination. After nearly 10 minutes of brisk walking, he arrived at his goal. He paid little heed to the somewhat crowded world column and made his way directly into the house with the wide-open door. To his surprise, the interior was strikingly desolate, devoid of any presence. Upon seeing the great egg hovering in midair, radiating a gentle glow, Xiaojia was assured that he had not erred in his search. A frown creased his brow as he began to doubt the authenticity of the scene before him. Just as Xiaojia hesitated, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and a figure hurriedly passed by him. From the corner of his eye, Xiaojia caught a glimpse of a man with slightly darkened skin. He watched as the man approached the great egg, producing a dagger from his bosom and placing it within the luminous aura of the great egg. He then released his grip, allowing the dagger to float and settle within the hollow interior of the great egg. Suddenly, it seemed as if he were manipulating something in the void. Moments later, the enormous egg floating in the air began to tremble, the surrounding radiance quivering in response, while the dagger within remained steadfast. Xiao Jie could distinctly observe a bead of sweat trickling down the man's forehead, indicating a certain degree of tension. The colossal egg appeared to concentrate several beams of light directed towards the dagger. Under the anxious gaze of the man with somewhat darker skin, the dagger too began to quiver. A sharp crack resonated throughout the room. Xiao Jie could keenly sense that the man's body had instantly gone rigid. Before she could contemplate the situation, another crack echoed. Damn it, this is the 5th time. Upon hearing his curse, Xiao Jie felt a pang of sadness for him. It reminded her of a certain infant formula brand, truly beloved by countless people. Should I give it a try? After the man departed, a flicker of curiosity arose within Xiao Jie. However, she soon found herself amused by the thought. She possessed only 2 pieces of equipment. One was a headband, clearly marked as non-upgradable, while the other was a rather bothersome buff. Though her disdain was merely verbal, as it was a gift from Li Jiayu. Yet, how could she extract it? It was explicitly stated as non-removable. Could it also imply that it was non-upgradable? Despite her lingering questions, Xiao Jie stepped forward, thinking, why not give it a shot? Select an option. 1. Upgrade, 2. Enchant, 3. Manufacture. How simplistic. Although her inner self yearned to scoff, Xiao Jie suppressed the urge and quietly opted for the upgrade option. Insert the item to be upgraded. An item? Not a weapon or equipment. Contemplating this, Xiao Jie was at a loss on how to retrieve that buff. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the window abruptly closed. And the enormous egg presented another interface. Select the item to be upgraded. 1. Kakashi's affection, 2. Li Jiayu's gratitude. No matter how many times she viewed it, Xiao Jie felt utterly embarrassed, of course referring to the headband. It was surprising to find the headband among the upgrade options. With the mindset of merely trying, Xiao Jie selected 1. Kakashi's affection. This item cannot be upgraded. Please reselect. 1. Kakashi's affection, 2. Li Jiayu's gratitude. Xiao Jie silently mused. As expected, she then chose 2. Li Jiayu's gratitude. Upon selection, a layer of white light enveloped her, and a luminous orb detached from her body, coalescing within the confines of the enormous egg. Remarkably, within the white orb, she could distinctly discern a hint of pink. Commencing upgrade, deducting 20 dimensional points. Upon encountering this window, Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Strong-arming? The blatant implication of the large egg was to playfully taunt others, akin to the act of placing it inside only to retrieve it later for amusement. Ding, as Xiao Jie was lost in thought, a crisp sound resonated in his ears. Enhancement successful. Would you like to continue enhancing? Yes, no, enhance 5 times consecutively. Instinctively, Xiao Jie glanced towards the floating orb of pinkish light. Buff. Li Jiayu's gratitude 1 attribute. Increase in feminine charm by 11. Skill. Feminine posture, passive, non-tradable, non-removable, non-destructible. Li Jiayu's remark, beautiful indeed, but lacking any semblance of femininity. Damn it. After muttering a curse under his breath, Xiao Jie's finger moved towards the no option. However, just as he was about to press it, he hesitated. Suddenly recalling the man's harsh rebuke, he shifted his gaze to the 3rd option. Surely, if I decline, Li Jiayu wouldn't hold it against me. I am merely striving to enhance my allure, not to cause any deliberate harm. A mischievous thought crossed Xiao Jie's mind, providing him with a guilt-free justification. Once the thought materialized, he resolutely pressed the 3rd option. Commencing enhancement, deducting 12 40-dimension points. Holy cow! The moment he beheld that number, Xiao Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Ding, enhancement successful. 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 As Xiao Jie's mouth opened to unleash a string of curses, a cacophony of notifications filled his ears. Enhancement successful. Would you like to continue enhancing? Yes, no, enhance 5 times consecutively. Xiao Jie's heart was a whirlwind of emotions upon seeing this window. How should one articulate this? Entertaining the thought of ruining it had unexpectedly led to a string of successes. If it had stopped there, it would have merely indicated that it was not destined for ruin. Yet, he never anticipated that he would end up in this predicament, over 1,000 dimension points gone. Subsequently, with a conflicted heart, Xiao Jie silently ignored the window, redirecting his gaze to the orb of light. Buff. Li Jiayu's gratitude 6. Attribute. Increase in feminine charm by 31. Skill. Feminine posture, Passive causes your daily actions to subconsciously embody the grace of femininity, an essential for novice crossdressers. Skill. Naturally light makeup. Passive enhances feminine beauty. Non-tradable, non-removable, non-destructible. Li Jiayu's remark. My little heart is racing wildly. I choose death. And Li Jiayu, do you genuinely wish to perish? Finally, with a countenance marred by disappointment, Shao Jie stepped out of the room. His forlorn expression rendering the onlookers beside the world column somewhat accustomed to such sights. It seemed that 9 out of 10 individuals emerging from that chamber bore a similar visage of despondency, while the remaining one appeared utterly deranged. Alas, had I known better, I would have refrained from self-sabotage, Shao Jie lamented as he reclined on the bed in the inn, a trace of disillusionment in his voice. Over 1,000 dimensional points. Wait a moment. What did I just say? Suddenly, Shao Jie sat up in shock, his eyes widening in astonishment. Someone? He exclaimed. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Goodness, I feel like I could just die. Unbeknownst to Shao Jie, when he uttered that phrase, he had worn a face that was initially marred by mischief. However, after the adjustment of the buff, he now bore an expression of extraordinary shyness. Wait, this won't do. Shao Jie could hardly accept the tone of his own voice. A solution must be found. He raised his index finger to tap his lips, pondering. What an unexpected thought. Should I consider eliminating Li Jiayu to test this idea? With such musings, Shao Jie's finger, which had been pointing at his lips, came to rest upon them, and a peculiar flush crept onto his cheeks. Paired with his golden eyes and flowing golden hair, he exuded an irresistible allure, reminiscent of sweet apples, but perhaps not. After considerable contemplation, Shao Jie ultimately resolved to discard this impractical notion. Even if he were to re-enter the world of the dark summoner of the apocalypse, with such an intention, regardless of whether the idea would succeed, the feasibility of execution was a pressing concern for him. He would have to seek alternative methods. Being a novice, Shao Jie had limited options and could only approach some seemingly affable elders for guidance. With his decision made, he settled down to rest, planning to reassess his situation upon awakening. Thus, after a day filled with disturbances, Shao Jie fell into a deep slumber, remaining 2,615 dimensional points. Chapter 62. The Drawn Blade Sect. HM? Awakening naturally, Shao Jie slowly opened his eyes, still shrouded in sleepiness. What greeted him was an unfamiliar ceiling. Startled, he widened his eyes slightly, gradually shaking off the remnants of slumber to comprehend his circumstances. It seemed he had slept far too soundly. Ruffling his hair, which was already somewhat disheveled, he muttered to himself. After waking, his mind was somewhat blank, but Shao Jie recalled that the passive skill of feminine posture was indeed inherent. Why hadn't it manifested during the equipment process? He surmised that the passive skill of feminine posture possessed enhancement values. Prior to fortification, the bonuses were minimal, hence the lack of noticeable change. However, after enhancement, the bonuses skyrocketed, resulting in last night's remarkable performance. Thus, one might consider this as a form of self-destruction on their part. Upon realizing that the phrase one was present, Shao Jie was immediately engulfed by a sense of despair. After lying in a state of desolation for quite some time, Shao Jie consoled himself, remarking, "It should have no impact on the battle. I shall let things unfold naturally." Yet, an inexplicable wave of melancholy lingered in his heart. Perhaps it would be best to seek solace in a simpler world today. Determined to immerse himself in an endeavor that would drown out these negative thoughts, Shao Jie endeavored to acclimate himself to the passive skill of this troublesome sister. With a plan in mind, he continued to lie there for a while longer before finally rising to prepare for his morning routine. He grasped the toothbrush adorned with toothpaste and the cup. He ambled into the bathroom. A casual glance in the mirror revealed that his previously disheveled hair had somehow smoothed itself out. This small benefit was certainly acceptable. In truth, Shao Jie could have opted to shorten his excessively long hair, which would have facilitated many tasks. Yet, for reasons unknown, he refrained from doing so. Staring at his lengthy tresses, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Man, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? Woman. No man. Then, when my hair reaches my waist, will you marry me? Woman. Perhaps. Woman. What is it that you like about me, man? I adore the way you look with long hair. Woman. Why, man? Because it suits us perfectly. Woman. Am I beautiful, man? Very beautiful. I'm lying. After a prolonged silence in the bathroom, Shao Jie began his cleansing ritual, which included a refreshing shower. Subsequently, he exited the inn and made his way towards the world selection interface. A legend of the Magic Soldier's world. I am crazy for Song's world. The Fox Spirit Matchmaker world. Upon encountering these worlds, Xiao Jie instinctively bypassed them, as he was unfamiliar with their narratives. Until he reached Naruto World, Novice Task World, Novice, 5 individuals, entry time, Wave Country Mission Arc, conclusion time, beginning of Shippuden. Should I proceed? Xiao Jie pondered internally, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Would Kakashi remember me? He still owes me several barbecues. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his right hand involuntarily began to fidget. The passage of time for this world has not yet reached the cooldown. 3 world days remaining. In an instant, the warning from the great egg doused Xiao Jie with a cold splash of reality. Perhaps I am overthinking this. The icy realization allowed Xiao Jie's thoughts to regain their composure. After a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze downward once more. In the world of the Dark Summoner in the post-apocalyptic era, what a pity. Xiao Jie could only disregard this realm and continue to select another world. One Punch Man World, Novice Task World, Novice, 1 individual, entry time, beginning of the plot, end time, death of Boros. Upon seeing this sticky note, Xiao Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively reached out his hand. However, he hesitated midway. Was it perhaps a bit too perilous? After a prolonged moment of indecision, Xiao Jie gritted his teeth and pinched his fingers together. Would you like to pay 500 dimensional points as a pass to enter? Yes. After stepping into the teleportation chamber resembling a small dark room, Xiao Jie instinctively glanced around, noting that there were 5 individuals in total, including himself, 3 men and 2 women. The others showed no interest in conversing. Closing their eyes to rest, Xiao Jie, not one for excessive chatter, patiently awaited the arrival of the system. Selection of system, entering the One Punch Man world in 1 minute. Arm system, 100 dimensional points. Random hero system from Honor of Kings, 100 dimensional points. Rurouni Kenshin system, 100 dimensional points. Change batch, 100 dimensional points. This time, the list of systems did not require constant switching that would waste dimensional points, which made Xiao Jie reflect with a hint of satisfaction. Even the previous negative emotions seemed to have been discarded unconsciously. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jie decisively chose the Rurouni Kenshin system. Instantly, the dimensional points were deducted. He was left with 2,015 points. With ample time at his disposal, Xiao Jie opened the system panel. Level 0, skills, flying sword style, not activated. Title, Batusai, not activated. How succinct. Xiao Jie couldn't help but mutter to himself, and aside from these features, there appeared to be no other functions, leading him to question whether this was a truncated version. However, despite his skepticism, the system could not be returned, so he reluctantly accepted it. Hoping it was not a defective product, Chapter 63. Encounter with the vaccine man. The scene of transmission shifted, the interplay of darkness and light causing Xiao Jie to instinctively squint in his narrowed gaze. He beheld a long highway, and he found himself standing in the very center of it. Boom. Before Xiao Jie could recover from the blinding light, a tremendous explosion erupted not far away. Without time for Xiao Jie to react, a massive energy cannon shot towards him. The blue-white energy projectile scraped against the pristine, barren concrete ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Although the projectile was fast, it remained within Xiao Jie's reaction capacity, for the dynamic vision of his Sharingan was extraordinary. The moment he spotted the energy blast, Xiao Jie instinctively leaped aside, tumbling into the nearby greenery. Although it was undeniably a precarious situation, one could argue that the preservation of life was a small triumph. Among the 4 individuals, excluding Xiao Jie, 2 were not as fortunate. Perhaps the prior serene beginnings of their previous worlds lulled them into a false sense of security, leading them to believe that every new world would unfold in a similar manner. This complacency, however, exacted a grave price: their very lives. The 2 men were swiftly vaporized, leaving Xiao Jie unaware even of their names. The remaining 2 individuals managed to maintain their vigilance. In the instant Xiao Jie leapt away, they, albeit bewildered, instinctively mirrored her actions, fortuitously surviving with nothing more than minor abrasions. Yet, before the trio could fully comprehend their narrow escape, a luminescent projectile, after a brief flight through the air, collided with a towering building, resulting in a decisive explosion. This detonation was particularly fierce, the force of the blast instantly engulfing the 3 in its tumultuous winds. Even the tree against which Xiao Jie had leaned was uprooted by the sheer strength of the gust. Damn it! That blasted egg! Xiao Jie silently cursed as she adjusted her posture midair to prepare for the impending landing. From her earlier evasive maneuvers, she had gleaned that her physical condition was far from optimal, worse even than that of a sedentary man in subpar health. As she corrected her stance, her gaze fell upon a distant figure draped in purple. Apart from its lack of clothing and its violet skin, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a version of Bick the Devil. Upon Xiaojie's glance, the figure, known as the Vaccine Man, also caught sight of her, noticing the absence of panic in her eyes. Interesting, it seemed to smirk coldly. Upon landing, Xiaojie swiftly sought refuge within the confines of the buildings, keenly aware of the Vaccine Man's scrutiny, sensing the impending danger. Following her movements, the Vaccine Man waved his right hand, compressing a large mass of air, which surged toward the direction she had fled. Completing that motion, he then launched 2 luminescent projectiles with his left hand, aimed at the paths of retreat before dismissing her altogether, resuming his mission to eradicate humanity. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions kicked up a cloud of dust that mischievously invaded Xiaojie's nostrils, inducing a wave of discomfort. If only there were a boundary demon system. I wouldn't be in such a predicament, she lamented involuntarily. It was a candid truth. With such a system, one would wield demonic power, capable of manifesting a genuine weapon, easily cleaving through the luminescent projectiles and the Vaccine Man's formidable physique using the power of the boundary. Yet, having just entered this world without experience or upgrades, she found herself devoid of boundary power. Nonetheless, she was grateful to have narrowly escaped a calamity. Without weapons, even the flying sword style is rendered useless. This system feels utterly ineffectual, Xiaojie pondered ruefully. Previously, she had her own considerations when selecting this system, taking into account the critical point of entering the arena without weapons. However, Xiaojie possessed the art of projection. Tragically, she forgot that she lacked the energy to utilize her projection abilities. Now, she must quietly await the rescue from the Hero Association, as she has already been buried. Fortunately, Xiaojie remained unharmed, especially considering her possession of the Sharingan. While awaiting rescue, she also engaged in introspection. She realized that without weapons, she was rendered powerless. If she had weapons, Xiaojie could harness her emotional enhancement through her abilities to still pose a threat, but without them, she felt utterly insignificant. Was she too reliant on weapons? This thought lingered in her mind. Without her weapons, her combat power would diminish entirely. All along, Xiaojie had fought while wielding weapons. Even in the battles within the Naruto world, should her weapon break, she could readily seize one from her adversary. Perhaps it wasn't merely that. Reflecting on her early days in the Naruto world, embarking on missions after leaving the village, Xiaojie found some solace. It was essential for her to possess a katana. Perhaps from the onset of her journey in the Naruto world, her talents had been wholly consumed by her mastery of the katana, leaving her no inclination towards other weapons or martial arts. Suddenly, as Xiaojie came to this realization, she heard the sound of stones being shifted above her, accompanied by a cascade of fine sand and dust that left her somewhat disheveled. Perhaps her cough had startled something, for the movement above her ceased immediately. Moments later, the massive rock overhead was abruptly lifted. Ah, a bug has been found. As Xiaojie instinctively squinted to shield her eyes from the sunlight, a robust male voice resonated from above. As she slightly opened her eyes, she beheld a colossal figure, resplendent in purple. Before he could continue speaking, Xiaojie's golden eyes were instantaneously stained crimson, and her body was immediately reinforced. With a slight bend of her legs, she propelled herself upward. As she reached the exit, the figure suddenly spoke. Hey, a bug attempting to escape. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung his massive hand toward Xiaojie. In an instant, a translucent 3-tomo appeared in her left eye. Spinning rapidly, to Xiaojie's perspective, the speed of the figure's hand was akin to that of an ordinary person waving. With a slow motion, Xiaojie extended her hand to press against the oncoming arm, applying a slight push as she performed a split, evading the figure's attack. Chapter 64. Embarrassment. Bang. Hey, you brat. As Xiaojie maneuvered past the figure's arm, a flower blossomed instantly upon his temple, accompanied by a soft female voice from a distance. The voice was melodious, yet the words were decidedly uncouth. It seemed as though this female voice had triggered some taboo, for Xiaojie had a moment to glance back and observe several veins bulging prominently on the figure's forehead. A mockery? A question arose in Xiaojie's mind. She had indeed seen this skill book for sale in the market of the main god, priced reasonably at just over 1,000 dimensional points. It is merely a matter of uncertainty regarding the truth, compounded by the narrative that leaves a profound impression on Xiaojie's memory. His hand stretched to its limits, and his posture remained particularly upright. However, the only flaw was that Xiaojie's grip on the sword appeared somewhat awkward, its blade facing downward and edge inward. Had he not been able to catch it, he would likely have sustained a cut. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The focus was on how to defeat the Vaccine Man, or at the very least, to restrain him. If Xiaojie recalled correctly, the protagonist of One Punch Man, Saitama, was also en route. With a subtle flick of his right hand, he loosened his grip, sending the still-cool katana flying from his grasp. Leaning forward, he reached out once more to firmly secure the sword. Upon gripping the weapon, Xiaojie instantly felt the fervent rush of blood coursing through his veins, a sensation both familiar and resonant within him. Simultaneously, the sanguine hue in his eyes receded, returning them to a golden glimmer, though this golden sheen lasted but a moment before his gaze was again tinged with red, a fiery crimson, not the gory shade of blood. His body felt akin to a blazing furnace, with hot blood rapidly circulating through his veins, and his fair skin took on a faint rosy tint. Miyazaki no Tachi, he murmured softly, as his feet propelled him forward across the shattered earth. His figure suddenly materialized behind the vaccine man-dragon's soaring flash, he exclaimed, leaping towards the foe with a powerful thrust. Raising the katana with his right hand while stabilizing the blade with his left, he either caught the vaccine man's attention or the moment of mockery had passed. In any case, upon hearing the sound, the vaccine man abruptly turned, only to be met by the slicing edge aimed at his throat. However, Xiaojie's full force merely succeeded in grazing the creature's oily skin. As the technique concluded, Xiaojie instinctively drew the katana back towards his waist, only to realize midway that he lacked a sheath. A man in the distance, observing through a sniper scope, cursed under his breath, "Damn!" A practitioner of the drawing technique. While he was not a wielder of the katana, he understood the power of such a technique and recognized the challenges of unsheathing without a scabbard. Judging by the golden-haired woman's frozen posture, it was evident that she had not mastered the art of the unsheathed draw. After an awkward pause, Xiaojie quietly landed, simultaneously leaping backward to evade the vaccine man's pursuit. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the vaccine man did not chase after him. Instead, he casually touched the grazed skin of his throat and remarked, "It's a bit itchy." That moment, a wave of frustration surged within Xiaojie, though he felt somewhat powerless. Without the support of a formidable system, this was the reality he faced. Through the series of events that had just transpired, Xiaojie came to understand that the Rurouni Kenshin system had merely provided him with detailed explanations of the techniques belonging to the Miyazaki no Tachi. Regarding why Xiaojie was aware, it was because the moment he grasped the katana, the flying sword technique had already been activated, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Chapter 65. Struggle. After the vaccine man finished feeling his neck, he lowered his head to direct his gaze at Xiaojie, exclaiming, "You little pest! Your feeble strength barely suffices for a massage." As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Instantly, Xiaojie took a cautious step back. Simultaneously, the vaccine man raised his hand, poised to strike at any moment. Back suplex, however, before the vaccine man could launch his attack, a girl shouted loudly and once again clung to his thigh in an astonishing display of strength. She flung him over her head, causing him to tumble headfirst to the ground. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the man aimed at the vaccine man, whose mouth had gaped open in shock, and with a slight tightening of his index finger, he pulled the trigger and a long, slender bullet erupted from the snout of the sniper rifle. Thud! In an instant, the vaccine man tasted the metallic tang of his own blood. Due to the angle, Xiaojie only knew that the man had fired again, and the sound suggested a successful hit, though he could not discern the exact location. Damn pest! After a brief silence, the vaccine man unleashed a furious roar. "Teske, even with a tongue shredded, you can still speak," the man remarked, astonished. Yet, calmness soon returned, for having traversed many worlds, he was well acquainted with the rapid regeneration that numerous realms possessed. "Hey, make me another sheath." Overall, Xiaojie was still accustomed to the art of drawing his sword. Suddenly being without a sheath felt quite unnatural, though this was negated when wielding an authentic blade. Nevertheless, even with a genuine sword in hand, Xiaojie found it challenging to wield, as his physical condition was a significant drawback. Lifting it was strenuous, let alone using it to strike. Okay, working on it. Realizing Xiaojie's preference for the sword-drawing technique, the man remained active after firing, using the exposed rebar nearby to fashion another sheath. After sustaining an injury to his mouth and throat, the vaccine man immediately turned his gaze toward the sniper, the architect of his woes. With knees slightly bent and ready to bolt, he was interrupted by that infuriating voice once more. "Hey, you brat." Instantly, the vaccine man's fury was drawn inexplicably toward the sound. Meanwhile, the sniper completed the sheath and with a vigorous toss of his right hand, sent the dark sheath soaring through the air. Done? Watching the sheath approach swiftly, Xiaojie gritted his teeth and reached out, grasping it with his left hand. However, the rapid momentum caused it to slide a distance in his grip. Simultaneously, Xiao Jie felt a tingling in his palm. Followed by a sharp pain, he frowned slightly and then released his hold. The frown stemmed from dissatisfaction with his current physical state, not merely from the pain. His condition was simply too poor. "Ha? Iron Mountain lean." The girl's voice broke through, pulling Xiao Jie's attention back. "Let's settle this quickly," Xiao Jie reassured himself, recognizing that the primary concern was to deal with the vaccine man adjusting the position of the sheath. The pitch-black katana was swiftly sheathed with a sound of friction. Click. Its blade perfectly locked into place. Onward. Akira silently urged himself, his body leaning forward as he sprinted. Thud, thud, thud. Fortunately, despite his diminished physical prowess, the explosive power he had mastered remained intact. A solitary comfort amidst the struggle, flying sword style. Bang. Reciting the name of the martial art, he compressed and released his knees, propelling himself upward, the pinnacle of his leap. He found himself above the head of the vaccine man, soaring at least 4 meters high. Even as a sense of pressure coursed through his ankles, in midair, he oriented himself, head down, feet up. Unbeknownst to him, the katana had already been drawn, poised for a thrust. Dragon hammer flash, crash, the obsidian blade glinted as it pierced the top of the vaccine man's head. The sniper in the distance was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, there's no damage at all. Noticing the wound caused by his attack, Akira too was slightly stunned, but quickly realized this was not the time for dawdling. Loosening his grip on the blade, he swiftly altered his stance, his body tilting downward as he planted his feet on the vaccine man's shoulders. With a slight exertion, he withdrew the katana and, bending his legs, leaped backward in one fluid motion. By the time the vaccine man reacted, Akira had already landed safely. Damn pests. Feeling the pain radiating from his head, the vaccine man reached up, inevitably finding traces of blood. Although the bleeding was minimal, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Akira's attack had merely grazed the flesh. The dense skull remained impervious. His gaze immediately shifted to Akira, his expression brimming with malice, as though he wished to devour him whole. "Hey, you brat." Just as the vaccine man prepared to strike, a mocking voice rang out in front of him. Once again, his attention was diverted. Though it seemed the taunts lacked sufficient potency, as he still harbored intentions of attacking Akira. Yet, before he could act further, a girl suddenly clung to his leg. Heave-ho! Body slam. In an instant, the vaccine man was toppled once more. The tremendous noise and tremors that had erupted in city abruptly ceased. Through the surveillance cameras, 3 figures could be seen locked in a stalemate with the monstrous foe, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Judging by their physiques and appearances, they were clearly not members of the Hero Association, and it seemed they could not hold out much longer. As of now, the heroes had yet to arrive. What could be the reason? Would the monster be delayed by these 3 makeshift heroes until the Hero Association's arrival, or would they succumb to the creature, allowing the destruction to persist? Bald-headed Saitama silently observed the images broadcast on television, noting the trio was already battered and bruised. "Let us go." Dressed in formal attire, Chiyu rose gracefully, executing a suave turn while casually flicking his cloak, murmuring, "Damn it." Although his role was solely that of a long-range sniper, the bullets he employed were entirely materialized through his abilities, resulting in significant mental exhaustion. The girl's taunts had become utterly ineffective. Now, her only recourse was to seize the opportunity for a throw and allow the sniper to take his shot. Chapter 66. A hero driven by curiosity. However, the sniper, who previously deemed Xiao Jie devoid of offensive capability, now found him to be a viable contender to restrain the vaccine man despite Xiao Jie's lackluster physical attributes. He was endowed with the Sharingan, which enabled him to foresee the vaccine man's attacks and evade them in advance. Not only could he dodge, but he also had the leisure to deliver a swift slash, albeit merely grazing the flesh, yet inflicting numerous wounds upon the vaccine man. While a solitary instance of this may have been inconsequential, repeated occurrences ignited the vaccine man's fury, prompting him to resort to unconventional methods, which gradually rendered Xiao Jie beleaguered. As for what those unconventional methods entailed, they were, of course, the unscientific energy waves. Though the vaccine man's energy waves were not particularly large, they possessed considerable power and a vast explosive radius, accompanied by a tempestuous aftershock. Xiao Jie found himself in a state of utter disarray due to the ensuing turbulence. Fortunately, he had Kakashi's protection. Every time the vaccine man sought to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Jie, his attempts were repeatedly thwarted by unforeseen interruptions. Naturally, The sniper's relentless interference also played a crucial role. In summary, due to a myriad of factors and unexpected events, Xiao Jie managed to survive, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Huff, huff, huff. Once again evading a colossal claw strike from the vaccine man, Xiao Jie seized the moment to steady his ragged breaths. While he regained his composure, the sniper took aim and fired at the vaccine man, targeting an area that left much to be desired. Regrettably, the vaccine man lacked the vulnerabilities inherent to ordinary beings. Therefore, the so-called blossoming in that region did not occur. Had he possessed such weaknesses, this shot would have already left him spitting blood. The sniper's consecutive disruptions only served to amplify the vaccine man's wrath. In a fit of rage, he unleashed an energy wave directed at the sniper. Then, without a glance back, resumed his onslaught against Xiao Jie's. The vaccine man bore down upon him once more. A fiery determination ignited within Xiao Jie's eyes. However, the intensity of that flame had dimmed, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. This indicated that he was nearing his limits. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt sideways, drawing his blade once again, inflicting another wound upon the vaccine man's arm. "Foolish pest, do you think I will allow you to escape again?" The vaccine man taunted, turning his gaze towards the fleeing Xiao Jie. With a swift motion, he slashed his arm, tearing through the earth, and launched another claw strike towards Xiao Jie's position. Xiao Jie could only manage to raise her katana in front of herself just before the assault from the vaccine man arrived, attempting to thwart the impending attack. Perhaps it was sheer luck on Xiao Jie's part, or perhaps the vaccine man was simply foolish. As his claws neared the blade, he failed to retract them and crush her, instead opting to send her flying. The tremendous force of the claw strike collided with the edge of the sword, forcing the katana back, and the spine of the blade was abruptly pressed into the fullness of her chest. With no space left, the vaccine man's strength transmitted directly to Xiao Jie, causing her to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. This marked the only occasion she was struck, yet the impact of that claw rendered her immediately devoid of combat capability. In an instant, Xiao Jie was hurled away at such speed and force. Should she collide with a wall, she would undoubtedly become a mere pancake. However, fortune favored her, as the area behind her was largely vacant, cleared by the vaccine man. Thus, after being flung over 40 meters, her momentum dissipated, allowing for a relatively gentle landing. As she rolled over, Xiao Jie prepared herself for a graceful descent, but fate often intervenes unexpectedly, and this time was no exception. Just as she positioned herself to land, a bald man with yellow skin suddenly appeared behind her. Saitama, poised to catch her in a princess carry, met Xiao Jie's foot with his face at the very moment she adjusted her posture. Fortunately, despite having been a woman for quite some time, Xiao Jie had never developed a penchant for high heels. Indeed, she had never worn them at all. High heels are ill-suited for combat and vigorous activities such as running or jumping. The mention of high heels arises because Xiao Jie's heel had fortuitously landed upon Saitama's eye. Had she been wearing high heels, she likely would have crushed it, or perhaps, she wouldn't have even been able to reach his face. Although Saitama often appeared somewhat dazed, his instincts were remarkably acute. Upon making contact, Xiao Jie immediately sensed something was amiss. Looking down, she could only see an oval-shaped head resembling an egg, while Saitama's features were pressed beneath her foot. However, the yellow leather jacket she spotted below reminded her of the identity of the man she had just trampled, an unfettered being of immense power, renowned for his single-strike prowess, whose emotional detachment stemmed from the torment of his limiter's constraints. My apologies. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Jie decisively leapt off Saitama's face. Naturally, as she jumped down, she could not help but exert a measure of force upon him. "I am here to save you. You know." Saitama wiped the footprint from his face with his gloved hand, feeling somewhat helpless. As she landed, Xiao Jie remained vigilant, wary of a potential counterattack from the vaccine man. A quick scan of her surroundings revealed no sign of him. While she knew that even if the vaccine man were to ambush her, Saitama would be present, she could not guarantee that he wouldn't harbor resentment over the earlier incident. Of course, under normal circumstances, he likely wouldn't, despite his penchant for occasional petulance. "Are you searching for that peculiar individual from earlier? I have already dispatched him with great force." It seems that in an attempt to validate the authenticity of his claims, Saitama clenched his fist. "I did not anticipate your speed." Just as Xiao Jie was about to utter another word, a journalist observing from a distance hurriedly rushed forward upon witnessing the monster's demise. Thrusting a microphone towards Saitama and inquiring, "Might I ask if you are a hero? Why is it that I have not seen your name on the Hero Association's official website? Are you a recently ascended hero? Yet that cannot be right. Even as a C-class hero, I would remember you. Upon reaching Saitama, the journalist bombarded him with questions, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. Perhaps he is a hero suppressed by the Hero Association. Huh, the Hero Association? What is that? I am merely a hero out of personal interest. Chapter 67. The Bizarre Task and Interest-Driven. Hero. What nonsense is this? Is it a new term for the era? Seeing Saitama ensnared by the journalist, Xiaojie sought out the other two to regroup with them. Are you all unharmed? Although we have only just met, I find myself somewhat inclined to trust you based on our recent collaboration. The sniper shook his head, replying, I'm fine, but it was fortunate that Saitama arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been obliterated by that vaccine man's attack. Had it been during his peak mental fortitude, he might have had an escape strategy, but he had already expended a significant amount of mental energy prior. I am also unscathed. Thankfully, the system I chose is restraining in nature. Otherwise, we would have inevitably met our doom. The girl remarked, shrugging her shoulders. Indeed, in the earlier stages, it was primarily this girl who sustained them, using her taunts to draw attention at critical moments followed by a well-timed throw. Yet, every time she shouted ha, it always felt somewhat out of place. You may call me World, Nishinos World, Xiaojie said, raising an eyebrow as he introduced himself, a peculiar hobby. Upon entering this main divine space, it seemed that nearly everyone was somewhat of a recluse, and the anime daily life in the classroom certainly fell within their realm of interests. They both recognized the significance of the name Nishinos World. The phrase the world is at fault is rarely mere rhetoric. The girl commented, and the sniper nodded in agreement. Of course, they understood this was merely a code name. Many individuals who admired a particular character often opted to refer to themselves by that name, while others preferred self-created aliases, as many had not been otaku before entering. You may call me Hawkeye. I am a sniper, the sniper succinctly stated. To be frank, the name Hawkeye is rather commonplace, and my system is that of a judo practitioner known as Poison Milk. You may also refer to me as Judo, the girl disclosed. Revealing her system so casually seemed rather imprudent, for systems are fundamentally the capital for navigating the task worlds. Much like the sniper's assault by Heizi on Xiaojie in the world of the Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse, had Heizi been aware that Xiaojie's system was the Boundary Demon system, he undoubtedly would have enchanted his bullets with spatial disruption spells. In such a scenario, it is likely that Heizi would have emerged unscathed, rather than the world itself. However, Rudu has his own considerations. The game Toxic Baby formula can be deemed quite mainstream, as virtually everyone has heard of it to some extent, especially within this main god space. It is certain that some have conducted research on it, and articulating such thoughts can effectively mitigate the suspicions of others. Well, since you have mentioned it, my system is the ultimate sniper system. A bargain, if you will. By bargain, I mean this system is worth merely 300 dimensional points. Eagle Eye shrugged and decided to broaden the conversation, noting that the mutual trust among the three systems would inevitably deepen. Yet, given their previous collaboration, it was sufficient to foster cooperation in this world. Eagle Eye's actions can be interpreted as either unnecessary or as a form of coercive collaboration. With both of them revealing their systems, Xiaojie's silence would inevitably create a rift between the three, leading to a slight sense of exclusion. Naturally, Xiaojie was aware of this. After all, he had navigated the Naruto world for quite some time and had frequently engaged in disputes with officers in the world of the Dark Apocalypse. After some contemplation, Xiaojie resolved to disclose his system, considering it was not a significant matter. My system is the Rurouni Kenshin system. As soon as Xiaojie uttered these words, he noticed the peculiar expressions shared by the two. What's wrong? Xiaojie inquired, somewhat puzzled. Eagle Eye, resting his forehead in resignation, replied, I had assumed at the very least you would have chosen the Flying Sword Technique system. I never expected you to opt for the Rurouni Kenshin system. The Flying Sword Technique system is valued at 500 dimensional points. While its various techniques possess cooldown times, they can be enhanced to increase damage output and potency, with damage remaining fixed. In stark contrast, the Rurouni Kenshin system is widely regarded among the denizens of the main god space as the most inferior system. Unquestionably, it lacks both the essential features of other systems and the unnecessary ones, offering only the most rudimentary settings. So, you are a reincarnator, then? Rudu, recalling Xiaojie's earlier agile movements, posed the question. This inquiry carried an implicit desire to align oneself with a powerful ally, albeit one that appeared somewhat feeble. Instantly, Xiaojie furrowed his brow, uncertain how to respond. After a considerable pause, he finally said, I am a half-reincarnator. In truth, Xiaojie was merely a player, wholly unassociated with reincarnators. A half-reincarnator, Rudu mused, somewhat bewildered. However, he had never heard of such a designation before. Eagle Eye's brow furrowed completely. He himself was a reincarnator, albeit a supportive type, often engaged in long-range assistance, including weapon support. Yet, he had never encountered the concept of a half-reincarnator. It seems that players have their own circles, just as reincarnators have theirs. Hawkeye, too, has several friends who are reincarnators, yet he had never encountered the concept of a mere half-reincarnator. However, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Since both sides have disclosed their systems, it is now time to deliberate on the issue of collaboration. What are your tasks? Mine has been accomplished, engaging the vaccine man to minimize the destruction of the city until Saitama's arrival. Hawkeye stated while rubbing his temples. At that moment, Judo recalled the existence of a mission, opened it, and remarked, "My task is the same as yours. It has also been completed." Upon opening the system, however, a peculiar expression crossed Xiaojie's face. The strangeness of Xiaojie's demeanor was quite apparent, drawing the attention of both Hawkeye and Judo. After a brief pause, Hawkeye inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the task?" In response, Xiaojie shook his head. "The task has been completed." After hearing this, Hawkeye raised an eyebrow. "Then it must be the task content that is in question." Xiaojie felt slightly displeased by Hawkeye's aggressive demeanor and furrowed his brow. Yet it was not the time to escalate tensions. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "My task was to capture Saitama's attention, and that has been accomplished." "What on earth is this task?" Xiaojie suppressed the urge to scoff. Have you perhaps garnered the favor of the protagonist or significant supporting character across 3 consecutive worlds? Hawkeye remarked, casting his gaze toward the headband around Xiaojie's neck, his expression somewhat peculiar. In fact, there was another question Hawkeye had yet to ask, whether they had won the affection of 2 protagonists or significant supporting characters. "It seems not," Xiaojie replied, his expression growing awkward. They were all aware of the nuances of affection. It was merely another form of emotional indication. "Well, there's Kakashi, but I don't seem to have any others." Xiaojie was no fool. She was aware of Kakashi's feelings for her, but she merely rejected the notion in her heart. Remaining friends was acceptable, but marriage was out of the question. She could not let go of certain sentiments. Impossible. Hawkeye mused, rubbing his chin, as the information he had received certainly suggested otherwise. Could it be that this individual before him is emotionally oblivious? How could she not perceive the affections of others towards her? Hawkeye lifted his gaze to Xiaojie, internally pondering with confusion. Indeed, his thoughts struck true. Xiaojie was somewhat emotionally inept. She only recognized Kakashi's feelings when she witnessed the tears welling in his eyes before his second demise. In truth, there were 4 individuals. Kakashi, whose feelings were rooted in love, Uchiha Shursui, representing a teacher-student admiration, and while Ryoma Ekizan did not count, there was also Li Jiayu, who was essentially halfway to affection, culminating with Sun Weiwei, an important female supporting character, resonating with a hint of Yuri. Enough of that. Let's move on, or those reporters will be swarming us, Judo suddenly interjected, interrupting Hawkeye's increasingly profound contemplation. Hawkeye looked up to see that indeed, a considerable number of people had gathered nearby, though most were merely ordinary citizens. Being interviewed by journalists can indeed be advantageous, as it would garner us greater attention and facilitate our entry into the Hero Association with ease. However, Eagle Eye harbors a different perspective regarding the reporters. Expressing her thoughts to Judo and Xiaojie, I concur with her sentiment. It is prudent for us to steer clear of those journalists. Xiaojie's views align closely with Judo's. Temporarily avoiding the reporters seems wise. Eagle Eye's brow furrowed in consternation. Why? With our capabilities, entering the Hero Association is hardly a formidable task. Although we would commence from the lowest tier, entangling ourselves with journalists would yield no favorable outcomes. Judo refrained from articulating the reason directly and instead responded diplomatically. Give me a reason. Do you wish for them to discover that we are unregistered individuals? Xiaojie's brow nearly knitted in displeasure. Unregistered individuals? Eagle Eye quickly grasped the implication. Yet the dilemma remains. Even if we evade the journalist's scrutiny, entering the Hero Association would not absolve us of the stigma of being unregistered. This led Eagle Eye to contemplate another angle. To aspire to be a hero, having at least a registered status is essential. Rubbing her temples, Eagle Eye fell into silence. This is a pitfall orchestrated by the main deity. If, akin to the narrative, the vaccine man were to obliterate City A, the issue of registration would become utterly inconsequential. Prior to entering this realm, Eagle Eye had diligently familiarized herself with the legal framework of this world. Each city meticulously manages the residency registrations of its inhabitants, with no room for transgression. Effectively a localized governance where each entity fulfills its role. Nevertheless, the Hero Association exists as a nexus for all cities. However, even the aggregation of data stems from the individual city systems through a relay transfer. Quite troublesome. Upon hearing Eagle Eye's remark, Judo furrowed her brow. evidently having overlooked this aspect. Then let us acquiesce to the journalist's inquiries. We can later attribute any fallout to an obscure organization. Xiaojie recalled that within this world, numerous anonymous organizations abound. After contemplating, the two felt this strategy was sound and nodded in agreement. Once the trio had reached a consensus, they composed themselves and calmly accepted the advance of a throng of reporters. Hello, may I inquire whether you three are ordinary citizens? MDZZ, have you ever encountered an ordinary citizen possessing such remarkable skills, let alone one adept at handling a sniper rifle? Of course, such ordinary citizens do exist. In America, many proficient individuals wield firearms with ease. We have escaped from certain organizations. Naturally, Eagle Eye refrained from divulging her inner thoughts, instead carefully structuring her words before responding. An organization. This sounds like a major scoop. If this were an anime, the surrounding reporters' eyes would undoubtedly gleam with excitement. Could you elaborate on what transpired? What organization are you referring to? Is it some powerful and enigmatic secret society? Does the Hero Association have any knowledge of these matters? Since we gained consciousness, we have been within that organization. The specifics remain a mystery, as if our memories have been obliterated, leaving only fragments of common knowledge. Judo interjected suddenly, donning a pitiful expression. Incidentally, Rudu is a beautiful girl with dark hair and yellow skin, her face adorned with distinctive Eastern features. Xiaojie immediately felt compelled to express her admiration. After all, such an expression was beyond Rudu's capability, and even if she were to manage it, she would likely be repulsed by her own reflection. Although Rudu's demeanor stirred the hearts of the male journalists, their professional integrity prevailed, and they steadfastly adhered to their moral compass. That organization is utterly despicable. It must be exposed, yes, indeed. It must be unveiled, ultimately drawing the attention of the Hero Association. At that point, the organization will surely face total annihilation at the hands of the Hero Association. This way, you need not worry about them showing up at your doorstep. One journalist after another spoke, as if rehearsed. With a certain rhythm to their words, a throng of male reporters encircled Rudu. In truth, Xiaojie's beauty surpassed Rudu's, yet her icy demeanor deterred the group from approaching her. To be honest, Xiaojie was uncertain of the reason behind her behavior. She merely wished to present herself in such a manner. Of course, the ultimate blame would rest upon Kakashi in the end. It was Rudu who managed to handle the swarm of male reporters. There were female journalists as well, but merely a handful, and they too were dealt with by Eagle Eye. Xiaojie merely stood by, a silent observer. Few all done. Rudu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, having exerted considerable effort to manage the hormone-driven male journalists. Only you could transform mockery into allure. Once the reporters departed, Xiaojie's frosty expression eased back to normal, and she remarked with a hint of exasperation. Her mental fortitude remained strong, allowing her to perceive the subtle waves of energy nearby. I thought I was being quite inconspicuous. The perspiration on Rudu's brow was primarily induced by the exertion of altering the effect of her skill. Forcibly modifying a skill's outcome was no trivial matter. Chapter 69. Affection level. Eagle Eye raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her keen mental acuity. It was only after careful observation that he discerned Rudu had altered the skill's effect. Otherwise, he might have believed she possessed the charm skill. However, Eagle Eye refrained from raising this issue, as various reasons dictated silence, yet they could still converse about other matters. What should we do next? I just inquired about the time frame until the next Hero Association examination, and it appears we have some time to spare. This indeed poses a dilemma. Of course, we could resort to robbery, but such actions would undoubtedly preclude any chance of joining the Hero Association, and we might even face arrest. What about the unmanned zone in City Z? There lies an abundance of vacant houses, Rudu suggested, referring to the city where Saitama resides, albeit in the unmanned zone. Although the houses in that area have owners, once occupied, they are largely ignored. At worst, there would be no water or electricity, which is not insurmountable, as the primary concern is simply having a place to stay. That proposal is excellent. Xiaojie nodded in agreement, recognizing that it would also bring them closer to the unfolding narrative. The matter of accommodation has been resolved with such simplicity. However, one question lingers. Where is City Z? Indeed, it ultimately falls upon you. O world, murmured Rudio discreetly into Xiaojie's ear. What are you talking about? I was the one leading the way, after all. Chiyu, with keen ears, turned around and gazed at Rudio with a hint of dissatisfaction. Rudio displayed not the slightest embarrassment, as she spoke a portion of the truth. All right, it is indeed thanks to you. It seems that completing that task does enhance one's favorability, Ingyin muttered softly. Although not every anime grants advantages from befriending the protagonist, Ingyin understood that in this particular narrative, Cultivating a rapport with the main character was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. By the way, why must we travel such a distance? Xiaojie inquired, having walked along the road for several hours without reaching their destination. This is considered close. City A and City Z are neighboring, yet the uninhabited zone lies right at the edge of Z. Qiyu explained, though Rodeo and Ingyin were not oblivious. They had noticed Qiyu's markedly different demeanor towards Xiaojie compared to their own. Were it not for that task, it is likely that not a shred of favorability would exist. Yet, with the divine task at hand, although it did not explicitly state an increase in the protagonist's favorability, Ingyin had heard that there indeed was an enhancement, albeit not clearly articulated. Furthermore, you all are progressing far too slowly. If I were to run, it would merely take a couple of minutes, Qiyu expressed with a hint of exasperation. We cannot be blamed for this, as we are, after all, merely ordinary individuals. Perhaps we could hitch a ride? Rodeo proposed. That is indeed a commendable thought. However, do you have any money? Hitching a ride is rather expensive and slow. At that rate, it would be more efficient to run, Qiyu countered. That is a valid point. After all, how swift is Qiyu's signature bus? Let us proceed at a leisurely pace, treating it as a form of physical exercise. Xiaojie noticed Qiyu's growing discontent and interjected to lighten the mood. Qiyu nodded in agreement. Running is splendid. It saves money and promotes health. If we persist in this manner, we shall attain both wealth and well-being. Rodeo and Ingyin had grown weary of the conversation. Then let us part ways here. After several hours of walking, they finally reached their destination, with Ingyin and the others also discovering Qiyu's residence. Xiaojie sighed, feeling as though blisters were about to form on the soles of his feet. How long has it been since I felt this way? Perhaps only during my initial training in the Naruto world. Playing tennis in the Prince of Tennis realm merely involved slightly more exertion. In the world of Endless Black, the support of my monster physique had rendered me virtually untroubled. Would you like me to assist you in finding a landlord? The apartment I reside in is quite pleasant and the rent is affordable, Qiyu offered, introducing Xiaojie to the option. Certainly, even with a landlord, there is no one to collect the rent. It is essentially Saitama who goes to pay it. He is still apprehensive about water and electricity being cut off. The primary concern is that we have just emerged and possess not a single penny. Xiaojie, too, feels quite helpless. Xiaojie has not forgotten his identity as someone who escaped from a mysterious organization. Saitama furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a considerable hesitation, he finally spoke. How about this? I will first assist you in renting a room, and I will cover the rent up front, but you must repay me later. Saitama's expression was quite serious. Although the rent in this desolate area is exceedingly low, it is important to note that Saitama is not engaged in a heroic profession. Rather, he has spent the past 3 years as a mere bystander, living on the meager allowance provided to passers-by, and he does not even have a job. His daily sustenance of fruits, vegetables, and meat is primarily reliant on supermarket discounts, which is still insufficient. He often resorts to utilizing parts of certain animal or plant-like monsters as ingredients to save money. Judo and Hawkeye exchanged glances, speechless, having noticed that Saitama addressed him as you, not you all. Was this a matter of preferential treatment? They felt completely disregarded. In that case, thank you very much. Xiaojie did not show any intention to decline and readily accepted the offer. It is worth noting that Saitama is inherently frugal. Had Xiaojie hesitated even slightly, Saitama might have instantly agreed. Of course, Xiaojie also noticed the use of you, but she did not dwell on it, attributing it instead to the influence of the main deity. Her thoughts were somewhat aligned with those of Hawkeye and the others. In that case, let us head upstairs. I will call the landlord, Saitama declared, leading the way up the staircase. I had thought the main deity only provided assistance through the system. Xiaojie sighed quietly, her voice barely audible, heard only by Hawkeye and Judo. After all, relying on the main deity's influence to garner favor and spend money made Xiaojie feel a tad embarrassed. Such a setup had existed long before, though many were unaware of it. Hawkeye learned about it while boasting with his friends during their travels through various worlds. There are many like Xiaojie, who have neither joined a team nor made friends, highlighting a complete lack of information sources. Most intelligence is gleaned from the occasional goodwill explanations of others. Chapter 70. The Hero Association's Hero Recruitment Event. Genos. What are you two up to? Judo inquired, hanging clothes on the balcony, upon spotting Saitama and Genos dressed casually below. Hearing the voice, Genos instinctively looked up at the balcony where Judo stood, which was adjacent to Saitama's residence, and replied, Miss Judo, my teacher and I are going to participate in the Hero Association's test. He wore a smile. Although Judo had encountered countless worlds and seen a variety of handsome faces, she found herself utterly defenseless against Genos's gentle demeanor. A faint blush crept onto Judo's cheeks, but fortunately, she did not forget the main matter at hand. We're going to participate in the test. Wait a moment, let me ask Hawkeye and the others if they would like to join. Certainly, inquiring about matters is merely an excuse. Such affairs are inherently meant to be undertaken together, particularly due to the sudden tasks that arose a few days prior. Ahem. Let us depart. Genos, lead the way, Saitama instructed, feigning a cough as he directed Genos. Saitama's ostentatious display left Hawkeye somewhat exasperated, for even a fool could discern his evident intentions. Hawkeye could only remark, "The colossal egg truly possesses extraordinary strength," simultaneously standing shoulder to shoulder with the troublemaker. Indeed, if a man were to receive this task, it would surely involve competing with the protagonist for a woman's affection. Whether one can survive is a matter to be set aside. Even if several worlds operate under such circumstances, when confronted with a fervent, combat-oriented realm, one finds oneself at a loss and scenarios with a female lead. The male protagonist would not merely stand idly by while you abscond with his love interest. He might very well rush forth to deliver a sound thrashing, rendering you incapable of self-sufficiency. Conversely, in situations devoid of a female lead, such as in One Punch Man or Dragon Ball, to say there are no tasks would be an oversimplification. Should there be tasks, one might find that the target of affection is none other than the male protagonist. Tasks also require you to engage in male bonding. Hence, whatever happened to the promise of gender equality? Yes, teacher, Genos replied, straightening his posture. Theo, be honest, if tasked with the search, Saitama would genuinely struggle to find his way. Fortunately, he has this reliable apprentice. Under Genos's guidance, they traverse the most direct route. Naturally, every city has established such testing grounds for hero associations, primarily for convenience. The number of participants is rather modest, amounting to merely hundreds, which is less than 1/1000th of the city's population. Moreover, from this pool, further filtration occurs, resulting in a mere 1 in 10. However, when Xiaojia and Hawkeye applied for the examination, an awkward situation arose. Virtually no female aspired to the perilous profession of a hero. With the exceptions of Fubuki and Tornado in past encounters with monsters, Tornado had consistently occupied the front lines, demonstrating considerable prowess, thus bypassing the examination through special recruitment by the Hero Association. Similarly, Fubuki entered the association without examination, leveraging her connections to secure exemption from testing. Please wait a moment. I will contact the higher-ups to ascertain their decisions, the staff member stated, instructing them to hold on. Chapter 71. Gunpowder. Ultimately, Hawkeye and Xiaojia were exempted from other aspects of the assessment and were instead assigned to battle a B-class hero, followed by a written examination. This B-class hero happened to be the formidable Hell Fubuki residing in City 8. Theo, be candid, Hell Fubuki's prowess could easily place her among the top ranks of A-class heroes. Yet for various reasons, she remained confined to the B-class echelon. One of the reasons was her desire to maintain the semblance of winning over her sister. After all, Tornado holds the second position among S-class heroes, while she reigns supreme as the first among B-class heroes. Ignoring the hierarchy, she stands as the foremost, with Tornado following closely behind, all for the sake of a more palatable reputation. On the road leading to the testing venue, a sleek black sedan came to a gradual halt, its doors opening slowly. It is quite absurd that I was summoned merely for the evaluation of two newcomers. Chueshua stepped out of the vehicle, twirling a finger through her hair with a hint of exasperation. Almost immediately, the sound of 3 doors closing echoed behind her, accompanied by 2 members, namely Jiamao and Shanyuan. At that moment, Chueshua was clad in a leather coat, suitable for both scorching summers and frigid winters, while underneath, she wore a fitted short qipao in a deep green hue. The arrogance of the Hero Association is truly astonishing, isn't it, Lady Chueshua? Shanyuan remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Chueshua gently shook her head, replying, I hear they are 2 young ladies. Young ladies are indeed a rarity within the Hero Association. Young ladies. Shanyuan's hands instinctively clenched. However, this change in Shanyuan was fleeting, as a different thought soon took hold. No. I already have Lady Chueshua. Unbeknownst to Chueshua, had she been aware of Shanyuan's thoughts, a spoon might have been sent flying in response. As they approached the testing venue of the Hero Association, a staff member swiftly approached, clearly having received some directive. Miss Chueshua, please follow me, this way. Ignoring the 2 individuals behind Chueshua, he turned to lead the way with a hurried pace, evidently preoccupied with other responsibilities. Shanyuan, known for his volatile temperament, merely raised an eyebrow without uttering a word. After all, the staff members of the Hero Association generally exhibited this demeanor unless they were seeking assistance. Let us proceed, Chueshua said with a shrug. Although she could easily crush this arrogant individual with a mere flick, Such an action would undoubtedly be more trouble than it was worth. With that, she hastened to follow. Often, even A-rank heroes must be mindful of the expressions of these individuals, while only S-rank heroes remain unbound. Many among the S-rank heroes adhere to no discernible discipline, acting solely according to their whims, and most crucially, they are more than capable of single-handedly taking on an entire army. It is this absolute might that instills fear in others. The disparity between S-rank and A-rank is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. An A-rank hero facing an army would undoubtedly find the army victorious, albeit at the cost of substantial casualties. Note, this refers to an army, not merely a line of soldiers. Ultimately, it suffices to understand their formidable prowess. Yes, Lady Chueshua, X2, while awaiting in the expansive room, Rudu and Chueshua caught sight of the striking figure of Chueshua, clad entirely in deep green, from the door that had been left ajar. Thankfully, I brought my weapon, Xiaojia exclaimed with a smile. Although his memories were somewhat hazy, through the accounts of Yin and Rudu, Xiaojia had come to recognize Chueshua and her distinctive features, despite her earlier absence from the scene. He was also aware of Chueshua's true strength, which was undoubtedly on par with that of an A-rank hero. You are fortunate. I am left empty-handed, Rudu sighed. However, Xiaojia discerned not a trace of concern in the other's demeanor. Are these indeed the two individuals? Chueshua, with her arms crossed beneath her bosom, scrutinized the pair, inadvertently casting a glance at Xiaojia's chest. Instinctively, she adjusted her own bosom, seeking to accentuate its size, though her expression remained unchanged. Xiaojia furrowed his brow at the gaze and tone reminiscent of a merchant appraising wares. Indeed, Miss Chueshua, I entrust these two to your evaluation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, he remarked, hastening towards the exit. Chueshua did not respond to the staff member's words, but remained fixated on the two. Suddenly, she declared, join the Chueshua team, and I can ensure you become B-class heroes in due time. Her expression one of condescension. You think too highly of yourself? Xiaojia retorted, instinctively brushing his golden hair behind his ear. If you are to be the first in B-class, then I must at least rank higher than you. The air crackled with tension. This was partly due to Xiaojia's inherent disposition, and partly because the information regarding Task 2 had abruptly shifted. This was unprecedented. Even when inquiring with Rudu, she admitted never having witnessed such a change. Task 2. Participate in the Hero Association test alongside Saitama, defeat Hell Chueshua, and become a C-class hero. Such a task description demanded a direct confrontation. Merely defeating Hell Chueshua could be considered a formidable challenge, but the subsequent requirement to become a C-class hero was utterly unattainable. After all, the cameras were not merely decorative, and considering the earlier media coverage, the class status was a foregone conclusion. It seemed the only option was to allow the task to fail. Xiaojia mused silently, letting out an inaudible sigh. What audacity! Chueshua's green brows nearly arched in ire, visibly agitated. Let the test commence. With that, a radiant aura enveloped her. As she extended her hand, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind her, sweeping towards Xiaojia and Rudu. Hey, why must I be dragged into this? Rudu's expression reflected her reluctance, yet her body instinctively moved aside. Naturally, if it were up to her, she would equally refuse Chueshua's demands. Is this all you're capable of? Xiaojia mocked as he evaded Chueshua's probing attack. For reasons unknown, he appeared to be ignited with fury. Of course, it was impossible for him to have consumed gunpowder. He was merely provoking Chueshua. The moment she unleashed her full power, she would require time to recuperate, presenting an opportunity for Xiaojia to seize victory. Yet, was the situation truly as straightforward as he envisioned? Chapter 72. The examination in the moments preceding Chueshua's strike, Jia and Shanyuan had already vacated the room to evade any potential collateral damage from her. So, you intend to take on two opponents, do you? Xiaojia taunted as he sought to provoke Chueshua, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, deftly dodging her telekinetic assaults. Go speak frankly. The prowess of Fubuki truly pales in comparison to that of her sister, Tornado. While Fubuki employs her psychokinetic abilities to manipulate the wind in her assaults against foes, Tornado directly utilizes her psychokinesis to hurl enemies away with ease, an endeavor she engages in merely for amusement. Should Tornado decide to exert herself seriously, a spatial explosion would likely obliterate anyone aside from Saitama. Fubuki, too, does not harbor murderous intent. Rather, she fights with the aim of teaching a lesson and compelling Aki to submit. Thus, she predominantly controls the wind to create shockwaves for her attacks. Given Aki's constitution, a single blow would only result in severe injury, rather than death. Naturally, Aki remains exceedingly cautious, wishing to avoid unnecessary contact. Although reluctant to admit it, I must concede that you all compel me to unleash my true strength, Fubuki said, a vein throbbing upon her forehead as she suppressed her irritation. Since earlier, Aki had been incessantly chattering. And although Fubuki was aware that she was merely provoking her, the annoyance born from such verbal jabs was undeniable. Before she could finish her thought, the atmosphere in the room became oppressive, as the wind surged to fill the entire space. Damn it! I was careless. Aki was instantly subdued by the wind, her entire being immobilized. Numerous cracks appeared on the pristine white walls surrounding the room, a consequence of Fubuki's insufficient control. Meanwhile, the position camera shattered under the pressure. Judo gritted his teeth, his lips barely moving as he forced out a few words. Hey, you brat! The instant his voice reached Fubuki's ears, her fury found a target for release, and in the blink of an eye, it surged toward Judo. Fortunately, prior to this, Judo had employed his life-saving skill, Body of Dominance. Upon activation, a thin layer of golden light enveloped Judo. Amidst the chaos of the wind, that golden aura appeared to be on the verge of collapse, yet it endured, as the wind's force remained insufficient. However, given Fubuki a moment longer, that golden light would undoubtedly shatter, and the tumultuous wind would tear Judo apart entirely. Yet there are no what-ifs. Once the binding lifted, Aki found her feet on the ground, knees slightly bent, and in an instant, she propelled herself toward Fubuki. At that moment, her golden eyes were suffused with a fiery red hue. The outcome was self-evident. Standing outside the room, Yama and Eyelash sensed the cessation of the wind's flow and noted the prolonged silence that followed. They quickly understood that the battle had concluded, exchanging glances before bending down to peer inside. The sight that met their eyes was staggering. Their esteemed Fubuki lay collapsed on the ground, while the perpetrator remained by her side, sheathing a katana in hand. Yama and Eyelash were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure and rushed inside. The temperamentally volatile mountain ape charged towards Xiaojia, bearing an expression that suggested a readiness for confrontation. She had merely been rendered unconscious by my actions. She was unscathed. Before the mountain ape could approach at its leisurely pace, Xiaojia spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing Xiaojia's words, the mountain ape realized that Lord Q had merely come to assist in the assessment of newcomers. The mountain ape was well aware of the woman before him, having seen her on the news previously. Her striking beauty had left a lasting impression. However, no matter how vivid that impression, it would not deter him from his intent. His steps faltered only slightly before he surged forward with even greater haste towards Xiaoj. As he passed by Q, his fists raised, ready to strike, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. An alarm bell of danger rang loudly in his mind. Acting on instinct, the mountain ape's movements halted reflexively. To his astonishment, he found that Xiaojia's dark blade had re-emerged from its sheath, poised against his throat. Yet, to prevent any unfortunate accidents, she wielded the flat of the blade, ensuring that the mountain ape would not inadvertently collide with the sharp edge. In such a scenario, he would not need to play the hero. He would simply become a criminal. Leave, mountain ape, Xiaojia commanded coolly, as she crouched beside Q, reaching out to check the latter's breathing. Upon noticing the crimson mark on the back of Q's neck, she confirmed that Lord Q was merely unconscious. Recognizing that the two formidable women before him were not to be trifled with, the mountain ape resolved to retreat. Not long after Eyelash and the mountain ape had departed with the unconscious Q, a lone staff member hurried onto the scene. It was reported that a larger group, including paramedics, was initially en route, but upon encountering Q and the others, and learning of the unconscious state of Q, the medics dispersed, leaving behind a few physicians who assessed Q's condition. Ultimately, only one staff member arrived. I can't believe you managed to defeat the top-ranked Hell Q of B class. Follow me. The written examination is about to commence. The staff member stated, leading the way. In truth, had Xiaojia and her companions delayed even slightly longer, they might have been spared the written test altogether. The swift outcome was rather fortuitous. Furthermore, due to the destruction of the cameras and concerns for the safety of the summoned personnel, the staff had rushed over. In any case, the written examination proceeded as planned. Under the guidance of the staff member, they entered a spacious room that resembled a classroom, filled with desks and chairs, leaving only a narrow aisle. The room was nearly at full capacity, seemingly supplemented with 2 additional sets of desks and chairs, positioned in the last row, right in the center. Upon taking his seat, Xiaojia organized his thoughts and, after careful consideration, ultimately resolved to forego the reward for this mission, intending instead to devote himself entirely to the examination without holding back. He picked up his pen and began to scrutinize the questions. If you find a knife in a store that catches your eye, but it is excessively expensive. Chapter 73. Becoming a hero. With a mutual nod, Xiao Jie responded, "Very well, please lead the way." The staff member feigned ignorance of their conspicuous gestures and replied, "Certainly, please follow me." This immediately led Xiao Jie to perceive that the depths of the Hero Association ran quite profound. With a slight squint, he proceeded to follow. Under the guidance of the staff member, they soon arrived at a rather peculiar room. It appeared exceedingly somber, though it was uncertain whether the designer had simply lost their sense of proportion. The spacious room contained a large door, reminiscent of a conference hall. Yet, judging by the tendency of certain higher-ups to cultivate an atmosphere of oppressive gravity, it seemed that the individuals within the Hero Association might be somewhat eccentric. After escorting Xiao Jie and his companions to their destination, the staff member took his leave. Once the staff member had distanced himself, Xiao Jie glanced around, seemingly alone, and unilaterally decided to push open the large door. Judo, initially puzzled by Xiao Jie's intentions, soon became speechless upon witnessing his actions. The moment his hand grazed the door, his leg muscles tensed, ready to leap aside should any trap be triggered. As the door creaked open without revealing any immediate peril, Xiao Jie gradually relaxed his vigilance, though he remained prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. What is the world up to? As soon as the door was ajar, the voice of Hawkeye resonated from behind. Xiao Jie froze, gazing inside, where another door awaited. He and Judo stepped through, discovering Hawkeye leaning against the wall, alongside the presence of Saitama. What is going on? Why the sudden need for an interview? The interview is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Saitama is also present. This indicated a deviation from the expected narrative. World. Saitama greeted with a slight smile gracing his otherwise expressionless face. Judo, accustomed to being overlooked, remained unfazed. "It seems you've been recognized," Hawkeye remarked with a hint of resignation. In truth, it was not a significant matter. Even if the narrative had shifted, the monsters would likely appear in due course. Xiao Jie shrugged, clearly acknowledging this point. By the way, have you both already undergone the interview? Hawkeye shook his head. "Not yet. We arrived only a short while before you." Xiao Jie nodded in understanding and then inquired, "What about Genos?" Of course, Xiao Jie was aware that Genos had already entered. His question arose simply from noticing the displeased expression on Saitama's face. He has already gone in. However, it remains uncertain whether Eagle Eye is simply oblivious to human emotions, as he preemptively divulged the answer before Saitama could utter a word. Yet, observing the mischievous grin on Eagle Eye's face made Xiao Jie realize that it was intentional. Still, the intent behind Eagle Eye's actions remained enigmatic. In an instant, Saitama pouted in frustration, resembling a petulant child, which elicited a chuckle from both Xiao Jie and Rodao as they beheld this amusing scene. As the day wore on, the Hero Association's assessment reached its conclusion. The unexpected interview, as they had anticipated, comprised inquiries into various matters. Following a series of questions, a clear day formally came to an end, with nightfall approaching. Contrary to the storyline, Saitama's hero rank was classified as A. Genos, maintaining consistency with the narrative, held an S rank. This revelation left Saitama feeling decidedly disgruntled. At least in the original plot, he had experienced moments of joy, whereas today he had not smiled even once. Xiao Jie, as expected, was also assigned an A rank. Due to his unique circumstances, Eagle Eye could only be classified as B. Rodao, lacking offensive capabilities due to his supportive nature, was similarly ranked as B. Nevertheless, this aligned with their respective missions, resulting in 300 dimensional points credited. Unfortunately, Xiao Jie failed to complete his task, earning the dreaded label of failure from the Great Egg. He glanced at the task panel and then at Saitama, who was pleased to share the same rank. Indeed, it was a pitfall. This was the sole instance of Saitama's happiness today. Chapter 74. Rakshasa. Why is the task considered a pitfall? Earlier, Eagle Eye mentioned that completing tasks could potentially enhance one's favorability. If events were to unfold according to the original storyline, it would have been inevitable for Saitama to remain a C-class hero. However, the plot had taken a different turn. Just moments ago, when confronting Fubuki, the Great Egg altered the task's content. This indicates that in the face of unforeseen circumstances, the Great Egg autonomously updates the tasks. The changes in the narrative were so pronounced that the task content remained unaltered. Was this not a pitfall? Fortunately, the overarching plot had not deviated significantly. Snake, for reasons unknown, continued to harbor an irrational hatred for Saitama, seeking to create trouble for him, and of course, he remained utterly ineffectual. Even in Xiao Jie's eyes, he was merely a source of amusement, lacking any real strength, and when faced with the Deep Sea King, he would likely be inclined to flee. If not for matters of pride, he probably would not have dared to confront the Deep Sea King at all. The next day, In the wilderness, Shao Jie and his companions stood at a distance, observing what could be described as one of the classic battles. The master-student duel. Genos, being a cyborg, engaged in combat with a style that was both flamboyant and reckless. He often approached attacks with no intention of evasion, frequently employing a strategy of trading injuries for victory. After all, aside from his brain and face, everything else was mechanical. These could be considered mere components, which could be replaced. The enhancement of his strength relied upon the substitution of these bodily parts, yet this very mindset often led him to suffer losses in battle. Due to the fact that the entire body is composed of various components, it cannot achieve the finesse of human manipulation. Combat often transpires through energy output. Should the energy supply become insufficient, one is rendered feeble. As Shao Jie observed the duel between the two fighters, he felt a surge of excitement. "How about it? Do you feel the urge to engage in battle?" he suddenly remarked to the two companions beside him. The implication being clear. He wished to spar with Saitama. No. I think I'll pass. I do not wish to seek out suffering, Eagle Eye hastily retorted, his reasoning sound. "I concur," added Judo. "Besides, I am not one for speed. I can hardly keep up with Genos' velocity." Shao Jie shrugged, refraining from countering. Listening to Eagle Eye's words, the impulsive notion he harbored was instantly doused with cold water. Indeed, Saitama's prowess far surpasses that of their group. If one were to adhere strictly to the narrative, even Kaguya, the formidable antagonist from the Naruto universe, would stand no chance in a true comparison. Only the characters from the Dragon Ball realm could rival Saitama. Of course, the differing worldviews, settings, and races render any real comparison moot. This statement is made in the context of comparison. Yet, when faced in actual combat, the outcome remains uncertain. If one were to articulate it, it would be a matter of differing laws or perhaps differing premises. Each anime possesses its own established rules. When external premises intrude upon these, conflicts are bound to arise. The concept of invincibility varies across every anime and its respective setting. For instance, Sugar's Hobby fruit in One Piece can turn anyone into a toy that obeys commands, while the infinite Tsukuyomi from Naruto and Doraemon's Anywhere Door are essentially unbeatable. There are countless other invincible concepts within various settings. However, when invincibility is shackled by constraints, it ceases to be invincible. In the cosmos, aboard the spaceship of the cosmic dark matter pirates, Raksha. "What are you doing?" Goryu Ganshio felt as though his tentacles were being caressed by something, and upon looking down, he discovered the newcomer Raksha, prompting him to yell in exasperation. "Alien, I wish to borrow your telekinesis for training," Raksha said with a grin, referring to the nickname he had given Goryu Ganshio, as his actual name was quite cumbersome to remember. "Not a chance. Why do you keep bothering me lately? Didn't you go to pester Lord Boros?" Goryu Ganshio felt utterly wronged, having been incessantly disturbed by this newcomer, who had joined a few years prior, seeking help with telekinesis for weight training. Hey, Raksha waved dismissively. "I feel my strength is still lacking. I wish to train." The truth was that he was compelled by a mission issued by the system. A task had been announced previously, and to his surprise, upon its completion, another daunting task was presented. The reward was 50,000, but failure would incur a penalty of 10,000. To those with a penchant for small gains. This appeared to be an irresistible opportunity. Yet, reality often proves to be quite harsh. After downing a barrel, Saitama immediately collapsed in exhaustion. His extraordinary performance, fueled by the desire to win a prize, was indeed impressive. Genos, with a wholly mechanical digestive system, experienced no adverse effects from accelerating his digestion apart from a slight expenditure of energy. Thus, Genos resolutely aimed for victory after resorting to underhanded tactics. However, the sight of a barrel simply resembled feeding pigs, as Shao Jie silently critiqued in his mind. Chapter 75. Meteorite Assault. What purpose do non-human tasks serve if they call upon mere mortals like us to intervene? Barely a week after becoming a hero, a significant summons was issued, though it pertained solely to S-class heroes and had nothing to do with Shao Jie and his companions. Yet, for reasons unknown, both Saitama and Shao Jie, as A-class heroes, found themselves included. Shao Jie couldn't help but complain as they stood before the former Hero Association branch. If it were merely a summons from the Hero Association, Shao Jie would have remained untroubled, perhaps just idly waiting for Saitama to handle matters. However, at this moment, a colossal egg had emerged to complicate things. If anyone could possibly deal with the meteorite, it was undeniably Saitama. Even the likes of Tornado would stand no chance. After all, how could human strength compete with that of a deity, even a false one? Only a god could vanquish another god, as often stated within the Hero Association, one who harbors a deity within. Although it merely involved unlocking a limiter, The results were indeed remarkable. Oh, well. Saitama did not perceive Xiao Jia's words as overly exaggerated. Bang, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jia's comments, couldn't fathom where the blonde girl drew her confidence from. However, after observing Saitama for a while, he began to understand the source of that confidence. Still, Bang did not believe that the two of them could truly resolve the meteorite crisis. Chapter 76. Fire Rescue Flowing Rock Shatter Fist. Have you heard of it? The elderly Bang quickly turned around, striking a standard starting pose. Yet, upon turning, he found the once crowded public space utterly vacant. They had already left. All citizens of City Z were in a frantic escape. Yet the more desperate their attempts, the worse their situation became. Indeed, they were now caught in a traffic jam. Observing the congested vehicles, some citizens, feeling hopeless, exited their cars and gazed despairingly at the sky. From their low vantage point, the meteorite appeared as a harbinger of death. The ominous star shimmered above. This star, known as the Star of Death, associated with the Big Dipper fist, was said to foretell doom for anyone who glimpsed it in the sky, marking a sign from the heavens to test the strong of the apocalypse. The King of Fighters, Rao, aimed to reach the celestial realm and issued challenges only to those who could see the Star of Death. Symbolizing mortality, this meteorite served as the death omen for all of City Z. If it could not be halted, it wouldn't take a year. Within 20 minutes, death would ensue. Quite a striking sight, indeed. After 2 minutes of travel, Xiao Jia and Saitama arrived at the tallest building in City Z. Due to the proximity, the golden eyes of Xiao Jia were already permeated by the crimson hue of the meteorite. From recent sensations, it was not difficult to discern a heavy aura of destruction emanating from it. However, in terms of sheer size, it appeared to be less formidable than the meteors summoned by Uchiha Obito's celestial body. Nevertheless, in terms of power, this particular meteorite was undeniably more potent, having endured the forces of gravity and penetrated the atmosphere through friction. The diameter was merely estimated by the wooden raft, yet it was evident that the impending meteorite would inevitably affect the surrounding cities. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Saitama was about to respond, a series of explosive sounds erupted from above. Both Saitama and Xiao Jia looked up, only to find the meteor obscured by a thick cloud of smoke. Even so, the remnants of the trailing smoke indicated that it was a missile explosion, and following the trail, they spotted a towering robot standing over 2 meters tall. It was none other than the Metal Knight, who had come to test weapons amidst the meteorite incident. Saitama-sensei, as Saitama speculated on the robot's intentions, Genos, now equipped with new gear, appeared behind him. Oh Genos, you're so slow, Saitama remarked, turning to express his dissatisfaction at Genos' sudden arrival. Apologies, Saitama-sensei, Genos replied succinctly without elaborating on the reasons for his delay. However, those claw marks on your face look quite impressive. Xiao Jia observed Genos' new appearance with a smile, remarking, "You look rather dashing." Genos touched the metallic claws on his face and replied, "This is merely a prototype." He chose not to elaborate further. Xiao Jia shrugged, reflecting on how he had never been handsome before and felt that he still fell short in that regard now. "All right, let us deal with the meteorite. If we dawdle any longer, the situation may worsen." Xiao Jia's words served as a reminder to the master and disciple duo that they were here to confront the meteorite, not to engage in idle chatter. However, just as Saitama and his companions were preparing to strike the meteorite, they remained oblivious to the old man standing quietly behind them. Was he truly that confident? Bongu pondered as he observed their faces devoid of any worry. Tio Bongu, it seemed evident that this meteorite was beyond the realm of human intervention, and the destruction of City Z was an inevitable fate. "Hey, old man, why don't you join us?" Saitama suddenly called out, understanding Xiao Jia's intentions. If they merely shattered the meteorite as per Saitama's idea, while it might save the city, the collateral damage would remain unavoidable, and Saitama was indifferent to the consequences of the shattered debris. Xiao Jia aimed to make this operation as flawless as possible, striving to mitigate the damage to City Z as much as he could. Observing Saitama's confident demeanor, Bongu hesitated momentarily before nodding solemnly and lowering his arms. Perhaps they truly had a plan after all. Xiao Jia placed his right hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. Inhaling deeply before raising his gaze to the descending meteorite, his eyes gradually tinged with a crimson hue, while the Sharingan in his left eye quietly manifested. "Saitama, it's time," he declared as soon as Xiao Jia's words fell. The ground around Saitama fractured violently, the rooftop now devoid of any semblance of tranquility. Bongu widened his eyes in astonishment, only to find that Saitama had already vanished from the rooftop, lifting his gaze towards the approaching meteor. A figure was seen darting towards the celestial body at breakneck speed. The Death Star is about to be destroyed, Shao Jie murmured, his leg muscles tightening as he slightly bent his knees. Adopting a posture ready to draw his sword, golden hair cascading to the ground, poised to intercept the falling debris, and no sooner had he spoken than the meteor burst into a cataclysmic explosion. In that instant, Shao Jie sprang into action. Had it been the Shao Jie who first arrived in this world, he would have been utterly helpless against the falling debris. However, now, after fervently grinding for experience, his strength had reached a fifth of its peak. While he could not sever the meteor, he was entirely capable of blocking the fragments. As he leaped, his vision was momentarily obscured by the rain of stones. Yet these posed no threat. What he aimed to intercept were the speeding, fiery shards, which, despite being slowed by Saitama's punch, would still cause catastrophic explosions upon impact with the ground. As thoughts raced through his mind, Shao Jie swiftly drew his sword, cleaving through the debris that obstructed his line of sight and path, revealing a clear expanse ahead. However, the force of his draw inevitably halted his momentum. Genos, thankfully, a contingency plan had been established during their earlier discussions. As Shao Jie called out, a howling wind surged beneath him. Genos had dismantled a pipe from the rooftop and hurled it towards Shao Jie. The moment he completed the action, Genos began to compress his energy cannon, targeting the falling rocks. If Metal Knight had been willing to cooperate, the task would have been significantly easier. Alas, if one were to inquire about Metal Knight's whereabouts, one could only say he was off fetching soy sauce. Standing atop the thrown pipe, Shao Jie swung his katana repeatedly, unleashing several waves of crimson energy blades that bore a hint of destruction. The stones struck by these blades disintegrated into nothingness. However, the pallor that briefly washed over Shao Jie's face indicated that wielding his sword was no simple feat. Meanwhile, as Shao Jie and Genos desperately worked to diminish the meteor's debris, Bongu was not idle, leaping to other floors to intercept falling stones. Yet, ultimately, distant waters could not quench nearby fires. Their efforts could only minimize the damage, nothing more. Nevertheless, Shao Jie had accomplished his task, albeit in a state of utter exhaustion. Chapter 77. Problems arise 3 nights after the resolution of the meteorite incident. A gathering of individuals convened in Saitama's residence, their attention fixed upon the television broadcasting the latest news. Although the meteorite had been shattered by the A-rank newly minted hero, Bald Cape Man, the improper method employed resulted in Z City being inundated by the fallen fragments, leading to yet another calamity. Present at the scene were the S-rank 3rd-tier Silver Fong, the newly ascended S-rank hero, Devil Modifications, and an unnamed female A-rank hero who came to the rescue. This female hero, without a codename, collaborated to eliminate the majority of the meteorite debris, thereby minimizing the damage inflicted upon Z City. Currently, Z City remains in the throes of reconstruction. Let us now turn to the next news item. City.as. The report mentioned the female hero. A close-up of Shao Jie's photograph was displayed. That was quite perilous, Saitama. You should have kept a closer watch. The apartment was nearly destroyed. Judo expressed his dissatisfaction to Saitama. You could have exerted a bit more strength to obliterate it in one blow. Yet you delivered such a feeble punch. Fortunately, Genos's computational capabilities proved commendable, as he had preemptively shattered the debris that could have struck the apartment. Enough with the incessant chatter. Saitama vented his frustration. His face flushed while clutching a bottle of sake. Strangely, the day's events unfolded much like the original narrative. Earlier that afternoon, Saitama had gone out to purchase groceries, only to be reproached by numerous citizens of Z City. His emotions upon shattering the meteorite diverged from those depicted in the original story. He had intended to showcase his prowess to the world, but ended up embroiled in this debacle, leaving him to ponder whether the world shared a similar perspective. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and resorted to drowning his sorrows in drink. The sentiments Saitama harbored were elusive to them. Although his thoughts were often transparent on his face, emotions remained an intricate enigma. They could only perceive his expressions of frustration and disappointment, unable to delve deeper into analysis. What do you mean by incessant chatter? If you had executed everything perfectly, who would have criticized you? Judo felt that Saitama was akin to a dog biting Li Dongbin, incapable of recognizing goodwill. Yet, if Saitama had been contemplative, would he still be the same Saitama? Certainly he would, though he simply hadn't paid heed at the time. Did I not shatter the meteorite and save Z City? Why must you demand so much more? Saitama's argument was valid. Without his intervention, Z City would likely have been lost entirely. At present, they had managed to mitigate the damages to a minimum. Have you noticed? Suddenly, Hawkeye seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Shao Jie. Whispering, it appears Saitama has become rather emotional. Upon Hawkeye's observation, Xiao Jie realized it indeed seemed that way. When had this transformation occurred? It seemed to have begun after the Hero Association's examination. However, the reasons behind it eluded Xiao Jie. Undoubtedly, he would never consider that it might pertain to himself, as that would be rather thoughtless. Hey, what are you two doing so close? With slightly bleary eyes, Saitama glared at Hawkeye, who was leaning in to whisper to Xiao Jie, instantly feeling irked. Listening to Saitama's words, Judo's gaze flitted between Xiao Jie and Saitama several times, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What's the matter? I'm a bit confused, remarked the innocent-eyed Hawkeye. Just as Saitama's lips began to part, words unspoken, Genos entered with a platter of food, announcing, Master, I have finished preparing the kelp. He then placed the bowl of kelp soup onto the table. All right, it's time to eat. Judo, having grasped the situation, seized the opportunity presented by Genos to interject. Upon a cursory glance, the table was laden with kelp. Wasn't the kelp monster already dead? How could there possibly be so much kelp left? Humph. Saitama tossed his head in irritation, choosing silence. The saying about drinking to excess and becoming unreasonable could very well apply to Saitama. This left Hawkeye utterly perplexed, completely unaware of how he had offended Saitama. Observing Saitama's fit of anger, Judo found it somewhat amusing, though he harbored an immature thought within. Having gained power, Saitama had lost his hair and dulled his emotions. Judo wondered if restoring his feelings to that of an ordinary person would result in a halving of his strength. Nevertheless, the priority at hand was to swiftly enhance his own abilities. Task 3 of the world had been completed, leaving 2 more tasks to attain freedom that he and Hawkeye still had 3 tasks remaining. Judo pondered this internally. Often, tasks brought not only dimensional points but also constraints and complications. If the Great Egg were to become an obstacle, the tasks would become impossible to fulfill. It was nearly time to take the initiative. Judo sighed inwardly. Taking the initiative entailed stepping forward whenever trouble arose in the narrative, thereby increasing the likelihood of task emergence. Of course, the Great Egg would not provide any opportunities for easy success. Tasks would invariably prioritize trouble and difficulty. By the way, Saitama, you seem to be having a streak of bad luck lately. All sorts of misfortunes seem to gravitate towards you, Hawkeye teased. Indeed, after vanquishing a monster, I merely intended to buy some groceries in the city center of another town, only to encounter a giant monster. While this aligns with the plot's progression, it is indeed reasonable to consider myself unfortunate. Then, having upgraded to an A-class hero, he found himself embroiled in trouble with others of the same rank in the original storyline. Saitama was a C-class hero. Now, as an A-class hero, he still faced similar misfortunes, which only underscored his ill fate, albeit with some implications from higher authorities. He shattered a meteorite and was met with public scorn. Although this was also part of the original narrative, the altered circumstances led to this development in a rather thought-provoking manner. Initially indifferent, Judo began to sense an anomaly upon Hawkeye's remarks. Clearly, someone was tampering with events. The false god was unlikely to be responsible, so where were the newcomers of this world? Contemplating this, Judo silently activated another of his gifted skills, heroic reconnaissance. This skill could only be used on protagonists. Although the limitation was significant, the cost was equally high. One Punch Man world protagonist, named Saitama, talent, restriction, unlocked, physical condition, intoxicated, disheartened, healthy, luck F, affection level, 5. Indeed, there appears to be an issue. Upon seeing the term lucky F in the physical status, Rudu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Of course, he instinctively disregarded it, as it merely pertained to a level of 5 in terms of affinity. Meanwhile, Saitama remained blissfully unaware that his physical condition had been scrutinized, which is precisely why the price of this reconnaissance technique is exorbitantly high. It goes unnoticed. 0.5982154661. This is the group number. Chapter 78. Departure recently? Has Saitama had any interactions with anyone? Rudu inquired directly at the dining table, perhaps recalling something. Huh? Me? Saitama, squinting through his slightly intoxicated haze, glanced at Rudu and then at Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie, equally perplexed, turned her gaze toward Rudu, entirely oblivious to Saitama's look. Genos, having removed his apron, was taken aback by Rudu's question and asked, "Did something happen?" Upon hearing Genos's inquiry, Rudu paused to gather his thoughts before articulating, "I possess a unique ability to detect an individual's physical condition at specific times and places." This explanation was intended for Genos and Saitama, while Aang and Xiao Jie gleaned a different understanding. Xiao Jie, still in the dark and lacking experience in conversing with seasoned individuals, remained merely a novice. Conversely, Aang comprehended the implications. Realizing that Rudu was quite affluent, as innate skills typically come with steep costs. After contemplating, Genos queried, "What exactly is going on? Is there something amiss?" "There is a lucky status marked on Saitama," Rudu stated candidly after a moment of thought. "Lucky F?" Xiaojie's expression turned peculiar. "Wow, that sounds dreadfully severe. I recall that even the luck of a womanizer only reaches H at best." Eyeing, mid-sip of his drink, nearly spat it out in surprise. "Lucky F?" A stream of data flickered in Genos's eyes as he sought information on Lucky F. The data flowed for some time without yielding any results. "What does Lucky F signify?" Genos directed his inquiry toward Rudu and the others. "It's a colloquial term for extreme bad luck," Aang lamented, scratching his head in frustration, not anticipating encountering such a predicament. Some individuals experience misfortune to the extent that they cannot even enjoy a meal, are accosted while shopping, or find themselves losing or damaging their bank cards while walking. Simply put, a plethora of unfortunate events. Rudu elaborated on the myriad of catastrophic incidents associated with profound misfortune, all directed at Saitama, with an underlying tone of intimidation. Genos, skeptical, remarked, "Surely, there cannot be someone so unlucky." Rudu shrugged nonchalantly, "There are many. I have seen it." Of course, this was in reference to those seen on screens, individuals like Nobita Nobi and Toma Kamiho. Naturally, without mentioning Doraemon or the womanizer, as Genos and the others engaged in discussion, Xiaojie interjected, If I'm not mistaken, this might be my fault." "Saitama, Genos, Hawkeye, what on earth is happening? It's not like slapping someone in the face happened so swiftly. Just a moment ago, I was suggesting it could be someone else." Judo suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. In response to their inquiries, Xiaojie grasped the headband hanging around her neck and raised it slightly, indicating it's because of this headband. Upon seeing the headband, Judo felt both dazed and perplexed. The reason for her confusion stemmed from having noticed the headband when she saw Xiaojie changing earlier. She had been curious about why it was such an important item to carry around. Of course, Judo had surmised it was some sort of equipment, initially thinking it was merely a commemorative piece, as many items brought back from mission worlds tend to lack practicality, leaning more towards sentimental value. However, she never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous headband was so powerful, possessing the effect of bringing good fortune. What is going on? Saitama still seemed somewhat bewildered. Genos narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Xiaojie as she prepared to explain. To be honest, had it not been for his concern for Saitama's feelings, he would have already taken action. Sensing the hostility emanating from Genos, Xiaojie turned her head slightly, catching the unfriendly gaze, and with a subtle twitch of her lips, she decided against speaking her mind. She then put down the headband and picked up her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to eat. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense. The two caught in the middle. Hawkeye and Judo were left utterly unsure of how to proceed. Could it really end like this? Surely, it was no laughing matter. Boros was still awaiting Saitama's confrontation. "It seemed you had no intention of clarifying things." After waiting for quite some time without any indication that Xiaojie would speak, the sense of danger in Genos's eyes intensified. Meanwhile, Saitama had succumbed completely to intoxication and was fast asleep, allowing Genos to speak so boldly. Xiaojie set down her bowl and chopsticks, took a tissue from the table, wiped her mouth, and then stood up in Genos's line of sight, stating, "Rest assured, as long as I am not near Saitama, everything will be fine." With that, she departed, leaving Hawkeye and Judo behind. Initially, both of them intended to leave as well, but under Genos's coercive expression, they had no choice but to relent. Finally, as Genos's heat sensing detected that Xiaojie had walked far away, out of the apartment and down the street, he turned to Judo and inquired, "What on earth is going on with my master?" His tone was anything but courteous, resembling a command, which instantly caused both Judo and Hawkeye to furrow their brows. However, they were not in a position to oppose him and could only act according to Genos's script. Judo once again employed protagonist reconnaissance technique on Saitama, and to their astonishment, the reality was as the world described. Once gone, he was truly absent. Could this be some sort of curse? Judo couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Such curses were not uncommon in various anime, especially in those belonging to the fantasy genre or vampire romance stories. Could it still be at play? As he observed the furrowed brow of Rudu, Genos's eyebrows were nearly raised in indignation, on the verge of erupting in anger. At that moment, Hawkeye nudged him with an elbow, prompting Rudu to snap back to reality and utter, "It is no longer here." Although Genos did not entirely believe this assertion, he felt compelled to accept it for the time being. Noticing Genos's expression gradually calming, Hawkeye and the others prepared to depart, and Genos showed no inclination to stop them. Moreover, if they were indeed lying, Genos was confident in his ability to apprehend them and resolve the matter. Chapter 79. Kakashi's Affection and Companionship. Hawkeye and Rudu exited the apartment together. Originally, their residence was adjacent to Saitama, but given the apparent rift between them, they had no desire to return. After all, with the salary provided by the Hero Association, securing alternative accommodation was merely a matter of submitting a request. During their journey, Hawkeye could not help but express some grievances towards Rudu, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for bringing up matters regarding physical condition." A portion of the blame could also be directed at Akira for failing to mention such a passive skill earlier, which had escalated the situation to this extent. "I never anticipated that it would be the world's fault," Rudu remarked, "especially since I did not foresee the world being so foolish as to openly admit its own culpability." Rudu sighed, acknowledging that the occurrence of such events was entirely contrary to their original intentions. "Well, since this has happened, we must proceed step by step," he conceded with resignation. However, one battle, the confrontation with the Deep Sea King, was imperative to attend. Unexpectedly, events had unfolded to this degree. Akira mused as he traversed the desolate ruins under the night sky. After departing, Akira felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ultimately, collaboration with others was not his forte, particularly with those from the Big Egg faction. Had he been alone, he would have firmly slammed the table and walked out. Nevertheless, considering Hawkeye and the others' perspectives, he refrained from such actions. The path of a lone wolf was the one he ought to embrace. Yet, Akira had not anticipated Saitama harboring thoughts about him. Although he felt unencumbered, the issue of accommodation still loomed large. After all, City Z had recently endured a catastrophic upheaval and was in the throes of reconstruction. Any lodging would likely be fully booked. "Perhaps I should inquire at the Hero Association about available accommodations," Akira pondered, running his fingers through his golden locks, feeling a sense of helplessness. Thinking turned into action, albeit reluctantly. Fortunately, Akira had a commendable memory. Having traversed the area once, he could still recall certain details. Upon arriving at the Hero Association's branch, he indeed discovered that temporary lodging was available for heroes traveling from afar. Every city provided such facilities. It seemed that the privileges of being a hero were rather commendable. After securing a place to stay, Akira planned to set out for City J at dawn the following day. Although his memories were somewhat hazy, he at least knew that Rudu and Hawkeye had reviewed the anime and mentioned it during their casual conversations. He was merely uncertain about when the Deep Sea King would make his appearance. Thoughts lingered in his mind. Xiaojie gradually drifted into slumber. While Xiaojie sank into a profound sleep, a peculiar glimmer flickered across the protective talisman adorning his neck. Furthermore, in this world, mobile phones were devoid of cards and were instead bound to an individual's identity. For various reasons, Xiaojie relinquished the convenience of a mobile phone. "Hello, may I inquire if Shiyuan Temple has departed?" At around 9 o'clock, Hawkeye rapped his fingers on the reception desk and asked, "The newly ascended A-class hero you inquired about last night, she left early this morning," replied the customer service representative after glancing at the duty roster. "Early this morning?" Hawkeye furrowed his brow. "It's what time?" The representative responded, "At 6-30, so early. Hawkeye's gaze shifted to the bewildered Judo behind him. "Did you not mention she often sleeps until after 9? I have no idea why she woke up so early this time." Judo replied with an innocent expression. Observing Judo's guileless demeanor, Hawkeye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When hearts drift apart, leading the team becomes a daunting task. Ultimately, he helplessly rubbed his temples and remarked, "Forget it, let us proceed with the upgrade. As for the world that has strayed from the team, I can only choose to disregard her." "Genos, what time is it now?" Saitama lay in bed, one hand shielding his eyes, struggling to fend off the encroaching sunlight. After a prolonged standoff, he reluctantly conceded that it was indeed bright outside, and after lying there for a while longer, he called out, "Teacher, it is already 10 o'clock. "Genos, tending to the potted flowers on the balcony," replied. "10 o'clock? Huh." Saitama endeavored to recollect when he had fallen asleep, but after pondering for a while, he resignedly realized that his memory was somewhat hazy. "Genos, there shouldn't be any activities today, right?" Saitama suddenly inquired, fearing that his inebriated self might have forgotten about the supermarket discounts. "Teacher, today is Sunday. At a certain supermarket in City C, vegetables are 50% off." Upon hearing Genos's words, Saitama immediately sprang up, shedding his pajamas and quickly pulling out a few casual outfits from the wardrobe. Once dressed, he suddenly noticed a long golden hair strand clinging to the collar of his shirt. Chapter 80. The Approaching Tide. Saitama pinched the hair between his fingers, furrowing his brow. He then scrutinized the outfit, seemingly one he had purchased while accompanying the world on a shopping spree, naturally accompanied by a few third wheels. As Genos had not yet made his appearance at that time, due to various reasons, Xiaojie's purchases were predominantly masculine in style, yet once donned, they merely exuded a certain gallantry without altering the truth of her femininity. Thus, Xiaojie sought solace in clothing. Genos, how did the world's clothing end up in my possession? After watering the flowers, Genos entered the room and, upon hearing Saitama's inquiry, replied, Master, Mr. Eyewitness and the others have already moved out. Moved out? Why would they leave without reason? As he spoke, Saitama removed his current outfit and donned another. To be honest, Genos had assumed these men's clothes belonged to Eyewitness. He never anticipated that a woman's taste could be so peculiar. With a mindset of not wasting anything, Genos naturally rummaged through their room, and now the refrigerator was nearly overflowing with food. It could be said that Genos was influenced by Saitama. He perhaps believed that by being frugal, he could become as strong as him. After changing into another outfit, Saitama carefully folded the one he had just taken off and stored it away. Genos, witnessing Saitama's actions, was somewhat puzzled. Master, what are you doing? Observing Saitama folding clothes, Genos instinctively asked, while simultaneously pulling out a notebook and pen from his pocket, beginning to jot down notes and sketches. Once Saitama placed the clothes neatly, he looked up to see Genos' actions and was momentarily speechless. Genos, what are you doing? Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Do I still have any authority here? Though internally exasperated, Saitama could not reveal his feelings. After all, he had promised to be Genos' teacher. Why resist? I merely wish to capture it alive. Xiaojie watched as a monstrous being lay down, intending to counterattack. The task assigned by the Hero Association was to capture it alive. Xiaojie let out a resigned sigh, pondering why today's monsters were so fierce. The issue primarily lay in Xiaojie's appearance. While he possessed a certain heroic charm, he was predominantly perceived as beautiful, and his arms lacked muscle, giving him a frail appearance. In short, it was all the fault of his egg-shaped head. Oh well, I suppose I can report back now. Shaking his head, Xiaojie sheathed his pristine white katana, the scabbard also gleaming white. Xiaojie had been in J City for 5 days, and that jet-black katana had endured many trials before meeting its untimely end. It had been shattered by a monster. And after the sword broke, Xiaojie found himself in a bitter struggle until reinforcements arrived to liberate him. This katana was specially crafted for Xiaojie by the Hero Association. Due to technical constraints, it took a day to complete, and it was elongated according to Xiaojie's specifications. The blade measured 1.7 meters in length, and with the handle and guard, it approached nearly 2 meters. Although this was not conducive to the flying sword technique, Xiaojie expressed his preference for it nonetheless. However, with every compromise comes enhancement. While the speed of drawing the sword was significantly reduced, its power had increased. Due to the excessive length of the blade, the time taken to unsheathe it was prolonged, and the friction within the scabbard was heightened due to its curvature. Overall, speed was sacrificed for strength. Few that should be sufficient. After the Hero Association in City J reported the recent mission, Xiaojie applied for a room and threw himself heavily onto the soft bed, feeling somewhat bored. After all, he had been in City J for quite some time now, and it seemed that the Deep Sea King was due to make an appearance soon. How does it feel? Jelio Ganjiaxiu asked, observing the Rakshasa sprawled completely on the ground, his voice laced with amusement. Don't be too complacent. Rakshasa gritted his teeth, each word painstakingly escaping through his clenched jaw, his biceps swelling prominently, with visible veins protruding beneath his skin. Damn it! If I didn't need your help in my training, I would have long since reduced you to a mere pulp. Rakshasa consoled himself in this manner, striving to embody the spirit of a Q. Lest he succumb to the urge to obliterate Jelio Ganjiaxiu with a single punch, he feared that such an action might hinder his own power from truly advancing. Rakshasa was fully aware that this year marked the 20th since Boros had received the prophecy, indicating that the time to journey to Earth was nigh. Before that, Rakshasa wished to possess the means for self-preservation. Although he boasted the ability to annihilate dragon-level foes, this was merely a function of the system, not his own prowess. In a real combat scenario, his strength would only suffice to defeat ghost-level opponents, and even then, it would be a hard-fought victory. The slow progression of his abilities was truly a lament of the reincarnators. So she is in City J. From a distance, Judo and Eagle Eye spotted Xiaojie conversing at the counter with a hostess. Judo was somewhat astonished to see Xiaojie in City J, likely having arrived some time ago. Eagle Eye furrowed his brow, clearly noticing that she had casually glanced back at him just moments before. It seemed she had noticed him, and as his brow relaxed, he thought to himself, well, that's quite normal. After all, most individuals in the vast expanse of the New World have endured various trials before appearing in the main God space. Without any precognition of danger, they would have met their demise long ago. Should we go greet her? Judo inquired, though it was evident that her mood was not particularly high, likely due to having perceived Xiao Jie's earlier demeanor, which had somewhat wounded her sensitive heart. Eagle Eye shook his head. Forget it. She probably wishes to operate independently. Moreover, her strength in this realm is no trifling matter. Not to mention that troublesome headband she possesses. To be honest, Eagle Eye felt a twinge of envy. The night Xiao Jie had nearly revealed the truth behind Saitama's fortunate F. The sincerity in her gaze was unmistakable, a testament to the affection she held for that headband. This indicated that she had something to rely on, even in his absence. Such individuals were numerous in the main God space, yet exceedingly rare. There was no need to elaborate on the many reasons for this rarity. It sufficed to say that Eagle Eye did not belong to that category, though he found himself yearning for such a bond. Chapter 81. Predicament. Thus, it is certain that remaining here is the wisest course of action. Standing beneath the eaves of a house surrounding the refuge, Xiao Jie sheltered from the rain, observing the Abyssal King, who had already breached the sanctuary. Such thoughts fluttered through his mind. However, this also signified that the leisurely passage of time had come to an end. What lay ahead was the harrowing onset of battle, an encounter fraught with the uncertainty of life and death. With that resolve, he stepped beyond the protective confines of the eaves. Simultaneously, the divine task materialized, adding to the complexity of Xiao Jie's endeavor. Task 4. Prevent the Abyssal King from executing his actions, with no more than 5 casualties. Upon seeing the emergence of the task, Xiao Jie's pace hesitated momentarily, before he resumed a swift run forward. For if the keen-eyed companions were not mistaken, 3 C-rank heroes and 1 A-rank hero would initially engage the Abyssal King in combat. However, the absence of a mage in their ranks would inevitably lead to their annihilation. Ultimately, the mage, Genos, who ventured onto the battlefield alone, would meet a similar fate, culminating in a 5-kill slaughter. Thus, if Xiao Jie were to proceed sluggishly, the task would be doomed from the outset. Approaching the sanctuary with urgency, Xiao Jie slightly bent his knees and leaped gracefully onto the upper section of the refuge, the very opening created by the Abyssal King. Peering into the aperture, he was met with the sight of the Abyssal King toying with the 4 individuals. With his leg muscles taut, he propelled himself forward, his long golden hair trailing behind him, and leaped into the cavernous void. His right hand gripped the hilt of the katana held in his left. As he drew nearer to the formidable figure of the Abyssal King, Xiao Jie's elongated blade was swiftly unsheathed, aimed directly at the creature's cranium. His primary intent was to gauge the extent of damage he could inflict upon the Abyssal King. Naturally, should this strike prove fatal, it would be an unparalleled triumph. Did the world just enter? Rudu observed a somewhat familiar golden silhouette leap through the aperture created by the Abyssal King and turned to inquire of his companion, Eagle Eye, who had been steadfastly aiming his sniper rifle in that direction. Rudu understood that Eagle Eye would have a clear view of the identity of the figure that had just ventured forth. Well, let us refrain from entering just why it would be preferable for the world to lure the Abyssal King out. It would facilitate the battle, Eagle Eye calmly responded. Through their prolonged acquaintance, he had come to recognize that this girl beside him often acted on impulse. Rudu hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement, for given the current circumstances, this was indeed the most prudent choice. To be candid, if the Abyssal King's strength were as formidable as depicted in the animations, they would truly be no match for him. After all, the Abyssal King could be likened to an ancient monstrosity, far removed from the mentally unstable Vaccine Man. Moreover, it should be noted that Vaccine Man had not yet undergone his transformation at that time. The prowess of the Vaccine Man lies solely in his ability to unleash waves of power, while his physical strength is rather limited. In stark contrast, the Deep Sea King embodies a different breed of strength. His prowess is rooted entirely in his physical form, marking him as a genuine fighter. However, his occasional display of exaggerated expressions is truly an eyesore. When it comes to physical combat, Judo has certainly recoiled. Despite her enhanced abilities, we shall observe for now. If there is no reaction after a considerable time, we must take action, Hawkeye reassured. In truth, whether or not Hawkeye uttered this sentiment, Judo would remain composed. After all, she is merely somewhat emotional, not a saint. If posed with the choice of her life or another's, Judo would decisively choose her own. She possesses but one life, while others have countless. The comparison is crystal clear. It itches a bit. The Deep Sea King rubbed the back of his head, where a wound from a blade had grazed him, feeling damp and slightly warm. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie, who had successfully inflicted damage upon the Deep Sea King, was now pinned against the wall. It was merely a bit painful, nothing serious. Xiao Jie glanced at her left hand. It was nothing major, just a state of strain that would heal with time and would not impede her combat. At a crucial moment, Xiao Jie had decisively blocked the attack with her sheath, successfully preventing the Deep Sea King's palm from striking her. However, the freshly minted sheath was not as fortunate, bending under the force of the Deep Sea King's monstrous strength. If blades could weep, it would surely be in tears, for the sheath had already detached from the sword. Yet, this exchange bore a slight loss. The wound on the Deep Sea King's head had begun to scab, while her left hand still throbbed in pain, rendering her unable to wield her sword. A lethal skill. Additionally, the flying sword technique had lost much of its lethality without the sheath, limiting many of her moves, including her most powerful technique, the Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash, affectionately dubbed the Dog Head Flash. Sensing the scab on his head, the Deep Sea King turned his attention to the one who had dared to inflict harm upon him. What the heck? I thought you were a soldier, but it turns out you're just a military prostitute. The Deep Sea King sneered, his derision evident. In truth, he felt no obligation to extend courtesy to mere insects. To bear the title king yet be wounded by a prostitute. How shameful to even continue existing. Xiao Jie was no pushover. She immediately retorted. Upon hearing her words, the sneer on the Deep Sea King's face became even more exaggerated. Wounded? Are you certain? No sooner had the Deep Sea King spoken than his figure vanished from Xiao Jie's sight. Instantly, a dangerous alarm rang in Xiao Jie's mind, and her left eye rapidly spun into the three-tomo pattern, her mental energy draining swiftly. Simultaneously, she managed to catch sight of the Deep Sea King's silhouette. In a flash, Xiao Jie leapt away from her original position. Boom! Just as she vacated the area, a powerful fist crashed down where she had just stood. Moments later, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. After all, their naked eyes could not keep pace with the unfolding events. From their vantage point, it appeared that the recently minted female hero had been utterly pulverized by that formidable fist. Impressive reaction speed, the Deep Sea King remarked, his praise lacking any real significance. We must devise a way to draw him out. Xiao Jie contemplated as he gazed at the gaping hole created by the Deep Sea King's assault. What are you looking at? Panic surged through Xiao Jie as he realized, too late, that a flash of green caught his peripheral vision. Chapter 82. Kakashi's Chakra Boom. There's trouble. Hearing the commotion, Hawkeye immediately adjusted his sniper rifle scope towards the source of the noise, revealing a golden figure, precariously standing in the rain with a katana in hand. Ahem, this situation is rather dire. Coughing up blood, Xiao Jie glanced at the katana, now slightly curved, feeling a sense of helplessness. The curvature of the blade would undoubtedly impact the battle. The speed of the swing would vary depending on the degree and direction of the bend, whether it drifted downward or upward. In the case of Xiao Jie's katana, it was certainly tilting upward. Boom. Is that all you've got? After delivering a blow that sent Xiao Jie sprawling, the Deep Sea King leapt forth, his expression laced with mockery. Just moments earlier, Xiao Jie had managed to position his katana to intercept the Deep Sea King's attack, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury. Yet the current predicament was hardly any better than severe harm. Mission progress. 1-5. Xiao Jie instinctively glanced at the mission status, feeling a flicker of reassurance. If the narrative were to follow its usual course, all he needed to do was endure until Saitama's arrival. You? What are you looking at? Xiao Jie's gaze flickered, and the Deep Sea King seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, causing the ground beneath him to crack underfoot. It's over. The Sharingan whirled rapidly, sending jolts of nerve pain through Xiao Jie's mind as he struggled to slow the Deep Sea King's advance. However, regardless of how sluggish the Deep Sea King appeared to Xiao Jie, he lacked the reflexes to respond in kind. Just as despair began to creep into Xiao Jie's heart, a sudden clarity enveloped him. Whether it was an inexplicable boost or sheer instinct, his body felt lighter, allowing him to deftly evade the Deep Sea King's strike. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Xiao Jie's foot landed with a sharp crack against the ground, propelling him away from the Deep Sea King with remarkable speed. Boom. Only after Xiao Jie had evaded did Hawkeye's gunfire finally sound, though it was a split second too late, resulting in a miss. This exemplified the weakness of firearms. While they posed a significant threat to the weak, they were mere toys in the hands of formidable foes like the Deep Sea King. Unless Hawkeye wielded the same sniper rifle that Kuriko had used against Xiao Jie, it was utterly futile to rely on a sniper to thwart the Deep Sea King's assault. Within the S-rank, it can be said that everyone, with the exception of the king, possesses the ability to evade bullets. Note that it is the evasion of bullets, not the muzzle of a gun. Even the atomic warrior can slice through bullets. Hence, firearms become virtually ineffective in the later stages. Of course, they can still serve as a means of harassment, provided one possesses the foresight to ensure they do not harm their allies. That sensation. Chakra. Kakashi? Unaccountably, Xiaojie felt a slight sting in his nose. However, Xiaojie's thoughts were merely a reflection of this fleeting change. He had already been careless twice, so this time, he would not let his guard down. Feeling the familiar yet foreign chakra coursing through his lower abdomen, a sense of excitement inevitably welled up within him. The familiarity stemmed from Kakashi's chakra, while the strangeness arose from his limited experience with chakra. Of course, with the exception of the impure world reincarnation, which had provided him with some experience. Clumsily, he channeled the chakra within him into his limbs, enhancing his strength. Simultaneously, his golden eyes were filled with a crimson hue. Gripping the slightly distorted long blade tightly in his right hand, he murmured, "Here we go, Kakashi." In the next instant, the ground beneath Xiaojie's feet was indented as he stepped down. Meanwhile, the Deep Sea King was still searching for the sniper's presence. After all, flies can be quite bothersome at times. Although Eagle Eye's combat prowess was currently lacking, at the very least, the sniper's training was evident. "Where are you looking?" The roles were instantly reversed. Previously, it was the Deep Sea King uttering this phrase, with Xiaojie as the one being addressed. Now, it was Xiaojie who spoke, while the hunted was the Deep Sea King. Huh? Hearing Xiaojie's voice, the Deep Sea King was momentarily taken aback. However, before the Deep Sea King could react, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his side. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xiaojie's crimson figure darting past him. With a swift motion, he swung his hand to strike back, only to find himself unexpectedly hitting nothing but air. The speed, astonishingly swift. The state of the world seemed somewhat amiss from a distance. Judo observed the crimson aura enveloping Xiaojie, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "I in the minds of many Chinese individuals, red symbolizes prosperity and celebration. However, when the character precedes it, it evokes a sense of bloodshed, imparting an aura of malevolence that generally leaves a negative impression, symbolizing evil. I see her quite clearly. It must be an active skill, perhaps the effect of the title Drawn Sword Master." Eagle Eye was well aware of the system's functions, yet the effect of the Drawn Sword Master title had never been triggered by anyone before, thus his speculation remained just that, speculation, wound, that cannot heal. The Deep Sea King clutched the wound at his side, initially believing that the rain would hasten its healing, yet now the injury continued to bleed, as the palm was withdrawn. An inexplicably surreal sight came into view. A scarlet mist enveloped the location of the wound. This was the very reason the Deep Sea King's injury remained unhealed. Instantly, the furrow of his brow deepened, the previous expressions of disdain evaporating. Yet, he soon forced himself to disregard the wound, redirecting his gaze to the vanishing figure of Xiaojie. Was she back again? The Deep Sea King immediately heightened his vigilance, for he had failed to discern the woman's direction of movement just moments ago. Bang! Just as the Deep Sea King stood on guard, a gunshot echoed from the distance. Of course, while remaining cautious of Xiaojie, he could not overlook the presence of a sniper lurking afar. With keen perception, he anticipated the trajectory of the incoming bullet, his massive form nimbly evading the shot. "Where are you looking?" came Xiaojie's languid voice, resonating right beside him. Indeed, it was as if it whispered directly into his ear. At that moment, a flash of crimson blade light gleamed. Chapter 83. The unseen strike. The Deep Sea King pressed a hand to the side of his ear, casting a fierce glare towards the distant blonde woman. At his feet lay the severed remnant of his own ear. "I didn't expect you to dodge that." "You are quite fortunate," he remarked, his scarlet eyes fixated on the Deep Sea King's menacing visage. Xiaojie, dragging her elongated blade across the ground, emanated an aura of blood-red energy that saturated the once pristine white blade, staining it crimson. Though outwardly it appeared as if Xiaojie held the upper hand against the Deep Sea King, the reality was quite the contrary. She was at a disadvantage, present. Her chakra reserves had dwindled to half. The depletion of such energy had failed to inflict any significant damage upon the Deep Sea King, marking this encounter as an unprofitable venture. Look, losing an ear hardly impedes combat. A mere superficial cut at the waist, not even a deep wound, merely 10 centimeters. For humans, such an injury may well be fatal. Yet for a creature as formidable as the Deep Sea King, it is akin to a mere half-centimeter cut on a human. The Deep Sea King narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a swift motion, the concrete ground fractured beneath him, debris scattering in all directions. Though the Deep Sea King was indeed fast, his speed remained within the realm of Xiaojie's reflexes, as he slightly shifted his form to evade the strike of his claws. Xiao Jie sidestepped gracefully, her blood-red blade skimming past the deep-sea king, severing his left arm with a deft sweep. As Genos' electronic eye scrutinized Xiao Jie's actions, a profound silence enveloped his thoughts. How formidable is he, the very least? Genos felt that if he were to confront the world, he would fare no better than the deep-sea king. Perched atop a building near the shelter, Genos had already arrived at this location, yet he paused upon witnessing Xiao Jie leap into the refuge, his intentions unclear. Given Genos' understanding of the world, she would likely refrain from engaging in battle within the shelter to avoid endangering ordinary civilians. Indeed, as Genos anticipated, it was Xiao Jie who was forced into combat. However, the unfolding events took an unforeseen turn, as it seemed that Xiao Jie, despite her displayed combat prowess, was unable to contend with the Sea King, who was currently in a position of dominance. How formidable the world is! Has she been concealing her abilities all along? Ardi pondered, addressing the ever-watchful Eagle Eye beside her. Eagle Eye shook his head, signaling uncertainty. As long as the mission is accomplished, that is what matters. We have successfully benefited from this endeavor. His words held merit. The specifics of the process were of little consequence, and it was the outcome that should be prioritized. There were many who shared Eagle Eye's pragmatic outlook, yet an equal number placed great importance on the finer details, which often seemed to weigh less in their minds. Take Xiao Jie, for instance, who selflessly risked her life to protect Kakashi on 2 occasions, never once contemplating her own survival. Had she not chosen the path of a newcomer, the subsequent events may never have unfolded. It seems you are suffering as well. Fear not, for I shall bring your ordeal to a swift conclusion, Xiao Jie remarked with a slight smirk, observing the Sea King, who grimaced in response to the loss of one of his arms. Upon hearing her words, the Sea King raised his gaze toward the woman who had inflicted numerous wounds upon him, his brow furrowing even deeper. Yet, he could discern from her pallor that she too was nearing her limits, her complexion alarmingly pale. Indeed, Xiao Jie was running out of stamina, as the use of the Sharingan demanded an immense amount of mental energy. Thus, the Sea King was certain that if he could endure a little longer, it would be the accursed woman before him who would ultimately fall. As Xiao Jie's voice echoed, she pointed the tip of her blade at the Sea King, her foot striking the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to crack beneath her. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the might of a spring-loaded contraption, though Xiao wielded a katana while her adversary was armed with a Western sword. Your heart, I shall claim it, she declared, perhaps for the sake of eloquence or as a means of self-affirmation. Lowering her gaze slightly, her crimson eyes fixated coldly upon the towering Sea King. The insinuation in her words, coupled with the intensity of her gaze and her somewhat exaggerated demeanor, instilled a sense of pressure within the Sea King, particularly in light of Xiao Jie's earlier display of strength. Damn it! How could I possibly be afraid? The Sea King dared not wipe the beads of sweat from his brow, his slit pupils locked onto Xiao Jie's movements, fearful that a momentary lapse could lead to his demise, leaving him oblivious to how he met his end. A truly unjust fate, as he remained fixated on her, his eyes connected with hers, and in that instant, the originally languid spinning of the 3 tomo quickened. Although Xiao Jie was unfamiliar with illusions, Kakashi's memories contained knowledge of them, especially the simplest techniques of the Sharingan. With merely a slight infusion of chakra into the Sharingan, the hypnotic effect inherent in its 3 tomo state would automatically activate. In an instant, the vertical pupils of the Deep Sea King unconsciously dilated. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Jie launched a sudden offensive. Bang! The already fractured ground erupted violently beneath Xiao Jie's foot. This sound startled the Deep Sea King from his hypnotic state. Perhaps in a bid to gamble everything on a final strike, Xiao Jie devoted nearly all of his chakra to enhancing his physical capabilities. Success was paramount. Failure could very well cost him his life. Bang! As Xiao Jie approached the Deep Sea King, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. Leaping into the air, his gaze aligned parallel to that of the Deep Sea King. By the time the Deep Sea King's consciousness returned, Xiao Jie's figure had already materialized within his line of sight, leaving no room for evasion. Their cold gazes met once more, the Deep Sea King's eyes wide with awakening. The 3 tomos began to rotate again, and the last remnants of chakra were expended to maintain this effect. Instantly, the Deep Sea King's eyes glazed over once more. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through his heart, jolting him from his hypnotic stupor. With a cry, the Deep Sea King, unable to control himself, expelled a mouthful of blood as the piercing sensation overwhelmed him. Chapter 84. Chit-chat in a hospital in J-City, on a hero's sickbed. Sir, the young lady is fine. She merely fainted due to excessive mental strain, the doctor reassured Saitama, who was gazing at the unconscious patient on the bed. Truth be told, he was also perplexed by the nature of their relationship, only knowing they had both participated in the hero examination together and were both of a dash-ranked IT, was he who had brought her in after her fainting. There might be some hidden nuances between the two. Nevertheless, the doctor was aware that it was the unconscious individual who had defeated the Deep Sea King, which prevented him from revealing any prying curiosity. Ordinary citizens generally harbored a deep respect for heroes. Even for C-rank heroes, the populace typically expressed reverence, despite the occasional disdain for villains like the so-called Mighty Tiger. Of course, a very small minority harbored jealousy towards those heroes. Such psychological envy often led to distorted mental states. It was fortunate that they hadn't transformed into monsters. At least she's alright. Saitama nodded in response. In truth, had Saitama arrived earlier, Xiaojia would not have had to exert himself to such extremes. Naturally, Xiaojia's stubbornness played a part as well. Regardless of the opponent, he was determined to save whoever he could. If there was a genuine opportunity for a counterattack, Xiaojia would never rely on anyone else. This was his steadfast principle. After all, with the enhancement effects of chakra, he could have gradually worn down the Deep Sea King, prolonging the encounter until Saitama arrived to deliver a decisive blow, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. In that case, Xiaojia would not have ended up in this predicament. In this space, everything about the Big Egg is splendid, except for the lack of equipment drops, Judo lamented to his companion, Hawkeye, as they observed the Hero Association staff managing the scene. In response, Hawkeye shook the shimmering blue, fin-like ear ornament adorning his hand and remarked, "Isn't it just a system malfunction? It's merely a one-time occurrence." Judo sighed once more. Upon finishing his words, Judo continued, "I still have to spend my own money on it. Overall, it just feels like a myriad of losses." Hawkeye tucked away the fin-like ear ornament, stating, "It proves quite useful at times, especially in the world of One Piece." At these words, Judo fell silent. "Among the three of us, it seems that world has garnered the most benefits," Hawkeye shrugged. From his perspective, the system they had greedily taken had not yet equaled the gains of Xiaojia. Judging by Saitama's tense expression and Genos' silent demeanor, it was likely that two pieces of equipment were indispensable. Listening to Hawkeye, Judo suddenly felt he had reaped the least. To be honest, aside from her initial confrontation with that vaccinator, her abilities had become largely ineffectual. In truth, it was mainly due to Judo's lack of foresight in selecting the judo system, coupled with her mindset. Ultimately, it was only natural that Judo had little to show for her efforts. "The next encounter will probably be with Boros," Judo remarked. In her view, they could simply play a passive role in this battle, as nearly all the S-class heroes were merely passing through this incident. The only source of concern was the uncertainty of what task the Big Egg would assign. If it was a mission against Boros, they might as well forego the fight and simply resign themselves to defeat, as there would be no comparison whatsoever. The following morning, Xiaojia awoke and was discharged from the hospital. There had been no serious issues, merely an excessive drain on her mental energy. Upon waking, she noticed the changes in the skill associated with the headband around her neck and came to understand why Kakashi's power had transferred to her. However, what Xiaojia was unaware of was that this additional skill had manifested days prior. She simply had not realized it. Of course, her so-called understanding was merely conjecture and speculation, devoid of substantial evidence. Sighing, Xiaojia gazed at the katana that had become nearly useless and could not help but let out a breath of exasperation before discarding it within the hospital room. This katana had lost its utility, primarily due to a last-ditch counterattack from the Deep Sea King, which had snapped the overly long blade in two. The pure blade portion remained lodged within the heart of the Deep Sea King. Fortunately, the Deep Sea King's moment of resurgence was brief, even shorter than that of an ordinary person, lasting less than 5 seconds. Xiaojia had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the excessive use of her mental energy, a consequence of the Deep Sea King's explosive final strike. After fully exerting her Sharingan, it was fortunate that she had not lost any limbs. Frankly, Xiaojia's ability to reach this point was largely thanks to the headband gifted by Kakashi. Without it, she would have perished in the second world, Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse. However, had Xiaojia not worn the headband, it was possible that she would not have drawn the attention of Heizi. Every sip and every peck bears its own cause, perhaps predetermined. "What troubles you, world?" Glancing at the sighing Xiaojia from the corner of his eye, Chiyu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Sighing so early in the day is hardly a commendable habit. Xiaojia shook his head and replied, "I must have my weapon remade. I wonder if the Hero Association will cover the cost." The first time was acceptable, as it could be regarded as a newcomer's benefit. But this time, just a few days later, the weapon is already damaged. Surely, this invites scrutiny. Most importantly, the quality of the weapons produced by the Hero Association is quite commendable. It should be fine. After all, It was in your noble endeavor to protect the citizens from monsters that your weapon was damaged, Qiyu reassured him. Upon hearing Qiyu's words, Xiaojia felt a sense of understanding and nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent as they walked quietly towards the Hero Association branch in City J. Although City J had recently been attacked, the extent of the damage was minimal. A group of deep-sea creatures was intercepted as soon as they reached the shore. Yes, it was that A-class hero, whose name I cannot recall, who thwarted them. The most significant destruction was attributed to the Deep-Sea King, yet even that was not extensive. Thus, following the incident, the city quickly returned to its normal order, bustling with activity. Strangely, Xiaojia, the hero who vanquished the Deep-Sea King, went unrecognized. His appearance had not changed in the slightest. Perhaps it was merely the absence of a katana that would have made him identifiable. This phenomenon is quite common in a world filled with heroes. A change of attire can render one unrecognizable, and no one could connect you to the hero you portray. Perhaps this is simply the nature of this world. Chapter 85. The summon as Qiyu had predicted, the Hero Association agreed to remake the weapon at no cost. After all, Xiaojia had rescued a multitude of citizens in City J. Additionally, it was determined that the Deep Sea King possessed peak demon-level strength. Even S-class heroes at the lower tiers would struggle to gain much advantage against such a foe. Consequently, Xiaojia was exceptionally promoted to S-class hero, albeit at the bottom rank. Meanwhile, Genos, following the meteor incident, had risen to the 14th position, displacing the Vestige hero. Naturally, the heroes behind him also shifted downwards. Nevertheless, both Xiaojia and Genos could be considered as having been promoted due to special circumstances. While the Hero Association's weapon crafting was indeed complementary, it still required a waiting period for the weapon to be forged. By the way, are you going to stay in City J for the next few days? Qiyu asked after they exited the Hero Association. Yes, Xiaojia nodded, pausing before continuing. I may need to head to City A after a while, as Boras's attack was also there. However, before Boras appears, I must elevate my rank. After all, my level is crucial to my physical fitness. If I can enhance my physical prowess to the pinnacle of the world of Naruto, defeating Boras should pose no challenge. Of course, this is merely Xiaojia's speculation. The true extent of one's abilities can only be discerned through direct confrontation. What Xiaojia must do is minimize the disparity between her strength and that of Boras. If she achieves this, even if the Big Egg assigns her the task of defeating Boras, it would pose no issue. However, given Xiaojia's current experience level, it seems rather improbable that she could elevate her rank to match Boras's unless an extraordinarily powerful adversary were to present themselves, ready to meet their demise. In light of this, Saitama fell into a deep contemplation. The question occupying Saitama's mind was rather straightforward. Should he accompany the world to City A? He considered it merely as a form of recreation. Very well, I shall seek out Hawkeye and request his assistance in crafting a temporary weapon. We can discuss matters further when the opportunity arises. Just as Saitama was lost in thought, Xiaojia suddenly interjected. Saitama did not quite catch what Xiaojia had said and instinctively nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, this simple gesture abruptly disrupted his plans. It was not until Xiaojia had walked a considerable distance away that Saitama regained his senses. Where has everyone gone? Saitama found himself bewildered, scanning the bustling street filled with pedestrians. Teacher, the world has already departed, came the voice of Genos, who seemed to appear from nowhere. Genos, why didn't you stop her? Saitama's lips quivered slightly, but he ultimately refrained from voicing this thought, as it would have undoubtedly been hurtful. He was also aware that, for reasons unknown, Genos harbored an inexplicable animosity toward the world. With a resigned sigh, Saitama prepared to return to City Z. However, it wouldn't be long before he would be summoned by the Hero Association to City A. After distancing herself from Saitama, Xiaojia gently touched the headband around her neck and wandered aimlessly through City J. Although her emotional intelligence may be somewhat lacking, she was still cognizant of the special feelings Saitama held for her. This was evident from the doctor's demeanor. During Xiaojia's unconsciousness, Saitama had stayed by her side throughout the night, a scene the doctor had witnessed numerous times, leading him to perceive them as a couple, if not in the present, then certainly in the future. Thus, when Xiaojia was discharged, the doctor regarded her and Saitama with a hint of ambiguity in his gaze. Truth be told, since arriving in City J, Xiaojia had been tirelessly engaged in slaying monsters. Now, without her weapon, she found herself aimlessly wandering. It is worth noting that without her weapon, Xiaojia's combat prowess was diminished to nearly nothing. She had never fought with her bare fists. Headquarters of the Hero Association in City A. After a long day of monster hunting and leveling up, Xiaojia returned to the specially arranged quarters for S-class heroes at the Hero Association in City A. Feeling somewhat sticky and unclean, She decided to take a bath. I truly wish time would slow down. Lying in the bathtub, Xiaojia closed her eyes and murmured to herself, if only that were the case. She would have ample time to level up, rather than rushing about, leaving no time for rest. Those who are unaware might mistakenly believe that she harbors animosity towards peculiar individuals. In any case, the formidable anomalies in City A have largely been eradicated by Xiaojia, leaving only the comparatively weaker entities that allow B-class heroes or those of lesser rank to accumulate some achievements. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xiaojia was about to drift into slumber in the warm embrace of the bathtub, a sudden rapping at the door jolted her awake. With a hint of wariness, she inquired, "Who is it?" Esteemed world, I am a representative of the Hero Association. Due to a significant event, the upper echelons have issued an urgent summons for S-class heroes, came the reply from the visitor. Xiaojia recalled this matter, having heard about it from Judo and the others. It pertained to the day when Boros was set to arrive. Where shall we convene? Xiaojia continued to question. In this building. I shall guide you there shortly. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaojia assented, very well. She then rose, meticulously drying herself before donning a casual outfit retrieved from her wardrobe. Of course, she did not neglect her undergarments, for without them, her bosom would be prone to erratic movement, which could be quite detrimental in a confrontation. However, upon observing her somewhat oversized chest, Xiaojia couldn't help but say it was all due to that female vine's meddling. Had she known better, she would have refrained from consuming that crystal core. While her physical capabilities were indeed enhanced, the challenges of fitting into clothing had multiplied significantly. Moreover, the addition of her 2 weak points only complicated matters further. Thanks to the buff bestowed by the troublesome Li Jiayu, Xiaojia's sense of modesty was more pronounced than that of the average individual. Once appropriately attired, she grasped the pristine long katana that lay on her bed and opened the door, as anticipated. A man clad in a suit stood outside. Let us proceed. Lead the way. The suited gentleman took note of Xiaojia's damp hair and slightly flushed cheeks, quickly realizing that this formidable S-class woman had just been bathing. Nevertheless, he merely paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Understood. Chapter 86. Pillow Xiaojia followed the suited man as he escorted her to the upper floors. She had assumed that most of the attendees would already be present, but to her surprise, there was only one individual in attendance. The eternally youthful S-class hero, the Tornado of Terror. Xiaojia paid her little mind, ignoring her as she moved to a chair at the table marked with an 18-player sign, situated slightly opposite the Tornado. However, the Tornado was currently sulking and had no time to spare for her. Xiaojia was not an ardent admirer of lowly characters. Even if she were, she would not dare to engage in any form of combat with a lowly. Moreover, if one were to speak of age, the Tornado was 28 years old at 28. It would be absurd to associate her with the term lowly. She was, at best, akin to an older woman. The katana was placed directly upon the table before her, without the affectionate embrace that the atomic samurai might have afforded it. After all, it was uncertain whether this katana would meet its end today, and of course, had this katana been her soul-cutting blade, she would have held it dearly regardless. Then, she embraced herself with crossed arms, closing her eyes to seek solace. Unconsciously, Xiaojia was oblivious to the fact that her posture accentuated her bosom even more prominently. Time trickled by in a patient wait, as is widely acknowledged. The best remedy for sulking is to allow time to wear away the grievances, making it easier to communicate. As time passed, the tempestuous whims of youth gradually faded from her mind, shifting her focus elsewhere. The most effective means of distraction is to meander aimlessly, and when conversing with others is an option, it becomes even more delightful. Thus, the Tempest turned her gaze towards the meditative Xiaojia, harboring a hint of curiosity about the newly minted S-class hero. Hey? Yet, Miss Tornado was not one to extend a courteous greeting. Hey? Uncertain if it was an illusion, Xiaojia sensed that the voice of the second-ranked S-class hero emanated from directly in front of her. As she slightly opened her eyes, the first sight to greet her was a resplendent white figure. The white figure, the white figure. Fortunately, Xiaojia was not a brash youth. In fact, she had been preparing to wash up and retire for the night when the staff had called her. Fatigue had begun to set in. Although it was still daylight, Xiaojia had been battling through the night to elevate her rank, and she had never been this fervent while gaming. Your lower body is exposed. Xiaojia raised her head slightly, observing Tornado pouting in anger, oblivious to the situation, and pointed with her finger. As Xiaojia's gaze lifted, Tornado distinctly beheld the golden irises of Xiaojia's eyes, with black slit pupils positioned centrally, exuding an alluring charm. Staring at this sight, Tornado was momentarily taken aback, struck by a thought. How beautiful! It's almost as if one could pluck it out. Upon hearing Xiaojie's words, Tornado paused for a moment, and after a brief interlude, she grasped the implications of what the woman before her was stating, her face instantly flushing crimson. However, Tornado felt relieved that they were alone and that she was, after all, in the company of another woman. Interactions between women held no significant consequence. The reddening of Tornado's cheeks was merely an instinctive reaction. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and a bit of a flirt, Tornado quickly retorted. Nonetheless, she made no effort to obstruct Xiaojie's view. At the very least, the hem of her levitating robe did not shield Xiaojie's line of sight. Her bare lower body was unabashedly exposed. Yet, Tornado's increasingly flushed visage hinted to Xiaojie that she still had a sense of modesty. Xiaojie could clearly see that Tornado was meticulously ensuring the hem of her robe was securely draped behind her, such that even if someone were to enter, they would not discern anything amiss. Is this an invitation? Xiaojie mused with a sense of helplessness. In that moment, she was at a loss as to where to direct her gaze. Even when looking at Tornado's face, her peripheral vision inevitably wandered. To close her eyes and ignore it would only signify guilt. One might even say, subconsciously, she felt like the one being seduced. Thus, in a moment of resignation, Xiaojie reclined the chair and allowed herself to lie back, deliberately choosing to disregard her. This action effectively averted the awkward gaze, rendering Tornado invisible to her, as she fixated on the metallic ceiling. With determination, Xiaojie closed her eyes, striving to feign ignorance. However, unbeknownst to her, Tornado could hardly be described as merely childish. She was rather a mischievous rascal, one who would not heed any words of caution. "Hey, talk to me. Don't play dead," Tornado exclaimed, promptly seating herself upon Xiaojie's abdomen, her hands gripping firmly onto the peaks. Xiaojie's face, already sensitive to such proximity, flushed a deep crimson. Unable to maintain her indifference, she glared fiercely at Tornado, subsequently swatting away the troublesome hands. Yet Tornado, undeterred, chuckled mischievously and clutched at her again, even narrowing her eyes in a mock expression of delight. Xiaojie felt on the verge of exploding with frustration. How could one not find such a brash child exasperating? Gazing at Tornado's playful demeanor, Xiaojie discerned a glimmer of contentment in her eyes. With a twitch of her lips, she thought, "Are you truly addicted to this?" Seemingly propelled by an impulsive whim, Xiaojie swiftly propped herself up, extending her hands to grasp Tornado's head, pressing it against her chest. Tornado, taken aback by this unexpected treatment, was momentarily stunned. However, before she could ponder further, a sensation of suffocation washed over her. Instantly, she began to struggle vigorously, having forgotten in her surprise that she possessed superpowers that could aid her escape. As Tornado wriggled, Xiaojie felt the friction against her chest. After a brief struggle against her own embarrassment, she ultimately released her grip on Tornado. Once freed from Xiaojie's hold, Tornado ceased her struggles and lay quietly upon Xiaojie's ample bosom. After a prolonged silence, Tornado finally declared in a muffled voice, "I've decided. This shall be my pillow from now on." Xiaojie could only respond with a silent incredulity. Am I encountering a thief? Consequently, Tornado made herself comfortable, refusing to leave Xiaojie's side. Meanwhile, the gathering S-class heroes, summoned to the scene, beheld this peculiar sight. In Chapter 87, the second S-class hero, known for her Tsundra traits, lay peacefully asleep on the chest of the 18th S-class hero. Contrary to her usual tempestuous demeanor, Tornado exhibited an unexpected tranquility in slumber. In summary, a distinct aura of camaraderie, or perhaps a maternal atmosphere enveloped them. For reasons unknown, as they entered the room, their footsteps instinctively softened, striving to muffle the sounds of their approach. Even the later boisterous atomic samurai adhered to this unspoken decorum. This left the ever-alert Xiaojie in a state of bemusement. Was it truly necessary? Genos, who was the girl sleeping on Xiaojie's lap? Saitama inquired softly, his gaze fixed intently on the slumbering Tornado. Teacher, she is the second most formidable S-class, the Tornado of Terror, not some mere child, and her temper is notoriously unpleasant, Genos murmured in response, seemingly unfazed. Moreover, she is 28 years of age. Upon hearing Genos's subsequent remarks, Saitama's eyes twitched slightly. He had long been aware of peculiar women who harbor an affinity for other women, commonly referred to as homosexuals, yet he never anticipated encountering one right before him. Nevertheless, the world should not be like this, he pondered, slightly raising his gaze, momentarily fixating on the voluptuous form of Tornado resting her head. He then continued to look upward, where he met the resigned expression of Genos. Saitama felt a wave of relief. It appeared that the world's sexual orientations remained within the bounds of normalcy. Just as Saitama speculated about Genos' sexual orientation, the host of this assembly took the stage, initially disregarding the sleeping tornado. I am Shichi, the spokesperson for this meeting on behalf of the Hero Association, he announced upon ascending the platform. Without waiting for the assembled heroes' reactions, he continued, Metal Knight and Blast are unreachable due to unknown whereabouts, and it is impractical to continue waiting. Therefore, we shall commence an emergency meeting. Let us delve straight into the matter at hand. Shichi's expression was grave as he spoke. As he uttered these words, he did not cast a glance towards Genos. The purpose of gathering you, the elite of the hero world, is solely to implore your assistance in safeguarding the Earth. In truth, Shichi's statement bore a hint of contradiction. Were our previous endeavors not also to protect the Earth? In fact, they were indeed not. This incident poses a genuine threat, even to the S-Class members, who may very well meet their demise. Shichi leaned forward, his hands firmly planted on the table, his demeanor serious. It takes a certain courage to remain uninformed. While you may keep your S-Class title for now, once you hear the forthcoming details, there will be no opportunity for withdrawal. After a moment of silence, he observed the crowd's reactions. Yet, none exhibited any particularly significant response. Shichi nodded, then continued, to prevent chaos, you shall all be placed under temporary house arrest until the matter is resolved. With a narrowed gaze, he inquired, are you all prepared to listen? After a prolonged silence, the 16th-ranked Metal Bat slowly spoke up, surely, this is merely a pretext to gather us, right? I skipped my sister's important piano recital for this. If it's not something of considerable consequence, I swear I'll raise this entire headquarters. His frustration was palpable, as the delay in addressing the main issue had incensed him. Shichi remained silent for a moment, noticing the similar reactions from others before his expression darkened. The great prophet Shibabawa is dead. The Shibabawa, actually. The perpetually stoic zombie man was taken aback, astonished at the revelation of who was behind this calamity. The venerable vestment was equally astonished. No, he was seized by an intense fit of coughing, triggered by an overwhelming surge of excitement, while attempting to foresee the events of the coming 6 months. Tragically, as he consumed a throat lozenge, it became lodged in his throat, leading to his demise. Shichi spoke with a melancholic expression. Observing Shichi's demeanor, Xiao Jie found himself unable to muster a smile. Although the manner of death was rather absurd, perhaps the ambience had influenced his reaction. I see. The alloy blacklight suddenly comprehended what Shichi was implying. In a future devoid of language, it is essential to excel at predictions akin to a devoted otaku. Is this the crux of the discussion? Shichi shook his head, refuting alloy blacklight's assertion. Not quite. Master Zabapawa has only been able to foresee a small portion of disasters. The number of disasters yet to be articulated remains overwhelmingly vast. Those individuals over there. Apologies, but at that moment, Saitama interjected. Who is Master Zabapawa? A hero. Consequently, observing Saitama's rather appealing visage, the alluring prisoner began to expound upon the topic for Saitama. Xiaojia, cradling the slumbering tornado, listened as they replayed conversations he had previously overheard. Even if the throat lozenge had choked him, he was determined to inscribe this minuscule piece of information. The future that is guaranteed to reward is encapsulated here. Shichi extracted a slip of paper from his inner lining. He placed the side inscribed with its contents upon the table. This is it. Can you comprehend? The Earth is in peril. Earth. Has it come to this? Rasha had remained in the command room of Jalugan Shiofu, gazing at the azure planet depicted on the screen. Just a few years ago, he had been living comfortably on Earth. To think that a few years later, he would find himself in the position of invading it. This transformation left Rasha feeling somewhat unsettled. However, during his time in this pirate crew, Rasha had endured numerous battles. At the very least, his heart had hardened. Speaking of which, the creatures on this planet bear a striking resemblance to you, Rasha. Jalugan Shiofu suddenly remarked as he magnified the image, observing the figures traversing the surface. Rasha fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he reflected. Long ago, I existed on this very planet, and now, I do not. You wouldn't hesitate to strike me down, would you? Jalugan Shiofu said with his hollow eyes narrowed. Do you wish for me to obliterate you? Rasha clenched his fists and raised his gaze to meet Jalugan Shiofu's, the murderous intent unmistakable. Sensing the weight of that lethal aura, beads of sweat trickled down Jalugan Shiofu's forehead. I was merely jesting, damn it. How could that ominous presence arrive, so swiftly? Chapter 88. Aboard the ship. Xiao Jie gazed at the suddenly powerless surroundings, rendered speechless. After a brief respite, the area was once again illuminated. What on earth happened as tornado stirred from Xiao Jie's embrace, she inquired with a hint of confusion. The thunderous sound that had roused her from slumber had indeed disrupted her rest, yet fortunate for her. She appeared to have awakened without any morning grumpiness, seemingly having enjoyed a restful sleep. This was evident as she had lingered in bed even after being stirred awake. It must be that the headquarters had come under attack. Although Xiaojie grasped the unfolding situation, he was acutely aware that it was not prudent to divulge too many details at this juncture. After all, being confined within, how could they be fully aware of the events transpiring outside? Misunderstandings could lead to complications, and with the impending return to the main divine space post-incident, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, it was reasonable to assume that Saitama had ascended by now. Contemplating this, Xiaojie subtly turned his head to gaze at Saitama's usual spot, and indeed, it was empty. The same was true for Genos's designated area. At that moment, numerous heroes had also noticed the sudden gaping hole leading directly to the rooftop. Yet, they thought little of it, merely assuming it was a survival passage contrived by the Hero Association. They instinctively overlooked the peculiar expression on Saitama's face, proceeding through the passageway to the rooftop. Xiaojie followed suit, yet he was perplexed by Tornado's intentions as she utilized her powers to elevate them both until they reached the rooftop, only to release them then. Moreover, Tornado remained cradled in her arms. It was not that Xiaojie wished to hold her indefinitely, but rather, he found himself unable to put her down, as she had employed her abilities to bind his hands. It was unclear who was truly embracing whom. Cradling Tornado, Xiaojie let out a silent sigh, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After the air raid subsided, Judo and Hawkeye took the elevator directly to the rooftop. Upon surveying their surroundings, they were met with the sight of Xiaojie holding Tornado. What was the meaning of this? Hawkeye was instantly taken aback. He had never encountered someone who had cultivated such connections with so many characters. The amount of gear amassed during this venture must be staggering. Hawkeye felt that the system truly deserved some attention. Perhaps a bit of greed was warranted. Judo furrowed his brow, remaining silent, then directed his gaze towards the colossal spaceship hovering in the sky. While the depiction of the spaceship in the animation had been quite realistic, it paled in comparison to the actual enormity of the vessel. Yet, this was not surprising, as the manga rarely captured the entirety of a situation. Had Saitama breached the interior of the spaceship as portrayed in the original work? After all, among this group, there was no sight of the bald-headed hero draped in a cape. However, how were they to fulfill their mission now? Mission 4. Enemies eliminated 020, Dark Matter Pirates. Hawkeye's mission mirrored that of Judo's. Consequently, it seemed they might waste an opportunity. Nonetheless, there was little that could be done about it. Resolving the current task was of utmost priority. As he pondered a solution, Hawkeye inadvertently caught sight of Tornado nestled in Xiaojie's arms. Of course, if it was Tornado, she could undoubtedly transport them to the spaceship. With this thought in mind, Hawkeye hastened his pace towards Xiaoj. "Excuse me, Miss Tornado, do you have any means to transport us onto the spaceship?" As Xiaojie was troubled by the task at hand. That familiar male voice suddenly resonated. It served as a reminder for Xiaojie that there was no need to rely solely on his own abilities to board the ship. "Why should I assist you?" Tornado, who was being embraced, immediately knitted her brows in irritation, revealing her unyielding and capricious nature. "Tornado, please take me to the spaceship," Xiaojie suddenly interjected. Tornado turned her head towards Xiaojie, her face etched with displeasure. Observing the discontented Tornado, Xiaojie was reminded of the adorable cats he had seen in videos before. Instinctively, he reached out a hand and gently stroked Tornado's head. Hawkeye, observing Xiaojie's actions, was left speechless. "Don't you realize this is a mature loli? Be wary, or she might unleash her wrath upon you." Tornado narrowed her eyes slightly, a look of enjoyment crossing her face, and after a moment, she relented. "Fine, I still want to maintain my principles. Despite her age, there's no need to act so sweetly." As soon as Tornado's words fell, a layer of deep green psychic energy enveloped Xiaojie. Simultaneously, a similar aura surrounded Tornado. Under Tornado's guidance, Xiaojie swiftly soared towards the colossal spaceship. However, as he approached, he suddenly recalled that he had seemingly forgotten to bring his weapon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the katana resting on the table at headquarters swiftly flew through the passageway, rapidly arriving at Xiaojie's side. Staring at the pristine white katana floating beside him, Xiaojie was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it was Tornado's doing. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he reached out to grasp the katana firmly. Boom! At that moment, a barrage of cannonballs unexpectedly assailed the spaceship. They were solid projectiles, not mere energy blasts. The three Tomo Sharingan subtly manifested, decelerating the projectile's speed in his field of vision, allowing him to perceive even the swirling air currents stirred by the cannonballs with clarity. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he executed his customary draw and slash technique towards one of the cannonballs. Instantly, the projectile was cleaved in twain, splitting apart and veering to either side. As that cannonball was divided, Xiaojie caught sight of the subsequent onslaught of cannonballs trailing behind. In that fleeting moment, he sheathed the katana, bracing himself for action. However, before he could draw his blade once more, he noticed that the cannonballs had come to a halt, revealing a conspicuous green hue atop them. Turning his gaze downward, Xiaojie observed Tornado raising her hands, her signature power activation gesture. He smiled faintly, then concentrated on the spaceship, prepared for any sudden attacks. Mission 5. Enemies eliminated 0-100, Dark Matter Pirate Crew, Ghost level and above. To my astonishment, I have indeed found myself in the world of One Punch Man. Although I have previously encountered Boros, it was the striking figure of the bald demon on the screen that truly confirmed my suspicions. Yet, this is of little consequence, for the path to strength is the true way, regardless of the world one inhabits. Chapter 89. 1/5 of the task. That's so. What must we do to compel you to send us up? Observing as the world was being loaded onto the spaceship while they remained idle, Eagle Eye's tone suddenly tinged with anger. Although a single task merely required 300 dimensional points, one must consider that the entry fee to the task world was 500. Having completed only 3 tasks, they had accumulated a mere 900 dimensional points. After deducting the entry fee and the system's rental costs, they had only earned a meager 100. What was the purpose of their perilous venture into the task world? If not to amass greater dimensional points? In essence, it was a precautionary measure. Like when Xiangjia was reluctantly drawn into the world of Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse due to a confrontation with Heizi. Had her dimensional points dwindled even slightly more, she would have been unable to purchase the Realm Demon system, and her survival would have been uncertain. Listening to Eagle Eye's tone, Tornado turned her head to regard the man. Raising an eyebrow, "Are you directing your ire at me?" "No." Tornado's gesture immediately reminded Eagle Eye that this young girl was not as easy to negotiate with as Saitama, and in an instant, he recoiled. "Hemph." Tornado tossed her head defiantly, gazing at the spaceship obscuring the blue sky. After the plan had unraveled, Eagle Eye returned helplessly to Judo's side. "Why is it that characters from this world are so adored?" "Because she embodies the world itself," Judo replied with a smile, delivering a double entendre, a rather cold joke. Eagle Eye was momentarily taken aback before he comprehended. That joke lacks humor. However, they had no choice but to abandon this task. Though somewhat resigned, they had to accept the situation. "I hope Saitama's speed is not too swift." After being sent aboard the spaceship by Tornado, Xiangjia hurriedly began to search for personnel within the vessel, eager to unleash havoc. Xiangjia feared that should Saitama encounter Boros and engage in combat, the ship would likely meet its demise within mere minutes, despite it being a spaceship. Nevertheless, the concept of sinking still loomed large, or perhaps crashing. Fortune smiled upon Xiangjia, for within 2 minutes of wandering the spaceship, a horde of bizarrely shaped soldiers rushed forth. They appeared to be mutated beings from Earth. However, Xiangjia saw them as nothing more than fodder, considering that the task's requirement was for a demon-level adversary. The Deep Sea King was indeed a demon-level creature, albeit a pinnacle one, yet Xiangjia could only make do, hoping that among the approximately 100 small soldiers, a few would possess demon-level strength. Lowering his body and assuming a poised stance for drawing his blade, he squinted slightly, leaving a narrow slit through which his golden eyes fixated intently on the multitude of peculiar adversaries rushing towards him. Gauging the distance between them, in an instant, through that narrow opening, he could discern the blood-red hue saturating his golden gaze. Simultaneously, Xiaojie suddenly took a decisive step forward, in a heartbeat. His long blade was drawn, a flash of white light illuminating the scene. Clang! Almost instantaneously, the sword was returned to its sheath, and Xiaojie disregarded the horde of frontline cannon fodder advancing towards him, instead charging towards the second wave of foes. Concurrently, he opened the task list to check his progress. This action promptly disrupted the morale of the crew, the thieves' spirits, resulting in utter chaos, for after all, they were a pirate crew. One could hardly expect a high degree of discipline from them. Nevertheless, some of the more seasoned fighters stepped forward to stabilize the fraying resolve. "Fear not, we still have several formidable warriors among us." The first to speak, a sniveling coward, sought to ignite their fighting spirit. His intent was achieved, as a chorus of howls erupted from the group. Xiaojie regarded their antics with bemusement, yet this did not hinder his resolve to eliminate them. Seizing the moment of their distraction, he stomped forcefully on the metallic ground, creating a small crater. His speed surged dramatically, and he appeared before them in the blink of an in that fleeting moment. His katana was drawn with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. A layer of bloody aura coalescing along the blade. With a deafening rip, blood splattered everywhere. This strike was far from the silent swiftness of his previous attack. It was instead marked by a brutal ferocity. Imbued with the scent of blood as he beheld their lifeless forms, he finally exhaled deeply. Ha! While gradually sheathing his drawn blade in comparison to his earlier strike, this blow was incomparably swifter. However, it was the ferocity infused with that sanguine aura that truly distinguished it. Xiao Jie struggled to master this technique fully, feeling a twinge of pain in his arm, though this discomfort swiftly subsided. Proving inconsequential, after sheathing his sword, he surveyed his surroundings once more and resolved to press onward. He opened the task list again. Task 5. Eliminate 21-100, Dark Matter Pirate Crew, Ghost Level and above. This wave proved to possess considerable quality. Chapter 90. Untitled, however, his companion, Xiao Zhuo, was not spared from misfortune, primarily due to his positioning. When he had glanced at Xiao Jie, he had been tilting his head, thus placing Xiao Jie at his side. Ha! Don't get too smug. Even with one arm severed, I can still crush you with a single punch. The Rakshasa gritted his teeth against the pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his complexion turned pale. A punch? Turning around, Xiao Jie subtly retreated, widening the distance between the two, while simultaneously sheathing his sword. Upon hearing that term, a flicker of association stirred within Xiao Jie's mind. Were it another realm, he might not have given it much thought. However, being in the world of One Punch Man, such notions were inescapable. One punch system? Xiao Jie narrowed his eyes slightly at Luocha and uttered. Upon hearing Xiao Jie's sudden proclamation, Luocha was momentarily taken aback. What does this person know? Bang! Drawing his sword, a flash of crimson light flickered past. Fool! Task 5. Eliminate 91-100, Dark Matter Pirate Crew, Ghost Level and above. Chapter 91. Strike, strike, strike. After dealing with that newcomer, Xiao Jie sought out other members of the Dark Matter Pirate Crew. However, his journey yielded not a single reward, as after encountering that newcomer, he did not encounter any other pirates, not even one, leading Xiao Jie to question whether he had strayed from his path. Just as he was grappling with his frustration, the ship suddenly shook violently, accompanied by the distant sounds of explosions. Were they engaged in battle? It seemed the mission was destined for failure. Despite the anime portraying Boros and Saitama battling for an entire episode, the actual fight lasted less than a minute. The crux of it lay in Saitama's penchant for taking hits. Had he exerted even a modicum of his strength from the outset, the outcome would surely have been instantaneous annihilation. With a slight sigh, realizing the futility of his final task, Xiao Jie prepared to seek an exit. Although the sticky note from the Great Egg indicated that the task would conclude upon Boros's demise, heaven knows whether the Great Egg had left any traps behind. It was prudent to exercise caution. Yet, just as Xiao Jie took a few steps, a protrusion suddenly emerged from the adjacent wall, before he could register the moment. The wall seemed to explode, creating a gaping hole. Dense smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a cascade of debris. Xiao Jie promptly crossed his arms in front of himself, shielding his vital head. The shattered fragments flew towards him like bullets, causing him considerable pain. A voice? Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Xiao Jie believed he had heard Saitama's voice. He was certain it was not a hallucination, for Saitama was indeed aboard this spaceship, engaged in combat with Boros. Given his keen sense of direction, Xiao Jie realized he was positioned at the heart of the ship, with Boros's palace situated directly at the center. Oh? Is this your companion? They appear rather feeble. Just as Xiao Jie opened his mouth to respond, a distinctively magnetic male voice resonated, and without needing to guess, Xiao Jie recognized it belonged to Boros. There was no one else, at least they are stronger than your subordinates, Saitama remarked, a hint of displeasure creasing his brow as he defended Xiao Jie. Point, one must understand that Saitama held a significant place in his own world. Thus, being disparaged in such a manner was understandably irksome to him. Xiao Jie slightly opened a narrow gap in his eyes to observe the person standing beside him. It was undoubtedly Qiyu. Hurry up and deal with him, Xiao Jie said with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Qiyu hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. In truth, he was quite eager to spar with Boros a little longer, even though it was a one-sided affair of being hit back and forth. However, given Xiao Jie's insistence, he felt compelled to comply. After all, what could one do if the world was displeased? Such were his thoughts. Yet, Xiao Jie's words irked Boros somewhat. Deal with me? What a joke. Before he could finish his sentence, Boros suddenly appeared before Xiao Jie. Seizing him with one hand while deftly evading the arms she had raised in defense, he grasped Xiao Jie by the throat. Fixing his gaze upon her, "I wish to see what qualifications you have to speak so boldly." Xiao Jie frowned, feeling the constriction around her throat, and gazed into Boros's eyes. The Sharingan in her left eye quietly manifested, and Kakashi's chakra surged within her. However, she sensed that this power was considerably diminished compared to before, yet it was sufficient for her needs. The three tomo in her left eye spun rapidly without a hint of pause. "Release me," Xiao Jie commanded in a firm tone. Under the influence of the hypnosis, Boros instinctively loosened his grip on her throat, devoid of any awareness of his actions, which astonished Chiyu, who wished to intervene. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Just as Chiyu prepared to strike Boros down, Xiao Jie, having been freed, placed her right hand upon the hilt of her sword. In an instant, the pristine blade was unsheathed and swung toward Boros's still extended left hand. Perhaps sensing the blade's lethal intent, Boros abruptly regained his senses from the hypnotic state. His large eyes widened in alarm as he beheld the approaching katana. With a swift flick of his left wrist, he seized the sword. Xiao Jie, recognizing the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, relinquished her weapon. Witnessing the earthling's actions, Boros tightened his grip, crushing the blade into fragments, which splintered into two pieces. Boros slightly bent his knees and lunged forward, poised to capture Xiao Jie. However, Chiyu intervened, extending his hand to block Boros's encroaching arm. "Your opponent is me," he declared with an air of authority, a display he intended to showcase to Xiao Jie. Nevertheless, Xiao Jie was preoccupied with finding a way to escape. Before long, she need not fret over this concern, for Chiyu and Boros had already battled their way outside, creating a gaping hole beneath their feet. Of course, it was still a situation where Chiyu was being overwhelmingly outmatched. Although he had promised to deliver a single decisive blow, for some reason, his fists always seemed to lag a beat behind his opponent. Consequently, Chiyu's expression became somewhat awkward, yet it was of little consequence. Presently, he found himself on the ground. Gazing at the considerable height above him, Xiao Jie felt a chill run down her spine. Yet, she had no choice but to descend from this perch. She could only hope that the tornado would catch her. Yet, Xiao Jie regarded this thought merely as a means of self-comfort, not genuinely believing it would come to fruition. With such reflections in her mind, she leaped into the abyss below. Boom! What on earth is happening? The Vestige Master could only perceive two figures plummeting to the ground like meteors, and nothing else was discernible. Could it be that a fierce battle had ensued? The metallic bat remarked, its words tinged with a hint of speculation. Tornado furrowed her brow in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Overall, Tornado felt that aside from herself, there was only one person who surpassed her, and that was the individual from 20 years ago. It seemed to be the young girl known as the 18th. Old Master Bang, bare-chested, gazed skyward and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Bang's words, Tornado instinctively lifted her gaze as well. What is going on? With a slight frown, she utilized her superpower to float upwards. Before long, Tornado reached Xiao Jie's side, extending her hand to catch her, and the petite figure enveloped Xiao Jie in her embrace. At first glance, a scene of unique beauty unfolded. Whoosh as Tornado held her, Xiao Jie let out a sigh of relief. She had certainly not been confident about jumping from such a height unscathed. She could only place her trust in Tornado, and thankfully, Tornado did not disappoint her. Chapter 92. Concluded. Few it's over. To be honest, Xiao Jie felt that combat was not particularly suited for her. She preferred the stealthy approach of assassination, or perhaps even torture. The intense clashes of equal strength were undeniably not her forte. At this moment, Xiao Jie found herself in the small, dark room of the Great Egg. One could also refer to it as a settlement space. Any name would suffice. However, as she gazed at the two floating orbs of light before her, a sense of foreboding washed over her. This familiar sensation, could only be either a buff or equipment. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out towards the deep green orb, a hue that suggested it belonged to Tornado, of course. Xiao Jie had her reasons for this assumption, as the other orb was flesh-colored, reminiscent of Saitama's bald head. Right eye. Trembling Tornado's affection. Attribute. Mentality 5. Skill. Tornado's superpower. Enables the use of Tornado's superpower. Skill. Tornado's dominant hue. When utilizing the superpower, the right eye turns deep green. When not in use, the eye retains its original color. Non-tradable, non-destructible, non-removable, non-damageable, non-takeable, soulbound. Tornado's whisper. This does a feeling of reassurance. Upon carefully scrutinizing the details, Xiao Jia exhaled in relief. This was a piece of standard equipment. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Perhaps it was the joy of finally acquiring a piece of normal equipment. However, it could be enhanced. Xiao Jia meticulously compared the attributes of the headband and discovered that it lacked one attribute of non-enhanceable, indicating that this equipment possessed potential. It is indeed the attire of Saitama. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Jia felt an unsettling sensation. Clothing: bald hero's cloak of protection. Attributes: strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, skill. Saitama's protective hue. The color and style of the clothing cannot be altered. Skill: Serious Series. Increases strength tenfold for a duration of 1/10 of a second. Upon use, all hair will fall out. Cannot be enhanced. Bald. I have grown stronger, yet have become bald. This so-called clothing is, in fact, the very hero uniform worn by Saitama, that unappealing shade of fecal yellow. Upon beholding this formidable piece of equipment, Xiao Jia fell into a contemplative silence. Alas, this gear is utterly repulsive. Baldness. How distressing it is for a girl now. This piece of equipment brazenly presents itself. However, Xiao Jia also has the option to sell it. Although this may be regarded as an act of aiding the enemy. The Great Egg Space, while lacking in fierce competition, does possess the potential for one person to accumulate 1,000 dimensional points, which is exceedingly lucrative. Should she choose to sell this equipment, the individual who purchases it might very well become her adversary, regardless of how minuscule that probability may be. In the end, after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Jia resolved to sell it. She contemplated whether a price of 3,000 dimensional points would suffice. If it did, she would strike it rich in an instant. Naturally, auctioning it would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, after careful consideration, Xiao Jia dismissed this option. It is important to note that while this space prohibits mutual harm, actions such as blocking entrances remain permissible. Furthermore, everyone's appearance is unmistakably clear. Although one could don a clumsy hood, it remains an impractical choice. The best course of action is to refrain from lingering excessively at the stall. During that one evening spent dining with Saitama, Xiao Jia had learned of the existence of reconnaissance techniques within this world, and it became apparent why Kuriko was so relentlessly fixated on her. Despite numerous explanations, such thoughts merely flitted through Xiao Jia's mind. Time passed fleetingly. Without hesitation, Xiao Jia equipped the Chilling Tornado's affection gear. While it is elegantly termed as equipment, the item known as right eye that Xiao Jia held was a mass of deep green weaponry. Simply placing it before her right eye, it was involuntarily absorbed. Xiao Jia blinked, feeling no discernible difference. She lacked the interest to test the skill. After all, she could do so at any moment, without the need to experiment in this small, dark room that could whisk her away at any time. As for Saitama's garment, Xiao Jia folded it neatly and held it in her hand, preparing to set up a stall to sell it upon her return. After organizing her belongings, she awaited a moment, and soon the main deity commenced the teleportation. The scene shifted slightly, returning her to the strange yet familiar main deity street. It was familiar in its consistent aesthetic, yet strange in that the individuals traversing the street were perpetually different. Xiao Jia did not intentionally pay attention to the appearances of various people. Upon returning to the realm of the Master God, Xiao Jia promptly disposed of that unsightly, dung-colored garment, fetching a price of 3,000 dimensional points. In truth, equipment within the Master God space is quite commonplace. However, items of such formidable strength as those possessed by Xiao Jia are exceedingly rare. Should Xiao Jia exhibit patience and remain untroubled by the prospect of others encroaching upon his endeavors, he could easily orchestrate a modest auction. In such a scenario, it is likely that even 5,000 dimensional points would attract buyers. With a reflective sigh, he pondered where his next world might be. Flopping onto his bed, he lamented the fact that his previous worlds had been hastily chosen, lacking the benefit of rigorous preparation. This lack of foresight rendered him somewhat passive. Nevertheless, fortune had favored him thus far, for he had yet to meet his demise. In essence, he had prepared himself before selecting tasks in various worlds. It is said that to become a lone wolf, one must be self-sufficient. One cannot rely on the intelligence of others upon entering a task world. What if the information provided by others were false? Such a scenario would spell disaster, leaving no room for regret. Thus, his immediate priority was to diligently catch up on his anime. He resolved to embrace a lifestyle akin to that of a reclusive homebody. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Jia gradually slipped into slumber. In his dreams, he revisited the cherished memories of the Hidden Leaf Village, recalling Kakashi's pained expression during a banquet he hosted, Asuma's teasing laughter directed at Kakashi, and the sight of Hong standing nearby, observing their playful antics. Most poignantly, he remembered the moment she shielded him from harm, a scene forever etched in his memory. 6,915 dimensional points. Chapter 93. Upon returning to the Master God space, Xiao Jie first indulged in a brief respite. However, in the ensuing days, he primarily remained ensconced in his room, engrossed in catching up on anime. Naturally, he also contemplated his next destination, devising contingency plans. After all, Xiao Jie could not simply choose any world at will. The selection of worlds was limited, necessitating a careful choice from the available options. Thus, having deliberated extensively, he concluded that his most pressing need was for weaponry, making worlds where he could easily acquire such armaments his top priority. The foremost choice was the world of Magic Soldier Legend. Perhaps this anime is not widely viewed, yet its allure lies precisely in its title, The Magical Soldiers. The rest of the narrative is rife with pitfalls, particularly in the latter arcs, which are undeniably cringeworthy. What should have been a noble clash between justice and evil devolved into a farcical contest of fairness, though the legitimacy of the two factions remains debatable. His secondary choice was Bleach, where acquiring a Shinigami Zanpakuto, especially the elusive Ichigos, would be advantageous. The only hurdle lies in the difficulty of obtaining Ichigo's power. Lastly, there is Fate. To be candid, Xiao Jie merely wishes to immerse himself in that world for enjoyment, with the acquisition of weaponry being a secondary concern. The most crucial aspect lies within the energy system known as magic. I wonder how many still recall that Xiao Jie possesses a skill called projection. It is important to note that the original energy of this skill is derived from magic. After a series of meticulous planning, it was already the evening of the fourth day by the time the 3 parts of the series were completed. Then, Xiao Jie indulged in a delightful slumber once more, ushering in the 5th day. By the way, I seem to have overlooked a rather trivial detail. The daily rent has not been deducted. Never mind. Let us consider it non-existent. I shall amend it to another setting. Speaking of which, it appears that I can only opt for Fate. The tasks from the world of Magic Soldier Legend have not materialized. There are indeed tasks from the realm of death, yet the entry point is unsuitable. Death World, Novice Task World, Novice. 1 individual, entry time point. The beginning of the 1,000-year blood war, end time point. The death of Yawach. Such an insertion point is utterly impractical. Furthermore, even with the system providing 5,000 dimensional points, Xiao Jie feels that merely surviving to return would be a formidable challenge. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, I can only select this somewhat treacherous Fate. As for how it is treacherous, Fate World, Competitive World, Heroic Spirits, entry time point. Before the 4th Holy Grail War commences with heroic spirit summoning. End time point. The acquisition of the Holy Grail. To be candid, upon encountering this task, Xiao Jie felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Note that the end time point is acquisition of the Holy Grail, rather than conclusion of the Holy Grail War. This implies that irrespective of how many individuals enter, only one may claim the Grail. Failure to obtain the Grail would result in being trapped within that world until the 5th or 6th Holy Grail War concludes with the Grail being claimed. For some, this task may indeed be a blessing, as it suggests the possibility of saving Sakura. Although Xiao Jie is not particularly invested in that notion, it remains merely a conjecture. Then, Xiao Jie observed someone nearby fiddling with a sticky note before vanishing. Turning her gaze back to the sticky note, she noticed no changes in the data. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Xiao Jie resolved to enter this world, drawn by the inscription, Heroic Spirit. The implication that she would become a heroic spirit upon entry ignited a spark of hope. It suggested the existence of magic. Perhaps she could even bring some magic back with her, considering that the Holy Grail is often regarded as a universal wish-granting device. After careful deliberation, Xiao Jie no longer hesitated, her finger gliding over the sticky note. Would you like to pay 500 dimensional points as a ticket for entry? Yes. Upon entering, Xiao Jie found herself perplexed, for she was utterly alone, with no other souls present. Moreover, this space was not pure black, but rather a vast expanse of whiteness. Had she been abducted by some unseen force? At this point, Xiao Jie could not help but fall into a deep contemplation, inevitably pondering such thoughts. However, this notion was soon cast aside. 4. Selecting a profession and system, entering the Holy Grail War in 1 minute. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, Berserker. Upon glancing at the friendly reminder provided by the system, Xiao Jie swiftly noticed that an archer had turned gray, evidently having been chosen by someone else. In response, Xiao Jie hastily extended a hand to select Saber, yet to her disappointment, she was a moment too late. Ultimately, Xiao Jie quickly pointed towards Assassin. only to frown deeply as she realized she was still a step behind. In the end, Xiao Jie was left with no choice but to settle for the only remaining option. Berserker. A sense of helplessness washed over her, akin to the feeling of playing League of Legends. Eventually, it was time for the system selection, however. The main deity was fraught with pitfalls. Random Saber System, 500 dimensional points. Siegfried System, 1000 dimensional points. Self-Qualification Status Solidification Heroic Spirit System, 500 dimensional points. Change Batch, 100 dimensional points. Xiao Jie felt that all the systems available this time were traps, unless one were to obtain the Heracles system. Otherwise, they held little value. Of course, excluding those associated with certain factions. In the end, Xiao Jie opted for the third system, the Self-Qualification Status Solidification Heroic Spirit System. It was quite a lengthy title. It wasn't that Xiao Jie had given up on herself. She too wished to emerge victorious. In truth, what Xiao Jie desired most was still the saber profession, but her reflexes had betrayed her. Abundance, 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 abundance. Cycles repeat, followed by 5. Yet, when abundance arrives, it is the moment of discard. Proclamation. Your body is entrusted to my command, your fate bound to my sword. In response to the summoning of the Holy Grail, should you wish to comply, adhere to this principle, then answer. Swear henceforth. I am to achieve all that is good in this world. I am to convey all that is evil in this realm. Yet you must serve me with your eyes clouded in chaos. You are the one imprisoned in the cage of madness. I am the one who holds the chains. You are ensnared by the 3 great words of the heavens. Traverse the wheel of restraint and emerge. Guardian of the balance, pray tell, are you my master? A woman? Chapter 94. Attributes of the heroic spirit, are you my master? In response to a sudden burst of blinding light, Xiao Jie instinctively squinted, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at a man who appeared momentarily stunned. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Jie inquired. Yet, the only reply was an enveloping silence. Following suit, Xiao Jie fell into silence as well, his gaze fixed intently on the man who remained in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally regained his composure and, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, "Oh, it's actually a woman?" His expression then shifted to one of exasperation. Could it possibly be a man? That foolish big egg. After all, the adorable ones are typically boys. Though Xiao Jie is undeniably beautiful, it should fall within the acceptable range. Of course, in this realm of the Master God, a man is not necessarily a man, nor is a woman necessarily a woman. Perhaps they have chosen a new life in the novice task world. However, inhabitants of the Master God space tend to instinctively overlook this information, perceiving men as men and women as women. This has become a fundamental unwritten rule. Naturally, Xiao Jie remains unaware of this, as he generally considers himself to be male, until the conclusion of the world of the Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse. His psyche began to shift towards femininity, although at this moment, Xiao Jie was oblivious. In response to the words of the Master before him, Xiao Jie remained silent. It seems he too belongs to the Master God space. Indeed, where there are heroic spirit tasks, there are also master tasks. Well then, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Fei. After stating his name, Yu Fei shook his head, clearly disheartened by the prospects of this war, not merely because Xiao Jie is female, but due to the attributes he observed in Xiao Jie. Hearing his explanation, Xiao Jie eased his furrowed brow slightly. He then opened his attribute panel. Strength, C endurance, C agility, B magic, E luck, D noble phantasm, B class skills, berserker, B all parameters increased by 1 level. Excluding luck and magic. Retain skills. Ninja career, E a ninja must learn to conceal themselves. Other masters cannot view their information aside from their own. Flying sword style, see a swordsmanship technique mastered to its utmost. Projection, see a bestowed ability that allows one to project a weapon, increasing all parameters by 1 level, excluding luck and magic. Superpower, see an ability granted by others, skillfully manifesting due to its possession. High energy consumption. Sharingan, E1 Tomo for insight, 2 Tomo for replication, 3 Tomo for hypnosis. An ability granted by others, skillfully mastered, thus manifesting as a skill. Female charm, be a blessing from the reincarnation of the goddess of light, possessing an enchanting effect on men. Noble phantasms held. 8 swords in a flash, be named as such due to its overwhelming power. Heavenly dragon flash, be the most formidable technique of the flying sword style. Having attained mastery and renown, thus designated as a noble phantasm. Drawing sword technique, this skill has long been engraved into life. Observing a plethora of data, Xiao Jie slowly spoke, B-level frenzy. With that single utterance, he fell silent, casting a glance towards Yufei, conveying a clear message. It is now your turn. Xiaojie was not foolish. He had succinctly articulated his situation. Yufei twitched at the corner of his eye and, with a hint of exasperation, sighed, I wish that every boyfriend you find in the future is a pervert. Xiaojie retorted, What the hell, boyfriend? And what do you mean by every? Are there multiple? With his lips slightly parted, Xiaojie shot back, Get lost that I am currently in the role of a magician, and the only spell I can employ is healing. Upon finishing, Yufei raised an eyebrow, signaling once again, Your turn. Xiaojie replied, Projection magic? He chose to begin with the less significant details. Even if they were companions, one could not reveal everything at once. Oh? Yufei's interest piqued. Does that mean your system is red A? But why is it C? Xiaojie shook his head in silence. Observing Xiaojie's reticence, Yufei felt exasperated. He was dealing with someone who wouldn't act unless there was tangible evidence. Why magical energy is quite abundant, Yufei lamented. Isn't this a bit unfair? I can enhance your weapon. Although I can't raise it by a full level, I can manage half a level with a duration of 1 hour and a cooldown of 1 day. Yufei refrained from being unfair in this regard, explaining as thoroughly as possible, considering they were teammates, bound by fate. The truth was that this world exhibited considerable resistance to other ability systems. Otherwise, one could at least elevate by 2 levels. Sensing that Xiaojie was about to speak, Yufei quickly added, That is all the information available. After all, the master system is quite the challenge. At this, Xiaojie raised an eyebrow, hesitating momentarily before stating, My system is not like those of other heroic spirits. It is modeled after myself. Instantly, Yufei's brows furrowed intensely, though his expression remained stoic. Internally, he was screaming, How did I end up with such a peculiar case? It wasn't that this system was inherently flawed, but due to its limitations stemming from experiences and abilities, generating attribute treasure skills was exceedingly restrictive. Nevertheless, several formidable individuals had indeed leveraged this system to accumulate dimensional points. Suppressing the urge to scoff, Yufei's gaze inadvertently shifted, landing on the rather inconspicuous forehead protector. That a forehead protector from the Hidden Leaf Village? Do you know ninjutsu? Xiaojie noticed the man before him fixating on the protector around his neck. Suddenly, Yufei posed a question. No, I don't. Xiaojie shook his head. Yufei retorted, Are you pulling my leg? Considering your possession of that forehead protector, your novice task world must be Naruto. Having spent so much time there, you claim you don't know ninjutsu? In response, Xiaojie merely shrugged. I truly do not. Why? Yufei gazed intently at Xiaojie, observing that her expression bore no hint of jest. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked, Then do share the remaining data you possess. I have the Sharingan. Xiaojie added, and upon hearing her first piece of information, Yufei was momentarily stunned, before retorting with some irritation, You possess the Sharingan yet claim you cannot perform ninjutsu? Surely, you jest. Faced with Yufei's interruption and his simmering anger, Xiaojie sighed. Yufei fell silent, grappling with disbelief. How could the level of the Sharingan be so low? Even if it were merely the 3-tomo variant, it ought to be rated at least D. Just as he was about to press further, Xiaojie raised her hand, saying, Well, since you have no equivalent intelligence to exchange, this will have to suffice. The information regarding her Sharingan was essentially a complimentary gift to him, and of little value. The hypnotic gaze held no effect on those heroic spirits. While the copying ability remained useful, particularly for replicating combat techniques, Xiaojie already possessed her own set of skills, rendering it largely redundant. The only ability she frequently utilized was the insight, which was indispensable. I have encountered many competitive scenarios, yet I have never met someone as uncooperative as you, she remarked. Initially inclined to express his frustration, Yufei ultimately adopted a more subdued tone as he stated, To be frank, unless you possess extraordinary strength, you will undoubtedly perish without my collaboration. I am a master. It matters not, I can participate in the next round. However, as a heroic spirit, you are compelled to fight. Otherwise, even if you survive until the end, once the Holy Grail War concludes, you will meet your demise. For there will be no place for you in the Hall of Heroes. Xiaojie responded with silence. Observing Yufei's somewhat self-satisfied expression, she queried, Can I interpret your words as a threat? Yufei shrugged, Not at all. I am merely stating a fact. Xiaojie furrowed her brow, gazing at him, ultimately saying, You have not fully disclosed your own information. What grounds do I have to share mine? In response, Yufei raised a finger and shook his head. No. I have conveyed my information in its entirety. With a sigh, Xiaojie inquired, As a man, can you explain why you remain so unaffected by my allure? Taken aback, Yufei responded with confusion and a hint of mockery. Oh, do you truly believe that your beauty ensnares everyone? Do not jest. Not wishing to concede, Xiao Jie hesitated before revealing, I possess a skill known as feminine charm. Rated B, which exerts an enchanting effect on any in an instant. The smirk on Yu Fei's face froze, replaced by disbelief. Are you kidding me? What sort of absurd skill is that? Feminine charm? And rated B? Even a mere tier mole would only be rated C. Nevertheless, no amount of Yu Fei's outbursts could alter the awkward reality he now faced. After a considerable pause, Yu Fei reluctantly acknowledged the concealed truth. Well, I believe this trivial matter does not warrant excessive scrutiny, as it is utterly meaningless. In response, Xiao Jie regarded him with a mocking expression. The notion of sincere collaboration was rendered hollow by his own concealment. Observing the woman before him, whose demeanor was unyielding, Yu Fei sighed in resignation and confessed, to be honest, I did not anticipate you possessing such a skill. I will speak candidly. I am female. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying this revelation. After a moment of silence, Yu Fei, seeing Xiao Jie's in action, continued, This is the last piece of intelligence I possess. Intent on providing tangible evidence, Yu Fei beckoned, Follow me. With that, she walked into a room adjacent to theirs. Xiao Jie followed, soon discovering the smooth porcelain tiles. Raising an eyebrow, he began to form a hypothesis. As he entered, it became evident that they were in a bathroom. Yu Fei approached the bathtub, standing beneath the showerhead as she turned on the hot water. In an instant, scalding water cascaded from the shower, enveloping her in a cloud of steam. Moments later, Xiao Jie heard the sound of the water being shut off. Emerging from the haze was a girl of approximately 20, with short black hair, deep ebony eyes, and pink lips tightly pressed together. Her drenched clothing clung to her form, accentuating her delicate curves, though her chest remained disappointingly flat. Fortunately, her dark attire prevented any unfortunate exposure. The only feature that captivated Xiao Jie's attention was the porcelain-like skin on her neck. Hey, have you had your fill of staring? Perhaps Xiao Jie's scrutinizing gaze had made Yu Fei uncomfortable. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yu Fei, competing in the world for the third time. With a shift in gender, she revealed her feminine name, though the authenticity of her name remained to be verified. Xiao Jie nodded, choosing not to comment further. However, Yu Fei sought a different response. Now it's your turn to divulge your intelligence. Don't even think about feigning ignorance. Yu Fei's declaration left Xiao Jie somewhat speechless. You're the one pretending to be oblivious. I was the first to disclose my abilities, he retorted. That moment, Yu Fei felt a surge of frustration. Then reveal your other abilities. I have none. Xiao Jie replied with a smile. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate, Yu Fei said, her expression turning icy. She raised her right hand, revealing 3 bull-headed seals. Upon seeing the seals, Xiao Jie chuckled, Don't be ridiculous. If those seals were effective, you would have used them immediately, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, would Dejiden leave you such an obvious loophole? In response, a slight smirk appeared on Yu Fei's lips. You could always give it a try. Xiao Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, echoing her words, You could always give it a try. Chapter 96, The Boundary Demon? Xiao Jie regarded Yu Fei with a mocking demeanor for quite some time, observing her lack of any further actions. After a prolonged silence, Yu Fei finally lowered her right hand and remarked, I hope you won't regret this. She then passed by Xiao Jie, entering the bedroom to retrieve a change of clothes, as she was thoroughly drenched. Once Yu Fei emerged from the bathroom, Xiao Jie followed suit. Understanding her intention to change, he quietly settled on the bed, watching her every move. However, the somewhat irked Yu Fei ignored Xiao Jie, engrossed in her own affairs. After securing her garments, she retreated into the bathroom, closing the door behind her to begin her shower. One should not assume everyone is a fool. Xiao Jie mused softly, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he listened to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. The scalding water cascading over her skin elicited no visible reaction. To withhold such feelings would be a deception. Contemplating this, Xiao Jie drew back the curtains that had long obscured the window, revealing the sun hanging high in the sky. Huff, an uncooperative individual. It appears they are a lone wolf. Well, as long as they can fight, it suffices. Surely, no one who becomes a lone wolf is a fool. After Yu Fei submerged himself in cold water and reverted to his male form, he reflected quietly on his circumstances. At this juncture, all he could do was hope that his next opponent would not be overly formidable. Now, he awaited the arrival of night. Yu Fei absently stirred the water's surface, murmuring to himself at that time, I shall discern this person's true strength. Let us hope they are not arrogant. Just as Yu Fei was lost in thought, a female voice from Xiao Jie pierced through the thin wooden door. Hey, Yu Fei, I'm stepping out for a bit. Instantly, Yufei clenched his hands tightly, cursing under his breath. What the hell do you need to go out for? Just as he was about to respond, he heard the door creak open, and his mouth, which had just begun to form words, fell silent in resignation. Damn it, I've already decided to take action, yet you still ask me. Huff, let us just enjoy ourselves. Although, to be honest, this era of Japan offers little in terms of entertainment. Meandering aimlessly is about all one can do. Nevertheless, what Xiao Jie truly desired was to encounter those intriguing heroic spirits. He wondered if they would take action under the bright sunlight. Naturally, the so-called heroic spirits excluded those of their ilk. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Jie was met with the piercing rays of the sun. Truth be told, venturing out at this hour was hardly an optimal choice. Yet Xiao Jie remained unfazed. Faced with the glaring sun, he found a solution. Raising his right hand slightly, he channeled his magic, and a parasol materialized from his magical energy. Upon the utilization of magical power by Xiao Jie, Yufei immediately sensed a slight diminishment of magic within himself, causing him to furrow his brow. He summoned his familiar and, upon reaching the door, beheld the sunshade held by Xiao Jie, which was indeed a product of magic. His brow furrowed further. What a waste. Nevertheless, this behavior of Xiao Jie confirmed to him that she was a female, rather than a male who had chosen to undergo rebirth, and no matter how much a male's essence might be altered, he could never notice such subtle details. Xiao Jie remained oblivious to Yufei's subconsciously altered perception of her. She was simply aware that her actions were instinctive. The projection of the umbrella lasted but a second, with negligible magical expenditure. During the projection, Xiao Jie instinctively reinforced its material, ensuring that it could serve as a temporary weapon if necessary, capable of deflecting a bullet, provided it was not from a sniper rifle. This instance of projection illuminated for Xiao Jie that magic was indeed more suited to the skill of projection. It is noteworthy that in the world of the Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse, her authentic projections nearly depleted her demonic energy. Incidentally, the magical energy consumed by this umbrella was less than 1% of what her authentic projection would require, starkly illustrating the disparity between the two, even though the authentic form necessitated considerably more power to materialize. What good fortune. Without Xiao Jie wandering about unfamiliar terrain, she soon encountered the duo of Saber and Ailey. Naturally, upon seeing them, Saber also sensed her presence. Xiao Jie smiled subtly in Saber's direction before moving on, devoid of any intent for interaction, for this was Ailey and Saber's moment of solitude. Saber? Ailey quickly became aware of Saber's actions, and upon following her gaze, she discerned nothing amiss. Only a throng of ordinary passers, yes, nothing. Just a servant who just walked by, though I couldn't ascertain their class. They pose no threat to us, Saber explained. Ailey nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry, for she trusted Saber to safeguard her. That evening, the stage was set for a grand spectacle. Watching the two figures gradually retreat, Xiao Jie smiled softly and murmured. Observing Ailey and Saber made it clear to her what time it was. After all, their leisurely stroll coincided with the commencement of war, and thereafter there would be no time for such idleness. Who would she encounter next? With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace. However, Xiao Jie was unaware of a peculiar rift appearing in a nearby alley, where an eye observed her departing figure. A reincarnator? Or perhaps a player? The golden eyes blinked and whispered softly, "Boundary demon." It must be, unbeknownst to him. Upon encountering Saber and her companions, Xiao Jie sensed a subtle hint of kinship in the air. Instinctively, he categorized this scent as belonging to the realm of the Yukai, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of this intuition. Shaking his head, Xiao Jie resolved to dismiss such thoughts and continue his leisurely excursion. However, it soon became evident that his meeting with the Saber duo was merely a fortuitous coincidence, or perhaps a matter of timing, rather than a stroke of luck. The ensuing hours were filled with aimless wandering. Ultimately, a feline familiar dispatched by Yufei guided the lost Xiao Jie back home. As dusk approached, soon, the first battle would commence. Chapter 97. The first night connected to the eastern part of Haiban Park lies a street of warehouses, a region equipped with harbor facilities that separates the new city from the more easterly industrial zone. By nightfall, this area is nearly deserted, the dim lights casting an air of desolation over the streets. Unmanned cranes stand in orderly rows by the seaside, resembling colossal dinosaur fossils, evoking a sense of discomfort. Yet, this very place is perfectly suited for duels between servants. Both sides, sheath your weapons, before this king. The divine chariot of divine might thundered across the solid concrete pavement, instantly severing the combatants apart. Is it my cue to make an entrance? Xiao Jie remarked, watching through the familiar's broadcast as the duel between Lancer and Saber was interrupted by Ryder. He turned to Yufei beside him, his voice resolute. Hold on, Yufei replied, furrowing his brow. Others have yet to arrive. Disregarding Yufei's calming tone, Xiaojie stepped out from his hiding spot, hastening towards the battlefield. Yufei could do nothing to stop Xiaojie's self-serving actions, only cursing inwardly. I've never encountered such a reckless ally. My name is the Conqueror King, Iskandar. I have joined this Holy Grail War and claimed the title of Rider. Xiaojie arrived at the battlefield just in time for Rider to introduce himself. What are you thinking, you fool? The Queen of Rider chastised him, her bluster echoing even to Xiaojie's ears. Rider, unperturbed by his queen's reproach, turned to Lancer and Saber and inquired, You are willing to slaughter one another for the Holy Grail. Before you engage, I have a question for you both. I am uncertain of your individual aspirations for the Grail, but consider this. Do your wishes carry more weight than the grand designs of heaven and earth? Though Saber did not grasp the full meaning of Rider's words, an instinctual sense of foreboding surged within her, prompting her to widen her eyes and ask, What exactly do you mean? I believe I have made myself quite clear. The tone of Rider softened slightly, yet he still maintained his inherent authority. I have descended upon the battlefield. Do you have any intention of relinquishing the Holy Grail to me? Should you grant me the Holy Grail, I shall regard you as friends and share with you the joy of conquest. Rider's proposal was rather absurd, leaving Saber momentarily speechless, devoid of even the inclination to be angered, while Lancer, positioned opposite Saber, was equally at a loss for words, rendered utterly dumbfounded. Rider, do not take your ambition to conquer the world too seriously, nor should you underestimate their desires. Seizing the opportunity presented by the silence, Xiaojie stepped into the warehouse street and spoke softly. Typically, Xiaojie's voice was so faint that scarcely anyone would hear it. However, in this moment of profound stillness, where even the fall of a pin could be heard, his words penetrated their ears perfectly. Instantly, Lancer shook his head with a wry smile, declaring, as this unknown servant has stated, It is I who shall raise the Holy Grail, an oath sworn to my sole new master in this lifetime. The one to grasp the Holy Grail shall certainly not be you, Rider. With that, his gaze, sharp as a sword and brimming with authority, met Rider's dismissive eyes. Moreover, Saber continued from Lancer's statement, saying, Are you merely here to impede my duel with the knight with your nonsensical proclamations? Saber's expression was exceedingly serious, lacking even a trace of a smile. For her, Rider's suggestion was profoundly displeasing. Conqueror King, your jest is excessively out of line. This is an intolerable affront to a knight. In an instant, Rider found himself at the epicenter of animosity, facing the hostility of both Lancer and Saber. Appearing somewhat troubled, Rider murmured, while unconsciously pressing his fist against his temple, Are you proposing to negotiate with me? And what do you think, unknown servant? Would you care to become my subordinate? After a moment of hesitation, the Conqueror King flashed a hearty smile at Xiaojie. Enough with the nonsense. It seemed Rider was on the verge of shameless flattery, prompting a simultaneous rejection from Saber and Lancer. With a face full of disappointment, Saber continued, Regardless, I am the sovereign of the Kingdom of Britain. No king, regardless of circumstance, can bow down in submission. Xiaojie added to Saber's statement, I'm sorry, but your appearance does not align with my aesthetic preferences. Rider fell silent, then disregarded Xiaojie, gazing at Saber with keen interest. Oh? The King of Britain, you say? This is quite astonishing. The renowned King of Knights turns out to be a young girl. Piske, Rider, do not go too far. This young lady is not one to withstand your teasing lightly. Perhaps unable to bear the sight, Xiaojie assisted Rider in inciting Saber's animosity, leading her to cast furious glares at both Xiaojie and Rider. Yet she refrained from taking further action. Rider, disregarding the mournful gaze of his queen, turned to Xiaojie and remarked, Speaking of unknown servants, I am Berserker, a heroic spirit of an alternate realm, or perhaps merely a restless soul. Before Rider could finish, Xiaojie interjected, introducing himself, You may call me Saito Sekai. Furthermore, regardless of your words, I shall not become your subordinate. I possess my own dignity. Alas, it seems our negotiations have faltered. What a pity. Indeed, Rider muttered in discontent. Weber's voice, tinged with melancholy, rose alongside Rider's grumbling. What shall we do? You speak incessantly of conquest, yet in the end, are you not simply a source of annoyance? Do you truly believe you can best Saber and Lancer? In response to his queen's inquiry, the burly Rider showed no remorse. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. I say there is saying, Better to try than to talk endlessly. Surely better to try than to talk cannot be your true name. The queen, her head swirling with frustration, pounded her powerless fists against Ryder's breastplate, tears streaming down her face. Observing this peculiar scene, all present fell into an unspoken silence, and the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. I suggest, Ryder, that you take your queen home. This is a battlefield, not a playground, Xiaojia ventured as the tension dissipated. However, his words struck a nerve with Ryder. Queen, Berserker, I do not quite comprehend your meaning. Nevertheless, my master fights alongside me. The notion of taking her home is simply out of the question, Ryder retorted with a serious demeanor, his defense unwavering. Even in the face of hostility from Lancer and Saber, Ryder had never displayed such earnestness, revealing the profound significance this young master held in his heart so soon after their meeting. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Is that so? I see now. A low, resentful voice suddenly pierced the air, solidifying the atmosphere. It belonged to the master of Lancer, the very individual who had been cuckolded by his own Lancer, Mr. Qin. After urging his servant to unleash their noble phantasm, he had returned to silence, but now his tone, imbued with hatred, directed at Weber, emerged. What compels you to steal the relic I had prepared? Upon reflection, perhaps it is your desire to participate in the Holy Grail War, is it not? Weber Velvet. How could Weber fail to deduce that the loud coat had been stolen, or to identify the owner of the other sound? If he were truly the esteemed lecturer of the clock tower, even if Iskandar's coat had been pilfered, the other noble phantasms could still be adequately prepared. Thus, in this wintry land, it is hardly surprising that that man, standing here as Weber's adversary, presents no cause for astonishment. What a pity! I had hoped to bring greater happiness to this delightful student. A mortal like you, Weber, ought to possess a stable life befitting one of your kind. Director Qin employed magic to weave illusions, disturbing Weber's psyche. Weber yearned to retort with elegant sarcasm, having cleverly made the heroic spirit Iskandar into his servant before the lecturer, a fitting revenge for the humiliation he had endured at the clock tower for so long. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. At that moment, Weber lacked the energy to counter Director Qin's words. He was lost in fanciful reverie, yet as a youth, he was now experiencing, for the first time, the lethal gaze of a true magician. Fear enveloped him, rendering his limbs unresponsive. Just as Director Qin was about to continue his chilling mockery, Xiaojia interjected once more, Enough, coward, go cry to your mother. This is a battlefield, not your home. Any personal grievances should be resolved elsewhere. Frankly speaking, as Xiaojia listened to his voice, accompanied by the palpable waves of magical energy in the air, he felt a sense of irritation. Was there really a need for such incessant bickering? Ryder, perfectly positioned to support his own queen, gently yet firmly embraced Weber's trembling shoulders, a manifestation of his fear, and bellowed, Hey, magician, from what I've observed, it seems you wish to usurp my beloved master and become my master instead? Ryder directed his inquiry towards the unseen master of Lancer, a maliciously sympathetic smile adorning his face. If that were truly the case, it would be utterly ludicrous. The man destined to be my master should be a warrior who fights alongside me on the battlefield, not a coward too afraid to show his face. As Berserker aptly put it, you would be better off returning home to your mother's embrace. In an instant, silence enveloped the atmosphere. If Xiaojia recalled correctly, Director Qin's expression must have contorted in rage. Silence seeped into the air, with only the unmanifested fury of Director Qin battling against the stillness. Suddenly, Ryder erupted into laughter, his voice echoing into the empty night sky. Come out. Are there others hiding in the darkness, spying on us, you timid souls? As Ryder's words resonated, both Saber and Lancer displayed expressions of surprise. What is it, Ryder? Saber inquired in response to inquiries regarding his saber. Ryder beamed with delight and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Saber and Lancer, your face-to-face battle is truly remarkable. The clash of blades produced such a crisp sound. Surely, there must be more than just myself and Berserker among the summoned heroic spirits. Listening to Ryder's words, Xiaojia shrugged and remarked, Indeed, there are more than just a few. However, those individuals often fancy themselves as masterminds, lurking in the shadows, aspiring to be the unseen puppeteers. As the two conversed, Alice Phil felt a chill of trepidation, as though her clandestine observer, Kiritsugu, had been unmasked. Yet, Ryder's thoughts were solely occupied with other servants. He yearned to project his thunderous voice into every corner of the vicinity, and with renewed fervor, he shouted, How pitiable, truly pitiable! Among the valiant heroes gathered in Fuyuki, do you not feel the slightest stir upon witnessing the might displayed by Saber and Lancer? With their illustrious names, they hide in the shadows, peering furtively, Such cowardice! It was likely that the heroic spirits, upon hearing this, would also be struck with panic, wouldn't they? Following this, he erupted into raucous laughter, tilting his head slightly and curling his lips into a taunting smile. O heroes summoned by the Holy Grail, gather here. Those too timid to even show their faces for fear of being ridiculed by the conqueror king, Iskandar, awaken to your fate. Yet, despite Ryder's provocative words, no one made their presence known. Perhaps at this moment, some were berating you as a fool. After a brief pause, Xiao Jie shattered the silence with a mocking tone. Her derision was not directed at Ryder, but rather at the other hidden individuals. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, her eyes shimmered a crimson hue, and even her typically gentle demeanor had taken on a hint of arrogance. It seemed that the incantation of the berserker had indeed left its mark on her. Ha! It appears this Holy Grail war is indeed rather dull. Perhaps it is only us 4 heroes who remain, Ryder chuckled. You cannot fathom the frustration of encountering a master who prefers to conceal their prowess. After Ryder's words, designed to incite ire, he was met with a swift rebuttal as a yellow figure leapt forth from behind a nearby container. The earth trembled slightly beneath his weight. Upon seeing this figure, Xiao Jie narrowed her eyes, for the garments he wore were all too familiar. Saitama's distinctive, garish hero costume. It seems the cowardice is not as pervasive as one might think. Unknown servant, reveal your name. The Conqueror King appeared quite pleased with the emergence of another servant. Y class is Ryder. You may call me One Punch. The mention of the title caused Iskandar to squint slightly. Ryder? Is there not but one? A flicker of anger ignited within him. However, before a punch could be explained, a brazen voice suddenly echoed once more. Those who are so oblivious to their own insignificance that they dare to call themselves kings have emerged overnight, truly showing a blatant disregard for my presence. A sphere of golden light coalesced atop a nearby lamppost, solidifying to reveal a golden figure clad in resplendent armor, his exceptionally handsome visage displaying evident displeasure as he spoke. Simultaneously, his gaze emanated a scornful disdain as he stood towering over the 5 servants. Although his proud demeanor and tone mirrored Ryder's inflated sense of self-worth, at their core, they were fundamentally different. The voice and eyes of the Conqueror King lacked the cold ruthlessness that characterized Ryder. Ryder appeared taken aback by the emergence of someone with an even more steadfast attitude, scratching his chin, adorned with a scruffy beard, in bewilderment. Even if you speak with such insolence, I, Iskandar, am still the renowned Conqueror King of this world. The only true hero worthy of the title of king in this realm is none other than myself. The rest are merely mongrels, he boldly declared, delivering an exceedingly insulting proclamation that even caused Saber to reveal a look of astonishment mixed with indignation. However, Ryder regarded it with a sense of tolerance, somewhat surprised and sighed. Since you've gone this far with your words, why not introduce yourself? If you are indeed a king, surely you wouldn't fear revealing your illustrious name. Yet Ryder's words further provoked Shining, whose gem-red eyes burned with a haughty fury as they fixated on Iskandar. Are you questioning me, mongrel? However, before the scene could further unfold, Xiao Jie interjected, addressing Shining's ire so, as the king, the most ancient king in history. Gilgamesh, do you consider your dear friend Enkidu to be one of those mongrels you speak of? Or does your 2/3 divine and 1/3 mortal bloodline exempt you from being labeled as such? As he spoke, Xiao Jie wore a mocking expression, keenly observing Shining's increasingly distorted countenance. Very well, mongrel, you have successfully ignited my fury, Shining proclaimed. Thus, it is said that individuals like Shining are the most difficult to manage. After making such a declaration, ripples began to undulate in the space behind him, and from those water-like waves, treasures from the king's treasury slowly rose to the surface. Unsheathed swords, emerging spears, glimmering axes, and various other weapons shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, adorning the space behind Shining. The magical energy contained within them signaled to the 5 servants present that these stunning weapons were noble phantasms. Observing this spectacle, nearly everyone held their breath in astonishment. In response to these hostile weapons, Xiao Jie subtly raised the corner of his mouth. Mongrel, he uttered slowly. Instantly, as his words fell, the noble phantasms behind Shining shot forth, breaking through the confines of the air with remarkable swiftness. As he gazed at the barrage of weapons hurtling towards him, Xiao Jie's left eye activated its Sharingan, and a long katana materialized swiftly in his right hand. The gently rotating 3-pronged jade pendant fixed its gaze upon the treasures, while the katana in the right hand suddenly danced to life. The silvery gleam of the blade wove into a net of steel, effectively barring all those weapons from advancing. Rendered powerless, they clattered to the ground, motionless. Before the glinting figure could launch its next assault, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth unexpectedly, coalescing in the sight of all, gradually solidifying into the form of a tenacious silhouette, towering and broad-shouldered. It was unmistakably male, clad entirely in armor. However, unlike Saber's luxurious silver armor that shimmered with opulence, this man's armor was an abyssal black, devoid of intricate patterns or embellishments, lacking any polished luster. It resembled the depths of darkness, a hue reminiscent of hell itself, with even his face obscured by a helmet. From the narrow slits of the helm, only the eerie light of his blazing, fiery eyes could be discerned. Could this be a servant? Perhaps a berserker? Weber's lips trembled as he voiced his uncertainty. The Conqueror King did not respond to his queen, instead casting his gaze upon Xiaojia, awaiting her elucidation. Indeed, the newly manifested servant bore a stronger resemblance to a berserker than she did. Xiaojia sensed Rider's scrutiny and shrugged slightly. He is also a berserker. Also, this implies the existence of duplicate classes. Alice covered her mouth, a look of mild surprise gracing her features. Observing the dark, negative aura enveloping the Black Knight berserker, it seemed more fitting to label him as a vengeful spirit than a heroic spirit. Conqueror King, did you also extend an invitation to him? Lancer, with not a trace of caution, kept his eyes fixated on the Black Knight while teasing Ryder with a flippant tone. Upon hearing Lancer's words, Ryder's brow furrowed slightly. Well, there was never any room for negotiation from the very beginning. To be honest, the berserker class has always been synonymous with madness. However, that little girl is clearly an anomaly. Ryder mused, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaojia. Sai, why is it that surprises are ever present from the outset? Xiaojia sighed, somewhat helplessly, as she observed Archer's fury directed at Lancelot. I merely wished for a fair fight. After all, Xiaojia's current state could be described as a restoration of her strength point. One might even argue that her power had been augmented, bolstered by the influx of magical energy. At this moment, her physical attributes mirrored those of her peak in the world of Naruto. Yet, such circumstances always seem to erupt unexpectedly. Well, life is replete with surprises. If existence unfolded precisely as one planned, it would cease to be life, Ryder remarked, his tone imbued with comfort as he regarded Xiaojia with a sigh. Xiaojia was taken aback by Ryder's words. I had thought you to be a brutish figure, yet here you are, spouting such philosophical musings, ha ha, as a king. I am indeed quite erudite. Ryder replied with a hearty laugh, boom. As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, a fierce clash erupted between the shimmering combat and Lancelot. The battle swiftly tilted in one direction, fueled by Archer's seething fury, as an array of formidable noble phantasms rained down upon the Black Knight like an unrelenting tempest. The asphalt beneath them seemed to shatter as if detonated, transforming into a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. A palpable silence enveloped the crowd, each breath held in trepidation. Amidst the swirling haze, the dark silhouette of the Black Knight flickered into view. Chapter 99. 1v2, revised. Are you attempting to quell my wrath, as a king, with such words as your highness? Your audacity grows ever bolder, Archer, he murmured, his voice low and laced with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smirk. As he spoke, the myriad of noble phantasms that had appeared behind him dimmed, their brilliance sinking beneath the metaphorical surface, the golden ripples fading as if they had never existed. Archer regarded the Black Knight with an air of haughty superiority, the murderous intent in his gaze having dissipated. I shall spare your life, rabid hound. Even if he were to be dissuaded, his proud demeanor remained intact. Archer cast a scornful glance at the other servants present. Mongrels, before we meet again, ensure you steer clear of those who are not worthy. Only true heroes may behold my presence. After delivering his bombastic proclamation, Archer transformed into a whirlwind of golden sand. Dissipating into the breeze, it seemed that his master lacked the steadfastness and bravery that characterized Archer. Ryder chuckled wryly, unable to fathom that what had begun as a fierce confrontation had concluded so dramatically. Perhaps, at this moment, Yinya felt a sense of elation, having successfully driven back his opponent. Or perhaps he was engulfed in sorrow, for his servant had failed to slay the servant of the minister. In any case, he had taken a step towards his goal. Undoubtedly, the gathered crowd understood that the night's revelry was far from over. With the absence of adversaries, the Black Knight berserker now turned his gaze upon them, his eyes glowing red from the crevices of his armor, fixated intently upon them. The fiery radiance igniting once more, however, his focus soon shifted, honing in on Saber with a gaze brimming with resentment that sent an involuntary chill down Saber's spine. An anguished wail erupted, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, filled with a hatred that bore no coherent language. Instantly, the inky mist enveloping the Black Knight Berserker swelled ominously, writhing as if it were a manifestation of curses. Advancing toward the silver-armored Saber. There exists but one Berserker in this world. Yet, before he could reach Saber, a long katana materialized once more in Shao Jie's grasp, intercepting Berserker's advance. The clash resounded as the Black Knight's formidable assault met the blade, causing Shao Jie's arm to buckle under the force. Alas! Such tremendous strength! Indeed, the might of an A-class is not to be underestimated. With a firm resolve, the pristine blade became stained with a vivid scarlet hue, and with a forceful exertion of his arm, the Black Knight was swiftly repelled. Manifesting authenticity, all attributes, save for luck and magical power, ascended by one level C. Engaging in a fervent frenzy, all attributes, again excluding luck and magical power, surged yet another level C. The explosive force now utterly surpassed that of Lancelot. After embracing the frenzy, Shao Jie was enveloped in a crimson flame, and combined with the blood-red great sword and his scarlet gaze, he appeared even more sinister than the Berserker of the Black Knight. Indeed, this is the very essence of a Berserker, Ryder murmured to himself while stroking his bushy chin, his tone imbued with satisfaction that left his lady somewhat speechless. Ryder, that is an enemy. Why do you praise the foe? Perhaps influenced by Ryder's earlier encouragement, the lady was unusually spirited at this moment. "Oh, little master, do not be so narrow-minded," Ryder remarked, once again performing his customary shoulder pat, inadvertently lowering Weber's stature yet again. It seems that this female berserker shall prove to be a formidable adversary. Observing Shao Jie's complete domination over the Black Knight, Saber could not help but voice her thoughts. She increasingly felt a sense of familiarity in the Black Knight's actions. His Yufei furrowed his brow, not for other reasons, but because Shao Jie's extraction of magical power was exceedingly ferocious. Although the amount drawn each time was minimal, the speed of the extraction was remarkably swift, as if he intended to replenish all consumed magical energy in one go. This was also due to Shao Jie's limited magical capacity. It is known that a berserker's consumption of magical power far exceeds that of other servants. This is a fixed rule, stemming from the overwhelming strength of each berserker. Almost with every swing of the blade, his internal magical reserves dwindled, leaving Shao Jie in a rather awkward predicament. Amidst this embarrassment, Shao Jie swiftly siphoned magical energy from his master to sustain his combat, despite his claims of wanting to be a lone wolf. When the time for battle came, he still relied on others, which left him quite helpless. Magical power is intrinsically linked to the existence of the heroic spirit, and thus this berserker was beginning to falter. Largely due to his master, Yin Ye's inadequate magical output. It must be noted that a year ago, Yin Ye was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any qualifications as a magician, able to possess the total magical capacity of an average magician solely through the aid of the crest worm. However, the crest worm is not a benevolent entity. It cannot conjure magical power from thin air, thus it can only continuously siphon Yin Ye's vitality to convert it into magical energy. At this moment Yin Ye must be suffering greatly. A faint smile graced the corner of Shao Jie's mouth as he projected a sheath in his previously empty left hand, its length perfectly accommodating the authentic blade. With a slight backward leap, the blade silently returned to its sheath, as he quietly observed the berserker, heedless of danger, advancing towards him. His body lowered imperceptibly, a torrent of magical energy surged around him. This was the spectacle created by Xiao Jie as he recklessly siphoned power from his master, simultaneously serving as an overflow of magic. The capacity of the low-grade noble phantasm, Blade Draw, was indeed somewhat limited, yet the damage it could inflict surpassed that of ordinary attacks by several folds. The green glow in his right eye flared once more, though this time it did not yield the same effectiveness as against the berserker, merely causing Lancer to falter momentarily, losing its effect. Meanwhile, the magical energy expended by Xiao Jie was greater than that consumed when he had bound the berserker's hands. A slight furrow formed on Xiao Jie's brow, yet his actions did not waver in the slightest. The keen edge of his blade effortlessly tore through Lancer's leather armor, and Lancer retreated just in time. After the blade had shredded his armor, it could only achieve a minor success at the tip. The sharp point left a narrow wound at Lancer's waist, far less horrific than that inflicted on the berserker, likely just a mere scratch. Bane of Magic, Red Rose rank, B-type. Anti-personnel noble phantasm range, 2 to 4 maximum capture. One person, one of the two noble phantasms wielded by Lancer. This crimson spear can nullify defenses constructed from magical energy. Initially, the spear and its tip are shrouded in talismans to conceal its abilities and true form. The red rose is a permanently active noble phantasm. Approximately 2 meters in length, it can exert its effects without the need for a chant of true names, and its attacks are particularly effective against armor woven from magical energy. Any magical enhancements or additional abilities applied to the armor will lose all effectiveness upon contact with this spear. Chapter 100. Double kill. As Xiaojia had just forced Lancer back, the berserker charged forward once more, his hand still brandishing the lamppost like a maddened hound. With a grimace, Xiaojia bit his lip, withdrawing the authentic blade back into its sheath and once again assuming a stance for drawing the sword. However, this time was somewhat different. Magical energy completely enveloped her body, causing her golden hair to flutter slightly. Simultaneously, she was recklessly siphoning magic from her own master. Lowering her stance, she awaited the mad dog's approach once more. Feeling the emptiness within, devoid of any residual magical energy, and aware of the intermittent magic drawn from her master, she understood that tonight's battle must soon reach its conclusion, lest she be left behind. With her right leg firmly planted on the ground, she sprang forth, her presence erupting amid the earth's mournful groan. Feitian Yujianliu, the crimson hue of the left eye and the deep green of the right, aided by arcane power, weave together two distinctly languid beams of light, exuding an almost otherworldly allure. The left eye keenly captures the movements of the berserker, while the right eye ensnares its actions, creating the conditions for a so-called decisive strike. After all, the endless martial refinement is not so easily contended with. When control of lethal force converges into unity, one becomes invincible. Heavenly Dragon Flash. The red katana glides silently, slicing through the waist of the frenzied beast. Xiaojia's silhouette lingers not far behind the berserker. Rising to his feet, Xiaojia sheathes the katana. On the first night of the Holy Grail War, the berserker, Lancelot, exits the stage. Arthur in the hushed whispers of Lancelot, the figure of the berserker dissipates into magical essence. As the battle draws to a close, the surging magic within him gradually subsides, filling him with an illusion of invincibility. A fleeting thought of I could take on 10 more. Yet, it is merely an illusion. Lancer, now is the time. The magical energy of the berserker's master must be dwindling as well. Following the conclusion of the battle and the departure of the berserker, Lancer's master, Qin, once again calls out, urging his servant to launch an assault on the already battered berserker. Heeding Qin's command, Lancer hesitates briefly but ultimately decides to strike, denying the berserker any respite. The ground shatters abruptly as Lancer's figure materializes behind Xiaojia, the yellow lance thrusting towards his back. Observing Lancer's actions, Saber furrows her brow in mild discontent, not for any other reason than the conflict with the knightly virtues she upholds: humility, honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirituality. Lancer's conduct stands in stark contrast to the virtue of compassion. However, she merely frowns without voicing her thoughts. She cannot expect Lancer to adhere to the same principles, for they are heroes hailing from disparate eras, each bound by differing codes of chivalry. Hearing the whistle of the impending attack behind him, Xiaojia briefly closes his eyes, exhales, a plume of white vapor swirling around him. With a sudden flourish, he draws his blade, pivoting on his foot and twisting his torso backward. Fortunately, the female form is inherently more supple. Otherwise, such a maneuver would be perilous. The authentic half-sword perfectly intercepts the trajectory of the yellow rose's advance. Time and again, yet, here, the number 3 holds no significance. A slight smirk graces Xiaojia's lips, revealing a somewhat enchanting smile. The allure of magic erupts forth, causing Lancer to momentarily falter in a daze. Seizing the fleeting moment of Lancer's disorientation, Xiaojia exerted a subtle force with his right hand, pushing Lancer aside. In the instant he displaced Lancer, Xiaojia swiftly returned his authentic blade to its sheath, adopting a poised stance for unsheathing. The surge of magical energy rose once more. Double kill. As his lips parted slightly, he murmured, "Well then, Berserker, shall we conclude our encounter here for today?" At that moment, Ryder, ever the mediator, spoke up with a genial smile gracing his earnest countenance. "I intended to depart right after dispatching that Black Knight, but Lancer and Saber obstructed my exit." Xiaojia shrugged, offering no further explanation, merely stating a reason that, while failing to alleviate Saber's ire, at least provided Ryder with a gracious exit. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a passing black cat, prompting him to say, "All right, my master is also awaiting my return home." With that, he approached the black cat. which, observing Xiao Jie's approach, advanced gracefully, guiding him away. A black cat? Ryder mused, lost in thought, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. Chapter 101. Transition. As Xiao Jie departed, he couldn't help but notice the surprisingly abundant presence of cats around him. Including the one leading the way, there were at least 50. This made him question whether he had stumbled into a feline den. However, he understood that Yu Fei was merely ensuring no one was trailing them. The meandering path of the guiding cat confirmed his suspicions. After all, Qicheng was notorious for his reckless tendencies, even resorting to explosions at establishments where patrons resided. After winding through several detours, Xiao Jie finally reached his destination, the initial modest dwelling. Upon pushing open the door, he found Yu Fei, looking somewhat pale and fatigued. "What's the matter?" Xiao Jie inquired, noting the weariness that made Yu Fei appear as though he had been trampled by a dozen burly men. "Nothing," Yu Fei replied dismissively, waving a hand, although Xiao Jie's scrutinizing gaze caused him to instinctively disregard it. "I never anticipated you possessed such formidable strength, slaying 2 servants on the very first night," Yu Fei remarked in a in response. Xiao Jie shrugged. "I merely seized an opportunity. Had it not been for your later command seal, I likely would have perished then and there." After all, Yu Fei's intermittent supply of magical energy had rendered Xiao Jie somewhat constrained during the battle. Of course, his own limited magical capacity contributed to the situation. It was akin to a motorcycle capable of reaching 1,000 kilometers per hour, yet equipped with a fuel tank that could only sustain it for a single second, no matter how much one wished to fill it. It simply could not hold more. Why? Yu Fei nodded thoughtfully before continuing. "Castor has exited the scene, the one from the original narrative." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who was responsible for that?" Yu Fei replied, "Our assassin." After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jie suddenly posed a question. "Why do you possess such knowledge? Was it not agreed that, aside from healing abilities, you would have no other powers? How, then, do you account for that capacity to manipulate familiars on such a grand scale? And what of this intelligence-gathering ability?" The system has displayed ID. Why? Yu Fei's expression exhibited no hint of surprise. In response to Xiao Jie's sudden inquiry, he spoke with a remarkable calmness. "SK." Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Xiao Jie silently activated his own system. Indeed, several pieces of information were visible there. It must be the big egg, as the Holy Grail cannot possibly possess such a wicked sense of humor. "Ryder, what brings you here?" Perhaps it is the compact nature of this city. For Xiao Jie had scarcely walked a few minutes before encountering Ryder, who was queuing to purchase a gaming console. "Berserker, is it not?" "I am merely in the process of acquiring this item known as a gaming console," replied Ryder, clad in a simple t-shirt, with wide eyes and a demeanor that appeared quite leisurely. The onlookers, bemused by the peculiar appellations exchanged between the two, found it particularly amusing, especially upon realizing that the individual referred to as Berserker was a strikingly beautiful girl. It was akin to a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast. Disregarding the thoughts of others, their conversation persisted. "By the way, where's your princess?" Not seeing Ryder's petite master around, Xiao Jie inquired. "Princess?" A look of bewilderment crossed Ryder's large, bell-like eyes. I inadvertently uttered the term used by the two-dimensional community to refer to Weber. "I meant your little master, once." Ryder's expression turned slightly awkward, followed by a hearty laugh. "I imagine the little master is at home napping right now. Is it not you who rendered her unconscious?" Xiao Jie mused silently as he observed the wallet in Ryder's hand. "Very well, I shall continue my wanderings, lest my master discovers me." Ryder stroked his scruffy beard and remarked, "By the way, Berserker, what is your master like? I did not see her yesterday." Ryder expressed a keen curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jie provided a rather candid response. "Sometimes male, sometimes female. It must be the individual my master mentioned previously. The one who is a hermaphrodite." Xiao Jie suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "A hermaphrodite? Do I count as one?" "Perhaps not." As he spoke, Xiao Jie's gaze was drawn to a cat searching for something in its surroundings. "I must take my leave. My master has arrived." With that, Xiao Jie lowered his body and discreetly slipped away, shielded by the crowd in line. "Has she arrived?" Ryder turned to see a cat scanning the area. Another cat. Chapter 102. Information. It is said that Lancer has already met his demise at my hands, and Castor has fallen to assassin as well. Thus, the battle at Ainsworth should not commence. That evening, Xiao Jie gazed at Yu Fei, who urged him to venture to the Ainsworth castle, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he spoke. Why? Yu Fei comprehended Berserker's sentiments. After all, who would be inclined to traverse such a considerable distance at such a late hour? "Someone has relayed a message to me regarding a collaboration," suggesting we first eliminate Saber. Why Yu Fei's explanation somewhat alleviated Xiaojia's simmering irritation. What about Ryder and Archer? Xiaojia refrained from inquiring how the communication had transpired. Yet if the plan was to jointly eliminate their opponents, it would be prudent to address the other two as well. And there is also a horde of feeble assassins. However, they pose little threat. Xiaojia instinctively dismissed them. Ryder and Archer will likely have others accompanying them to resolve this matter, Yu Fei stated. To be candid, Xiaojia was not entirely clear on the underlying rationale, yet he suspected that conspiracies must indeed abound. Of course, he could not fathom the nature of such plots. After all, it was improbable that they would resort to a direct ambush, or perhaps a subtle betrayal. Whether one attributes this to Xiaojia's lack of contemplative thought or a deficiency in intellect, it is evident that he often acted impulsively, without extensive strategizing. When do we strike? Xiaojia inquired. Now, we await your arrival, and it is likely that Ryder and Archer are already in action, Yu Fei replied. Xiaojia found something amiss in Yu Fei's words. Had they truly already engaged? Who were they trying to deceive? If they had initiated combat, there would undoubtedly be considerable commotion, and the prevailing silence belied any notion of conflict. Nevertheless, Yu Fei's solemn demeanor suggested he was not fabricating the truth. With a slight sigh, Xiaojia pondered the convoluted thinking of these individuals. Should there be a subsequent opportunity to participate in a competitive mission, he would decidedly abstain. Despite these thoughts, the task of eliminating Saber remained imperative. To refuse could invoke the wrath of 6 servants. Facing even 1 or 2 would be manageable, but 6 was a daunting prospect for Xiaojia. After all, they were not akin to the servants in the narrative, from whom one could discern their attributes and noble phantasms. These 6 were entirely distinct heroic templates. Furthermore, he had already divulged too much information during the initial confrontation. To say nothing of the fact that 8 blades flash would undoubtedly be deduced by them. However, even if they anticipated this maneuver, they would likely underestimate Xiaojia's magical capacity, believing he could not possibly execute 8 blades flash, even with the reckless extraction of the master's mana, unless he were to enter command spell status once more. Otherwise, success would be unattainable. Moreover, the Tianxiang Longshan technique was also certainly exposed, as Xiaojia had recited it aloud. Nevertheless, should he find himself besieged by the 6 servants, he was confident that with all his might focused on a single target, he could manage to drag one down with him. However, the aftermath remained uncertain. After all, group battles do not afford the same opportunity for recovery as 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 encounters. As Xiaojia stepped outside. Just as he opened the door, he seemed to recall something and turned back to inquire, "Is there anything you wish to convey?" In response, Yu Fei's lips curled into a slight smile. "Indeed, there is." Half an hour later, Xiaojia arrived at the forest surrounding the Einsburn castle, where a figure was already waiting. However, the attire of this individual struck a familiar chord, a green vest. Instinctively, Xiaojia glanced at his forehead, adorned with a Konoha shinobi forehead protector. Xiaojia raised an eyebrow. "Greetings, Berserker. I am Caster. You may call me Uchiha Fei." As he spoke, as if to validate his affiliation with the Uchiha clan, he deliberately activated his Sharingan, revealing its 3 tomo, though it remained uncertain whether he had unlocked the Manjiki. Certainly, if he had activated the Manjiki Sharingan at that moment, Xiaojia might have felt compelled to exercise caution. After all, who could say if his Manjiki was akin to that of Shursui? "You may refer to me as Seonji Sekai," Xiaojia stated. Harboring no intentions of entangling their fates, how should I phrase this? It seems our paths are intertwined. My novice mission involves the world of Naruto, and to my surprise, yours does as well. Greetings, fellow compatriot. However, observing this character named Uchiha Fei, adorned with a Jonin vest and forehead protector, indicated that he must have come of age during the 2nd or 3rd Great Ninja War. It was inconceivable that he belonged to the era following the 3rd War. Such truths require no further elaboration. Xiaojia's reluctance to forge connections did not deter Uchiha Fei from inquiring about the forehead protector adorning Xiaojia's neck. "Is that forehead protector an accessory?" Uchiha Fei asked, his curiosity piqued, particularly regarding its origins. "Yes, it belongs to Kakashi," Xiaojia replied, nodding without much hesitation. Instantly, Uchiha narrowed his eyes. "What is your relationship with Kakashi?" Observing Uchiha Fei's serious demeanor, Xiaojia felt a twinge of doubt. Could he be Kakashi's rival? Of course, this Kakashi was not the same as the one she knew. After all, they hailed from parallel worlds. The Kakashi he was familiar with would undoubtedly differ from her own. Yet, it seemed that many people enjoyed linking the intertwining fates of identical characters from different realms. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaojia carefully chose her words before finally stating, "I could say I am his creditor." Creditor? Uchiha Fei was momentarily bewildered. Had the economy of the Naruto world been disrupted by her presence? However, Shao Jia's subsequent remarks shattered his assumptions. He still owes me several hundreds worth of barbecue. Barbecue. Uchiha Fei's lips twitched slightly, pondering the absurdity of this so-called creditor. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fei understood that the berserker before him, Sanji Sekai, shared a close bond with Kakashi. It appears that Kakashi shares a cordial relationship with you. However, he happens to be my rival. Uchiha Fei remarked nonchalantly. Kakashi, perhaps you should bear the responsibility yourself. Although such thoughts crossed his mind, he pondered how he could possibly make Kakashi shoulder the blame. So, what do you intend to do? Shao Jie stated bluntly. Uchiha Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The head of Saber rests in whose hands Shao Jie squinted slightly, his lips slowly moving as he articulated clearly. I concede defeat. Ultimately, the outcome holds little significance. Despite Shao Jie's designation as berserker, it does not imply that he would become a mindless brute. What if, in my eagerness to seize victory, I rush to the front of Saber only for you to unleash a Susanoo? Do not underestimate berserkers as mere simpletons. In response, Uchiha Fei said nothing, instead walking slowly toward the woods ahead, his intent unmistakable. Enough of the banter, let the mission commence. Shao Jie observed Uchiha Fei moving forward, remained silent, and followed him into the woods, subsequently activating his system. Assassin has eliminated Archer. He then checked the time, realizing it had occurred just moments ago. The assassin must be the one from the Great Egg, yet whether that Archer was the elusive one remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he dismissed the system information, as the caster ahead had already leaped onto the branches and begun to move swiftly. Unbeknownst to Shao Jie, having closed the system information, several notifications appeared in the following minutes. Rider has eliminated Lancer. Assassin has eliminated Saber. Rider has eliminated Assassin. Chapter 103. Susanoo. With the Sharingan of the caster clearing the path, all illusions obstructing their advance were rendered non-existent, allowing for unimpeded progress. In less than 5 minutes, Shao Jie and his companions arrived at the Einsburn castle. Perhaps due to their stealthy passage through the forest, they seemed to have gone unnoticed. However, the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding them signaled to Shao Jie that they had been detected. Before he could utter a word, a voice, somewhat neutral and low, resonated. Berserker, what brings you here? As the voice echoed, Saber emerged into their line of sight, stepping forth from a nearby corridor. The armor she donned indicated that she was well aware of their purpose for being there and had long been prepared. Was her intent not quite evident? Shao Jie raised an eyebrow, observing Saber's loosely clenched right hand, the winds of the Oath of Victory swirling the dust at her feet. Saber remained silent. By the way, I advise your master against acting impulsively. Otherwise, he may find himself the first to perish. Shao Jie remarked. A sharp pain radiating from his forehead rendered him somewhat impatient. The sensation of being threatened at gunpoint was decidedly unpleasant. Saber fell into a contemplative silence, as Shao Jie had referred to him with the masculine pronoun, rather than the feminine in the realm of Chinese. Such a distinction might not even manifest in spoken language. Yet in Japanese, it was a different matter entirely. Enough of this chatter. Their side has concluded. It is now our turn. We need just one more day. As he spoke, Uchiha Fei's eyelids narrowed to a mere slit, under which his crimson Sharingan appeared somewhat menacing. However, Shao Jie chose to disregard the words of the person beside him, instead directing his gaze towards Saber and introducing caster, a rather succinct term. Saber nodded abruptly, her inquisitive expression replaced by a mask of seriousness. Grasping the Oathmaker sword, she raised it, aligning the blade parallel to her face. Slowly, her body leaned forward before she surged ahead. Saber's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself before the two, who had only just registered the situation and drawn their respective weapons. Shao Jie wielded the long sword Sage, while Caster brandished a small kunai. An action devoid of ulterior motive, merely a reflexive habit. The moment Saber swung the Oathmaker, Shao Jie deftly brought Sage forward to parry, simultaneously stamping one foot heavily upon the ground, which inadvertently pressed Sage against the blade of Saber's sword. In Sephiroth's swordsmanship, retreat and defense were concepts that held no place. Only aggression prevailed. With Saber subdued, Berserker's frenzy finally took its time to manifest, his golden eyes swiftly tainted with a deep crimson hue, the sanguine aura enveloping his entire being, including his weaponry. A faint smirk graced Shao Jie's lips as he exerted his strength once more, deftly deflecting Saber's Oathmaker. Saber's eyes narrowed slightly as she regained control of her displaced sword, bringing it down once more. Shao Jie was unaware of the length of the Oathmaker entwined within the winds of the barrier, yet he knew that his Sage was longer, With another determined stamp of his foot, Xiao Jie lunged forward towards Saber, thrusting the blade of Sage in tandem. In response, Saber could only evade. Her knee bent slightly, she sprang backward, while the descending Oathmaker was transformed into a defensive posture, shielding her. Short-distance teleportation. The clash of metal resounded. Indeed, Saber's judgment proved to be astute. Their reactions were commendable. Between Xiao Jie and Saber lay only the fierce friction of their blades, devoid of anything else. As their duel unfolded over 2 exchanges, Uchiha Fei, as caster, finally unleashed his technique. Would release. Cutting technique. The instant the technique was activated, both Xiao Jie and Saber sensed an anomaly beneath their feet. Their blades parted abruptly, and as the branches of the burgeoning trees surged forth, they retreated decisively. After the separation of Xiao Jie and Saber, the technique of cuttings began to gradually take effect. The effectiveness of the cutting technique was almost instantaneous. Yet the speed of the two was even greater, or perhaps it was merely instinct. In the midst of retreating, Xiao Jie instinctively glanced towards Caster, only to discover that he was rapidly forming seals with his hands. Instantly, Xiao Jie's eyes widened in alarm. Was that? Fire release? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. At the moment of Xiao Jie's realization, Caster had completed all his seals, and the attack's range encompassed Xiao Jie in an instant. A massive torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, creating a breathtaking sea of fire that stretched far and wide as the fire release surged towards him. Xiao Jie's right eye glimmered with a green light, and a shield of green energy materialized in front of him. However, upon observing the distorted shape of the energy shield, Xiao Jie understood that it would not withstand for long. In that fleeting moment, he made a decisive choice, shifting his feet towards the source of the flames. With the energy shield held aloft, Xiao Jie's speed significantly increased as he reached his destination, manifesting a sheath in his left hand, while the authentic blade was suddenly sheathed, producing a sound that, though subtle, caught the attention of Uchiha Fei. Before Uchiha Fei could react, a flash of crimson light from the blade swiftly sliced past his neck. As Xiao Jie darted forward, he instinctively ignored Kiritsugu, who brushed past him, gripping the authentic sword, his aura suffused with a deep crimson hue. The intensity of the bloodlust was so palpable that Kiritsugu could have sworn a vampire had just sped by him. The scent of blood unmistakably potent. He seemed to be berserker, Kiritsugu thought silently, but now was not the time for such musings. He had to ensure Iliasfield's escape, for this place would soon transform into a battlefield. Saber, let us collaborate for the time being, Xiao Jie swiftly proposed upon arriving at the battlefield between Saber and Uchiha Fei. Upon his arrival, Xiao Jie sought to convey a suggestion to Saber. He would not hold back grudges, especially against women. Uchiha Fei, confronting Saber, furrowed his brow at Xiao Jie's words. Berserker, do you wish to be hunted down? In response, Xiao Jie nearly laughed. Are you referring to yourself? To be frank, Xiao Jie was unconcerned. Being hunted? He had experienced it before. Who was afraid of whom? If the main god space resembled something akin to the Ace of Spades, Xiao Jie would certainly be wary, but here, in this great egg, it was not the case. Without a system, one was utterly insignificant. Uchiha Fei realized that his words were somewhat amusing and subsequently turned to Saber, suggesting, Saber, how about we join forces to eliminate Berserker first? The formidable strength of the Berserker was well known. Had Kiritsugu been present, he might have hesitated before agreeing. However, regrettably, that was merely a hypothetical in comparison. Saber held a greater trust in the character of Berserker. Even if Caster had not acted as he did previously, Saber would still choose to believe in Berserker. In response to Caster's words, Saber chose to shake her head resolutely, continuing to stand firmly before Berserker. Caster appeared somewhat disappointed by Saber's actions. However, that was the extent of his feelings. He merely lamented that he would have to exert some effort. What a pity. Caster shook his head and slowly closed his eyes. Observing Caster's closed eyelids, Saber and Xiao Jie exchanged knowing glances, instinctively opting to wait, for it seemed that Caster was brewing something, harboring a potential danger that could erupt at any moment. An instinctive warning echoed in her mind, urging her to refrain from rash actions. As Caster's eyes remained shut, Xiao Jie speculated about his forthcoming actions. If all went as expected, then may you meet your demise. Moments later, Caster opened his eyes, his expression slightly menacing as he spoke. Within his gaze lay a kaleidoscope, distinct from those encountered in previous narratives. Caster's kaleidoscope was uniquely his own. Xiao Jie could clearly discern the shape of the kaleidoscope within his widened eyes, where the black patterns resembled Itachi's Sharingan, albeit longer and more twisted, akin to a whirlpool, featuring 3 distinct markings. Although she could see the form of the kaleidoscope, Xiao Jie was unable to ascertain its abilities. Castor lamented that the two had not intervened sooner, yet it was of little consequence, as it merely prolonged their existence by a fleeting moment. Susanoo. Determined to conclude the confrontation swiftly, Uchiha Fei resolved to hold nothing back. Unleashing his ultimate trump card, for the two before him were destined to perish here. Uchiha Fei's voice rang out. A silver skeletal structure rapidly formed around him, centered on his being. Xiaojie regarded Uchiha Fei's eruption with caution, her heart heavy as she briefly explained to Saber. This is akin to a turtle shell. Breaching it will prove somewhat challenging, and one must remain wary of his eyes. With the full manifestation of Uchiha Fei's Susanoo, Xiaojie's heart eased slightly. It was the first form. Chapter 104. Confrontation. It was not the initial form, but rather the first form. The initial form consisted solely of arms and ribs, while the first form revealed the skeletal structure of the upper body, including both hands. Though capable of wielding certain weapons, they were merely ordinary implements, inflicting only physical damage. Furthermore, the skeletal encasement was not entirely encompassing. It was riddled with gaps, unlike the second form, which necessitated forcibly breaking the outer shell to reach the individual inside. This was the reason Xiaojie felt a modicum of relief, compounded by her estimation that Castor's Susanoo would not endure for long. Although Castor's mastery of Susanoo was limited, it remained a formidable weapon nonetheless. You shall struggle in vain. Castor's eyes shed a trickle of blood. His expression twisted into a slight grimace as he uttered those words. As he spoke, a seemingly ordinary weapon resembling a wooden sword materialized in the empty right hand of his Susanoo. However, before the chakra-generated weapon could fully take form, Xiaojie's figure abruptly leapt to a height equal to that of the weapon. The authentic blade, whose sheath had mysteriously vanished, still emanated a crimson aura. Xiaojie tilted his body, placing his right hand upon the hilt, his gaze sharpening slightly as the authentic blade was suddenly drawn, slicing through a blood-red moon. In summary, although the effects of the Castor's Susanoo weapon remained unknown, it was best to avoid any contact to prevent potential troubles. Just as Xiaojie intended to introduce Saber, the Castor's weapon was swung, generating a powerful gust of wind. Xiaojie frowned in distaste at the ensuing dust, when suddenly his well-trained instincts exploded into action, prompting him to instinctively perform a bridge maneuver. No sooner had he completed the bridge than he sensed something whizzing past him, before he could rise. The nearby wall was cleaved in two. Xiaojie's expression grew serious as he regained his composure. A sudden bridge maneuver posed no challenge for a female with such flexibility. Saber, are you unharmed? He inquired softly, his gaze fixed intently on the Castor's Susanoo. After a moment, Saber replied, I'm fine, Berserker. I narrowly evaded that blade. Fortune favors you, Saber, Xiaojie responded. As the Castor spoke, he wielded the dual blades of the Susanoo with both hands. It was worth noting that he still bore the title of Castor. Did every mage possess a penchant for close combat? Mediocre, Xiaojie retorted without hesitation. The Castor, seemingly unperturbed, replied, then the playtime must come to an end. With that, beneath the shroud of Susanoo, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in the Castor's left eye began to spin rapidly. As his words fell, the Castor's figure abruptly appeared before Xiaojie, or rather, the immense silhouette of Susanoo teleported directly in front of him. Xiaojie's left eye, too, concealed its movement, failing to discern the trajectory of the Castor. While it could be attributed to the suppressive effects of the Sharingan, it seemed implausible that it could obscure even the trace of movement. If that were the case, it could be deemed a seal rather than mere suppression, unless it was the kaleidoscope's effect, which appeared to be the only explanation. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Xiaojie's mind. Yet that was the extent of that moment. He faced the direct downward strike of the Castor's blade. Gritting his teeth slightly, he recalled the teachings received upon entering the realm of the mind with his shurikai after obtaining it. My swordsmanship is solely for offense. Though it was undeniably reckless, Xiaojie was determined to embrace that recklessness once more. He met the Castor's blade head-on with the authentic weapon, which appeared as a mere toothpick in the eyes of Susanoo. Bang! In an instant, a vacuum of swirling dust was created around the area centered on Susanoo and Xiaojie. Aside from the cracked ground where Xiaojie had trodden, he remained unscathed, though his expression bore a hint of strain. However, it appeared that the authentic katana was struggling to maintain its stance. Aware of this, Xiaojie decisively relinquished the genuine sword, releasing his grip and leapt forward, landing upon the blade of Susanoo. The moment he let go, Susanoo's body tilted forward, losing its balance. In that instant, Xiaojie projected another genuine katana, for it was the weapon he was most familiar with, augmented by various enhancements. Once summoned, he sheathed it, placing his right hand upon the hilt. assuming a poised stance in preparation to draw his sword. Let us not forget the initial choice of the talent, immovable as a mountain. Chapter 105. EX, Susanoo, despite a momentary stumble, soon regained its footing. Yet, observing the speed of its reaction, it seemed the caster had never encountered such a situation before. After all, few dared to confront Susanoo head-on with a mere mortal physique. As Susanoo's sense of balance returned, Xiaojie's fangs suddenly emerged, his body crouching slightly as he propelled himself forward. In the instant of his leap, Xiaojie lowered his posture, evading the obstruction of air against his speed. Flying sword technique? However, before Xiaojie could draw the katana, he was astonished to find his colossal target had vanished. Quick to react, he restrained the surging magical energy, compressing it within the katana to prevent waste. Simultaneously, his body paused mid-air before gently landing, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Yet, before Xiaojie could rise, he noticed a vast expanse of light illuminating his surroundings, hazy and diffused. Without needing to ponder, he instinctively understood what stood behind him. With little time to contemplate, he executed a roll to escape his position. Boom. A hair's breadth could mean a world of difference. Xiaojie estimated that the energy-generated blade grazed perilously close, perhaps just a millimeter away. Narrowly evading the attack, however, before he could revel in his fortune, he suddenly found himself utterly immobilized, even maintaining the rolling posture. Due to the angle, he could just see the blade slicing through the ground towards him. Yet, this was not insurmountable. His right eye ignited with a bewildering green glow. Simultaneously, Xiaojie's form was enveloped in that verdant radiance, propelling him to narrowly evade the strike once more. Moments later, Xiaojie discovered he could move again, promptly rising to abandon his previously awkward position. With a slight tilt of his eye, he observed that his beautiful golden hair had become matted with dust. Fortunately, it had not rained. Otherwise, his hair would have been entangled in a muddy mess. This series of events almost led Xiaojie to believe he had been transported back to the war-torn era. Thankfully, his resourcefulness was sufficient to prevent a game over. Had it been the Xiaojie fresh out of the novice world, he would undoubtedly have met his demise at this moment. Quite adept at evasion, indeed. The somewhat mocking voice of Caster echoed after Xiaojie rose to his feet. Instinctively, Xiaojie turned to the source of the sound, only to find the area devoid of any presence, while his shadow was elongated by the light emanating from behind him. After this brief encounter, Xiaojie discerned the capabilities of Caster's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. One of the two kaleidoscopes pertained to space, while the other, unless accelerated by an equipment effect, was likely related to time. Such abilities were truly essential for a protagonist. As for the power to immobilize others, Xiaojie speculated it was either a spatial or temporal effect. If there had been any uncertainty before, the recent use of his superpower confirmed it to be a temporal effect. Were it a spatial effect, Xiaojie was confident he would have been struck directly moments ago. Without further contemplation, now wary of the presence behind him, Xiaojie swiftly twisted his waist and executed an upward slash with his authentic sword. Bang! A shockwave radiated outward from their two positions, serving as the epicenter. Just in time, Xiaojie's authentic blade clashed with the sword of Susanoo. However, the authentic sword could not withstand even a breath's duration before its blade suddenly shattered. Xiaojie promptly released his grip on the sword, simultaneously leaping onto the blade of Susanoo, his hand reconstructing the projection of the authentic sword. Yet, Caster would not allow Xiaojie's scheme to succeed this time. After all, Susanoo was crafted from his own chakra. It is well known that chakra possesses the ability to alter properties, and when in the hands of its master, it exhibits extraordinarily unscientific conductive properties. Thus, should the nature of the chakra change and be transmitted to Susanoo's form, and of course, at this moment, he was utilizing magical power rather than chakra. Under normal circumstances, altering the nature of magical power would be unfeasible. However, Caster inherently possessed the skill of property alteration. Magic has its advantages, while chakra has its own benefits. Ultimately, it is up to individuals to uncover the merits of each. Now was the time for discovery. The instant Xiaojie stepped onto the blade, Susanoo transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, even igniting into flames. Inevitably, the blade was affected as well. Xiaojie frowned slightly and quickly distanced himself from the blade beneath him. Berserker? Are you all right? To be honest, Saber had been absent for quite some time. What was meant to be a shared burden had turned into a solitary struggle. Nevertheless, Xiaojie understood that Saber was not one to shirk responsibility and presumed there must have been an unforeseen delay. The only plausible hindrance could be related to Kiritsugo. It's fine, but we must remain vigilant moving forward. Xiaojie shook his head and spoke. To be frank, the issue at hand transcends mere caution. Just moments ago, when he stepped upon the blade, the flames scorched his magical essence. The conflagration not only ignited but also consumed. Indeed, Xiao Jie's shoes, mere ordinary sports footwear, were rendered unusable. However, they had fortuitously undergone a slight transformation, becoming somewhat more durable. Yet, they too succumbed to the flames, resulting in a slight depletion of magical power, leaving the damaged shoes looking remarkably new. The fire could incinerate magical energy and should not be touched. As its intensity escalated swiftly, Xiao Jie fixed his gaze intently on the still-burning Susanoo, his voice taking on a somber tone. The gravity of the situation necessitated this tone, yet it seemed his warning bore little weight. As time progressed, he sensed the heat spreading and the subtle depletion of his own magical energy. Promptly, Xiao Jie altered his strategy. "Saber, we can no longer delay. Do you possess any noble phantasm capable of breaching Castor's protective shell?" At this moment, Xiao Jie feigned ignorance. Ordinarily, one would hastily invoke Saber's noble phantasm without hesitation, yet such a course of action harbored significant risks, potentially leading to discord, something Xiao Jie wished to avoid. However, if Saber's character remained unchanged, she would undoubtedly not withhold her secrets. Listening to Berserker's words, Saber, not being foolish, grasped the seriousness of the situation as the heat radiated. Realizing it was no time for concealment, she replied, "Indeed, however, I require a brief moment." This so-called brief moment entailed gathering magical energy, but it was imperative to consult her master first. Xiao Jie nodded, refraining from pressing her, instead projecting the authentic blade. Upon summoning the genuine weapon and grasping its hilt, confidence surged within him. Truth be told, he was entirely devoid of self-assurance when fighting unarmed. Indeed, the true blade was a source of strength. At that moment, Castor, who had unknowingly closed his eyes, opened them, having concentrated his energy. Although this consumed some time, the outcome was favorable. However, Castor was somewhat surprised to find Berserker, who he had anticipated would flee, still present. Yet, this was also within his expectations. Given the simultaneous emergence of Konoha, the foremost principle emphasized in the teachings of the Ninja Academy was cooperation. A faint smile graced Castor's lips as he remarked, "You did not flee. What a surprise." Xiao Jie was unbothered and engaged in a verbal spar with Castor to buy some time. "I truly apologize for that, of course. Delaying was not an option." Castor was acutely aware of his circumstances and was not foolish. With a subtle smile, his left Mangeki Sharingan flickered and vanished from sight, and the instant Castor's figure disappeared. Xiao Jie immediately prepared himself for what lay ahead. Xiao Jie remained on high alert, acutely aware of his surroundings. However, there was an utter lack of movement or any excessive thoughts occupying his mind. In an instant, his gaze shifted towards Saber, only to find the same unsettling stillness. A sense of confusion began to envelop him. Yet, before he could ponder further, an intense heat suddenly surged from behind him, accompanied by the rapid depletion of his meager magical energy. Xiao Jie did not hesitate. The first course of action was to vacate his position. This was not a situation to confront head-on. Whoever acted first was foolish, of course. Sephiroth was the exception. Concurrently, he swiftly siphoned magical energy from his master to replenish his own. For the emptiness of lacking magic was quite unbearable, as he distanced himself from the Susanoo. Xiao Jie instinctively glanced at Saber, who had her eyes tightly shut, raising the sword of victory that dispelled the Wind King's barrier. Castor, noticing the movement of Berserker's head, focused his blurred vision on Saber. Damn it! Castor suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Before he could evade, a sense of being locked onto washed over him. At that moment, Saber abruptly opened her eyes, and the holy sword she held aloft radiated a golden brilliance, while golden dust swirled around her, rendering her exceptionally sacred. Saber swung the holy sword with fervor, unleashing a pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Excalibur, Chapter 106. Incomplete crack. Hearing the sound of shattering, Xiao Jie halted and turned to witness the Susanoo being engulfed by a torrent of golden energy. Further fracturing. Castor gritted his teeth, magical energy surging wildly as he attempted to withstand the onslaught of Excalibur. However, his efforts proved futile, merely prolonging the inevitable shattering of the Susanoo. Although Saber was blinded by a sea of gold and could not discern the specific circumstances, the reaction of the magical energy informed her that her noble phantasm was being resisted. Clenching her teeth, Saber intensified the release of her magical energy. In an instant, the golden torrent swelled dramatically. Crack! The veins on Castor's forehead bulged, and as the sounds of the Susanoo's destruction echoed, disappointment clouded Castor's eyes. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo had come to this. Perhaps I had placed too much importance on it. He mused internally. Ultimately, Castor relinquished the feudal struggle, abandoning the output of magical energy to the Susanoo. With no subsequent source of energy, the once formidable Susanoo rapidly collapsed. Bang! The pillar of light penetrated the shell of the Susanoo, driving straight into the forest, clearing a wide path through the dense thicket. Was it truly this effortless? As he gazed upon the post-battle scene, which appeared almost overwhelmingly destructive, Xiaojia found it difficult to believe his eyes. Once the golden torrent dissipated, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find no other souls in sight. Reluctantly, he accepted this outcome. After Excalibur had been unleashed, Saber exhaled deeply, clearly feeling the weight of the struggle. Clap, clap, clap. One could not help but commend their prowess. They had boldly shattered what was universally recognized in the world of Naruto as Susanoo. Following the applause, the voice of Castor resounded, tinged with a hint of admiration. To speak candidly, the Mangeki Sharingan had awakened at the very moment of Castor's demise, and it was his first application since emerging from the world of Naruto. There was an undeniable awkwardness in its usage. In truth, he had merely sought to test its effectiveness in this battle. However, the outcome proved rather disappointing, albeit partly due to his lack of proficiency. Nevertheless, opportunities for its use had been scarce. As he watched Castor slowly rise from the ground, Xiaojia's gaze reflected a tinge of disappointment. What was he disheartened by? The fact that Castor had not been obliterated in a single strike. Yet, such a result was hardly surprising. After all, as a ninja, one must possess a plethora of life-preserving techniques. Moreover, Xiaojia had never witnessed him employ the legendary body replacement technique even once. The world of Naruto? Anachronistic heroic spirits? Saber tightened her grip on the Excalibur. Now enveloped by the Wind King's barrier, her expression laced with curiosity. Castor shrugged and remarked, "You could say that. The additional servants are primarily anachronistic heroic spirits." Castor's words reminded Saber of the information Kiritsugo had provided her. There were 14 servants in total, which meant that half of them were indeed anachronistic heroic spirits, or perhaps even meddlesome interlopers. With this thought, Saber's expression soured momentarily, but she swiftly suppressed her displeasure. This was not the time for such concerns. An air of silence enveloped them, and Xiaojia glanced at the seemingly unscathed Castor before shifting his gaze to Saber, who still bore signs of exertion. He spoke slowly, "Shall we continue the fight?" Upon hearing Berserker's question, Castor quickly waved his hands dismissively. "No, no, my master has exhausted all his magical energy." Yet, his demeanor, devoid of any tension, suggested to Xiaojia that he was not being entirely truthful. It was also possible that he truly had run out of magical energy, and his expression was merely a ruse to confound them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaojia turned to the still cautious Saber. "What do you think, Saber?" At this, Saber surveyed the surrounding environment. What had once been a beautiful courtyard was now in tatters. With a faint sigh, she replied, "Let us call for a temporary truce." Having received her answer, Xiaojia turned his attention back to Castor, his intent unmistakable. "Aren't you leaving?" In response, Castor shrugged, and with a sudden puff, transformed into a cloud of white smoke. "Shadow clone?" Xiaojia's expression was rather captivating. It appears that he truly lacks combat capabilities. Otherwise, he would not resort to utilizing Shadow Clone to buy time. He surmised that it was also out of fear. Xiaojia contemplated as he gazed at the ground recently impacted by the oath cannon. Where a few ashes lingered at the spot where Castor had stood, it was the wooden effigy employed in the substitution technique. Indeed, such cunning is not to be underestimated. With a hint of vexation, Xiaojia rubbed his temples and thought to himself, "Well then, Saber, I shall take my leave." After Castor departed, Saber directed a vigilant gaze towards Berserker, though the intensity of her wariness was not as pronounced as it had been towards Castor. Farewell, Berserker," Saber nodded and remarked. The primary aim of this collaboration is to probe the situation, and if feasible, to eliminate the opponent as well. Just before Xiaojia was about to depart, Yufei spoke slowly, a glint of severity in his eyes. "And what about Saber?" Xiaojia mused aloud, not for any other reason but to inquire if they should seize the opportunity to claim Saber as head. Upon hearing this, Yufei pondered for a moment before responding. "If possible, not position yourself against Saber." Why? Yufei's expression bore a hint of solemnity. "Why?" Xiaojia inquired, his eyes reflecting confusion. After some deliberation, Yufei chose to elucidate. "This is intelligence I have procured. However, in light of our amicable collaboration, I will waive any fees." He paused momentarily before adding, "Because she is a king. Fortune's favor." Xiaojia expressed his bewilderment. "Why, Yufei? not possessing the patience to further explain, simply stated, in any case, saber, rider, and archer. These three kings are not to be trifled with. It was only after considerable time that Xiao Jie grasped this truth, simply because they are kings. How formidable is Berserker? After Castor returned to her hiding place, her master, concealed in the shadows, inquired. Castor scratched her head and replied, "Not bad, but I doubt she is my match. After all, it seems Berserker has exhausted her trump cards, while I still have contingencies." Hearing Castor's response, her master pondered for a moment and asked, "Did she employ the eightfold flash?" At this, Castor lowered her head, reflecting intently before responding, "She likely did not. Otherwise, my Susanoo would not have withstood it. This implies that she either cannot execute the eightfold flash or is currently unable to do so." In light of the initial execution of the technique known as 8 swords, 1 flash, a rather straightforward conclusion was reached. As the caster's master spoke in a grave tone at it, seems that Castor harbors a lingering impression that their master is particularly fixated on the 8 swords, 1 flash. However, Castor was not foolish enough to voice this thought aloud, instead stating, "It should be noted that even when I cornered her into a dire situation, she did not resort to employing the 8 swords, 1 flash. This implies that unless that particular individual is willing to sacrifice a command seal, Berserker is utterly incapable of executing it. It was evident that Castor's master possessed a deep familiarity with Berserker's master. The sense of loss permeated the atmosphere. Wai Yufei lay on the bed, appearing utterly drained, his demeanor reminiscent of someone who had been trampled by a horde of burly men, a sight that made Xiao Jie reluctant to gaze upon him. Meow, the black cat at Xiao Jie's feet, let out a soft sound, as if reporting something to Yufei, before nonchalantly leaping out of the window, disregarding Yufei entirely. Meanwhile, Yufei, with a helpless expression, mumbled to himself. Even with Xiao Jie's keen hearing, he could only discern the phrase heartless death, unable to catch anything beyond that. "I thought our group was the strongest, yet I never anticipated that a single caster could leave me utterly helpless." Xiao Jie lamented, a hint of frustration in his voice. It felt as though their journey had been too smooth, and now, with the slightest setback, he found himself struggling to cope. "What did you expect?" Yufei rolled his eyes in response. Naturally, he would not divulge to Xiao Jie that the competitors in this task were exceedingly formidable. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Jie indeed held the title of the strongest. "So, what shall we do now?" Xiao Jie inquired. Wai Yufei glanced out at the moonlight, expressing resignation. "We can only wait. We must await the exit of another servant," specifically referring to those within the narrative. "Then, the competition for the Holy Grail shall commence. Though, that black mud is quite troublesome. Wait. Are we to see who makes the first move?" Xiao Jie appeared somewhat lost in thought. "Berserker, what are you doing here?" Xiao Jie perched on the railing of a tall building, gazing at the sunset with a touch of distraction. The figure approaching from behind brought him back to reality, and he turned to see Ryder, clad in formal attire, accompanied by his young master. "Nothing much, just admiring the view," he replied gently, a smile gracing his face. Ryder, seemingly oblivious to the usual frenzy of Berserker, approached and leaned against the iron railing with both hands. "Is that so? However, you seem to be in a rather foul mood." Despite Ryder's rugged exterior, he possessed an unexpected meticulousness regarding many matters. "Has it been noticed?" Xiao Jie's expression bore a hint of helplessness, yet she refrained from delving further into the matter. "I am merely somewhat perplexed." Upon hearing this, Ryder nodded in understanding. "It is evident. But what primarily causes this confusion?" Listening to Ryder's inquiry, Xiao Jie smiled lightly. She was quite clear on this aspect. "I am bewildered by my resolve to fight. Though be candid, the initial thrill derived from traversing various worlds has now dissipated into nothingness, for often, one must forsake their own thoughts in service of the tasks set by the master." Rarely did Ryder seize the opportunity to play the role of a life mentor. "What was your original determination to fight?" Weber, without any intent to scold Ryder, simply observed their conversation from behind them. "For me, initially, it was joy and excitement." Perhaps this notion seems somewhat peculiar, yet Xiao Jie would not deny it, for indeed, it reflects her true sentiments. There was also the element of guardianship, something Xiao Jie herself was unaware of. Ryder refrained from inquiring why Berserker found joy and excitement, recognizing that such matters belong to others. "Why is there no joy or excitement now?" Xiao Jie smiled, offering a somewhat enigmatic response. "Because I do not possess the authentic to be why that, I refer to the genuine Zanpakuto, not the version she typically projects. Although they may appear outwardly similar, their essence is utterly distinct. Lacking a part of her inner self. It can be said that Xiao Jie's soul is currently incomplete. The authentic? The name of that sword. I suppose. Ryder chuckled. Then why do you not wield it? Because it is not here. Ryder found herself at a loss for words. Was it not meant to be a weapon? In a moment, Ryder diverted the conversation. Are you heading to Saber's place this evening? I will be attending to witness the so-called King's banquet. After some idle chatter, Ryder and her little master departed from the rooftop, while Xiaojia silently watched their receding figures. Perhaps it is time to seek a substitute, such as combat. Chapter 107. Paving the way as nightfall descended, Xiaojia prepared to embark on her journey to the so-called King's banquet. Naturally, Xiaojia intended merely to observe, and if necessary, to claim a head or two. She opened the door, contemplated briefly, and decided to inform Yufei. Yufei, I am stepping out. Whether or not there are gains is one matter. The potential for disruption is another entirely. Where are you going? Yufei, reclining on the bed and engrossed in a novel, inquired reflexively. The Einsburn Castle, Xiaojia replied, before stepping outside and closing the door. Bang! What is she going there for? It took Yufei a moment to process this, pondering to himself. However, Yufei also understood that he could not thwart the decisions made by his berserker. In truth, one can only hope that those individuals remain inactive. Otherwise, Yufei genuinely fears that Berserker may be eliminated, resulting in his own exit from the Holy Grail War a decade hence. Although a span of 10 years is something he can endure, it is worth noting that even if he were to miss this decade, the passage of time in the world of Djiden, where he undertakes missions, would remain unchanged. Nevertheless, spending a decade in this backward world is undeniably an unpleasant prospect. For now, all Yufei can do is obediently serve as a power bank, of the wireless variety, no less. Having visited once before, Xiaojia is able to discern the general direction. Thus he swiftly locates the forest that houses the Einsburn Castle. It appears that Ryder has already entered. He wonders if he has arrived too late. Observing a path that seems to have been forcibly carved through the landscape, he cannot help but sigh inwardly. A vast expanse of trees lies toppled, with some of the more distant ones positioned in a half-kneeling stance, their trunks bearing scorch marks. Yet, certain leaves still emit wisps of white smoke, suggesting that the battle had transpired not long ago. It seems that, regardless of the conflict or war, it is always the earth that suffers. Xiaojia muses idly as he continues along the path. That scoundrel Ryder dares to invite any riffraff. As Xiaojia traverses the midway point, a somewhat arrogant voice resonates from above. One could surmise with little effort who it belongs to. Aside from that fellow archer, there is no one else who employs such a vulgarity as bastard, a term evidently unrefined and lacking parental guidance. The absurdity of hearing a bastard call another a bastard is rather amusing. Could this be a case of the thief shouting "Stop the thief"? Xiaojia does not possess the habit of gazing upward, keeping his head lowered as he strides onward, though his pace leaves much to be desired. At this rate, by the time he reaches Ryder and the others, they might have already cleared the table. Bastard. Archer's eye twitched, his gaze fixed irritably on the sluggishly moving berserker below. However, Archer's annoyance lasted but a brief moment. He did not truly feel angered enough to unleash his noble phantasm upon Berserker. Bastard, consider yourself fortunate. I have no desire to engage today. In truth, Archer merely wished to avoid disturbing the carefully styled hair he had arranged for his public appearance. Xiaojia said nothing, simply offering a smile. Although Archer was oblivious to the exact meaning of he could certainly discern the tone of mockery contained within. He merely pretended not to notice. For reasons unknown, Archer's flight speed matched Xiaojia's walking pace, as he leisurely floated in the sky. Meanwhile, Berserker reclined within the golden ship, and Archer found himself momentarily entranced by the moon's lofty presence above. What brings you here? Are you inquiring whether Enki resides within the Hall of Heroes? Upon hearing Archer's address towards her, Xiaojia chuckled softly. Indeed, everything seems more agreeable without the derogatory term bastard. This also allowed Xiaojia to perceive Archer's egalitarian disposition. Of course she is here. How could she not be? After all, even I, a reverse deity, find myself within this so-called Hall of Heroes, Xiaojia remarked with a smile. In truth, Archer had long possessed the answer within his heart. He merely sought the affirmation of others for his conclusion. Let us hasten. We must not keep Ryder and Saber waiting, he urged, as Xiaojia took off in a sprint, not pausing for Archer's response. Observing this, Archer swallowed the words he had intended to voice. Hey, King of Knights. I have come specifically to see you. Do hurry out, will you? The voice echoed from the hall, indicating that the intruder had indeed crossed the threshold. Undoubtedly, the foe was Ryder, the conqueror king, Iskander. His booming call did not resonate with the fervor of a warrior seeking conflict, as there was no hint of malice in his tone. Nevertheless, Saber remained vigilant. As she ran, she materialized her silver armor. Simultaneously, she addressed the somewhat frail Alice Phil, who lay in bed. Alice Phil, I shall go take a look. Dio, go ahead. Alice Phil replied understandingly. As Saber traversed the corridor and emerged onto the terrace, the moonlight streaming through the skylight illuminated the figure standing confidently in the hall. She was momentarily at a loss for words upon recognizing her adversary. Saber. Ever since I heard about this castle, I was eager to see it. What has become of it? Ryder grinned broadly, displaying no awareness of his trespass, and theatrically stretched his neck. There were too many trees in the courtyard, making it quite inconvenient to navigate. I nearly lost my way before reaching the city gate, so I took the liberty of clearing a few. You ought to thank me. The view is much improved. Ryder, you, Saber began, her voice laced with authority. Yet, confronted with such an inexplicably nonchalant foe, she found herself at a loss for further words. Ryder, however, raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, Hey, King of Knights, aren't you going to change into something more modern tonight? Do refrain from wearing that rigid armor all the time. If Saber's armored appearance could be deemed rigid, then what judgment might one cast upon Ryder's casual jeans and t-shirt? While the armor could be seen as Saber's pride, the cracks in the thick breastplate seemed to hint at its fragility. At this juncture, one might simply conclude that ignorance is bliss. Once, Ryder, intrigued by inquiries regarding the invaded territories, donned attire reminiscent of Asian aesthetics, causing his companions to retreat in apprehension. This is a documented historical fact. However, Saber could not have anticipated that the reason behind Ryder's change into modern garb lay within the very figure of Saber herself, clad in a suit. Yet, what struck Saber as peculiar was that Ryder held not a weapon or any implement of battle, but rather a barrel. Indeed, it resembled a cask, a wooden wine barrel, with the barrel effortlessly nestled under his arm. Ryder appeared to be nothing short of a jovial innkeeper delivering goods. Saber, momentarily at a loss for words, inhaled deeply and composed herself, inquiring, Ryder, what brings you here? Do you not understand yet? I've come to share a drink with you. Now, stop standing there and lead the way. Is there a suitable courtyard for a banquet? This castle is all dust. It won't do, Ryder remarked, patting the barrel he cradled, exuding an air of nonchalance, devoid of any formality. Saber let out a resigned sigh. The anger that had been simmering within her dissipated upon encountering this seemingly benign adversary, rendering her unable to maintain her fighting spirit. However, she too was unfamiliar with this castle. The only place that could be deemed a courtyard seemed to be the site of yesterday's battle. It was worth noting that Castor and Berserker had been far more composed when they had intruded. Saber, the castle's courtyard remains unscathed from yesterday's tumult. That area will suffice, Alicefil stated as she emerged, supporting herself against the wall. Concerned by Saber's prolonged absence, she had ventured out just in time to overhear Ryder's mention of seeking a location. Although uncertain of Ryder's intentions, Alicefil perceived no trace of hostility in his bearded visage, prompting her response. After all, given Saber's disposition, she might regard herself as a guest reluctant to overstep her bounds within these premises. Alicefil, your health is fragile. You must ensure you rest adequately. Upon hearing Alicefil's voice, Saber was taken aback and quickly turned to see Alicefil's pallid complexion. Observing her leaning against the wall, Saber's expression faltered. That wall is cold. Alicefil, you ought not to lean against it so carelessly. With that, Saber hurried forward to support Alicefil. Alicefil managed a faint smile. But you are here, Saber. The warmth blossomed within Alicefil at Saber's mildly reproachful tone. Nonetheless, you cannot continue to neglect your well-being. Saber replied, her voice tinged with irritation. Understanding Saber's displeasure, Alicefil fell silent, obediently allowing Saber to guide her into the inner chambers of the castle and summary. Ryder and his royal companion were utterly disregarded. Observing the harmonious scene between the two, Ryder found himself at a loss for words. Remaining silent seemed the wisest course of action. After a considerable pause, Saber finally emerged from within. As she did, Ryder couldn't shake the impression that her complexion had been slightly flushed moments earlier, though now it appeared unremarkable. Under Saber's guidance, they arrived at the so-called courtyard. Ryder, clutching a wine vessel, settled beside a flower bed in the courtyard, while Saber took her seat opposite him, and the two servants engaged in a leisurely standoff. Weber, displaying considerable discernment, chose to sit quietly to the side. Without a hint of disruption, Ryder smashed the barrel lid with his fist, and the rich aroma of red wine immediately permeated the air of the courtyard. Although the vessel bore an unusual shape, it seemed to be a unique artifact of this land. Ryder spoke. He proudly scooped some wine with a bamboo-handled spoon, and of course, it was rather absurd to use a spoon as a serving utensil. He took a deep gulp from the spoon before declaring, "I have heard that only those worthy may obtain the Holy Grail." His unexpectedly solemn tone hushed the surroundings, as the man spoke with an air of gravity that felt distinctly off-kilter. The ritual to determine the chosen worthy one was the very war being waged in Fuyuki. Yet, if one were merely to observe, there would be no need for bloodshed, as fellow heroic spirits. If they could acknowledge each other's prowess, there would be no further need for discussion. Truth be told, Ryder's words seemed to echo a challenge between the two warring nations. Let us compare our numbers and determine who is stronger. Thus avoiding the needless slaughter of so many lives. It was, in essence, a rather fanciful notion. After a moment of silence, Saber unhesitatingly accepted the spoon Ryder had offered and scooped a measure of wine for herself. Her slender waist might have raised concerns about her ability to consume alcohol, yet her boldness in drinking matched that of the formidable Ryder. Observing this, Ryder erupted into joyful laughter, not lacking in admiration. "Well then, shall we compete to see who is stronger?" Ryder inquired. Indeed, they were to engage in a true contest in the name of kings. However, perhaps it would be more fitting to call it the Holy Grail Inquiry rather than the Holy Grail War. Ultimately, who among the Night King and the Conqueror would be worthy of the Grail? Such a question was perfectly suited to be posed over a cup of wine. Ryder, shedding his earlier gravity, grinned mischievously. He then seemed to muse aloud. "Ah, speaking of which, there is another who claims to be a king present. Let us end the jest here, you mongrel." As if in response to the ambiguous words of the Ryder, a dazzling beam of golden light flashed before the assembled crowd. The sound and brilliance rendered Saber's body instantly rigid. However, the subsequent voice brought Saber a measure of relaxation, albeit accompanied by a twinge of confusion regarding Berserker's presence amidst the golden radiance. "Ryder, are you attempting to exclude me and Archer from this?" Gradually, the golden light dissipated, revealing Archer and Berserker before them. "How bold of you," Ryder remarked, scratching the back of his head without a hint of embarrassment. His hearty voice masked his inner unease. "Archer and Berserker, what brings you here?" Perhaps sensing her own newfound ease, Saber suddenly spoke, adopting a tone befitting the master of the castle. After all, it was a matter of losing a person but not losing face. "Ah, I summoned them. I happened upon them while aimlessly wandering, and in a moment of inspiration, I remembered to invite them. Though they are quite late, I must say. But unlike me, they arrived on foot. One cannot blame them." Clad in golden armor, Archer gazed at Ryder with his crimson eyes, disdainfully declaring, "You truly chose such a wretched place for your banquet. Your taste leaves much to be desired. I came all this way. How do you intend to atone for this?" "Oh, come now, let us share a drink first," Ryder replied with a cheerful grin as he offered a spoon filled with wine to Archer. Expecting Archer to be incensed by Ryder's demeanor, he was taken aback when Archer nonchalantly accepted the spoon and downed its contents in one gulp. This reminded Weber of what Ryder had previously told him. This was a challenge among kings. If Archer indeed was the ancient Babylonian king Gilgamesh, as Berserker had claimed, then it was hardly surprising, given their shared royal status, despite Archer's derisive remarks. "What a foul wine is this, to engage in combat between heroes with such swill," Archer exclaimed, his expression one of distaste. Yet it was noteworthy that he had finished the drink before voicing his disdain. "Is that so? I purchased it from the market here. It is quite decent," Ryder replied, a look of confusion crossing his face, yet he showed no inclination to reflect on it, convinced that the wine was satisfactory. Amidst their exchange, Archer scooped a spoonful of wine from the barrel and offered it to the nearby Xiaojia. "Eh? Do I really have to drink?" Xiaojia instinctively accepted the spoon from Archer, her expression a mixture of bewilderment. Although she could not quite attune to the wavelength of these kings, she understood that accepting the spoon and consuming the wine was the most fundamental respect one could show to their royal status. The act of Archer passing the spoon did not draw the attention of Ryder and Saber, or rather, it ought to have been so. Xiaojia hesitated, similarly attempting to drink the wine with the same boldness as Archer. However, as the liquid reached her throat, she detected the distinct bitterness characteristic of red wine. Perhaps it would have been better with a splash of Sprite. Her face contorted in discomfort as she managed to swallow the spoonful of wine. The taste far from pleasant, though. It seems Berserker is experiencing wine for the first time. This simply cannot do. As a hero, how can one be unacquainted with alcohol? Ryder, ever the one with the leisure to concern herself with trivial matters. Or perhaps it was simply that all three gazes converged upon Xiaojia after she accepted the spoon. Xiaojia covered her mouth, feeling as if she might retch. Ryder, observing her plight, snatched the spoon from Xiaojia's hands. dipped it into the wine jug, and presented a fresh spoonful before her. Berserker, as a hero, you must learn to drink. Seeing the spoon nearly touching her cheek, Xiao Jie hastily stepped back, lowering her hand from her mouth. Rider, don't force me. Her demeanor was particularly fierce. Rider, noticing Xiao Jie's expression, felt a peculiar familiarity, and just as she contemplated approaching, she suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent, instinctively glancing towards Archer. However, Rider only perceived a sense of hostility without any actual malice. After a fleeting glance at Archer and then at the visibly repulsed Berserker, Rider nodded in understanding. She no longer pressed the issue but instead consumed the wine in the spoon in a single gulp. Such fine wine. How unfortunate that you all disdain it. With Rider no longer insisting she drink, Xiao Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Berserker, earlier you mentioned being a heroic spirit from an alternate realm. Surely, the criteria for becoming a hero must entail some semblance of heroism. What sort of world could possibly deny a hero the pleasure of wine? After downing a spoonful of wine, Rider posed her inquiry. Perhaps the very act of questioning was the theme of this gathering. In response, Xiao Jie shrugged and candidly remarked, "You know of ninjas, don't you?" Yet the only reply was a series of head shakes. Xiao Jie, unfazed by any awkwardness, continued, "Ninjas are tools. I could be considered a ninja myself. Saber, that caster from last night, was also a ninja. So, not a hero then," Rider mused, stroking her chin adorned with stubble. Saber, due to her association with Aliceville, had a modicum of understanding regarding certain aspects of Japanese history. Berserker, as I understand it, aren't ninjas typically associated with covert assassinations? Saber's implication was quite clear. She questioned how Xiao Jie's style aligned with that of a berserker. Xiao Jie shrugged in response, "I'm not entirely certain. All I know is that in my world, ninjas engage in open combat." After the questioning segment came to a close, Xiao Jie was not ostracized for lacking the qualities of a hero. Rather, the explanation of this fact seemed to foster a more harmonious relationship between them. "Rider, you are still drinking that kind of wine," Archer remarked, casting his gaze back to the table and noticing Rider scooping a spoonful of red wine from the decanter. With a face full of disdain, he exclaimed, "Ah, such exquisite wine would be a waste not to drink." Upon hearing Rider's words, a look of scorn surfaced on Archer's face. "Such thoughts arise from your utter ignorance of wine, you wretch." With a sneer, a golden vortex of ethereal space manifested beside Archer, a sign of the king's treasury, which immediately caused Weber's expression to shift dramatically. However, what appeared beside Archer that night was not a weapon, but a series of splendidly jeweled drinking vessels. The heavy golden bottle was filled with a colorless, crystal-clear liquid, which allowed Weber to breathe a sigh of relief. "Behold, this is the king's wine." "Oh, how moving," Rider, unfazed by Archer's tone, cheerfully poured the new wine into 4 goblets. Upon seeing the 4 goblets, Xiao Jie's face instantly contorted, realizing that he too had a share. Saber, observing Berserker's expression, consoled him, "Berserker, since this wine is presented by Archer, it certainly won't be as inferior as Rider's." Hey, Saber, by saying that, you are also affirming Archer's words, Xiao Jie thought, feeling a wave of exasperation. Saber hesitated as she gazed at the wine in the golden bottle, yet she accepted the offered goblet. To be honest, although Berserker had once revealed Archer's identity, Archer had never introduced himself, which left Saber with a sense of wariness. However, this slight apprehension was quickly shattered by Rider's exclamations of delight and her own curiosity. "Oh, delicious." Rider took a sip, and her already large eyes widened even further, followed by a tone of awe in her praise. This time, even Saber felt her curiosity piqued. This was not merely a contest of who appeared more dignified, but rather a competition of wine. As the wine flowed down her throat, Saber experienced an intense sensation of expansion in her mind. This was indeed the finest wine she had ever tasted, potent yet pure, fragrant yet refreshing, with a rich aroma filling her nostrils, leaving her in a state of euphoria. Incredible. This cannot possibly be wine crafted by human hands. It must be fit for the gods. Watching Rider showering praises, Archer revealed a languid smile. Unbeknownst to him, he too had seated himself, contentedly swirling the goblet in his hand, and of course, be it wine or sword, my treasury holds only the finest treasures, such as the taste of a king. Listening to Archer's remarks, Saber couldn't help but feel a surge of anger rising within her. Just as she was about to respond, Archer turned his gaze towards Xiao Jie beside him. "Berserker, do give it a try. This is the finest wine in the world, the last of its kind," Archer said, shaking his wine glass towards Xiao Jie. "Not exactly the last of its kind. You should have plenty in your treasury," Xiao Jie retorted. Moreover, this heroic spirit's body is merely a projection. Even the treasury is, which means everything within it is also a projection, so, no matter how much we drink, it will never diminish. Xiao Jie settled down, gazing at the wine glass before him, feeling a sense of hesitation, primarily because the taste of the earlier red wine was simply overwhelming. Having never consumed alcohol before, he pondered for a moment before finally lifting the elegant glass, deciding to gulp down the liquid, reasoning that it was better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Such reckless drinking by Xiao Jie would undoubtedly invite scorn from seasoned drinkers. Eventually, he set the glass down, feeling a slight dizziness. Were it not for his faith in rider, saber, and archer's integrity, he might have suspected the wine was spiked. However, Xiao Jie found the taste reminiscent of a sweet beverage. Failing to discern any hint of alcohol, Berserker has indeed gotten drunk, Ryder chuckled, patting his knee. With his extensive experience in drinking, Ryder quickly recognized Xiao Jie's inebriation. While many tend to flush with a rosy hue after drinking, that is merely a result of alcohol evaporation. Yet, Xiao Jie's current state, with a dazed look and a slight sway of his body, was unmistakable. His cheeks bore a rosy glow as well. In response, Saber couldn't help but shake her head. Although it was evident from Berserker's earlier drinking behavior that she had never partaken before, Saber was still taken aback by how poorly she handled it. Archer, tilting his head to observe the drunken Berserker, wore a faintly contented smile. This reminded him of the first time Enkidu had tasted alcohol. She too had been inexperienced and eager to show off. I never imagined my wine possessed such a quality, capable of inebriating Berserker, Archer remarked with a slight smile. Hearing Archer's words, Saber recalled a long-forgotten memory. However, her tone was not as intense as the dramatic events of the past. Archer, you are less a king and more a jester. Incessantly bragging about your wine, Saber said, narrowing her eyes, a hint of animosity lacing her voice. Archer scoffed at the charged Saber. It is the likes of you, who knows nothing of wine, that are unworthy of kingship. Enough, you two are truly tiresome, Ryder remarked with a wry smile, gesturing to Saber, who seemed poised to retort. He then turned back to the previous topic. Archer, while your wine may indeed be a treasure worthy of a divine chalice, it is a pity that the Holy Grail is not meant for holding wine. We are now engaged in a discourse to assess whether we are worthy of obtaining the Holy Grail. First and foremost, you must articulate why you desire the Grail, Archer. Take on the mantle of a king and endeavor to persuade us of your entitlement to this coveted prize. However, Archer appears less than impressed, glancing sideways at the inebriated Berserker who continues to pour wine, and remarks, I can hardly tolerate you. First and foremost, we are meant to contend for the Grail. Your inquiry strays far from this premise. Hearing Ryder's puzzled tone, Archer lets out a resigned sigh, stating, it was originally meant to be my possession. All treasures in this world are derived from my collection, yet over time, they have slipped away from my vault. Nevertheless, I remain its rightful owner. Are you implying you once possessed the Grail? Do you understand what it truly is? No, Archer calmly denies Ryder's probing with a shake of his head. It is beyond your comprehension. The totality of my wealth surpasses even my own understanding, yet as long as it is deemed a treasure, it undoubtedly belongs to me. This is indisputable. To audaciously attempt to seize my possessions, one should possess a modicum of self-awareness. Listening to Archer's declarations, Saber is rendered speechless. Archer, one should possess at least a semblance of humility. Unlike Saber, Ryder seems to echo the sentiment, grumbling in agreement while nonchalantly pouring more wine into his cup. Then, Archer, does that mean that if you simply acquiesce, we can obtain the Grail? Certainly, but I have no inclination to bestow such a gift upon scoundrels like you, Archer replies, lifting his gaze slightly to meet Ryder's. Are you truly unwilling? To Ryder's inquiry, Archer responds with a mocking smile, not at all. I only grant favors to my subjects and my people. However, Ryder, should you choose to submit to me, I might graciously offer you a cup or two. That is simply unfeasible. Ryder scratches his chin, seemingly recognizing that the terms presented are excessively lofty, and turns his head away. Nonetheless, Archer, the presence or absence of the Grail seems trivial to you, as you are not striving for it to fulfill any particular wish. Archer nods in affirmation, indeed. Yet, I cannot allow those who would steal my treasures to go unchallenged. This is a matter of principle, so, what does that imply? Ryder drains his cup. There's some rationale behind it? It is a matter of law, Archer states with resolute clarity, directing his gaze towards the now unconscious Berserker. It is the law I, as king, have established. Archer uttered these words. A glimmer of aggression flickered in his gaze directed at Berserker. Although Archer did not turn to face him, Ryder nodded in understanding and let out a deep sigh. What a perfect king he is, capable of adhering to the principles he has established. Yet, I still yearn for the Holy Grail. My approach is to seize it whenever I desire, for I, Iskandar, am the king of conquerors. Perhaps not that as long as you dare to infringe, I shall enact judgment, and there is no room for negotiation. Archer turned his attention back to Ryder, asserting that this was the most fundamental courtesy, a courtesy befitting a king when he articulates his royal path. It is said that ordinary individuals cannot keep pace with their thoughts. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Archer regarded Ryder, both of them solemnly nodding, the usual rebellious expression on his face vanishing without a trace. However, Archer, let us first indulge in some wine. We can discuss battle later, of course, unless you have no interest in the wine I brought. Archer spoke with a hint of a smile, as if the earlier verbal skirmish had never transpired. What nonsense! With fine wine at hand, how could I possibly resist? At this moment, Archer and Ryder left Saber unable to discern whether they were foes or allies, and she could only sit silently aside. Observing the two, this is the consequence of being unable to synchronize with their cerebral waves. After a brief moment, she finally addressed Ryder. King of Conquerors, since you have acknowledged that the Holy Grail belongs to others, why do you still seek to seize it by force? Ryder replied with an air of inevitability. Of course, my creed is conquest, which encompasses seizure and invasion. Saber, suppressing the fury within her, continued to inquire. Then why do you wish to obtain the Holy Grail? This reflects a disagreement with the royal path. Perhaps Saber is attempting to impose her beliefs onto others, having sacrificed so much for her own royal principles. To her surprise, Ryder chuckled somewhat bashfully, took a sip of wine and responded. I desire a corporeal form. I wish to become human. His tone was remarkably resolute. This was an unexpected answer, and Saber's initial anger dissipated once more under Ryder's unconventional reasoning. How absurd! Challenging me for such trivial matters. Archer wore an expression of resignation, yet Ryder spoke with an unusual seriousness. I must say, even if we manifest in the present world through magical power, we are ultimately mere servants, originally non-existent in this realm. While it may seem somewhat laughable, are you truly content? Unwilling to be subjugated, loyal to his own ideals, Ryder, the king of conquerors, Iskandar declared, I am not satisfied. I wish to be reincarnated in this world, to live as a human. At this moment, Saber, somewhat perplexed, spoke. Why? Thus, what does Saber truly seek? Is it a desire to repeat the historical saga of the Macedonian Empire? For this is the very foundation of conquest. Iskandar murmurs while gazing at his tightly clenched fist, to possess a body, to set forth into the world, to enact my dominion. That is the path of a true sovereign. Yet, at present, I am devoid of a corporeal form. This is simply untenable. Without this, nothing can commence. I harbor no fear. Rather, I feel an imperative to possess. Archer seemingly listens intently to Ryder's words, silently sipping his drink throughout the exchange. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a peculiar expression on his face, distinct from his usual demeanor. To describe it as a smile may be somewhat of a stretch, yet it carries a sinister undertone compared to his habitual mockery. It is decided, Ryder. I shall personally end your life. Ha. You speak such words now? You should prepare yourself, for not only the Holy Grail, but I also intend to plunder your treasury entirely. Such exquisite wine has been savored by the king of conquerors. You truly have been careless. Ryder laughs heartily. However, amidst this revelry, there remains one individual who has yet to reveal even a hint of a smile, despite attending the banquet. Saber, present at the gathering, finds no opportunity to interject amid Archer and Ryder's dialogue. Their discourse regarding the path of kings diverges greatly from her own convictions, rendering her unable to engage with them. She adheres solely to her own will. Such thoughts are unbefitting of a king. In Saber's eyes, Archer and Ryder are merely tyrants. Regardless of their formidable strength, an indomitable spirit blazes within Saber. These two are her rivals whom she cannot afford to lose to. She must never relinquish the Holy Grail to them. Archer's assertions are devoid of reason, and Ryder's aspirations can only be regarded as those of a mere warrior. Moreover, they merely signify the inception of all humanity's desires, in comparison to their ambitions. Saber's aspirations are undeniably more noble. Hey Saber, why not share your wish? Ryder finally turns his attention to her. At all times, her desires have remained unwavering, and my path as a sovereign is my pride. With her head held high, the King of Knights gazes resolutely at the two heroic spirits. I wish to save my homeland. I aim to alter the fate of Britain's demise. Chapter 111. The debate once Saber resolutely concludes her statement. An extended silence envelopes the gathering. Within this stillness, it is Saber herself who first feels a pang of uncertainty. Even though her words are imbued with fervor, her counterparts are not the type to yield easily. Though her declaration may be surprising, its meaning is crystal clear. Unambiguous, devoid of any peculiarities, this is her path as a sovereign. Whether in praise or rebuttal, one would expect an immediate response. Why eat no one speaks? I say, King of Knights, surely, I must not have misheard. Ryder has finally broken the silence. For reasons unknown, his countenance is laden with perplexity. Are you suggesting a change of fate? In other words, to subvert history? Indeed, no matter how unattainable a desire may seem, it can be fulfilled with the omnipotent Holy Grail, Saber asserts with pride. Until this moment, Saber has come to understand why the atmosphere between these two individuals is so extraordinary, and the scene abruptly grows tense. Ah, Saber? I wish to confirm that destruction of England must pertain to your era, during your reign, correct? Yes. Thus, I cannot forgive myself. Saber's tone grows more resolute upon hearing this. Hence, I am filled with regret and desire to alter that outcome. It is I who caused such an ending. Unexpectedly, someone erupts into laughter. It is a crude, thoughtless guffaw, emanating from Archer, who radiates a golden brilliance. Confronted with this immense humiliation, Saber's face is ablaze with fury. The very thing she cherishes most is ridiculed by Archer. Archer, what is so amusing? Unfazed by Saber's indignation, the golden servant responds with intermittent laughter. A self-proclaimed king, lauded by the masses, can still feel regret? Ha! How could that not provoke laughter? A masterpiece, Saber. You are the finest jester. Ignoring the incessant laughter of Archer, Ryder furrows his brow, regarding Saber with discontent. Wait. Hold on, Night King. Do you intend to deny the history you have forged? Saber, who has never harbored doubt towards her ideals, is unshaken by his inquiry. Indeed. Are you astonished? Is it laughable? As a sovereign, my country has met its demise, I grieve. What is wrong with that? In response, Archer bursts into yet another fit of laughter. Hey, did you hear that, Ryder? This self-styled Night King dares to utter sacrificing for the nation? The reply to Archer comes from Ryder's deepening silence. For Saber, this is an affront no less than ridicule. I fail to see what is humorous. As a ruler, one must naturally stand forth and strive for the prosperity of one's nation. You are mistaken. Ryder firmly and gravely counters her words. It is not the king who sacrifices, but rather the nation and its people who dedicate everything to the king. Do not confuse this. What did you say? Saber can no longer contain her fury, shouting loudly. That is nothing less than tyranny. Ryder, Archer, your interpretation of kingship is a grave mistake. Indeed. Yet we are not merely tyrants. We are also heroes. Ryder responds calmly, not even raising an eyebrow. Thus, Saber, if a king finds himself dissatisfied with the outcomes of his governance, it can only signify that he is a tyrant, even worse than a despot. Unlike Archer, who incessantly mocks Saber, Ryder fundamentally undermines her. With brows furrowed, Saber retorted sharply, Iskandar, do you not feel even a twinge of regret that the empire you forged with your own hands ultimately fractured into 4 parts? Do you not wish for a chance to start anew, to salvage your nation? Not at all, the conqueror replied immediately, standing tall and meeting the Night King's stern gaze. If my decisions and those of my subjects led to such an outcome, then destruction was inevitable. I shall mourn and shed tears, but I shall never harbor regrets. How can it be? Saber's expression betrayed a hint of disillusionment, let alone the audacity to attempt to rewrite history. Such a foolish endeavor is an affront to all humanity that I sought to elevate during my era. In response to Ryder's haughty declarations, Saber countered, your assertions are merely grounded in the glory of a warrior. The populace does not share your sentiments. What they seek is salvation. Are you suggesting they yearn for a king's salvation? Ryder shrugged and burst into laughter. I fail to comprehend. What significance does such a thing hold? That is the very essence of kingship. Now it was Saber's turn to speak with pride. Proper governance and rightful order are what all subjects yearn for. Ryder retorted without hesitation. So, are you then a correct slave? If that is your interpretation, so be it. Point one worthy of kingship must dedicate themselves to their ideals. Nodding without a hint of doubt, the young Night King continued, through their king, the people come to understand law and order. What a king embodies should not be something that perishes with his death, but rather something of a more noble essence. Observing the resolute Saber, Ryder shook his head, seemingly pitying her. This is not a path one would willingly choose for survival. Indeed, To be a king is to forego the luxuries of an ordinary life. To become the epitome of an ideal. She is willing to forsake her corporeal form and cast aside personal desires. The life of the girl named Artoria irrevocably changed the moment she drew that sword from the stone. From that instant onward, she became an invincible legend, a symbol of song and dreams. She has endured anguish and worry, yet within it lies the glory of victory, and unwavering belief continues to sustain the arm that wields her sword. The likes of you, conqueror, who only think of themselves, will never comprehend my conviction. You are merely a tyrant blinded by ambition. Saber exclaimed vehemently. Ryder's eyes widened at the scolding. A king devoid of purpose is no better than a mere vase. His thunderous voice, combined with his imposing stature, rendered him even more formidable. Saber, you just proclaimed to dedicate oneself to ideals. Indeed, in times past, you were a paragon of virtue, a saintly figure unparalleled in purity. Yet, who among us dares to anticipate martyrdom for the sake of ideals? Who would spend sleepless nights longing for so-called saints, who merely offer solace to the people without guiding them? It is only by showcasing magnificence and extolling the heights of glory that a nation and its people may be steered onto the righteous path. After emptying the cup, the king must conquer and subsequently correct the course. As a sovereign, one must possess a fervor more intense than any other, be more extravagant than the rest, and exhibit a temperament more volatile than any. He ought to embody a being that encompasses both purity and corruption, a human more genuine than all others. Only in this manner can subjects be compelled to submit to their king, and the hearts of the populace will harbor a yearning of if only I were the king. In such governance, where does justice reside? It does not exist. The path of the sovereign knows not the concept of justice, and consequently, there is no room for regret. His assertions are overly blunt, and Saber is seething with indignation. Both claim to prioritize the happiness of the populace, yet their philosophies diverge vastly. One prays for peace, while the other aspires for prosperity. The king who suppresses chaos cannot possibly share the same ideals as the one who incites warfare. Ryder chuckled lightly and spoke with a hearty tone. O king, who bears the name of a knight, your sense of justice and ideals may have temporarily salvaged the nation and its people, hence your name endures to this day. However, you are undoubtedly aware of the outcomes faced by those you purportedly saved. You speak of what? Blood-soaked hills at sunset. That vision resurfaces in Saber's mind once more. You relentlessly seek to save your subjects, yet you have never guided them. They remain oblivious to the essence of royal virtue. You abandoned your lost subjects, reveling in your own sanctified posturing, intoxicated by your petty ideals. Thus, you are not a worthy king. You are but a girl entangled in her own web, yearning to become a king who thinks of the people. I have countless words of rebuttal, yet every time I attempt to speak, the haunting images of that fateful day at Jinlan Bay flood my mind. Corpses lay strewn, rivers ran red with blood. There among them were her subjects, her friends, and her kin. From the moment she drew her sword from the rock, she was aware of the prophecy. She understood it foretold her ruin, and she had already come to terms with it. Yet, why upon witnessing such horrors, did she feel so utterly taken aback, as if she were powerless beyond prayer? There were magicians who foretold that to overturn fate was nearly impossible. Yet, she still pondered, if miracles could indeed manifest. A treacherous thought invaded Saber's mind. What if she did not act as the savior of Britain, but instead as a tyrant to ravage it? The chaos of the realm would only deepen amid the calamities of war. First and foremost, this was not the path of kingship she adhered to. Moreover, from any perspective, as one named Artoria, she would never choose such an option. But if she were to truly follow that course, which outcome would be more tragic in comparison to the Battle of Camlanan? As Saber was lost in her contemplations, a somewhat familiar feminine voice abruptly roused her from her reverie. Saber, as a king, you are truly admirable. However, the kind of ruler you embody is not one that anyone wishes to behold. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaojia, who had only just begun to regain her senses from intoxication, remarked thus. In truth, she had awakened during the earlier dispute between Ryder and Saber, yet neither had noticed her presence, for their quarrel had been rather boisterous. Saber cast a puzzled glance at Berserker, struggling to comprehend her meaning. Xiaojia, unfazed, poured herself a small glass of wine and took a sip before continuing. According to historical records, Saber, you originally aspired to be a knight who would assist the King of Britain, correct? Her tone was somewhat gentler, and Saber, in a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly, having surmised the direction of Berserker's inquiry. Not surprised by Saber's reaction, Xiaojia proceeded, then, why did you wish to become a knight in service to the king? I yearn to dedicate my strength to my country, Saber replied. Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow, pressing further, and how do you propose to accomplish this? Without hesitation, Saber responded, through diligent training. Let us shift the topic. What actions have you taken since ascending to the throne? Xiao Jie inquired, sipping her wine. Saber responded with silence, I have devoted everything to my nation and its people. This was the formulation Saber had prepared when Berserker first posed her question. Yet, for reasons unknown, she refrained from vocalizing this sentiment, opting instead for a silent acquiescence to Berserker's query. You concern yourself with the livelihood of the populace, yet neglect the sentiments of their hearts. Your overly rational demeanor on the battlefield instills fear in your subordinates. In your quest to maintain the dignity of a king, you have never shown a hint of warmth before them. While you ponder the welfare of others, you fail to consider their innermost thoughts. At this juncture, Xiao Jie narrowed her eyes slightly. King Arthur, devoid of understanding of the human heart. Perhaps, Saber replied, a hint of despondency in her voice. She had heard this sentiment before. Once, Tristan had articulated the same notion, leading her into deep reflection. Am I truly in the wrong? In that moment, silence enveloped the group as they quietly sipped their drinks. Even Berserker, who had been recently intoxicated, now took shallow sips of her wine. Abruptly, Saber felt an unsettling chill, a sensation that jolted her back to reality. It emanated from Archer's gaze. The golden servant had been leaving Saber to contend with Ryder while he leisurely sipped his drink from the sidelines. His deep crimson eyes had, unbeknownst to her, been scrutinizing her intently for some time. Even the awakening of the Berserker failed to rouse the Archer. He remained silent, and his gaze betrayed no discernible intentions. Yet it exuded a certain aura, akin to a serpent slithering over one's skin, instilling a sense of humiliation and discomfort. Archer, why do you gaze upon me? Saber said coldly, struggling to suppress the urge to strike. I am merely admiring the expression of your distress, Archer replied with an unexpectedly tender smile, though it evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. His expression was reminiscent of a maiden scattering flowers upon a bed, and it delighted him. For Saber, this was an unforgivable mockery. Without hesitation, she shattered her cup upon the ground, her face aflame with uncontainable fury. Yet, in the next moment, it was not her wrath that altered the countenance of both parties. After a brief pause, Weber also sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Though invisible, a palpable aura of murderous intent lingered in the air, felt keenly against their skin. Xiao Jie's expression turned peculiar in an instant. Wasn't the assassin already slain? Why has another emerged to disrupt? Could it be that the one killed was a different assassin, not the one from the narrative? Surely, they could not be so inept. Oh, good evening, everyone. I am here to request the departure of one among you. Just as Xiao Jie pondered this, a somewhat familiar voice dispelled her confusion. Castor. Xiao Jie turned towards the source of the voice, and as expected, it was the so-called Uchiha Fei. Saber was the one to call out, clearly taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. Castor now stood behind Xiao Jie and Archer. Archer slightly tilted his head. Wretch, when did I grant you permission to stand behind me? Upon uttering these words, a circle of golden ripples formed within a meter of Castor. Observing this, a faint smile danced upon Castor's lips. The chains of heaven? Surely, such theatrics are unnecessary. Enkidu. With the sound of clinking chains, silver links instantaneously coiled around Castor. At this sight, Xiao Jie raised an eyebrow. Archer, the chains of heaven hold no sway over him. Chains of heaven? Berserker, I distinctly mentioned Enkidu, Archer remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Noticing Archer's odd demeanor, Xiao Jie instantly became wary, even projecting her authentic weapon into her grasp. Observing the actions of Berserker and Archer, Saber and Ryder, despite their usual dullness, inevitably caught on, furrowing their brows as they turned their attention to Archer. Pray tell, Berserker, what is this so-called heroic spirit you introduced? Archer inquired, as the chains constricting around Castor tightened rapidly, causing Castor's form to nearly burst. Yet, what emerged from the explosion was merely a cloud of white smoke. Diverting a portion of their attention towards the Rider and Saber on Castor's side, both furrowed their brows in unison, perplexed by the unfolding events. Xiao Jie, not lacking in intelligence, discerned from this scene that someone had revealed the existence of the divine space to Archer, yet remained oblivious to the cost incurred by that informant. Archer, what have they promised you? To escape this world? Archer set down his wine glass, squinting at Berserker as he spoke. It seems, Archer, that you are about to breach our agreement. As the chains retracted, a figure gradually materialized from the ground at the precise location where Castor had just appeared. It was none other than Castor. Earth manipulation? That seems to be the only option, and of course, there is also the absolute technique of ephemeral insects that could achieve this. You wretches, do you think you are worthy of making a pact with me? Archer proclaimed with unyielding arrogance, slightly tilting his head towards Castor, who bore a smile devoid of anger. He then continued to gaze at Berserker, awaiting her response. Xiao Jie, feeling somewhat distressed, rubbed his temples and paused before speaking. If what they say is true, then indeed, it must be as they claim. However, what they assert is merely speculation on my part, and I cannot guarantee that revealing the existence of the divine space will not incur the wrath of the Great Egg. Most importantly, I dare not gamble with such stakes. Yes, I cannot afford to wager. Xiao Jie was uncertain if there existed any means to evade punishment in the world, at least none that he was aware of. Then, Berserker, do you possess the ability to lead me out of this world? Despite Berserker's nonchalance, Archer remained unfazed, continuing to inquire. This query left Xiao Jie at a loss. I am still a novice. I do not know. Rider and Saber exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the significance of their dialogue. Nevertheless, they could sense that a matter of grave importance was being discussed. Now, Archer, are you prepared for the consequences of your breach? Castor inquired, observing the halted exchange between Archer and Berserker, a peculiar smile gracing her features. Wretch, are you questioning me? With Archer's exclamation, the vault of heaven instantly swung open, and amidst golden ripples, several noble phantasms were propelled towards Castor. Chapter 113. Chicken Soup. Castor swayed gracefully, effortlessly evading the barrage of noble phantasms hurled by Archer. How could I ever dare? Castor replied, her face still adorned with that strange smile, as the three tomo in her crimson eyes whirled with fervor. This is the advantage bestowed by bullet time. No matter how swift the motion, it appears to unfold as slowly as a snail within the gaze of the Sharingan. Of course, there exists a limit to this. The speed one can perceive hinges upon their own strength. However, at present, Castor remained exceedingly formidable. Hybrid. Archer raised an eyebrow, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. With his furious voice, the golden ripples behind him became increasingly dense, completely obscuring the view of the scenery behind Archer, leaving Castor unable to see the two individuals standing in his wake. As for Xiao Jie, he sat parallel to Archer. Fortunately, despite Archer's fury, he still had someone beside him. Thus the swirling golden ripples from the Treasury of Kings did not encroach upon Xiao Jie's rear. Otherwise, it would have been quite absurd if a sudden dagger had been thrust from behind. Hey, hey, hey. There's no need for this. Castor's lips twitched, the most basic semblance of a smile evaporating, replaced by a glimmer of panic in his eyes, however, as he beheld the approaching noble phantasms aimed at him. Castor's startled expression transformed in an instant, a smirk slowly curving upon his lips. Just kidding. Then, all those noble phantasms passed harmlessly through his form. Divine might? Although Xiao Jie's line of sight was largely obstructed by Archer's noble phantasms, there were still occasional gaps through which he could observe the unfolding scene. A deity. Archer raised an eyebrow at Berserker's softly muttered speculation. The mention of a divine entity made things much more manageable. With a thought, while Castor remained nonchalantly engaged with the torrent of Archer's noble phantasms, he failed to notice the golden ripples that had enveloped him from all directions. Enkidu. The moment the chains of heaven manifested, Castor felt a wave of danger wash over him. Before he could react, the chains ensnared him. Yes, they truly bound him, rather than merely passing through. Simultaneously, the noble phantasms pierced through his body, resulting in a thunderous explosion from within. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Jie was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple to resolve? Fortunately, he quickly recalled the presence of a system. Archer has slain Castor. He really is dead. It can't be that easy. Xiao Jie mused, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Hybrid. Observing how easily the arrogant Castor was dispatched, a hint of disdain curled Archer's lips. Of course, he did not concern himself with whether Castor was truly dead or merely staging a performance akin to that of a certain assassin from a certain household. As long as things he detested did not appear in his line of sight, he was satisfied. What a buzzkill, Ryder muttered nonchalantly, draining the last of the wine from his cup. Saber remained silent, while Archer scoffed derisively. Indeed, regardless of how weak the hybrid might be, any interruption to the banquet warranted death. Yet, the king had lost interest in continuing to drink. With that, Archer's form began to shift, the golden magical energy gradually dissipating. Berserker, I await your response. Before dispersing, Archer turned his head and, with his wine-red eyes, spoke softly to Xiao Jie. May I refrain from answering? Xiao Jie, somewhat troubled, rubbed his temples. Archer, observing Berserker's expression and demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. However, before the sound could escape, he vanished from their sight. Berserker, let it be understood that I intend to compete with you in due time. Ryder, unfazed, rose with a smile, preparing to stand as well. Upon hearing Ryder's words, Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this about? Kanzei's bewildered expression prompted Ryder to speak with a hint of exasperation. You are the servant who rejected my summons, and your refusal left me unperturbed. It seems I was not the only one who declined you at that time. Xiaojia thought silently as he directed his gaze toward Saber. Yet Saber, still preoccupied with Ryder's previous remarks, failed to notice Berserker's scrutinizing gaze. She was unwilling to let Ryder off the hook. Wait, Ryder, I have yet to— Silence. Ryder interjected with a commanding tone, halting Saber's words. Tonight is the banquet of kings, but Saber, I do not recognize you as a king. Xiaojia, resigned, mused, am I not a king, then? Do you intend to continue mocking me, Ryder? Saber's voice had grown impatient, while Iskandar merely regarded her with sympathy. He drew the sword of Alexander and waved it through the air. Summoning a thunderous chariot of divine bulls with a resounding roar, little master, board the chariot. Yes. Weber glanced at Saber, whose face bore traces of anger, before responding. After confidently climbing aboard the chariot, Iskandar cast one last look at Saber and spoke earnestly. I advise you, young lady, to awaken from your painful dreams swiftly. Otherwise, one day, you may find yourself stripped of even the most basic dignity of a hero. The so-called king you speak of is but a spell you have cast upon yourself. No. I doubt. Ignoring Saber's final retort, the chariot surged into the sky amidst crackling lightning. Ultimately, only the sound of thunder remained as the chariot vanished into the eastern horizon. Perhaps due to never having witnessed Ryder's regal might, Saber's gaze was filled with anger rather than humiliation. After silently observing Ryder's receding figure for some time, Saber gradually averted her eyes. Berserker, is my decision truly too idealistic? Saber hesitated for a moment before gently inquiring. In the face of Ryder's unwillingness to listen to Saber until the very end, her anger was entirely understandable. However, at this moment, Saber found herself unable to shake off an inexplicable anxiety. If Xiaojia were to stand in her shoes, he would surely comprehend the nature of her unaccountable distress. Yet alas, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. What you have persevered through in the past, what you are steadfast in now, and what you will cling to in the future are all decisions of your own making. Once you have endured, you clutch your chest and ponder whether you will harbor regrets. Listening to Saber's inquiries, Xiaojia hesitated for a moment before responding, though it may sound like mere platitudes. They are indeed effective, recognizing from Saber's renewed confidence that his words had resonated. She chose to persist. Thank you, Berserker. Regarding his feelings towards Saber, Xiaojia shrugged and remarked, what you hear may not necessarily convey the meaning I intend. You will only perceive what you wish to hear, rather than what I wish to express. Another bowl of comforting words, perhaps? What do you mean? Saber inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. Chapter 114. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will conspire against them. One more must be eliminated before the lesser grail can appear. Berserker, tonight you should assist Castor in dispatching one of the three kings. Upon returning to their residence, Xiaojia recounted the events that transpired at the Einsburn castle to his master, only to receive criticism from Yufei. Initially, Xiaojia sought to inquire whether there lay a hidden conspiracy behind this, for it seemed amiss that Castor was so easily vanquished. It was not at all reminiscent of the Castor from the previous night. It could not be that after using numerous skills the night before, he was rendered incapable of further action. The bizarre smile on Castor's face indicated a strong, unwavering confidence in his ability to slay. After the critique, Yufei shifted his focus to the recent issue concerning Berserker. What's the matter? It should be under the control of their master, he remarked, frowning. To be honest, I cannot ascertain whether she possesses the ruthlessness to do so. Upon hearing Yufei's words, Xiaojia's brow furrowed once more. Wasn't he the command spell of the master supposed to prevent the servant from acting independently? This point had been confirmed just a few days prior, without error. Indeed, that is correct. Yufei paused, contemplating whether to divulge the subsequent information. After a brief hesitation, he stated, I am acquainted with Castor's master, who happens to be my adversary, a true pervert. The enmity stems from their incessant taunts of dead freak, which solidified our rivalry. One might even say we are sworn enemies. I wish to understand how Castor is being manipulated, lest I find myself unwittingly controlled by you. Xiaojia felt a twinge of exasperation. His master always seemed to stray from the topic at hand. Fortunately, Yufei merely mentioned it in passing before promptly returning to the main issue. She is a reincarnator, and the first time I encountered her was in the realm of Qin's moon in that world. She had also mastered the art of fire enchantment. Xiaojie is aware of the fire enchantment, but according to her understanding, it should merely possess hypnotic effects. When did it evolve into such an impressive ability to control others from a distance? Observing the skeptical gaze of her servant, Yufei instantly realized that his explanations had failed to convince her. The fire enchantment of Qilian is the same version as that of the perverse individual, differing only in that the latter had honed the technique to its zenith. It is well known that when martial arts reach their pinnacle, they often undergo a qualitative transformation, but of course, even with such transformations, there are limitations. Just as Naruto's Rasengan, no matter how it transforms, cannot become the Kamehameha, and no matter how much Naruto spins it, he cannot obliterate a planet. Speaking of that perverse individual, given her nature, she might very well join the fray. Join the fray. Are you saying that perverse individual is not a master? Why would she participate in battle? Xiaojie inquired, somewhat astonished, as one would expect a master to remain at home, living a reclusive life. In response, Yufei, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and said, "Did you even listen to what I just said? I mentioned she is a reincarnator. Don't tell me you are unfamiliar with the concept of reincarnators." "Indeed, I am not familiar," Xiaojie thought, feeling somewhat helpless. To be honest, her understanding of the distinction between reincarnators and gamers was rather vague. After all, reincarnators did not seem to be particularly formidable individuals, akin to that certain Kuriko or the minor character she encountered in the Prince of Tennis world. Truth be told, Kuriko had merely been unfortunate enough to be ensnared by the world of Dark Summoner of the Apocalypse. Had she been in a different world, Xiaojie could have easily met her demise in mere moments. A grenade could be used in conjunction with superpowers to be placed in Xiaojie's abdomen, and with a resounding explosion, she would be reduced to mere pulp. Yufei, gazing at Xiaojie's resigned expression, found himself at a loss for words. However, he surmised that his own frustration was likely greater than hers, given that he was stuck with a teammate who understood nothing. In any case, that perverse individual is indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaojie still could not ascertain the extent of her prowess. Just how formidable is she? Could you provide a reference? At once, Yufei was stumped by her question. He, too, was uncertain of her strength. Racking his brain for an answer, he recalled her seemingly boastful claim of having battled Sephiroth, albeit as the losing party, having endured a mere 10 minutes before succumbing to Sephiroth's 8 slashes. As for whether Sephiroth had gone easy on her during their encounter, that remained unclear. After all, it was quite improbable to withstand Sephiroth for such an extended duration without him holding back. It was genuinely possible he had shown mercy. If she had managed to last that long without Sephiroth's leniency, then this holy grail is hardly worth pursuing. Moreover, no matter how treacherous the Big Egg may be, it is unlikely that such a task would be introduced into this world, one would hope. Listening to Yufei's words, Xiaojie was momentarily rendered speechless. To be honest, she too felt that the victory in this holy grail war was precariously uncertain. At this point, Xiaojie had also relinquished her expectations for the holy grail. However, it was still worth a shot. After all, she was, in a sense, a product of Sephiroth's teachings, albeit a female version of him. If one were to be candid, she might even be considered a counterfeit, given that she wielded a Zanpakuto, which could never truly compare to the authentic article. After a brief moment of silence, Xiaojie suddenly inquired, "You still have an ace up your sleeve, don't you?" She squinted at Yufei, who lay on the bed. After all, it was inconceivable for a lion to befriend an ant, regardless of any shared affinities. Xiaojie could not bring herself to believe that someone capable of facing Sephiroth would confide in an ant. In response to Xiaojie's question, Yufei scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Think what you will. Information from others might be acceptable, but one's own intel could never be divulged. One could never be too cautious." Considering the myriad potential pitfalls, observing her master's uncooperative demeanor, Xiaojie fell silent for a while, eventually finding a place to sit down, slowly closing her eyes to rest. Truth be told, she felt somewhat fatigued. Was it due to having been inebriated earlier? Perhaps it was all for the sake of claiming points. Why Yufei picked up a book to read, yet found himself unable to concentrate. He pondered whether he should adopt the methods of that twisted individual. After all, one must look after oneself, lest the heavens decree one's demise. Chapter 115. Battle. Xiaojie gazed at the slowly dissipating rider, rendered mute. Just yesterday they had shared drinks, and now she witnessed him being slain. To be frank, Xiaojie felt somewhat unsettled by such abrupt transitions. One could even say she still lacked maturity, for to her, friends ought to gather together, not to disperse like guests at a banquet. This was also the reason Xiaojia had remained a recluse upon entering the main god space. She simply could not acclimate to the societal environment. In the years following her departure from school, she had witnessed too many friends transform during annual reunions, becoming increasingly unfamiliar. The world of Zayuanji, was it? I wonder how your mastery of the 8 swords flash compares to Sephiroth's. As Xiaojia remained lost in thought, the woman who had slain the conqueror King Iskander suddenly turned to her and spoke. Naturally, comparison was impossible. Xiaojia was speaking the truth. After all, she could not even wield the supernova, sword of the abyss, thus rendering any comparison moot. In fact, she had yet to master the heartless angel before she fell to Obito's hand during the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha. Oh? Is that so? The woman raised an eyebrow, her words just escaping her lips when she suddenly appeared before Xiaojia, lifting her chin with a finger to scrutinize her face closely. Then, let me see your strength, she spoke. Xiaojia instinctively gazed into her eyes, her voice sounding almost ethereal. Her speed was one aspect, while the other lay in the fact that she exhibited no discernible killing intent, catching Xiaojia off guard and allowing her to draw so near. As Xiaojia listened to her voice, his black vertical pupils suddenly dilated before returning to their original size. Simultaneously, the irises of his eyes became tinged with a crimson hue, while his left eye manifested an ethereal 3-tomo pattern. Such a conspicuous transformation did not escape the notice of the woman before him. After a brief pause, a subtle smile curved her lips. The Sharingan, is it? Quite intriguing. Of course, she was certain that the woman named Zayuanji Shiji before her could never escape her seduction technique. It was well known that even the wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not break free from such illusions. Rather, it should be termed a charm technique. Regardless, the essence remained the same. Coming back to his senses, Xiaojia furrowed his brow and shook his head, retreating to extricate himself from her grasp. What have you done to me? He inquired, sensing that his magical energy was now fully activated, even causing the Sharingan to awaken. There was no shutting it off now. In response to Xiaojia's question, the woman merely shrugged and replied, nothing much, just compelling you to fight with all your might. Her calm demeanor did not reveal any irritation at being shaken off. However, her words confirmed to Xiaojia that she had indeed done something, though he could not discern whether it was merely to incite him to fight earnestly. After a moment of silence, Xiaojia nodded. He then turned his gaze toward the distance, where Weber stood frozen, and he could clearly see the tears streaming down Weber's cheeks. Let us move to another location, Xiaojia suggested, walking toward a more distant area, hoping to avoid involving him in the battle. The woman understood Xiaojia's intention, nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders and following behind him without a word. Should we engage? Assassin inquired of her master. The black-haired girl shook her head in response. It's best not to provoke that madwoman. While she harbored a degree of confidence in her own abilities, she acknowledged that in a confrontation with the lunatic, she would likely fall short. If we rile her up, we could very well face total annihilation, the black-haired girl explained. In truth, Assassin grasped the situation without further elaboration. She had learned from her master that the masters on the side of the Great Egg in this Holy Grail War were all reincarnators, while their servants were merely players. It was undeniably a sorrowful tale. Fortunately, it was somewhat reassuring that the only reincarnator capable of single-handedly defeating a servant seemed to be the woman who had just challenged Berserker. Let's deal with Saber first. After all, it's a matter of 500 dimensional points. Let's not waste any .as for Gilgamesh. It appeared that he had been claimed by that madwoman as well, so it would be prudent to avoid drawing his ire. For reasons unknown, Xiaojia had initially intended to keep her distance, yet as she wandered, she found herself at the gates of Ludong Temple. The very sight of the prominent entrance made it unmistakably clear. After all, this was the 5th iteration of the Holy Grail War, guarded by the legendary assassin, Sasaki Kojir, a sight that had become quite familiar. However, what was the matter with the figure sitting against the wall? Alice Phil, moreover, wasn't it true that only Saber and Archer remained among the summoned heroic spirits? Why had the Grail not yet manifested? Although she trailed behind Xiaojia, the angle allowed her to discern the perplexed expression in Xiaojia's eyes. It's merely the next seal. It's quite simple, the woman remarked with a shrug. You should be focusing on the word merely. Such a seal that halts the appearance of the Grail is no trivial matter. Seemingly recalling something, she added, I believe I haven't introduced myself. You may call me Lianhua, it's just a code name. Lianhua? Does it hold any significance? Xiaojia conveyed her confusion. Yet, as time progressed, Xiaojia found little opportunity to ponder the meaning behind her name. All right, let us commence. Oh, not worry about that lady over there. She has long since passed. given the overwhelming magical energy present. Xiao Jie could not deny Lianhua's words. To be honest, she had not delved deeply into these matters, for becoming a mooncaster is not an overnight endeavor. Silently exhaling, she squared herself to face Lianhua, projecting the authentic blade into her grasp, her crimson eyes fixed on the unmoving Lianhua. The corners of Lianhua's mouth curled slightly, yet she said nothing. Without any visible motion of her hands, a blade identical to the authentic one gradually materialized in her grip. Projection? It seemed the only plausible explanation, as Xiao Jie's faintly puzzled gaze betrayed no hint of concealment. Chapter 116. Retreat. Do not regard me so. Magic is a rather simple matter, easily learned. Lianhua spoke in a lowered tone, her expression gradually shifting to one of seriousness. That earnest gaze conveyed to Xiao Jie the commencement of battle and the imperative to remain vigilant. However, as her magical power was bestowed by the system, it lacked any true origin, and her projection of the authentic blade had consumed a considerable amount of energy. Observing this, Xiao Jie summoned the scabbard into her left hand. Gripping it tightly, Lianhua cast a sidelong glance at the scabbard in Xiao Jie's possession, inquiring, "Does Sephiroth's swordsmanship require a scabbard?" "Sephiroth's swordsmanship does not necessitate a scabbard, but mine does," Xiao Jie replied softly. With that, she stepped forward, positioning herself at the perfect distance, her arm's length allowing the authentic blade to graze the tip of her opponent's nose. Too slow, a fleeting thought crossed Lianhua's mind as she gripped her sword, the authentic blade slicing through the air towards Xiao Jie at a speed surpassing her own. Just at the right moment, the authentic blade was blocked by Xiao Jie. His strength was insufficient. This time, Lianhua voiced her presence, causing Xiao Jie to be momentarily alert, though it was somewhat too late. The authentic knife was lifted under an overwhelming force. Xiao Jie's pupils constricted slightly, and his left hand swiftly drew the scabbard, adequately intercepting Lianhua's authentic blade. Observing this scene, Lianhua's brows furrowed. Despite her speed and strength being commendable, she could not fathom why she had experienced such a moment of weakness. Did I not command her through the fire charm technique? The thought of being freed from its grasp was instantly dismissed, for it seemed far too implausible. If even the kaleidoscope Sharingan could not escape the fire charm, how could the three Tomo manage to do so? The notion flickered momentarily, allowing Xiao Jie to seize the opportunity. He unleashed his strength, pushing Lianhua's blade aside with the scabbard, while simultaneously advancing with his right hand and foot, directing the authentic knife towards Lianhua's neck. Taking a step forward. Had Lianhua chosen not to evade at this moment, the battle could have reached its conclusion. However, that was merely a hypothetical in response. Lianhua deftly slid her foot back, evading the reach of Xiao Jie's authentic blade in an instant. The blade, which had been midway through its arc, changed course, diving towards the left-hand scabbard. As Lianhua retreated, Xiao Jie completed the action of sheathing his blade, lowering his body in the process. Upon witnessing Xiao Jie sheath his knife, Lianhua's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of danger instantly alerting her, prompting her to take an additional small step back. In that fleeting moment, the glint of the blade flashed, a brilliant white light grazing Lianhua's neck as she retreated. After executing this strike, Xiao Jie swiftly sheathed his blade once more. Blood? Lianhua discreetly touched her neck, confirming the presence of blood. However, Xiao Jie paid her actions no mind, for he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter after delivering a blow. Even if one were to converse amid battle, it would solely serve to distract the opponent. Yet, this woman before him was evidently not one to be swayed by words. With his right hand resting on the hilt, he stepped forward once again. Suddenly, a circle of white smoke erupted around Xiao Jie, radiating outwards with a 1-meter radius, slightly dispersing into the surrounding air. Flying sword technique, heavenly soaring dragon flash. In an instant, while Lianhua was still touching the blood on her neck, Xiao Jie had already materialized behind her, but he missed. Xiao Jie sheathed his authentic blade once again, turning to gaze at Lianhua's retreating figure, his voice barely above a whisper, the confusion in his tone unmistakable. Clearly bewildered, as Xiao Jie's words fell, Lianhua's figure, which had been behind him, dissipated like mist. Quite impressive. In that moment of dispersion, Lianhua's silhouette reappeared in the same spot as before. Just like that, one of my substitute dolls was lost. Listening to Lianhua's relaxed tone, it seemed as though such a life-saving object held little value. Yet, if one were to inquire of everyone residing in the Great Egg space regarding the worth of a substitute doll, they would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. What a peculiar thing. There is no such object. However, those familiar with Infinite Flow novels would undoubtedly comprehend what a substitute doll is. But why do those individuals respond in such a manner? This is attributable to various reasons, and it also correlates with what Yufei referred to as a means of self-preservation. According to Xiao Jie's conjecture, this so-called life-saving item cannot be abundant. Thus one can only strive to eliminate Lianhua as effectively as possible. In doing so, her means of survival would be entirely depleted, marking the moment of her demise. As Lianhua spoke, she pressed forward, simultaneously wielding the authentic blade towards Xiao Jie. In response, Xiao Jie slightly furrowed her brow, drawing the genuine sword from its sheath. With a poised stance, she unleashed the prowess of the treasured weapon. Under the enchantment of the artifact, the speed and power of her strike received a modest enhancement. Often, it is this minute discrepancy in strength that sways the outcome of an entire battle. Yet, it was evident that such an advantage bore little consequence. Xiao Jie had not exerted her full strength, nor had Lianhua. The initial round was merely a test. Few would genuinely unleash their full power, and Xiao Jie was no exception, with Lianhua being equally reserved. However, having now gauged the situation, there were fewer reservations. Thus, during this exchange of blades, Xiao Jie found herself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Nevertheless, a fissure appeared along the edge where Lianhua's projected authentic blade met Xiao Jie's. Noticing this, Lianhua's brow slightly furrowed. Yet, Xiao Jie harbored no such reservations, for her blade remained steadfast. Although Lianhua could abandon her sword, projecting another would require time. Lianhua was not naive enough to believe that her adversary would grant her the luxury of time to retrieve her weapon. Even extracting a weapon from a spatial ring necessitated time. Helplessly, Lianhua was compelled to retreat step by step under Xiao Jie's pressure until her back pressed against the mountainside. In an instant, Lianhua relinquished the now broken authentic blade and, curling her body, took a significant step forward. Entering the embrace of Xiao Jie. It was akin to a beauty falling into one's arms. Though both were women, it was not precisely a scene of beauty and embrace. At that moment, Xiao Jie's sword posed no threat to Lianhua nestled within her grasp. Moreover, Lianhua had entirely positioned her shoulder forward, pressing it firmly between Xiao Jie's bosom. With a sudden surge of force, Xiao Jie was lifted off her feet, her body hurled backward. Simultaneously, a sharp pain radiated through her chest. Fortunately, Xiao Jie maintained her grip on the sword, preventing it from slipping from her grasp. Otherwise, she would likely have faced a flurry of blows. Chapter 117. The Emergence of the Holy Grail. Indeed, I find myself more suited to sword-type weapons. After sending Xiao Jie flying, Lianhua remarked leisurely, all the while drawing a sword from seemingly nowhere, a Chinese sword still attached to its sheath. Upon hearing Lianhua's words, Xiao Jie found herself at a loss. Was that earlier display of unarmed combat merely a ruse? In truth, Xiao Jie surmised that had Lianhua projected a weapon of comparable quality to her own, she would have every reason to believe Lianhua would engage her in a battle to the last, employing Sephiroth's swordsmanship. Not for any particular reason, but simply due to an instinctive feeling. Slowly withdrawing the blade into its sheath, poised and ready for action, the crimson eyes fixed intently on Lianhua's movements. Even the three Tomo within the Sharingan spun rapidly, meticulously tracking Lianhua's actions to prevent a recurrence of the initial situation. Thus, the second round commenced. With a swift motion, Lianhua twisted her right hand gripping the sword, causing the blade to break free from its sheath, which then soared directly towards Xiao Jie. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiao Jie deflected the incoming sheath. He understood this was a deliberate ploy to obscure his vision, one that he had no choice but to accept. The very moment Xiao Jie parried the sword sheath, Lianhua forcefully hurled her sword forward, targeting Xiao Jie's throat. As Xiao Jie's sight restored, he beheld the blade hurtling towards him, with Lianhua following closely behind. He raised an eyebrow, bewildered by her intentions. Yet, this presented an opportunity. Once Lianhua's weapon was lost, she would be left with nothing but her bare fists, rendering her vulnerable. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" was not merely a saying. The authentic blade exceeded 2 meters in length, and with the addition of his arm's reach, he possessed an attack range of nearly 3 meters. Unless Xiao Jie allowed Lianhua to close in, she would have no chance of overpowering him again. With this thought in mind, Xiao Jie extended his authentic blade, the muscles in his arm taut, poised to deflect the incoming sword. However, reality proved more complex than Xiao Jie had anticipated. Lianhua wielded her sword with purpose. In an instant, the edge of her blade clashed with his as the two blades met. Lianhua surged forward, effortlessly crossing the nearly 2-meter distance, her hand seizing the sword's hilt. Capitalizing on Xiao Jie's momentary oversight, Lianhua positioned her sword to block his blade while simultaneously advancing into his personal space. Startled, Xiao Jie was nonetheless prepared. Aided by the Sharingan, he pressed down with his right arm, forcing Lianhua's blade downward while exerting a surge of strength, relinquishing his right hand. The authentic blade rotated a quarter turn, its edge plunging into the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie gripped the hilt of his sword once more, the blade gliding along the spine of Lianhua's sword. Had Lianhua's sword been swifter, Xiao Jie's waist would surely have taken a hit. Nevertheless, regardless of the speed of Lianhua's sword, she would inevitably face a dire fate at his hands. TSK. Lianhua evidently recognized this, decisively withdrawing her sword from the range of Xiao Jie's attack. She retreated several paces, scrutinizing him for a while before suddenly remarking, "I must concede, your swordplay is quite impressive." Xiao Jie felt a twinge of resignation within. After all, he had trained extensively under the guidance of Sephiroth in the realm of mental imagery. Were it not for the fact that injuries sustained in that realm did not manifest in reality, he might have met his demise in the world of Naruto long ago. Yet, he would not allow such trivial emotions to surface. With narrowed eyes, Lianhua met the gaze of Xiao Jie and remarked, "I have been taught this, and considering the circumstances, your somewhat stiff movements seem to fall within the realm of imitation, do they not? Particularly during the moment of throwing and catching the sword. It is entirely a mimicry of others." Lianhua was not surprised by Xiao Jie's perceptiveness. "Regardless of the outcome, I concede defeat in the realm of weaponry." However, Xiao Jie cast a silent glance towards Alisai Feier. The upcoming events were not merely a friendly spar. From beginning to end, Lianhua refrained from employing any additional techniques, solely wishing to ascertain how much of Sephiroth's skills Xiao Jie had truly mastered. Yet, at this moment, it appeared to be rather mediocre. There was no time to continue this playful exchange, as the black mud had begun to overflow, what many netizens referred to after watching the plot as the overflow of the Holy Grail's monthly visitor. With that, Lianhua sheathed her sword back into her space, choosing not to utilize her somewhat clumsy swordsmanship, instead adopting a bare-handed stance that looked somewhat convincing. Ultimately, Xiao Jie could discern nothing remarkable about it. It merely appeared impressive. At this moment, Lianhua lowered her body, with her left hand and left toes aligned perpendicularly, the distance between them notably close. Her right hand was raised high above her head, with the elbow aligned vertically with the knee of her right leg, considering they were merely half a body length apart. Xiao Jie found Lianhua's movements unsettlingly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen such a stance before. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from approaching the encounter with seriousness. With a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, he presented himself to Lianhua in an exceedingly relaxed posture. This time, the authentic sword had not been returned to its sheath. In fact, Xiao Jie was unaware of when the sheath had disappeared, as he was currently employing Sephiroth's sword techniques. The sheath would only serve as an impediment. In Lianhua's line of sight, Xiao Jie's figure gradually overlapped with that of Sephiroth. The distinction lay in the fact that Sephiroth did not possess such long hair, nor was it golden, and of course, their eyes differed as well, but the demeanor and aura bore a striking resemblance. Without waiting for any sound akin to a call or the rustle of feathers falling, Xiao Jie seized the initiative and abruptly appeared before Lianhua. At the point of his emergence, half the length of his sword was poised to make contact with her form. How swift! Lianhua's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils rapidly constricting. However, she was not one to stubbornly refuse retreat. She stepped back slightly, simultaneously lowering her body to evade Xiao Jie's blade. The moment the sword slid past her head, Lianhua sprang upright, her foot striking the ground with force as she closed the distance of approximately 1.5 meters, finding herself within Xiao Jie's embrace. Yet this time, Xiao Jie would not grant her an opportunity. With a twist of his wrist, the blade of the authentic sword was positioned horizontally before him, its edge glinting menacingly towards Lianhua. Before Lianhua could react further, Xiao Jie thrust the blade forward. Previously, Lianhua had taken advantage of openings to land several blows on her. That shoulder had indeed felt the brunt of it, and now Xiao Jie's chest ached slightly. Were it not for the ongoing battle, he would have been inclined to pull down his collar to check for bruising. Certainly, this slight sensation of pain is inconsequential to the struggle at hand. Observing this, Lianhua raised her brow slightly, swiftly crouching down. Before the blade could even graze the top of her head, she leaned forward, springing into action to position herself before Xiao Jie, just behind the back of the blade. However, the confined space made their bodies feel rather cramped. Fortunately, Lianhua's chest was not overly ample. Had it been any larger, Xiao Jie would have had to step back to catch her breath. Of course, retreating would most likely result in encountering Lianhua's formidable strike. Once squeezed into the tight space, Lianhua realized she had no room to maneuver. With a slight arch of her brow, she decisively delivered a headbutt to Xiaojie's forehead. Previously unnoticed, Xiaojie now recognized that Lianhua was of a similar height. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that Xiaojie was forced back a small step by Lianhua's solid headbutt. This minor retreat, however, proved to be utterly crucial. With that step back, a sliver of space emerged, granting Lianhua the opportunity to act. Reluctantly, Xiaojie was compelled to yield to this force, marking her first retreat in the battle. Yet Lianhua would not allow Xiaojie to gain the upper hand so easily. She planted her foot firmly on the ground, creating a small crater, and relentlessly pursued Xiaojie once more. Gritting her teeth, Xiaojie stamped her foot on the ground, halting her retreat, while simultaneously swinging her left hand towards Lianhua, projecting her signature move. With another heavy stomp on the ground, Lianhua reached Xiaojie's front with greater speed, her right hand swinging to strike Xiaojie's left hand, disrupting the execution of her move mid-course. Instantly, the half-formed projection disintegrated into dust. Had Lianhua maintained her speed, she could have certainly delivered a blow before reaching her. Regrettably, a flicker of concern crossed Xiaojie's gaze. At this moment, Xiaojie stood wide open before Lianhua, completely exposing herself to the impending strike. Nevertheless, she would not remain passive. The crimson hue in her right eye was rapidly overshadowed by a deep green, heralding the emergence of her quaking tornado superpower. Instantly, a layer of deep green enveloped Lianhua, rendering her immobile. Yet the tremors coursing through Lianhua's body indicated her struggle against this restraint. Xiaojie gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain from the severe drain on her magical energy, and again stomped the ground to distance herself from Lianhua. At this juncture, Xiaojie dared not linger for even a moment in front of Lianhua. As she retreated, the layer of deep green, a manifestation of her superpower, quietly dissipated from Lianhua's form. The superpower lingered on Lianhua for but a fleeting instant. Had Xiaojie attempted to strike during that moment, she would have been utterly unable to do so. With such timing, it was wiser to increase the distance between them. Firstly, her signature move was somewhat distant from Lianhua, and considering the time needed to return and strike, Lianhua could very well break free from the grasp of the superpower before the blade could reach her, allowing her to close the distance once more. Subsequently, Lianhua would not afford Xiaojie a second chance to employ her superpower. Failure would be inevitable. To her astonishment, it seemed that you possessed a multitude of abilities. The Lotus, not initiating another offensive, furrowed her brows and spoke. In response, Xiaojie, wearing a hint of helplessness on her face, remarked, "There's nothing I can do. As a gamer, I cannot possibly compare my innate talents to those of you reincarnators." Her words had an air of sincerity about them. The essence of being a gamer lies in the inability to carry over one's cultivated energy system and physical prowess, whereas reincarnators can seamlessly transfer their well-honed energy systems and physical attributes. However, the crux of the matter is that the abilities of reincarnators face varying degrees of suppression across different worlds. For instance, in the world of school days, your energy system would be severely stifled by the world's consciousness. Although the physical attributes remain unaffected by such constraints, if you happen to possess skills akin to projection, you would find that the world's suppression would hinder your ability to project effectively. Conversely, gamers thrive in mission worlds primarily through the system. Even in a realm like school days, which is devoid of magic and possesses exceedingly low martial prowess, they can successfully utilize the abilities granted by the system without any diminishment. However, it is crucial to note that anyone harboring intentions to establish a harem in such low magic worlds would undoubtedly perish within. This is because, upon selecting a system, the Great Egg would ensure that even a tenfold exchange would still yield a system of exceedingly low caliber, provided, of course, that such an exchange function exists. "Well, we must resolve this swiftly," the Lotus remarked, glancing at the still overflowing chalice. "At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the black mud enveloped their feet." Of course, escape was an option, but it appeared far from feasible. Xiaojie sensed that this woman would not easily allow her to leave. It was an instinct, one that Xiaojie trusted implicitly. After a brief hesitation, she decided against exchanging her authentic sword for a short katana. The authentic sword represented a belief, her belief. Moreover, based on the Lotus's previous statements, it was evident that she was keenly interested in Sephiroth's swordsmanship. Thus, on this foundation, Xiaojie was even less inclined to make the exchange. However, it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Otherwise, she risked being consumed by the black mud. Xiaojie could not guarantee that upon entering the black mud, she would retain her consciousness like gold flash. With a thought, Xiaojie's right eye glowed with a deep green light once more, while her body became enveloped in superpowers. As this transformation occurred, her form slightly levitated. Observing this scene, the lotus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not bad, she mused. Yet, it was regrettable that her aura had been entirely replaced by magical energy. Otherwise, she could have engaged in aerial combat. To be honest, it was merely a trial. In her view, the state of the one-winged angel was far more advantageous. Floating, Xiao Jie attempted to maneuver her body. The levitation induced by her superpower was under her control. Although it might be due to her lack of adaptation in the world of Naruto, after achieving Bankai as the one-winged angel, she moved with effortless grace, devoid of any stiffness. One-winged angel? Upon hearing certain keywords in Xiao Jie's words, the lotus narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 119. Calm Lotus refrained from inquiring further about the situation, recognizing that such matters were often fraught with uncertainty. Any questions posed would likely yield no answers, and the present moment was ill-suited for idle chatter. As the two individuals prepared to adjust their states, another round commenced. At this juncture, Xiao Jie had completely abandoned defense and launched herself into a fervent assault. Unlike before, after Xiao Jie harnessed her supernatural abilities to enable flight, her options for attacking had multiplied, as she now commanded the skies as well. Given her height, wielding such a lengthy weapon on the ground had always been impractical, and facing a formidable opponent like Lotus exacerbated her predicament. It was also unfortunate that Ryder had drawn Lotus into the inherent boundary of the king's military might at the onset of battle, leaving Xiao Jie uncertain about Lotus's condition. Furthermore, the look of astonishment in Ryder's eyes compelled her to ponder how this woman had triumphed over the conqueror amidst a sea of adversaries. While Ryder typically charged headlong into battle, often at the forefront against enemies, Xiao Jie could not fathom how half an hour could vanish during a mere sprint. The enigmatic woman instilled a sense of trepidation within Xiao Jie, who found herself concerned that Lotus might possess undisclosed tactics. Moreover, Lotus's earlier expression suggested she was relishing the thrill of combat, implying the presence of additional unutilized methods. Observing the somewhat vacant gaze of the woman before her, Lotus realized that she had not exerted sufficient pressure, permitting her opponent to become distracted even amidst battle. With a slight furrowing of her brow, Lotus raised her right leg and tripped Xiao Jie, who was caught off guard. Previously, Lotus had employed knives, swords, and her fists, leading Xiao Jie to subconsciously overlook any lower body movements, mistakenly believing her adversary relied solely on her upper body prowess. Fortunately, Xiao Jie was not anchored by the stability of her lower body but rather by her supernatural abilities. Consequently, Lotus's attempt to strike at her lower body was thwarted by Xiao Jie's powers, resulting in no discernible impact. Nevertheless, Lotus intended to convey a reminder to the woman known as Zaiwanzi Shiji to remain focused, emphasizing that her aim was not to inflict harm. How perplexing it was that Berserker had become entangled with that madwoman. From a distance, Yu Fei observed the two combatants locked in conflict, while the presence of the black sludge nearby could not be overlooked. After a brief moment of self-reproach, he continued to conceal himself, wary of being discovered by others. The thought of being captured and killed by a solitary foe was laughable. Surviving offered the prospect of another chance, whereas death extinguished all possibilities. Amidst his complaints, Yu Fei scrutinized their battle closely, sensing that his berserker was in a precarious position. Having previously conversed and collaborated with Lotus, he understood that her capabilities extended beyond mere appearances. Yet, Yu Fei felt it prudent to refrain from excessive commentary, as he could discern that his servant was exerting every effort. Indeed, I have exerted every effort. After being reminded by Lianhua, Xiao Jie has truly begun to take things seriously, unleashing every possible technique, wielding his mastery of magic with abandon. Yet, it proves utterly futile. Following Lianhua's reminder, she has also revealed a slight glimpse of her hidden prowess, 6 styles. A form of martial arts within the world of One Piece. Saru, Jeppo, Shave, Iron Block, Finger Gun, and Storm Leg.it would be inaccurate to refer to it as merely one technique. Rather, it is a complete set of skills. The techniques currently showcased by Lianhua, Saru, and Jeppo are indeed ineffective in isolation. What one fears is the possibility of a genius combining both techniques, which would be truly disastrous. Thus, at this moment, their conditions are equal. The sky serves as their battlefield. However, the troubling aspect is that Lianhua seems to possess a greater familiarity with aerial combat than Xiao Jie. After all, anyone capable of holding their ground against Sephiroth for such an extended period must possess some aerial combat skills, lest they have met an untimely demise. Once more, Xiao Jie employs his series of moves, Saru and the Gate of Hell. This combination forces Lianhua to retreat once again. The technique of Saru is indeed a source of great frustration. Xiaojie cannot even recall how many times he has fallen victim to it in the past. Yet, observing Lin Hua's seemingly effortless demeanor reveals that Xiaojie's swordsmanship is hardly commendable. Perhaps sensing Xiaojie's unspoken thoughts, Lin Hua, amidst the battle, gently remarks, "Your swordsmanship pales in comparison to Sephiroth's, I am fully aware." Xiaojie replies, suppressing a breath of frustration, as he once again propels himself with his supernatural abilities, utilizing Saru to appear before Lin Hua. However, this time, Lin Hua merely sidesteps slightly, evading Xiaojie's strike as if she had anticipated it by in that instant. She delivers a knee strike to Xiaojie's abdomen, grasping his shoulders with both hands and flinging him into the mire below. Perhaps this conclusion is somewhat theatrical, yet it is inevitable. "You are far too impulsive. I truly wonder how you have survived this long," Lin Hua comments nonchalantly, observing Xiaojie ensnared in the black mud, making no attempt to struggle. Under normal circumstances, Xiaojie would never be provoked by such taunts. The mentality of surpassing Sephiroth has always resided within him, though he has failed to express it outwardly. It is entirely natural for him to be told he falls short. After all, Sephiroth cannot merely be regarded as a classic in this realm of infinite possibilities. Engaging in battle with Sephiroth is always a potentiality. From the moment he entered this world, or rather, from the instant he became a berserker, Xiaojie's mindset has remained unstable. Were it the usual him, he would not have recklessly intervened during the confrontation between Saber and Lancer that fateful night, exposing himself. Instead, he would have quietly awaited in the shadows, anticipating others to reveal their vulnerabilities first. Were it the usual him, even if Castor had attacked him, he would have readily agreed to join forces against Saber, regardless of any underlying plots. Were it the usual him, he would not have attended the gathering among Saber, Archer, and Ryder, but would have continued to lurk in secrecy. The moment the black mud envelopes his form, Xiaojie suddenly awakens to the clarity of his situation, remaining still and awaiting the engulfing darkness. Alternatively, one might say that she is utterly incapable of extricating herself from the clutches of the black mire. Chapter 2 of the Demon Spirits, the Rolling Black Mud. Damn it! There's no hope. Yu Fei observed the scene with clarity. It was an unequivocal situation of hopelessness. Once ensnared by the black mire, salvation was beyond reach, for not everyone possesses the formidable fortitude of an archer. Or perhaps, one might say, the arrogance. Moreover, the tranquil expression of the berserker indicated that she had completely relinquished any notion of struggle, or perhaps she fully comprehended the gravity of her predicament. Yet, no one noticed the flicker of fervor in Lin Hua's eyes. "Come forth, O winged angel." It is indeed peculiar. Although the black mire merely cloaked the surface in a shallow layer, it ensnared individuals as if they were trapped in a quagmire, utterly unable to escape. Consequently, Xiaojie's form was gradually engulfed by the black mire, all eyes witnessing this tragic fate. Lin Hua continued to perform her moonwalk, bouncing lightly on her feet, meticulously fixated on the spot where Xiaojie had vanished. She paid no heed to the roiling black mire beneath her. However, disappointment washed over Lin Hua as, after Xiaojie was consumed, there was not a hint of reaction. The mire flowed steadily as if nothing had transpired. After a prolonged wait, seeing the absence of any response, Lin Hua's brow furrowed tightly. It seems this was a misguided notion, she mused with a sigh. Concealed within the woods, Yu Fei gazed at his right hand, noting that the two remaining command spells had vanished alongside Xiaojie. Perhaps some might wonder, could one not use a command spell to retrieve Xiaojie? The answer is no, for the Great Egg forbids such occurrences. One may bestow a buffer upon their servant, yet any form of coercive effect is strictly prohibited. Naturally, Yu Fei had not contemplated this aspect. Earlier, he had hesitated, debating whether to voice his intention to employ a command spell to bring back his berserker. However, considering that several individuals were lurking within the woods, he dismissed the thought for the sake of his own safety. It is not a reflection of Yu Fei's character. Rather, it is simply human nature. No one is obligated to sacrifice themselves for another. A touch of selfishness is entirely reasonable. Yet, this decision inevitably meant Yu Fei's exit from the fray. If he could safely withdraw at this juncture, he would have to await the next Holy Grail war. He certainly lacked the confidence to seize the Grail from the hands of various spirits and perverts. After all, he defined himself as a support role, rather than a warrior. With a faint sigh, he continued to lie in wait, daring not to entertain any notions of luck as he contemplated escape, for he was, after all, a moving point of 500 dimensions. Once again, dead? How utterly humiliating, this voice is. Sephiroth. Suddenly, Xiaojie opened his eyes, Yet all he beheld was an abyss of darkness. She nearly believed she had returned to the dark confines of the great egg's small chamber, awaiting transport once more. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the slowly writhing substance within that abyssal darkness. Fortunately, Xiaojie possessed keen eyesight, preventing this space from ensnaring her senses. The realm of the Holy Grail, that seemed to be a likely possibility. No other alternatives came to mind. Xiaojie distinctly recalled being engulfed by the black mud. But then, where was Alice Phil? No. Where was the Holy Grail? Thankfully, Xiaojie remembered the conditions for completing her mission. Acquiring the Holy Grail was paramount. Ah, but wait. A solitary individual could claim the Holy Grail, implying that the master and servant were indeed adversaries. It was no wonder Castor had met her demise. After contemplating this, Xiaojie let out a faint sigh. In truth, she had long grasped this concept. It was merely the madness-induced changes that had clouded her judgment. Overthinking now served little purpose. Obtaining the Holy Grail was the true path forward. Gradually rising to her feet, Xiaojie surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing of note. All that met her gaze was an expanse of inky blackness. Should we take action? The assassin pondered, concealed within the crevices, addressing her master beside her. No, let us wait. I have a feeling that Madwoman is anticipating something. The assassin's master, a girl with ebony locks, remarked. To be candid, she genuinely wished to avoid confrontation with that lunatic. The inability to prevail was one matter. The prospect of escape was another. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that once entangled with her, the chance to flee vanished entirely. Saber was approaching. After a moment of silence, the assassin responded, having recently sought trouble with Saber, only to be repelled. It was a rather unfortunate predicament, considering Saber was currently in a frenzy, seemingly driven to madness over Alice Phil's disappearance. To label it as mere rampage would be inaccurate. Suffice it to say, Saber was extraordinarily ferocious at this juncture. After all, Alice Phil's disappearance bore some of her responsibility. Let Saber engage that madwoman, the assassin's master murmured softly. As her words echoed, the small opening in the crevice gradually closed, and in the next instant, a figure slipped past. Had the crevice closed a moment later, a collision might have ensued. What is this? Just as she emerged from the forest, Saber abruptly halted, gazing at the encroaching black mud with a furrowed brow. Simultaneously, a wave of nausea washed over her. Have they followed? Hearing the sound of Saber's hurried footsteps, Lianhua turned her head to see Saber, breathless and agitated. The moment